The Green Tea's Crushing Victories in the 70s, Chapter 35 to Chapter 63. After coming out of the director's office, Zhou Yan quickly calmed down after being blown by the wind. The director's words just now weren't biased. In the past, when Rugi didn't fight for prizes and let everyone choose first. With his hard work and achievements, he could have chosen first, but he always gave in to everyone. Once, when his mother was sick and hospitalized, he even gave him 2 cans of malted milk. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan's anger disappeared. But since he was already at the director's office, he couldn't sleep tonight if he didn't go in and ask. When Rugi saw Zhou Yan come in and said lightly, "You're here." Zhou Yan snorted, "Seems like you know why I'm here." When Rugi nodded and stood up to take out a can of malted milk from the cabinet. "This is to compensate you." Zhou Yan's eyes swept over the malted milk, and he was even more confused. "If you want Victories, why didn't you tell me that day?" When Rugi raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Would you give it to me if I told you?" Of course not. For a brother, he would stab his brother twice. For a partner, in order to marry a wife, there was no need to talk about brothers with him. When Rugi had an "I knew it" expression. "Take the malted milk, I have a use for Victories." Zhou Yan looked at him suspiciously. "Rugue, you know that our work is special and it's not easy to find a partner. If you want to use it for yourself, can you give it to me this time?" Their salary was much higher than the average person, but their work was also much busier than the average person. Most of the time, they stayed in the base. Sometimes, when they were doing experiments, it was common for them to not have any news for more than 10 days. This also meant that they couldn't always be by their partner's side. The main reason why he didn't succeed in going on blind dates was because of this. It definitely wasn't because he was ugly. Now that he finally had a partner, he couldn't accompany him often, so he wanted to buy something to coax him. Unfortunately, when Rugi was standing in his way. When Rugi shook his head. "No." Zhou Yan gritted his teeth. "You don't have a partner. Why do you want Indeed Good?" When Rugi's eyelashes trembled slightly. "Can't you give me Indeed Good if I'm not your partner?" Zhou Yan was stunned for a moment. "It's not that you can't. Do you want to give it to the old man?" When Rugi did not say anything. Zhou Yan looked at him and thought that he had guessed correctly. Old Mr. Wen was a pitiful old man who had lost his wife and son in his middle age. Now, he only had one grandson, Wen Rugi, who could not be by his side all the time. It was only right for him to give Shuo Liang to the old man. At least he could feel his grandson's filial piety. Thinking of this, he looked at him with a sympathetic and gentle gaze. "Okay, I'll let you have it this time. You don't need the malted milk powder. Take it back and let the old man use it." When Rugi looked up and happened to meet his affectionate and passionate gaze, he could not help but tremble. "You," Zhou Yan waved his hand and interrupted him. "You don't have to say anything. That's all." After that, he walked out with his chest puffed out. He felt that he was bathed in a kind light. When Rugu? At this time, old Mr. Wen sneezed in the military compound. He looked at the 2 chicks in the chicken coop and said in a bitter tone, "Rugue, that unfilial grandson. The more I think about it, the more I feel that he did it on purpose. He must be taking revenge on me for eating the pickled fish that day." Uncle Zong defended Wen Rugi with a pale face. "Rugue is not that kind of person. He has always been filial to you, Commander." Old Mr. Wen snorted. "You don't have to say good things for him. I think he did it on purpose. Young Grass's cooking skills are so good. The braised xiaowu must be delicious." "Uncle Zong, why did he feel that xiaowu would not die in peace?" Old Mr. Wen threw the rotten vegetables to the chicks. And muttered, "Xiaowu, xiaowu, eat more. Grow up quickly. I'll take you to meet the young Grass later." Uncle Zong, poor xiaowu. They were not even the size of a palm and the commander was already thinking about them. After 2 o'clock, the state-run restaurant stopped serving lunch. Master Meng made a small pot of green bean syrup and went back to rest. He would only come back in the evening. After Master Meng left, Tan Xiaoyan glared at Tong Xuelu and followed him out. Only Tong Xuelu and Gu Weiping were left in the restaurant. Tong Xuelu was a little worried about Tong Mianmian. He wanted to go back and check on her. However, today was her first day at work. It was not good for her to skip work. Moreover, Guo Weiping could not be the only one in the restaurant. Secondly, one should not suspect the person they used. If she went back like this, it would seem that she was worried about the Wei family. For the time being, Tong Mianmian still needed his help to take care of her. It would not be good if she angered him. After thinking about it, she dismissed the idea of going back. The state-run restaurant was quiet. Only the sound of vegetables being chopped could be heard from the kitchen. Tong Xuelu supported his chin with his hand and spaced out. Working in a state-run restaurant was easy. The food was better than working in a factory. However, it was too leisurely. There were still 3 hours before dinner. She could not just sit there and do nothing, right? Thus, she began to think about her future. Before the reform, if there were no accidents, she would probably stay in the state-run restaurant. With so much free time every day, she had to find something for herself to do. Soon, she made a decision. She planned to pick up her studies before the college entrance examinations were reinstated. This body was only in junior high school. However, when the college entrance examinations were reinstated in 1977, the requirements for the candidates were not strict. As long as they were in junior high school or above, they could apply. If she wanted to enter university, she had to seize the first 2 years of the college entrance examinations. Otherwise, if she wanted to take the college entrance examinations in the future, she would have to go back to senior high school and follow the prescribed order. No matter the time, education was very important. Since she could not transmigrate back, she had to get a diploma for herself here. Moreover, college students in the 1970s were very popular. However, she did not have any junior high or senior high school books on hand. She had to think of where to get a set. Suddenly, Wenrugi's face appeared in her mind. Her eyes lit up. Wenrugi was a researcher. He must have a high education. He should have hundreds of junior high and senior high school books on hand. She wondered if he had lent them to others. Thinking of this, she stood up and shouted to Guo Weiping, "Xiaogua, I'm going out to make a call. I'll be back soon. Please take care of the restaurant." Guo Weiping ran out of the kitchen with a shiny kitchen knife in his hand. He smiled shyly and said, "Sister Zolve, you go ahead. I'll take care of the restaurant." Tong Xuelu thought Guo Weiping was a good kid. She thanked him and walked out of the state-run restaurant. The post office was not far from the state-run restaurant. It only took 15 minutes to walk there. When she called, the same cold female voice answered, "Research Center, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm looking for Comrade Wen." The other side was stunned for a moment before saying, "Wait here. I'll get her for you." Tong Xuelu quickly stopped her and said, "I'll call back in 5 minutes." The last call cost her 70 cents. 70 cents could buy a pound of eggs. It was really painful. After hanging up the phone, Yume was so excited that her face turned red. She recognized that voice. It was the same voice as the one who had called Researcher Wen last time. What was the relationship between her and Researcher Wen? She stood up and was about to go to the office to inform Wenrugi when Wenrugi's figure flashed past the end of the corridor. She quickly chased after him and said, "Researcher Wen, wait." Wenrugi stopped when he heard her shout. Yume ran over and said breathlessly, "Researcher Wen, there's a call for you." She then stared at Wenrugi's face and added, "It's the woman from last time." Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. He said expressionlessly, "I'll go now." As he spoke, he strode towards the reception room. Yume did not expect him to leave so quickly. She quickly followed him. However, Wenrugi was tall and had long legs. Yume had to jog to catch up with him. She did not know if it was just her imagination, but Researcher Wen seemed to be walking faster and faster. In the end, she could not catch up with him even if she jogged. Wenrugi walked to the phone and saw that it had been hung up. He immediately frowned and said, "What's going on?" Yume caught up and looked into his eyes. Her heart trembled and she said, "That woman said to call back in 5 minutes." Wenrugi's tense face relaxed when he heard this. Yume saw that he cared so much about the phone call and became even more curious. Her heart felt like it was full of ants and itchy. However, the two of them were not familiar with each other, and Wenrugi looked so serious that she did not dare to ask. Wenrugi looked at his watch every minute. And Yume's heart trembled every time he looked at his watch. Fortunately, the phone finally rang a few minutes later. Wenrugi and Yume both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wenrugi picked up the phone as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. "I'm Wenrugi." Tong Shuelu said. "Hello, Comrade Wen." "I'm Tong Shuelu." "Hello. Why are you calling?" "Comrade Wen, do you have any middle school and high school books at home? Do you want to borrow them?" Tong Shuelu said. "I'm the one who wants to borrow them. The ancients said that learning is endless. Although we can't take the college entrance exam now, I think that learning more knowledge is always useful." Wenrugi said. "My books are still here. When do you want them?" "I'll ask. I'll send them over to you." He originally wanted to ask Uncle Zong to send them over. However, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said that he would send them over himself. After he said that, he felt Yume's gaze on him become even more intense. The tips of his ears turned red and he turned away. Tong Shuelu said, "I'm fine with it any time. You can send them over when you're free." Wenrugi thought for a moment and said, "I'll send them over when I get back. However, it might be next month." He had taken 3 days off this month and it would not be good to take another leave now. Tong Shuelu said, "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Thank you so much, Comrade Wen. I won't disturb you anymore." Wenrugi said, "No." Before he could finish speaking, a beeping sound came from the other end of the phone. Wenrugi held the phone in a daze for a moment before hanging up. And Yume saw him turn around and quickly lowered her head and pretended to do something. After Wenrugi walked away, and Yume took the enamel jar and rushed to the office next door. Oh. That woman called Researcher Wen again. Are you serious? Don't tell me Researcher Wen is really dating someone? And Yume shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem like it." He sounded quite polite. "Do you call your partner comrade when you talk to them?" The people in the office thought for a moment and shook their heads. "No. We might call each other comrade when we first met. However, we definitely wouldn't call each other comrade after we confirmed our relationship." So, that woman probably wasn't Researcher Wen's partner. The few of them discussed back and forth but could not come to a conclusion in the end. Tong Shuelu hung up the phone and heard the postal worker say, 30 cents. She suddenly felt her heart ache. She had lost 5 eggs just because she said a few words. That was really King expensive. After she paid, she did not dare to stay and hurried back to the state-run hotel. Guo Weiping saw her come back so quickly and was puzzled. "Sister Zolve, why are you back so soon? I thought you would be like Sister Xiaoyan and come back at 4 or 5 o'clock. Tong Shuelu smiled and said, "I live far away, so it's not convenient for me to come back." Actually, she did not want to lose this job. Tan Xiaoyan had support, and Master Meng was a wily old fox. He definitely had his own connections. If they were caught red-handed, someone would protect them. However, she could not. This job was still very important to her. Guo Weiping responded and went back to cutting carrots. Tong Shuelu sat in the lobby and took a nap. At 4 or 5 o'clock, Tan Xiaoyan, Master Meng, and the others came back one after another. The state-run hotel started to get busy again. At 5 o'clock, they had dinner. After dinner, the people who got off work came back one after another. Soon, the tables and chairs in the state-run hotel were filled again. Although people did not have money these days, the state-run hotel did not lack customers. Tong Shuelu observed that the people who came to the state-run hotel to eat were usually well-dressed. Many of them even had briefcases under their armpits. It was obvious that they worked in the office. Those who had families with them rarely came to the state-run hotel. After all, there were too many people and it would cost a lot of money to have a meal. After 7 o'clock, the state-run hotel closed on time. Master Meng distributed the leftover vegetables to everyone. Tong Shuelu also got a share. Tan Xiaoyan looked at the vegetables in Tong Shuelu's hands and then looked at her own. She said unhappily, "She's new here. Why did she get more vegetables than me?" Master Meng snorted and said, I like it. She was so angry. So angry, Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that her face turned red. She glared at Tong Xuelu fiercely. Tong Xuelu could not be bothered with her. After thanking Master Meng, she took the vegetables back. By the time she got home, the sky was completely dark. Tong Jessen saw her and cheered, that's great. We can finally eat. Tong Mianmian ran over with her short legs. She hugged Tong Xuelu's leg and looked up. Sister, why did you come back so late? Mianmian was so worried. The little girl looked at her with her big watery eyes. Her childish voice was like milk candy, making people's hearts melt. Tong Xuelu squatted down and looked her up and down. Sister went to work. Mianmian, did you have fun at Grandma Shen's house today? Tong Mianmian nodded her head like a chick eating rice. Yes. Grandpa Wei made so many delicious dishes for us. Juju sister even taught me how to count. Did Mianmian learn how to count? Tong Xuelu saw that there were no wounds on her body and her eyes were not red and swollen. He heaved a sigh of relief. The little girl nodded her head heavily again. Yes. Sister will count for you. 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, ha ha ha. Stupid Mianmian, you counted wrong. Tong Jessen burst into a burst of mocking laughter. Tong Mianmian's little face turned red. Mianmian is not stupid. Before Tong Xuelu could speak, Tong Jiaming stopped Tong Jessen. Apologize to the Mianmian, or you will sleep alone tonight. The last sentence was very lethal. Tong Jessen was immediately terrified. Little Mianmian, I was wrong. I apologize to you. He saluted Tong Mianmian. Sorry, salute. Fart, stink. Tong Xuelu, Tong Jiaming, where did this naughty kid come from? Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. As long as the siblings did not go overboard, he would not interfere in their interactions. She took the vegetables and prepared to cook for the siblings. However, she realized that there was a small piece of meat hidden under the vegetables. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was still meat. Staying in a state-run restaurant was indeed a good way to eat and drink. She quickly made them stir-fried vegetables with meat and stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. Tong Jessen saw the meat and was so happy that he wanted to do a few somersaults on the floor. Tong Xuelu had already eaten and did not touch his chopsticks. Next time, if you are hungry at night, you don't have to wait for me to come back. You can cook for yourself. I will eat at the restaurant. Tong Jessen's face was full of envy. Eating in a restaurant, is there meat for every meal? Tong Xuelu thought for a while and nodded. There will be meat for lunch and dinner today. He did not know if there would be meat for tomorrow. Tong Jessen was even more envious when he heard this. He suddenly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I will definitely be a meat seller in the future. Tong Xuelu, no, you're a future design master. Can't you set your sights a little higher? Tong Mianmian tilted his head and said in a childish voice, I want to be a waitress in a restaurant in the future like my sister. Tong Xuelu, Mianmian, you are a future superstar. Being a waitress is nothing to us. Tong Jessen ate the meat and asked Tong Jiaming, second brother, what about you? What do you want to do? When Tong Xuelu heard this, his eyes fell on Tong Jiaming. Tong Jiaming thought for a while and said, I want to be a stevedore like our dad. Tong Xuelu, forget it. She did not want to say anything. On Sunday, the sun shone brightly. Tong Xuelu's mother woke up early in the morning. After breakfast, she took the snacks she had prepared early in the morning to the car. Tong Xuelu's sister-in-law, Chen Yueling, saw that Tong Xuelu's mother was about to leave. She quickly said, Mom, why don't I go with you? I haven't seen my little sister in a long time. I miss her. Tong Xuelu's mother frowned. I can go alone. Also, I told you before that Jinjin is your little sister. Don't call her by the wrong name in the future. Chen Yueling did not expect her mother-in-law to suddenly make things difficult for her. She was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Mom, I will remember. I just said the wrong name. Tong Xuelu's mother nodded and turned to leave. After Tong Xuelu's mother left, Kai Chunlan appeared out of nowhere and sneered. Someone flattered the wrong person. What a joke. Chen Yueling's face turned red. She glared at Kai Chunlan and went back to her room. Chen Yueling went back to her room and told her husband what had just happened. What's wrong with Mom? Why does it sound like she has something against my little sister? I mean, Zulf? Tong Xuelu was still lying on the bed. He turned over and said, You think too much. Mom has always loved my little sister. Chen Yueling curled her lips. You have to be careful in the future. I just called her little sister and she scolded me with a black face. Her mother-in-law used to love Tong Xuelu very much, but at that time, she thought that Zulf was her biological daughter. Now, Tong Xuelu was not her daughter anymore. How could it be the same? What's more, Tong Xinjin's incident happened. Tong Xinjin was still locked up in the farm. Although it was said that Tong Xinjin brought this upon himself, there was no guarantee that people were biased. However, she did not dare to say this out loud, not even to her husband. Tong Xuelu's mother walked to the bus station and waited for more than an hour before the bus arrived. Then, she took the bumpy bus for more than an hour to reach Yanqing County. Then, she asked for directions and walked for more than half an hour before she arrived at the family compound of the textile factory. She stuck her head out of the gate of the family compound and looked around. Aunt Kai happened to come back from grocery shopping. Seeing her like this, she asked loudly, Big sister, who are you looking for? Aunt Kai's voice had the effect of a loudspeaker. Tong Xuelu's mother was startled and stepped back. She missed a step. With a bang, she fell backwards and sat on the ground. Aunt Kai was also startled by her. She quickly helped her stand up. Oh, big sister, are you okay? Tong Xuelu's mother had just steadied herself when she felt a pain in her ankle. Her face suddenly turned pale. I think I sprained my ankle. Aunt Kai saw that Tong Xuelu fell because of her and felt a little apologetic. Why don't you come to my house and sit down for a while? I'll rub your ankle with medicinal wine. It'll be better soon. Tong Xuelu's mother shook her head. No, my daughter lives there. You can help me to her house. Aunt Kai helped her pick up the things on the ground. When she heard this, she asked, What's your daughter's name? Why haven't I seen you before? Tong Xuelu's mother said, My daughter's name is Tong Xuelu. Strictly speaking, I'm her adoptive mother. Tong Xuelu's adoptive mother? So you're Zulf's adoptive mother? Aunt Kai exclaimed. That's not right. If you're Zulf's adoptive mother, how come you don't know that she moved? Tong Xuelu's mother was stunned. Moved? When did that happen? Aunt Kai looked at her suspiciously. Are you really Zulf's adoptive mother? Tong Xuelu's mother felt suffocated. Of course I'm her adoptive mother. I raised her for 15 years. Why would I lie about that? Aunt Kai saw that Tong Xuelu was carrying a lot of bags and wasn't dressed like an ordinary person. She also saw that Tong Xuelu's information matched, so she believed her. That's strange. Zulf moved a few days ago. Didn't she tell you that she changed jobs at a state-run hotel? Even if she didn't tell you, your son should have mentioned it to you. It was your son who drove here that day to help her move. Tong Xuelu's mother widened her eyes in shock. What did you say? She changed jobs? Aunt Kai nodded. At first, everyone thought that you helped her change jobs. Now it seems that she did it herself. Zulf's eldest daughter is really capable. Tong Xuelu's mother was shocked. She didn't expect Tong Xuelu to change jobs at a state-run hotel. However, when she thought about how Tong Xuelu didn't tell her, she felt uncomfortable. Do you know which state-run hotel she changed jobs to and where she's living now? Aunt Kai said, I think it's the state-run hotel in the southern part of the city. As for where she's living, I'm not sure. Tong Xuelu's mother's face turned even uglier. She couldn't find Tong Xuelu even if she wanted to. She rested for a while at Aunt Kai's house. When her foot didn't hurt as much, she carried her things and went back to the city. When she got back to the Tong family, she scolded her two sons. Which one of you helped Zulf move? Since you knew that she moved, why didn't you tell me in advance? It took her 6 or 7 hours to move back and forth. She even sprained her foot. Most importantly, she was a joke in front of others. That woman kept saying that it was strange. She said that she was an adoptive mother, so how could she not know that Tong Xuelu changed jobs? She made it sound like she was a liar. Big brother Tong and second brother Tong were both dumbfounded when a huge wok fell from the sky. Mom, what did you say? We didn't help Zulf move? That's right. And we didn't know that Zulf moved. Tong Xuelu's mother frowned and looked at them. You really didn't know? The people in the villa complex said that Zulf called that person older brother. He even said that he was the older brother of his adoptive parents. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Tong Xuelu's eldest brother, Tong Xuelu's second brother, Frost and June. They didn't know anything at all. Tong Xuelu's mother saw that they didn't seem to know anything, so she told them about Tong Xuelu changing jobs at the state-run hotel. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Kai Chunlan said, Mom, did Tong Xuelu really change jobs? Tong Xuelu's mother's face darkened and she didn't answer her. Kai Chunlan clicked her tongue. If she's not our biological daughter, then she's not our biological daughter. You see, after she left our house, she didn't come back even once except for the incident with our younger sister. Now that she changed jobs, she didn't even tell us. Tong Xuelu's mother's face darkened even more. Tong Xuelu didn't know that Tong Xuelu's mother went to look for her. After a few days of work, she gradually got used to working at the state-run hotel. Other than the annoying Tan Xiaoyan, everyone else in the hotel was easy to get along with. Although Lu Dongcheng was Tan Xiaoyan's brother-in-law, he didn't pose a threat to Tong Xuelu because he didn't want to arouse suspicion. Moreover, he wasn't in the hotel often. After work, Tong Xuelu was about to go home with a bunch of vegetables. As soon as she walked out of the hotel, she was stopped by someone who shouted, crying bag. Tong Xuelu looked up and saw Xiao Qingping leaning against a telephone pole. He was wearing a pair of white sneakers, a white shirt, and a pair of blue trousers. He was looking at her with a frown. Before Tong Xuelu could say anything, Tan Xiaoyan got excited. She didn't care about her falling out with Tong Xuelu. She pulled Tong Xuelu's hand and said, Who's that guy? Do you know him? He's so fashionable. Tong Xuelu, that's it, alright, sure. Liang and sneakers were both rare items these days. They were indeed very fashionable. Unfortunately, she couldn't appreciate it. She pulled her hand back and said, What does it have to do with you whether I know him or not? You should look at yourself in the mirror more often. Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The *tch, Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered with her. She walked toward Xiao Qingping and said, Are you looking for me? Xiao Qingping saw that the short and fat woman was staring at them. He raised his chin and said, Let's talk as we walk. Tong Xuelu didn't want Tan Xiaoyan to hear their conversation, so he walked in front and led the way. Tan Xiaoyan heard their conversation from behind and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. After walking for a while, Tong Xuelu said, Can you tell me now? Xiao Qingping lowered his head and looked at her. Crying bag, why didn't you tell me last time that you weren't the Tong family's daughter? He was so busy this time that he only found out yesterday that Tong Xuelu wasn't the Tong family's daughter. After asking around and finding out that she was working here, he rushed over. Tong Xuelu looked at him strangely. Why should I tell you? We don't know each other that well. Xiao Qingping was upset when he heard her words. We grew up in the same house. How are we not familiar? Fine, if you say we're familiar, then so be it. Why are you looking for me? Tong Xuelu still didn't understand what he wanted. The sky was already dark and she wanted to go back early. Xiao Qingping was even more upset when he saw her. You're annoying and I don't want to talk to you, look. He took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. This is for you. Tong Xuelu didn't take it. What's inside? Xiao Qingping thickened his neck and said, I told you to take it, so take it. Tong Xuelu didn't take it. He scratched his head and shouted, It's money. But don't misunderstand. I'm just taking pity on you. You were chased out of the Tong family and you have to raise a few younger siblings. That's why I want to lend you some money. Tong Xuelu was speechless when she saw his I'll lend you money, but don't even think about it expression. Thank you, but I don't need it. Moreover, she didn't need to borrow money from others. After saying that, she walked past him. Xiao Qingping panicked. He chased after her and tried to stuff the envelope into her hands. Tang Xuelu struggled and didn't want to take it back. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the entrance of the alley. "What are you doing?" Tang Xuelu's heart skipped a beat when she heard the voice. She turned her head to look. Wenrugi was standing at the entrance of the alley. The orange street lights shone on him and his shadow was very long. His eyes fell on her and Xiao Qingping's hands. His long eyelashes covered his eyes, so no one could tell what he was thinking. Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows slightly. Didn't he say that he only had time to go back to the city next month? Why was he here? Wenrugi stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Qingping's wrist. His voice was low and cold as he said, "Aren't you afraid of being reported for behaving like a hooligan in public?" Xiao Qingping frowned and tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He was famous for his strength in the military camp and had never lost to his comrades in arm wrestling. The man in front of him looked so pale and thin, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He looked at Wenrugi from head to toe and explained, "Comrade, you've misunderstood. I actually know her, and I'm a soldier. I'm not behaving like a hooligan." Wenrugi turned to look at Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu nodded. "Brother, let him go. His father is a cadre in the General Logistics Department." Xiao Qingping nodded. "Yes, we both live in the General Logistics Department's family compound. We grew up together." Wenrugi frowned slightly when he heard the last sentence. Then, he let go of his hand. Then, he took a step forward and stood between the two of them. Xiao Qingping didn't notice Wenrugi's little move. He lowered his head to look at his wrist and found that it was red. However, he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled at Wenrugi. "You're Tang Xuelu's brother?" "Hello, brother, I'm Xiao Qingping." Tang Xuelu stood behind Wenrugi and rolled her eyes. "Brother, my ass." Before she could say anything, Wenrugi said calmly, "Don't call me brother. You look older than me." Xiao Qingping was speechless. Tang Xuelu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. She never knew that Wenrugi had such a sarcastic side. Xiao Qingping scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "I just look a little more mature than my peers, but I'm only 22 years old this year." "Comrade, you're older." However, before he could finish his sentence, Tang Xuelu interrupted him. She walked out from behind Wenrugi and threw the letter back into Xiao Qingping's arms. "Take the money back. I don't need it. I'm living a good life, and I don't need your pity. If you have too much love and have nowhere to put it, you can help the lonely and helpless old people. They will be very grateful to you." The last time she met Xiao Qingping, she thought it was just an accident and that nothing would happen after that. Who knew that he would be so dramatic and actually come over to give her money? Before he gave her the money, he even said something that made her want to beat him up. Actually, even if she used her toes to think, she could guess Xiao Qingping's thoughts. When he was young, he liked the original owner of this body, but he often bullied her until she cried. When he grew up, he wanted to pursue her, so he tried all kinds of ways to please her. It was quite an interesting childhood sweetheart drama. However, the problem was that she was not that childhood sweetheart, and this childhood sweetheart was not handsome enough. For a person who was obsessed with looks, not being handsome was a sin. She was not interested in playing with him. Xiao Qingping caught the letter and felt Wenrugi looking at him gloomily. He scratched his head and said, "Okay, if you don't want it, then I don't want it. I'll go first." He thought that Tang Xuelu had to support a family by herself. Now that he saw her cousin wearing a Shanghai brand tourbillon watch, he thought that her family's financial situation should not be too bad. Maybe it was her cousin who arranged for Tang Xuelu to work in a state-owned restaurant. It seemed that she did not need to borrow money from him. He should have investigated thoroughly before coming over. Xiao Qingping awkwardly rubbed his nose and walked away. When he walked to the entrance of the alley, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind a telephone pole. "Cousin, did you lend the money to the crying bag?" Xiao Qingping hit him on the head with the letter and said, "Is the crying bag something you can call?" The cousin touched his head and gritted his teeth. "If it's not the crying bag, then what should I call it?" "Comrade Tong." "Okay, then cousin, did you lend the money to Comrade Tong?" Xiao Qingping shook his head. "She didn't want it." Why? Didn't you say that she was short of money? Xiaoqingping, didn't you see that there was an extra person beside her? The cousin nodded. I saw it. I was hesitating if I should go out and help you. Who is that person? Is he Comrade Tong's boyfriend? Xiaoqingping lifted his leg and kicked him in the butt. You don't need your eyes anymore. That's her cousin. The cousin patted the imprint on his butt and said with a wronged expression, he doesn't have the word cousin written on his face. How would I know that he is her cousin? But fortunately, he is her cousin. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a chance. What do you mean? Cousin, you like Comrade Tong, don't you? Xiaoqingping's face turned into the color of pig liver. What nonsense are you talking about? Who said that I like that crying bag? Cousin, you may be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. If you didn't like her, why would you rush over to look for her the moment you heard that she was chased out of the Tong family? You even took out all of your savings. If Auntie finds out, she'll definitely teach you a lesson. Xiaoqingping looked at him and threatened, you can't tell my mother about this. Otherwise, I will kick your butt. The cousin touched his chin and said, if you can convince my mother to let me join the army, I can consider not telling Aunt. Xiaoqingping lifted his leg and wanted to kick him again. You want to join the army with your sickly body? Dream on. By the way, what did you mean just now? What did you mean by fortunately, he is her cousin? Otherwise, I wouldn't have a chance? Hee, that man is much more handsome than you. Cousin, you look like a chimpanzee when you stand beside him. You look so silly and big. If he wasn't Comrade Tong's cousin, you definitely wouldn't be able to win him. The cousin was afraid of being kicked and ran away with a laugh. Xiaoqingping was fuming with anger. You little brat, don't run. Watch how I will punish you. He was so tall, powerful, and handsome. How dare he call him a chimpanzee? He must be tired of living. Tong Xuelu did not know that Xiaoqingping had misunderstood Wenrugi as her cousin and was still infatuated with her. She looked up at Wenrugi and said, why are you here? Last time on the phone, didn't you say that you would only be free next month? Wenrugi glanced at her face and said lightly, our director asked me to go out of the province to bring someone back to the capital. I am leaving tonight. I was afraid that coming back would delay your studies, so I brought your books here. Tong Xuelu said, I see. Thank you so much, Comrade Wen. I didn't delay your studies? Wenrugi heard her call him Comrade Wen again and his eyes flashed with disappointment. No, I bought a train ticket for 3 hours later. Comrade Wen, have you eaten? Tong Xuelu stood under the street lamp. The orange light shone on her face, making her eyes look even more watery. The mole under her eye set off her snow-white skin, making her look extremely charming. Wenrugi glanced at her and looked away. He shook his head. Not yet. I will go to the station to buy some food. Tong Xuelu said, the state-run restaurants are all closed now. Where are you going to buy food? How about this? Since you are not in a hurry to catch a train, why don't you come to my house to eat? I will cook for you. Wenrugi thought of the food she cooked and gulped. Then I will have to trouble you. Tong Xuelu's red lips curved. It's no trouble. Red lips and white teeth. Under the light, her smile was dazzling. Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously asked the question in his heart. That person, are you familiar with him? Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. Are you talking about that guy called Xiaoqingping? Wenrugi nodded slightly. Yes, he said that you grew up together. We grew up in the same courtyard, but we did not grow up together. He always bullied me when we were young. Also, he joined the army a few years ago. I have not seen him for a long time. Tong Xuelu looked at him and blinked. So I am not familiar with him. At least, I am not as familiar with you as I am with you. Wenrugi's long eyelashes fluttered. The tips of his ears instantly turned red. Tong Zolve glanced at his red ears and lowered her head, the corners of her lips curling upwards. They returned home. Tong Jiaming and his siblings had already finished eating. The dishes were gone. Fortunately, there was still rice. They were supposed to save it for tomorrow morning to cook egg fried rice. Now, Wenrugi ate it first. Tong Xuelu asked Wenrugi if he liked sour food. After knowing that he liked sour food, Tong Xuelu quickly made him a bowl of vinegar cabbage and fried an egg for him. The sour and spicy cabbage went especially well with rice. Tong Jessen, who was full, instantly had his appetite aroused. He wished he could have 2 more bowls. However, before he could say anything, Tong Jemming dragged him to do his homework. Wenrugi picked up a piece of cabbage with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. It was dry and crispy. It was sour and spicy. He didn't have much of an appetite, but after being stimulated by the taste, he stuffed 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. Tong Xuelu asked, "By the way, how long will you be on the train?" Wenrugi swallowed the food in his mouth and said, 2 days and 2 nights. Tong Xuelu asked again, "Then what will you eat on the train?" Wenrugi said, "There are some simple foods sold on the train. I can buy them on the train." Even in modern times, the food on the high-speed rail wasn't necessarily delicious, let alone in this era of scarcity. She didn't need to guess that there would only be food like steamed buns. She thought for a while and said, "Since there's still time, why don't I make some food for you to bring on the train?" She owed him too many favors. She always wanted to do something for him. Wenrugi said, "No need to trouble yourself. You must be tired after a day of work." "I'm not tired from work." "It's settled then." Tong Xuelu then went to the kitchen to look for ingredients. There was a handful of chives, 3 eggs, 2 white radishes, and about half a kilogram of flour at home. "I don't have enough flour. I'll go next door to borrow some. I'll be back soon." She went back to the living room to inform him, then turned and left. Wenrugi looked at her graceful back and felt a softness in the depths of his heart. He ate the remaining few mouthfuls of rice and took the plate and bowl to the kitchen to wash them. After washing up, he went back to the living room and took out the True Liang and books that he had brought over. Before he came, he hesitated for a long time. He didn't know if he should give the True Liang to her. After all, they weren't in a relationship. He was afraid that it would make her feel disgusted. However, when he saw her rushing out, he suddenly felt that there was nothing to hesitate about. Tong Xuelu knocked on the Wei family's door. Shen Wanrong came out to open the door. Wei Zhigui came out with her, holding a flashlight in his hand. Shen Wanrong asked, "Why are you here?" Tong Xuelu nodded at Wei Zhigui and said to Shen Wanrong, "Grandma Shen, do you still have flour at home?" "I don't have any flour at home. I want to borrow some from you." Shen Wanrong was stunned for a moment. She looked up at Wei Zhigui and said, "You have to ask Zhuju's grandfather. I don't know if I have any more." Wei Zhigui asked, "How much do you need?" "I need 5 kilograms. If you don't have that much, 3 kilograms is fine too." Wei Zhigui nodded and said, "Yes, I have. I'll go in and get it for you." After Wei Zhigui left, Shen Wanrong asked, "It's so late. Why do you need so much flour?" Tong Xuelu said, "I have a friend who's going to take the train tonight. I want to make some chive boxes and radish balls for him to bring to the train." Shen Wanrong couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said, "It must be hard for you to be so good at cooking at such a young age. Zhuju's grandfather has been cooking for his whole life, but none of his cooking is as good as yours." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "If Grandma Shen likes it, I'll send some over after I'm done." Shen Wanrong quickly waved her hand and said, No, we don't eat at night. Besides, it's so late. You don't have to come out again." Tong Xuelu was also worried that it would be too late, so she didn't insist. After Wei Zhigui took out the flour, she thanked him and went home. Just as she turned around and walked 2 steps, she saw a tall figure walking towards her. She looked over with the dim light and saw that it was Wenrugi. "Why did you come out?" Wenrugi quickly walked towards her and took the bowl of flour from her hand. He said, "It's dark. I came to pick you up." Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She tilted her head and looked at him. "Comrade Wen, you're so nice." Wenrugi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, it started to beat faster. Thump, thump, thump. He suspected that if he continued to beat like this, Tong Xuelu, who was beside him, would be able to hear his heartbeat. When they reached home, Tong Xuelu rushed into the kitchen. When Rugi followed her and asked, "What can I do for you?" Tong Xuelu looked at him and passed him the chives and radishes. "Help me wash the chives and chop them. Peel the radishes and shred them." She then asked, "You should know how to cook, right?" When Rugi nodded and said, "Yes, but my cooking isn't as good as yours." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged. There aren't many people in the world who can cook better than me." If someone else said that, Wen Rugi would definitely think that the person was exaggerating. However, since it was her who said that, he felt that it was natural. That's right. There weren't many people in the world who could cook better than her. Tong Xuelu poured the flour into another basin, added hot water, and kneaded it into a dough. Then, she covered it with a cloth and soaked the dough. She then took out 2 eggs and beat them. Then, she heated up a wok and fried them with oil. After that, she took out a handful of peanuts and fried them in the wok. When Rugi didn't cut the vegetables very quickly. In fact, he was a little out of practice. Fortunately, he wasn't at a loss. Tong Xuelu took the opportunity to look at him while she was frying the peanuts. His fingers were slender and fair, and his knuckles were distinct. He belonged to the category of people who had beautiful fingers. The black and heavy kitchen knife in his hand suddenly looked tall and big. Noticing Tong Xuelu's gaze, Wen Rugi tilted the knife in his hand. The sharp blade of the knife cut through his fingers. Tong Xuelu was shocked. He ran over and grabbed her hand to check. "Where did you cut?" She leaned over, and a fragrant scent wafted into his nose. Wen Rugi held his breath. He felt his heart begin to lose its rhythm again. Her face was so small. It was smaller than his palm. Her fair face was slightly tilted up, and her lips glowed seductively under the light. When Rugi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, he felt an electric current flowing from his hand to his entire body. Tong Xuelu examined his hand and saw that there was a small cut on his index finger. Fortunately, it wasn't bleeding. She scooped some clean water for him to wash his hand. "Forget it. Let me cut it. Your hand is used for experiments." When Rugi looked at his hand that she had let go and apologized. "Sorry, I didn't do it well." Tong Xuelu scooped up the peanuts. "You did very well. Many men have never cooked in their entire lives. However, Grandpa Wei next door is different from ordinary men. He always cooks in his house." A man who could cook was not an ordinary man. When Rugi's eyelashes fluttered, he understood. Tong Xuelu swiftly cut the 2 white radishes into thin strips. Then, she added an appropriate amount of salt and filtered out the excess water. She then mashed the radish strips, added flour and a certain ratio of glutinous rice flour, and mixed them evenly. After mixing them well, she kneaded the radish strips into round balls and fried them in a pan of oil. Soon, the radish balls were fried one by one. When the golden radish balls were placed together, they looked like golden balls. They looked appetizing and appetizing. After making the radish balls, the noodles were ready. She added Wen Rugi's chopped chives into the eggs and mixed them together with salt and oil. Then, she cut the noodles into batches and flattened them into a round shape. Then, she put the chives and egg stuffing inside and folded them in half. Finally, she fried them in a pan until both sides were golden brown. She made a total of 2 plates of radish balls and 15 chive boxes. Previously, when Tong Xuelu was cooking cabbage with vinegar sauce, Tong Jessen could still hold himself back. Now that he smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen, he could no longer sit still. He was afraid of being scolded by Tong Jiaming, so he jumped up from his seat and rushed to the kitchen with Tong Mianmian in his arms. Tong Mianmian, who was taking a nap, was confused. Tong Jessen said, "Mianmian, when you go to the kitchen later, just say that you're hungry. Do you understand?" Tong Mianmian could barely keep her eyes open. When she heard Hui Yulin's words, she said in a childish voice, "Mianmian is sleepy. Mianmian doesn't want to eat." Tong Jessen immediately had a toothache. However, he did not want to leave Tong Mianmian behind. When Tong Xuelu saw Tong Jessen, she was not surprised at all. She took out 3 chive boxes and gave them to them. "Take these. You can eat the rest tomorrow. You'll have to sleep later, so you can't eat too much." Tong Jessen's eyes lit up. He took a chive box and took a bite. The aroma of the eggs combined with the chives. The outside was crispy, and the inside was fragrant. It was so delicious that he almost swallowed his tongue. He quickly finished one and then started thinking about Tang Mianmian's chive box. As soon as Tang Mianmian smelled the aroma, her sleepiness disappeared. When she saw Hui Yulin looking at her like a wolf, she quickly hugged the chive box and hid behind Tang Xuelu. When Tang Xuelu saw this, he could not help but laugh. Wenrugi tasted 2 radish balls. The outside was crispy, but the inside was soft and fragrant. It made him want to eat more. Tang Xuelu packed the radish balls and the 3 chive boxes separately for him. She then handed them to him and said, "Take these to the car to eat." Wenrugi looked at her and said, "Thank you." There were no more buses outside. He had to walk to the bus station, so he had to leave immediately. Tang Xuelu walked him to the door. Wenrugi turned to look at her and pursed his lips. "I've put the books in your room." He did not wait for her to reply and turned to leave quickly. Tang Xuelu felt that his expression was a little strange, but she did not think too much about it. When she returned to her room, she saw that there was a piece of cloth next to the books. She picked up the book and ran her hand across the smooth cloth. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. Wenrugi held the bag of chive boxes and radish balls tightly. The early autumn night was a little cold, but his heart was warm. An hour later, he boarded the train to the northwest. He found his seat and sat down. The train started moving quickly. Sitting next to him was a middle-aged man, and opposite him were 2 women. Sitting diagonally across from him was a young woman. When he looked over, she smiled at him. Wenrugi put the travel bag at his feet without any expression. He then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Wenrugi did not know how long he slept. When he woke up, the first thing he did was to look for the travel bag at his feet. However, he found that the travel bag was gone. He was shocked. In addition to the recommendation letter and some other items, the most important things in the travel bag were the chive boxes and radish balls that Tang Xuelu made for him. He had not eaten any of them yet. Just as he was about to ask the people next to him if they had seen his travel bag, he saw Xiaoqingping walking towards him. He held a bag in his hand and smiled at him. "Hee, your chive boxes and radish balls are with me." Wenrugi frowned. "Give them back to me." Xiaoqingping made a face at him. "I won't give them back to you. Tang Xuelu made them for me." He then turned around and ran away. He had gone too far. Wenrugi stood up and pounced on him. He pressed Xiaoqingping under his body and gave him a good beating. Xiaoqingping was beaten black and blue. He cried and begged for mercy. "I'll give them back to you. I'll give them back to you. Please don't hit my face." Wenrugi warned him coldly. "You're not allowed to go near Comrade Tang in the future. You're not allowed to call her name." Xiaoqingping nodded frantically. "I won't call her that. I won't go near Comrade Tang in the future. Please let me go." Wenrugi let go of him and stood up with satisfaction. Just as he was about to take out the chive boxes to eat, someone bumped into him. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. After waking up for half a day, he sat motionless in his seat. His face was expressionless, but his ears were red. He had never dreamed of beating someone up. How could such a wild person be him? It was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, so the weather wasn't so hot. However, the train wasn't ventilated, so the smell of feet, sweat, and food mixed together was very touching. Wenrugi recovered from his daze and took out a military water bottle to fill it with warm water. He then took out the chive box and radish balls to eat. The chive box and radish balls were cold, so they didn't taste as good as last night. However, Wenrugi ate them with a sip of hot water and a bite of the chive box. These things were all made by Comrade Tang herself, so they were delicious even if they were cold. Just thinking about her grabbing his hand last night made his heart pound uncontrollably. The middle-aged man next door was eating the cornbread in his hand when he suddenly smelled a fragrance. He turned to look at the food in Wenrugi's hand and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Comrade, your food smells so good." Wenrugi said, "Yes." When they were outside, most people would politely ask the other party to try their food. The middle-aged man didn't expect Wenrugi to be so ignorant. Comrade, I see that you still have a lot of food. How about I give you something in exchange? He then took out a bag of dried shiitake mushrooms from his bag. These shiitake mushrooms are freshly dried. Do you want me to give you a chai box? Wenrugi said, sorry, I can't exchange with you. If he bought his food from a state-run restaurant, it wouldn't matter if he gave some to the man, but this was made by Comrade Tong. He didn't want to share it with anyone else. The middle-aged man sighed and continued to eat his cornbread. The two women across from him also sighed. They had originally planned to exchange some food, but the smell was so tempting that they didn't want to eat the dry buns in their hands at all. Wenrugi didn't seem to hear them. He elegantly ate the chive dumplings in his hand and a few radish balls before putting the leftovers into his travel bag. He opened the military water bottle to drink water. Suddenly, the middle-aged man next to him elbowed him. The bottle in his hand tilted and spilled all over him, soaking his clothes and pants. The middle-aged man jumped up from his seat and apologized profusely. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I was careless. As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and was about to wipe the water off his body. Wenrugi reached out to stop him. It's okay, I can do it myself. The middle-aged man bowed and apologized again with an apologetic look on his face. I'm really sorry. You've poured the water. Do you want me to get a pot for you? Wenrugi waved his hand. No, I can go by myself. He took out a handkerchief from his travel bag to wipe off the water on his body, but his clothes could not be dried in a short time. They were wet and stuck to his body. Fortunately, it was not winter, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable. After he was done, he picked up the military kettle and planned to fetch another kettle of water. The place to fetch water was not far ahead, and it would take less than a minute to go back and forth, so he did not bring his travel bag with him. Walking to the water station, there were 2 or 3 people queuing up in front. When it was Wenrugi's turn, a little boy suddenly ran into him and hugged his leg. Fortunately, he had not started to fill the kettle with water yet. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The little boy hugged his leg and cried until his tears and snot came out. Uncle, I can't find my mother. Boo-hoo, Wenrugi looked around and did not see the little boy's family. He guessed that he had lost them. He squatted down and asked, where did you come from just now? The little boy tilted his head and thought for a moment, then pointed to the carriage on the right. Wenrugi covered the kettle and took his hand to the carriage on the right. He asked around, but could not find the child's parents. When he asked the little boy again, he cried and could not say clearly. Wenrugi had no choice but to take him to the train attendant. As soon as Wenrugi left, several public security officers and train attendants came from the other side to check the tickets. Take out your tickets and recommendation letters. Everyone could not help but feel strange. In the past, we never had to look at the recommendation letters before. Why do we have to check the recommendation letters this time? I remember that we didn't. Is it a new rule? Who cares if it's a new rule or an old one? Just do it. Although everyone felt that it was strange, they did not have any objections. After all, they had the recommendation letters with them. When the middle-aged man sitting next to Wenrugi heard this, his expression turned ugly. He suddenly cried out in pain and clutched his stomach. Why does my stomach suddenly hurt so much? Could it be that the cornbread just now has gone bad? As he spoke, he picked up his travel bag and rushed to the toilet. This kind of thing often happened on the train, so no one was surprised when they heard it. At this moment, Sun Manru, who was sitting opposite Wenrugi, shouted, "Comrade, you took the wrong bag." The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then continued walking forward as if he had not heard anything. Sun Manru frowned, stood up, and chased after him. "Comrade, you took the wrong bag. Didn't you hear what I said?" Not only did the middle-aged man not stop, he walked even faster. Sun Manru chased after him and grabbed his clothes. "Comrade, you can't leave. You took someone else's bag." The middle-aged man turned around and frowned with a pained expression. "Aya, how did I take the wrong bag? But female comrade, my stomach hurts badly right now. I'll go to the toilet first and be back soon." He pulled back his sleeves and wanted to run away. However, Sun Manru did not intend to let him go. She stepped forward and grabbed the bag. You can go to the toilet, but you have to put down the bag. Otherwise, where will we find you if you run away? The middle-aged man tried to persuade her, but Sun Manru refused to let go. The entanglement of the two quickly attracted the attention of the public security personnel. What are the two of you doing there? The more Sun Manru looked at the middle-aged man, the more she felt that there was something wrong with him. She thought that he was a thief and turned to report to the police. Comrade, come quickly. This person, however, before she could finish her sentence, a knife appeared on her neck. The knife was pressed against her white and slender neck, right at the trachea. Sun Manru was so scared that she sucked in a breath of cold air. The blood on her face seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. She was as white as a sheet of paper. Screams erupted from the surroundings. The nearby passengers all stood up and fled for their lives. The carriage was instantly in chaos. Sun Manru's entire body trembled like a sieve. Comrade, what are you trying to do? Shut up, bitch. The middle-aged man's face trembled as he shouted with a fierce look in his eyes. The public security personnel quickly rushed over, but they didn't dare get too close because they were afraid of the hostage in his hands. Quickly put down the knife in your hand. You won't be able to escape. The middle-aged man dragged Sun Manru back. Don't come any closer, or I'll stab her to death. If it wasn't for this bitch being so meddlesome, he would have already gotten that male comrade's recommendation letter. If it wasn't for the fact that he still needed her as a hostage, he really wanted to stab her to death. The knife in the middle-aged man's hand was incomparably sharp. Sun Manru's neck had already been slashed open, and the public security personnel didn't dare to rashly step forward. Sun Manru felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her entire body trembled like a fallen leaf on an autumn branch. However, she was still relatively calm and didn't struggle or scream at this time. The middle-aged man dragged her back step by step. You guys move back 2 carriages. I want to get off at the station in front. If you don't do as I say, I'll die with her. As he spoke, the knife in his hand moved a little deeper into Sun Manru's neck. The skin on her neck was cut open, and blood flowed out. The public security personnel were afraid that he would hurt the hostage, so they all retreated. We're about to arrive at Nushi Station. Passengers who are getting off, please bring your belongings to the 2 ends of the carriage and wait to get off. The announcement on the train began to play. The train would soon stop at the station. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he dragged Sun Manru towards the door. Just as he was about to reach the door, a figure suddenly attacked him from behind. The figure grabbed the hand that was holding the knife and twisted it forcefully. The middle-aged man cried out in pain as the knife in his hand fell to the ground. When Sun Manru saw that the knife was gone, she quickly ran away. The middle-aged man was furious. He cursed and turned around to fight the man behind him. However, before he could turn around, he was pushed to the ground by the man behind him. His face was pressed firmly against the ground. He looked sideways and realized that the person who had subdued him with his bare hands was none other than Wenrugi, who had been sitting next to him. Seeing that the middle-aged man had been subdued, the public security personnel rushed over and handcuffed the middle-aged man. The station immediately stopped. The public security personnel brought the middle-aged man, Wenrugi, Sun Manru, and the others out of the car. When they arrived at the Public Security Bureau, the public security personnel announced the middle-aged man's identity, a spy lurking in the country. They had received information from an informant and had boarded the car to investigate. As long as they saw the introduction letter, they would be able to confirm the other party's identity. This time, it was all thanks to Wenrugi that they had subdued the other party in time. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses if he had escaped. The captain of the criminal police team shook Wenrugi's hand and thanked him. Comrade Wen, it's all thanks to you this time. Wenrugi was as calm as ever. This is what I should do. The captain of the criminal police team said, You're quite skilled. I wonder if you're interested in joining our criminal police team? Wenrugi shook his head. No. The captain of the criminal police team saw that he was indifferent and felt that it was a pity. However, since the other party wasn't willing, he couldn't force him. Besides, his grandfather's status was so high that he couldn't control him. Wenrugi said, Can I take back my travel bag now? The captain of the criminal police team nodded and asked someone to quickly bring his travel bag over. Wenrugi took the travel bag and anxiously unzipped it. When he saw that the food inside was still there and hadn't been crushed, a relaxed expression appeared on his face. The captain of the criminal police team thought that he was anxious about the important items inside, but he didn't expect that it was actually for food. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Your girlfriend made this for you, right?" Wenrugi, no. However, the slight smile on his face made the captain of the criminal police team unable to believe his words. Wenrugi still had something to do, so he took the travel bag and said goodbye to the captain of the criminal police team. As soon as he walked out of the Public Security Bureau, a graceful woman chased after him. "Comrade Wen, please wait." Wenrugi stopped and turned to look at the woman in front of him. He frowned. "May I ask who you are?" The smile on Sun Manru's face froze. "Comrade Wen, don't you remember me?" Wenrugi, "I don't remember." The smile on Sun Manru's face cracked. "I'm Sun Manru, the hostage that was held hostage by the spy just now." Wenrugi, oh. Sun Manru had never seen someone who could kill a conversation with every sentence. The smile on her face was incomparably awkward. The surroundings were quiet for a few seconds. "Sun Manru, it's all thanks to you just now. If it weren't for you, Comrade Wen, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. I came here to thank you." Wenrugi, "Didn't we already thank each other before?" Sun Manru laughed stiffly. "I felt that a thank you wasn't enough to express my gratitude to you, Comrade Wen, so I wanted to leave my contact information with you." "No need. I'm going to take the train. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, he turned around and left. Sun Manru didn't expect him to leave just like that. She hurriedly chased after him. When, before she could finish speaking, she fell and let out a cry of pain. She raised her head and looked at Wenrugi in front of her with red eyes. However, the latter didn't seem to have heard the commotion behind him. He didn't even turn his head and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Tong Xuelu didn't know that Wenrugi had experienced such a storm. After waking up in the morning, she put the leftover leeks from yesterday into the pot and fried them again. Together with the porridge, the Tong family enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. After eating, she filled half a plate with radish balls and took Tong Mianmian to the Wei family. When Shen Wanrong saw that she had brought something over again, he softly reprimanded her. "Didn't I tell you not to bring anything over?" Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "I should have brought it over last night, but I was afraid that you were already asleep. By the way, I went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy some flour today before bringing it over." Shen Wanrong waved his hand. "It's just some stuff. There's no rush." Tong Xuelu squatted down and rubbed Tong Mianmian's head. "I'm going to work. You have to be obedient at Grandma Shen's house, okay?" Tong Mianmian was already used to coming to the Wei family every day. She blinked her big watery eyes and said in a childish voice, "Don't worry, sister. Mianmian will be very obedient." She nodded heavily as she spoke, looking extremely obedient. Tong Xuelu kissed her and said goodbye to them before going to work. When she arrived at the state-run hotel, Lu Dongchang hadn't opened the door yet. However, Tan Xiaoyan came especially early today and was wearing a new set of clothes. What was even stranger was that when she saw Tong Xuelu, she didn't raise her nose to the sky as usual. Instead, she walked towards her and smiled. "Zulv, you're here?" Zulv, Tong Xuelu didn't even need to use her toes to guess that there was something fishy going on. She nodded calmly. "Yes." Tan Xiaoyan didn't care about her indifference. She walked to her side and asked in a low voice, "Zulv, is the man who came to pick you up yesterday your boyfriend?" Oh, so it was because she was attracted to him. Tong Xuelu shook her head. "No, he's a friend." Tan Xiaoyan's swollen eyes suddenly brightened. "Does he have a girlfriend?" "No." Tan Xiaoyan's face bloomed like a flower. "Zulv, I think your friend is quite good. Can you introduce me to him?" Tong Xuelu turned her head and looked at her face. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "You want to date him?" Tan Xiaoyan squirmed and said shyly, "You're so annoying. Don't be so straightforward." Tong Xuelu was irritated by her pretentious look. She quickly looked away from her. I'm afraid that's not possible. Tan Xiaoyan pulled a long face and glared at her. Why not? Do you want to date him yourself? Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes. I said no because you're older than him. You two aren't suitable for each other. Tan Xiaoyan was shocked. That's impossible. He looks like he's 24 or 25 years old. I'm 20 years old this year. Isn't he 20 years old? Tong Xuelu, the two of them had something in common. Both of them looked very anxious. Tong Xuelu sized her up. You're only 20 years old? I thought you were 30 years old. When I heard that you didn't have a boyfriend, I thought you were going to be an old aunt and not get married. I didn't expect you to be so young. Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She wanted to tear her mouth apart. However, in order to let Tong Xuelu introduce her, she took a deep breath and decided to hold it in. You have bad taste. I'm not 20 years old yet. I shouldn't be older than him, right? Tong Xuelu sighed. What a pity. In fact, you're older than him. My friend is only 15 years old this year. In terms of seniority, he should call me aunt. Tan Xiaoyan's mouth was wide open. She looked as if she had been struck by lightning. That guy looked at least 24 or 25 years old. How could he be only 15 years old? No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like him at all. Tong Zolv looked at her stunned expression and turned around with a smile. She was a professional at fooling people. Tan Xiaoyan had good taste. She had taken a liking to Xiao Qingping at first glance. However, how could Xiao Qingping like her? Although Xiao Qingping wasn't handsome, he was the son of the head of the logistics department. His background was even more powerful than the Tong family. For someone like him, he probably couldn't even decide his own marriage. Soon, Lu Dongcheng came to open the door. Tong Xuelu ignored Tan Xiaoyan and went inside to clean her own area. In the compound of the logistics department. Xiao Qingping sat on the sofa and pulled a long face. Mom, why did you look for Aunt Tong? Zolv isn't the daughter of the Tong family anymore. Why did you look for her? Mother Zhao's expression was ugly. Since you know that she's not the daughter of the Tong family, then you should know that her status isn't good enough for you. She's not a good match for our family. Why did you send money to her? What are you trying to do? Xiao Qingping's face turned red. I'm not trying to do anything. I just feel sorry for her. Moreover, I'm not giving her money. I'm just borrowing money. She didn't want it. Mother Xiao snorted. At least she knows her place and doesn't want it. I don't care what you're trying to do. Just remember this. I don't care if you like other people, but not Tong Xuelu. Xiao Qingping stood up with a whoosh and walked out without a word. Mother Xiao chased after him angrily. You stupid child, what's with your attitude? Xiao Qingping ignored her and walked out the door. Mother Xiao sat on the sofa and patted her chest in anger. In the past, when Tong Xuelu was still the daughter of the Tong family, she didn't like her. She was unruly and willful. Moreover, she chased after Feng Wenyuan every day. Wasn't it embarrassing? The daughter-in-law she wanted had to be virtuous, dignified, and generous. Moreover, Tong Xuelu was no longer the daughter of the Tong family. She was even less compatible with the Xiao family. No matter what, she couldn't let Xiao Qingping be with her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was inappropriate. She made a call to the office to apply for leave. Then, she grabbed her bag and left. After Tan Xiaoyan knew that Tong Xuelu couldn't introduce her to anyone, she returned to her arrogant self and looked down on others. Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered with her. As long as she didn't do anything stupid, everyone would be fine. Other than doing her job well, she also helped Master Meng wash the vegetables. In return, Master Meng gave her a full spoonful of meat every time. When it was Tan Xiaoyan's turn, Master Meng's hands would start to tremble. In the end, only 2 or 3 pieces of meat would be left. Tan Xiaoyan was furious every time, but her opponent was Master Meng. Even if Lu Dongcheng didn't help her now, Lu Dongcheng wouldn't be able to do anything to Master Meng. Tan Xiaoyan probably didn't expect it either. She just wanted to give Tong Shuilv a show of strength that day, but she didn't expect to be checkmated by Tong Shuilv and end up in this situation. Lu Dongchang ignored her, and so did the other people in the hotel. She seemed to be isolated. After lunch, the hotel quieted down again. Tong Xuelu took out a junior high textbook and looked at it. Although she had taken the college entrance exam before she transmigrated, the content of the exam was completely different. Moreover, it had been a few years, and she had returned all her knowledge to the teacher. When the college entrance exam was reinstated next year, it would be divided into arts and sciences. The subjects included language, mathematics, and politics. Arts would be tested in history and geography, while science would be tested in physics and chemistry. She planned to apply for science. Between arts and sciences, she was better at science. In her previous life, she applied for science in the college entrance exam. She flipped open the junior high math textbook and quickly flipped through it. The questions weren't difficult, especially when compared to the later math exams. It was extremely easy. The later math exams had all kinds of twists and turns, making it impossible to guard against. However, she hadn't studied for a long time, so she had forgotten many formulas and solutions. Fortunately, she still had her foundation, so she could slowly recall them after looking at them once. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a lousy pen. She took out a notebook and a pen and quickly copied down some important formulas. The notebook and pen were given to her by Wenwurgi along with the books. She only found out about it when she was organizing the books that day. Speaking of which, she seemed to owe Wenwurgi more and more. She had to think about what to give him. She shook her head and returned her attention to her studies. The hall was quiet, except for the occasional dong-dong-dong sound of cutting vegetables coming from the kitchen. That was Guo Weiping practicing cutting radishes. Tong Xuelu was seriously checking the formula. A ray of sunlight shone through the glass window and shone on her face, dyeing her hair golden yellow. When Feng Wenyuan and a group of colleagues came over, they saw this scene. The sunlight was slanted, and dust was flying in the air. She sat at the table with one hand supporting her chin. Half of her body was bathed in the sunlight, and the other half was hidden in the shadows. It was quiet and beautiful. Feng Wenyuan almost didn't recognize him. In his memory, Tong Xuelu had always been loud and boisterous. That day in the hospital cafeteria, she was even more aggressive and sharp-tongued, making him lose face. He had never seen her so quiet before. But why was she here? Didn't she go to Qing County to be a textile worker? His colleague A saw him in a daze and followed his gaze. He said, "Hey, isn't that the female comrade?" His colleague B also looked at her and said, "I know, she's Feng Wenyuan's fiancée." Feng Wenyuan frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I've never been in a relationship with her, and we've never been engaged." His colleague A said, "That's not right. I remember her saying that she was engaged to you when you were young." Feng Wenyuan said, "That was just a joke made by the elders. Besides, this is a new society, not the old society. Who would take something like an arranged marriage seriously?" His colleague B nodded and said, "You're right. Arranged marriages, blind marriages, and mute marriages are all arranged marriages. They're the dregs of the old society. We should strongly resist and oppose them. Don't talk so much. Let's go in and ask if there's anything delicious." His colleague A took the lead and walked in. Hearing the footsteps, Tong Xuelu raised her head and happened to meet Feng Wenyuan's face. The next moment, she turned her head away as if she didn't see him. Feng Wenyuan felt inexplicably stifled in his heart. "Comrade, arranged marriage, what's there to eat now?" his colleague laughed. Tong Xuelu stood up and rolled her eyes at them. "First of all, I'm not comrade arranged marriage. I've never been engaged to comrade Feng Wenyuan. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll go to the Public Security Bureau and report you for being a hooligan and insulting a female comrade." His colleague was just talking nonsense. When he heard that she wanted to report him to the Public Security Bureau, he was immediately frightened. "Comrade, I'm sorry. I'm talking nonsense. I apologize to you. Please don't report me to the Public Security Bureau." These days, he was convicted of being a hooligan. Even if they didn't arrest him, his reputation would be ruined. How would he be able to work in the company in the future? Seeing that Feng Wenyuan didn't say anything, Tong Xuelu was too lazy to argue with them. There's still mung bean porridge and red date steamed cakes. Do you want them? Yes, yes, yes. 3 servings. Mung bean sugar water is 10 cents a bowl. Red date steamed cakes are 9 cents a yuan. Each person is 20 cents. The total is 60 cents for 3 people. In addition, the food coupons are 60 grams and the sugar coupons are 30 grams. The few of them quickly took out the coupons and money and handed them over. Tong Xuelu took the money and went to the kitchen to get the food. Then, she returned to her seat and continued reading. Fang Wenyuan's gaze fell on her body. He was especially shocked when he saw that she was reading a textbook. He just realized that Tong Xuelu was very fast at calculating. She used to be terrible at math and failed every exam when she was in school. Moreover, she didn't like to read. Whenever she started reading, she would complain that she had a headache. Now, she could actually read patiently. Why did he feel that she had changed a lot? In fact, this wasn't the first time he felt this way. In the past, she always chased after him. However, ever since she left the Tong family, she didn't seem to come looking for him. The last time he went to look for her, he was not only ignored, but he also went to the Public Security Bureau. This time, she didn't even look at him. He remembered what his sister Fang Jingyuan said, "She doesn't even bother to look at you. It's as if you are a pile of dog shit." His mouth twitched. Colleague elbowed him and said, "Didn't you say that you don't care about her? Why do you keep staring at her?" Fang Wenyuan came back to his senses and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. He said, "I'm not looking at her. I'm thinking about work." Colleague A and Colleague B looked at each other. Obviously, they didn't believe him. However, they didn't dare to say much. They were afraid that Tong Xuelu would hear them and say that she would report them to the Public Security Bureau. Tong Xuelu didn't have a good impression of Fang Wenyuan. However, she didn't hate him to the core. She was just like a passerby. As long as they didn't disturb her, she could completely ignore them. Fang Wenyuan and the others left after eating. Even after he left, Tong Xuelu didn't raise her head to look at him. Fang Wenyuan didn't know why, but he felt inexplicably irritated. When Rugi bought a new train ticket. This time, he bought a sleeper. In fact, he should have bought a sleeper in the beginning. After all, he had to stay on the train for 2 days and 2 nights. However, because he had to give the book to Comrade Tong, he delayed a lot of time. In the end, he only bought a hard seat. He didn't know if she saw his indeed fine. She should have seen it. He just didn't know how she would react. A few days ago, he heard from a female colleague at the base in the cafeteria that female comrades nowadays like dresses made by indeed fine. He never paid attention to women's clothes. However, after hearing that, he paid a little more attention. Sure enough, he found that many female colleagues at the base were wearing dresses made by indeed fine. When the wind blew, the corners of their dresses would fly and the white dress would flutter. It was indeed a beautiful scene. He imagined how she would look in the indeed fine dress, and his ears slowly turned red. It was still daytime, so he couldn't sleep. There was nothing to do on the train. Therefore, he took out a notebook and a pen from his travel bag and sketched on the notebook. If Tong Xuelu were here, she would find that the notebook and pen in his hand were exactly the same as hers. When Rugi had always been very focused when he did things. He was so focused that all the noise around him was isolated from his world. Soon, a slim figure appeared on the notebook. Long hair draped over her shoulders, a shirt and a long skirt. Under her misty eyes, there was a small black dot. Suddenly, a head popped out from the sleeper and stared at his notebook. He shouted, "Comrade, your drawing is really beautiful. Is the person you drew your girlfriend?" When Rugi frowned and closed the notebook. "No. If it's not your girlfriend, then the person you drew is your wife?" When Rugi's long eyelashes fluttered. He didn't answer the question. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but if he denied it again, people would think that he was being a hooligan and drawing a woman wretchedly. Moreover, it wasn't his wife or girlfriend. Seeing that he didn't answer, the person on the sleeper thought that he had guessed correctly. He grinned and said, "Comrade, your wife is really beautiful." When Rugi's eyelashes fluttered again. "Wife. He never knew that this word could be so beautiful. It made people's blood boil and their hearts beat faster. At this moment, Tong Jessen, who was at school, also felt his blood boil. His face was red and his heart was beating fast. However, he wasn't happy. He was angry. He stared at the people in front of him and roared, "Give me back my textbook." A boy with a sharp mouth held a book in his hand and smiled at him. "Come and get it if you can." Tong Jessen rushed over, and the boy threw the book to another boy. When Tong Jessen chased after him, they threw the book again. Like playing with a monkey, he played him in circles. Tong Jessen's eyes were red. He clenched his fists. "If you don't return it to me, I'll tell the teacher." The boy with a sharp mouth laughed when he heard that Tong Jessen was going to complain. "Ha ha ha, go ahead. Let's see if the teacher will help you or me. Don't you know how much the teacher hates you? Do you know why? It's because of your sister. Your sister is a rotten piece of trash with a black heart. My aunt said that people like your sister who destroy other people's marriages should go to hell." Tong Jessen bumped into him. "You're spouting nonsense. I'll beat you to death." The boy with a sharp mouth saw him rushing over and dodged. Tong Jessen crashed into the wall behind him. He saw stars. The boys immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a useless piece of trash. Ha ha, trash, trash." Tong Jessen gritted his teeth and glared at them. His chest felt like it was about to explode. At this moment, the bell rang. The boys threw their books on the ground, made faces at him, and ran away laughing. Tong Jessen got up from the ground, picked up his books, and patted the dust off them. He gritted his teeth and went back to the classroom. After Feng Wenyuan left, Tong Xuelu put away the bowls and chopsticks and took them to the kitchen to wash them. Guo Weiping smiled shyly. "Sister Zolve, were you reading just now?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes, I was reading junior high school books." Guo Weiping frowned. "Didn't you already graduate? Why do you still want to study?" Tong Xuelu, "There's no end to learning. Learning doesn't only mean learning in school. As long as you want to learn, you can learn anywhere." Guo Weiping thought for a moment. He seemed to be unable to understand her thoughts. "I can't do it. My head hurts when I see books. I still like to cook." Tong Xuelu thought about the dreams of the three Tong Jiaming siblings and could not help but laugh. In the 60s and 70s, being a chef in a state-run restaurant was indeed an amazing and prestigious thing. Unfortunately, in 2 years, such a grand occasion would no longer exist. However, she did not say anything. Everyone had their own ambitions. Suddenly, Guo Weiping cried out. He stood up and covered his stomach with his face red. "Sister Zolve, I'll leave the restaurant in your hands." I'll go," Tong Xuelu smiled. "Go ahead." Guo Weiping's face turned even redder. He covered his stomach and ran out of the kitchen through the back door. There was no toilet in the state-run restaurant. He had to go to the public toilet outside. After washing the bowls, Tong Xuelu prepared to study for a while. However, as soon as he walked out, a tall woman walked in. The woman was wearing an indeed good outfit. She had a big nose, small eyes, and neat short hair. Xiao Qingping's appearance suddenly appeared in her mind. The mother and son were almost the same. This woman was Xiao Qingping's mother. She was famous for being strict in the compound. Many children in the compound were afraid of her. She was here alone during working hours. For words appeared in Tong Xuelu's mind. She did not come with good intentions. However, she did not panic and did not take the initiative to greet her. Mother Xiao saw that she did not even greet her when she saw her. She immediately frowned. "I used to think that you were crafty and barbaric. However, you were polite back then. Now, you don't even greet people. When you see them, you're getting worse." Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes in her heart. However, she pretended to be shocked. "Ah, your Aunt Ning? I almost didn't recognize you." "Aunt Ning, I heard that angry women age quickly. I guess you're just too angry. That's why I didn't recognize you when I saw you." Mother Xiao heard her words and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "You have no manners. You, Tong Xuelu, Aunt Ning, you're still angry. Quickly touch the wrinkles at the corner of your eyes. There must be a few more. Mother Xiao knew that she was deliberately angering her. However, which woman did not care about her appearance? She was full of anger. Now, in order to not get wrinkles, she could only suppress her anger. Mother Xiao sat down in the corner and looked at her sharply. Come and sit down. TSK. Look at how arrogant she was. If someone did not know her, they would think that she was Empress Dowager Cixi. Tong Xuelu slowly walked over and sat down in front of her. Mother Xiao saw her like this and became angry. You don't even know how to sit or stand properly. Who would be willing to marry an unruly person like you? Tong Xuelu was disgusted by her words and laughed. You don't have to worry about that. I'm so beautiful. If I want to get married, it's a matter of minutes. Mother Xiao was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. You're young and beautiful now. When you're old, do you think that you can still hold on to Qingping's heart forever? What the hell? Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Did she think that she was dating Xiao Qingping? Mother Xiao thought that she had hit the nail on the head and snorted. I already know that Qingping gave you money. You're with Qingping. Aren't you just coveting our Xiao family's good fortune? I've seen too many superficial women like you. The most important thing in a marriage is to be matched in terms of social status. If you and Qingping don't match, Qingping's father and I won't support you two being together. Tong Xuelu was disgusted by Mother Zhao's arrogant attitude. However, did she think that she would be angry? No, she wouldn't. This kind of famous, throwing money to lead my son, seen in novels and idol dramas was hard to come by. She had to make good use of it. In her previous life, she had been a green tea for so many years. Her only regret was that she had never been thrown money at. She didn't expect that she would encounter it now. She was a little excited just thinking about it. Come on, I'm ready. Please hit me in the face with your money. Mother Xiao looked at her flushed face and became even more proud. As long as you're willing to leave Qingping, I can introduce you to someone in the future. Maybe they can't compare to our Qingping, but it's better than finding someone on your own. That's it? That's it? She wanted her to leave her son without throwing money at her? No way. Tong Xuelu took a deep breath and began her performance. Aunt Ning, have you heard of a poem? The mountains don't have mountains. Heaven and earth unite, and I dare to separate from you. That's how I feel right now. After saying this classic line of Xianxia's, she almost disgusted herself. As expected of her. Shameless, Mother Xiao cursed in her heart. As long as Qingping's father and I don't agree, you'll never be able to enter our Xiao family. Tong Xuelu clutched her chest, her eyes watery. If it's for true love, everything can be thrown away. Besides, Qingping said that if you don't agree, he'll leave home and cut off all ties with you. Mother Xiao gritted her teeth and glared at Tong Xuelu. Impossible, Qingping wouldn't say something like that. Aunt Ning, don't you know that Qingping wouldn't say something like that? Mother Xiao knew very well, which was why her expression was so ugly. That was why she came here to find Tong Xuelu. Xiao Qingping had always been a reckless person. Once he decided on something, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. Mother Xiao took a few deep breaths before she calmed down. Tell me, what do you want to leave Qingping? Here comes the classic line. Tong Xuelu controlled her smile and shook her head. Aunt Ning, I can't do it. Mother Xiao glared at her, her eyes almost spitting fire. After a while, she took out an envelope from her bag and threw it in front of her. There's $1,000 inside. As long as you agree to leave Qingping, this money will be yours. $1,000, Tong Xuelu was almost tempted. If it was before she transmigrated, if someone threw money at her, she would have kicked that B***** away. But she couldn't accept it now. If she dared to accept the money, Mother Xiao might report her to the police. She couldn't leave any evidence for others to use against her. She pushed the envelope back and said, "Hurt, Aunt Ning, you're insulting me. Do I look like a money grubber?" Mother Xiao pursed her lips. Then what do you want? If you want to enter the Xiao family, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Tong Xuelu looked hurt. Aunt Ning, no matter what I do, you won't accept me, right? Mother Xiao nodded. That's right. You should give up. Tong Xuelu covered her face and cried for a while. Then, with red eyes, she said, if that's the case, I understand. I can leave, but you have to promise to do something for me. Xiaomu's mother sneered. She had an expression that said, sure enough, you have a purpose. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Buy a house or change jobs? Tong Xuelu shook her head. Neither. I want a complete high school mathematics, physics, and chemistry book. I also want Aunt Ning to help me make 1,000 copies. Mother Xiao looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. What do you want that for? And so many copies? Tong Xuelu, there's a shortage of resources now. Many people don't even have enough to eat, let alone go to school. Every time I see people who want to learn but can't go to school, I feel like my heart is being stabbed by needles. That's why I want to make some copies to help them. Aunt Ning, a kind person like you won't refuse, right? Mother Xiao, it wasn't difficult to make a complete set of mathematics, physics, and chemistry books. Her brother worked in the Ministry of Education. But to make 1,000 copies was a lot of work. Tong Xuelu said, if Aunt Ning doesn't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Mother Xiao stared at her for a long time. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll get it for you. But you have to keep your promise. If you continue to pester me. Tong Xuelu interrupted her. As long as you give it to me, I'll keep my promise. But the best way is to send Xingping back to the army. Of course, Mother Xiao knew that she had to send him back to the army. But if the two of them didn't stop, sending him back would be useless. Tong Xuelu said, oh right, my place is missing a fruit tree. If Aunt Ning can get it for me, that would be even better. He had been waiting for this moment to come. Mother Xiao gritted her teeth. Fine. In the end, Mother Xiao left the hotel with a dark expression. Seeing her leave, Tong Zol's lips curled up. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. She remembered that when the college entrance exams were first reinstated, many people couldn't even borrow textbooks, let alone exam materials. She planned to keep these materials and sell them at a fair price next year. First, she could make money. Second, she could help the students who took the college entrance exams next year. It was difficult for ordinary people to buy a complete set of mathematics, physics, and chemistry books. Even if she went to a bookstore now, she might not be able to find them. But Mother Xiao had this channel. Third, it was to send away Xiao Qingping, this rotten peach blossom. Xiao Qingping wasn't a bad person. But with such a mother around, she didn't even want to be friends with him. As for asking Mother Xiao to fork out money, for no reason, would she feel guilty? The answer was naturally no. If she didn't take these things, Mother Xiao would definitely think that she couldn't bear to leave Xiao Qingping. She might even harass her from time to time in the future. At that time, it would cause more trouble. Moreover, Mother Xiao scolded her indiscriminately. If she didn't make her bleed, she would feel sorry for herself. Thinking about how he was about to earn his first bucket of gold, Tong Xuelu was very happy. When she got home, she found that Tong Jessen was injured. When Tong Xuelu returned home, he found that the atmosphere was a little different from usual. Tong Jessen sat facing the wall with his arms crossed, as if he was angry with someone. Tong Jiaming sat in front of him with an ugly expression. Tong Mianmian's big eyes were watery. Usually, when she came home, her eyes would turn into crescents, but now, they were full of worry. She looked at her second brother, then turned to look at her third brother. Her big eyes were sparkling. Second brother, third brother, don't fight. Mian will give you some candy. She stuffed the milk candy in her hands into her brother's hands, but Tong Jessen, who was usually gluttonous, did not take it this time. Tong Jiaming patted her head and comforted her softly. Our brothers are not fighting. You can have the candy yourself. Yes, you are fighting. Tong Mian stubbornly wanted to stuff the candies into their hands. In her little heart, as long as they ate her candies, her brothers would be happy and wouldn't quarrel anymore. What happened? Tong Xuelu asked as he placed his military satchel on the table. Tong Mian took the lead and ran over with her short legs. Sister, second brother, and third brother quarreled. Third brother hurt his head. Tong Shualu carried her and walked over to Tong Jessen. How did you hurt your head? Did you hit it yourself, or did something happen? Tong Jessen, who had been facing the wall silently, suddenly turned around and stared at her with red eyes. It's none of your business. Tong Mianmian was shocked. She pouted and said with a sobbing voice, Third brother, you're bad. You can't talk to sister like that. Tong Jessen glared at him and shouted, She's your sister, not mine. Who asked her to meddle in other people's business? He turned around and ran out of the living room, followed by the sound of the door slamming. After Tong Jessen left, the living room was silent for a few seconds. Tong Jemming and Tong Mianmian looked at Tong Shualu with worry and caution. Sister, I'm sorry. Third brother is bad. Sister, don't be angry. Although Xiao Tuanzi was small, he knew that his elder sister had been wronged. At the same time, she was also worried that her sister would scold her third brother. She didn't want her sister and her third brother to quarrel, so she apologized on behalf of her third brother. Tong Jemming pursed his lips and said dryly, I don't know what happened to Jessen. If it were the Tong Shualu of the past, he would have pulled a long face. Since you think I'm meddling in other people's business, fine, I'm too lazy to care about your life or death. However, after experiencing so many things in her previous life, the first thing she learned was to remain calm when faced with problems. Tong Jessen was a naughty child, but he knew his limits. On the first day she returned to the Tong family, the two brothers were unhappy with her. However, under those circumstances, Tong Jessen didn't make things difficult for her in front of everyone. Although he was still unwilling to call her elder sister, he would usually do what she said and arrange things for him. Therefore, his sudden action today probably meant that something had happened to him, and it was highly likely that it had something to do with her. When Tong Jessen turned around, she saw the wound on his forehead. It wasn't bleeding, but there was a large bruise. Could he have been bullied at school? Tong Shualu frowned when he thought of this. School violence existed in every era. It didn't mean that it wouldn't happen just because the people of this era were simple and honest. On the contrary, the more simple and honest people were, the scarier they were when they bullied others. Tong Shualu saw Tong Mianmian pouting and holding back her tears, so he comforted her, I'm not angry. I'm just thinking about something. Have you eaten? Tong Mianmian nodded and said in a childish voice, I've eaten. Second brother's cooking isn't as good as big sister's. Tong Shualu couldn't help but laugh. This little girl had actually learned to be picky. She pinched Tong Mianmian's nose and put her down. Go play by yourself. I have something to say to your second brother. Tong Mianmian tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she kicked her short legs and went to look for Tong Jessen. When did you find out that Jessen was injured? Tong Jemming frowned slightly. I asked him after school, but he didn't say anything. Tong Shualu thought for a while and said, then don't ask him about it later. Go to school tomorrow and ask around. Pay more attention after school to see if anyone bullied him. Tong Jemming nodded. Okay. Actually, even if she didn't say anything, he was going to do the same tomorrow. Tong Shualu nodded and stood up to boil water for a bath. Suddenly, she heard Tong Jemming say, aren't you angry? Tong Shualu said angrily, I'm not angry because you are all my younger brothers. I came back to protect you. Tong Jemming felt as though someone had pinched his heart. It was sour and swollen. He lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Tong Shualu's red lips curved slightly. Oh yes, what does Jessen like to eat? Tong Jemming didn't expect her to ask this question. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Jessen likes to eat meat and noodles with scallion oil. Actually, Tong Jessen liked their mother's scallion oil noodles the most. It was just that they couldn't eat it anymore. Tong Shualu nodded and went to boil water for a bath. Tong Jessen didn't come out until bedtime. The next day, Tong Shualu woke up an hour earlier than usual to cook. She wanted to make scallion oil noodles for Tong Jessen. In her previous life, she had a bestie who was pretty and had a good family background. She had a warm family relationship, but she always lacked a sense of security. She didn't understand at first, but later she heard from her bestie that she was the second child in the family and had been neglected since she was young. Her older brother was the first child in the family and received a lot of attention and love. Her younger sister was younger than her and was the last child of their parents. She was delicate and cute, so her parents doted on her a lot. She was the second child and always received the least attention. She felt that Tong Jessen should feel the same way, so she wanted to give him some warmth and love today. Tong Xuelu poured flour into a basin, added some salt, and kneaded it into a dough with cold water. Then she covered it with a cloth and soaked it. The key to scallion oil noodles was the scallion oil. She washed the green onions and cut them into pieces. Then she cut the shallots into pieces. She also cut the cucumber that she brought back from the state-run restaurant last night into cucumber shreds. She put the cold oil into the wok and after the oil heated up, she threw the green onions into the wok to simmer. When the green onions turned yellow, she added soy sauce, salt, and a spoonful of white sugar. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Finally, she scooped out the discolored green onions and the scallion oil was ready. Now that the noodles had woken up, she made the dough into ramen noodles and put it into the wok to boil. Then she soaked it in cold water. When the noodles were ready, Tong Jiaming and the others had just woken up. When Tong Jessen woke up, he was no longer angry. Instead, he regretted losing his temper last night. However, he couldn't bring himself to apologize. He sneaked a glance at Tong Jiaming and realized that Tong Jiaming was looking at him. He immediately turned his head and pretended to be looking at the ceiling. Tong Jiaming said, "Hurry up and get up. Go wash up and eat." Tong Jessen didn't say anything. Tong Jiaming didn't scold him either and turned to leave. After Tong Jiaming left, Tong Jessen sat up and scratched his head in annoyance. His hair looked like a chicken's nest. When Tong Jiaming walked out of the room, he smelled a domineering aroma coming from the kitchen. The aroma smelled like scallion oil. He suddenly remembered what Tong Xuelu asked him last night. His heart skipped a beat and he quickened his steps towards the kitchen. The closer he got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma. His stomach couldn't help but growl. Tong Xuelu looked up and saw him walking over. "You came just in time. The scallion oil noodles are ready. Bring them to the living room." Tong Jiaming looked at the fragrant scallion oil noodles on the stove, and the sour and swollen feeling from last night came again. He replied with a okay and carried 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles to the living room. When he walked past the room, Tong Jessen happened to walk out of the room. When he saw the scallion oil noodles, his eyes lit up and he forgot his awkwardness. He said happily, "Brother Air, did you make this? How did you know I wanted to eat scallion oil noodles?" Tong Jiaming looked at him and said, "I didn't make it. She made it. She asked me what you liked to eat last night. I told her you liked scallion oil noodles." Tong Jessen's eyes widened. He looked as if he didn't understand or believe what he said. Tong Jiaming didn't say anything and carried the noodles to the living room. Tong Jessen stood there for a while before he went to the yard to wash his face and brush his teeth. While he was brushing his teeth, his eyes fell on the kitchen from time to time. When he saw Tong Xuelu appear at the window, he immediately lowered his head like a small animal that had been discovered. Tong Xuelu guessed that Tong Jessen would feel awkward, so he didn't eat in the living room. Instead, he finished the scallion oil noodles in the kitchen and went to wake Tong Mianmian up. Tong Jessen was worried that it would be awkward when they met. Unexpectedly, he didn't see Tong Xuelu until he went to school. He didn't know why, but he felt disappointed and sad. Tong Xuelu brought Tong Mianmian to the Wei family's house and returned the flour they bought from the supply and demand cooperative. Suddenly, she remembered the cloth when Rugi gave her and asked, "By the way, Grandma Shen, do you know anyone who knows how to make clothes?" Shen Wanrong asked, "Why? Do you want to make clothes?" Tong Xuelu nodded, "Yes, I have a piece of Tong Mianmian cloth. I want to make it into a skirt, but I don't know how to make it myself." Nowadays, private businesses were not allowed. Most people either went to department stores to buy ready-made clothes or made their own clothes. However, some tailors would secretly take on private jobs. However, these jobs could only be found if someone they knew introduced them to. Shen Wanrong laughed, "Then you found the right person. I make all the clothes in my house." Tong Xuelu's eyes lit up, "Really? I didn't know Grandma Shen's craftsmanship was so good. I thought you bought your clothes from department stores." Shen Wanrong's smile deepened, "I made all of them. I have a sewing machine at home. Bring the cloth over and I'll make it for you. Thank you, Grandma Shen. However, I usually only have time after work at night. Working in a state-run restaurant was very easy. However, there was one downside. There were 365 days in a year. Except for the New Year, there was almost no rest throughout the year. Shen Wanrong laughed, it's okay. You can come over after work. Tong Xuelu thanked her again and again. Then, he said goodbye to her and Tong Mianmian and went to work. Tong Jiaming went to school. He kept thinking about Tong Jessen's matter. He was distracted several times in class and was even scolded by the teacher. After class, he rushed to the lower grades. He did not go directly to Tong Jessen's class. Instead, he asked around and asked around. However, this kind of thing was not easy to find out. Those who knew Tong Jessen did not know about this matter. Those who did not know Tong Jessen did not know what happened either. He asked a few people, but there were no clues at all. There was not much time between classes. He could not keep wasting time here. He planned to go to the toilet and then go back to class. However, when he reached the toilet, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the back of the toilet. Tong Jessen, you coward. Didn't you say that you were going to tell the teacher? Why didn't you go? Of course it's because he's a coward. If he dares to go, I'll eat all the feces in the toilet. Ha ha ha, you're too disgusting. However, you reminded me. Go get some feces from the toilet. I'm going to feed him. Tong Jiaming was furious when he heard this. He clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead and the back of his hands popped out. He ran to the back of the toilet and saw Tong Jessen being pressed against the toilet wall by a few boys. Tong Jessen's mouth was stuffed with a shoe and he could not make a sound. Other than his forehead, there were a few more scars on his face. There was a buzzing sound in Tong Jiaming's mind, and the thread of reason instantly collapsed. He rushed over with a red face and kicked the pointy-mouthed boy's butt. The pointy-mouthed boy did not expect someone to sneak attack him from behind. He fell forward and hit the wall. His mouth and nose were numb and painful. His nose was sore and swollen, and a stream of warm liquid flowed out. He reached out and touched it. Oh my God, he was bleeding, the pointy-mouthed boy cursed, turned around, and pounced on Tong Jiaming to tangle with him. The other two boys came back to their senses and joined in the fight. Tong Jessen's hands had been grabbed and he couldn't move. Now that he saw 3 people beating up his second brother, he took out the shoe in his mouth and threw it at them. Then, he quickly joined the fight. The few of them were locked in a fierce battle, which quickly attracted the attention of others. Someone immediately went to report this to the teacher. Then, the teachers came over and separated the boys and brought them to the office. Ma Mei was Tong Jessen's class teacher and the pointy-mouthed boy's aunt. When she saw that her nephew's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding, she poked Tong Jiaming's face and said, "You're a senior, but you dare to bully the young. I think you don't want to study in school anymore." Tong Jiaming said coldly, "They bullied my brother first." "Teacher, why didn't you scold them?" Ma Mei sneered, "Why don't you think about it? Why didn't they bully anyone else but your brother?" Upon hearing this, Tong Jiaming glared at Ma Mei with bloodshot eyes. He felt that what Ma Mei said was wrong, but he did not know how to refute her. Ma Mei became even angrier when she saw him like this. She reached out and slapped Tong Jiaming's face. "Why are you glaring at me like this? Do you want to hit your teacher?" Ma Mei used a lot of strength and slapped Tong Jiaming's face to the side. The left side of his face instantly became red and swollen. When Tong Jessen saw that his second brother was hit, he rushed over to fight Ma Mei. However, before he could touch Ma Mei, Tong Jiaming grabbed his arm. Even so, he still angered Ma Mei. "What? Do you want the two of you to hit me together? Come on, hit me." Everyone, look at their attitude. They even want to hit their teacher. Do you dare to teach these kinds of students? I don't dare to teach them anyway. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen had just transferred to this school, so the teachers did not know them well. Moreover, they had fought with their classmates not long after they arrived, and now they were arguing with their teacher. Therefore, the other teachers did not have a good impression of them. How can students be so arrogant nowadays? That's right. If they act like this at such a young age, what will happen when they grow up? Why did you agree to let the two brothers transfer here? In an instant, all the teachers in the office were criticizing Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen. Tong Jiaming pursed his lips tightly and grabbed Tong Jessen's hand tightly. Tong Jessen's face turned red. His face was swollen and a corner of his mouth was bleeding. At this moment, tears were welling up in his eyes, but he tried his best not to let them fall. He could not cry. He could not let this group of people laugh at him. Ma Mei saw that everyone was on her side and could not help but feel proud. Director, what do you think we should do? It's not that I want to side with my nephew, but my nephew has always gotten along well with the other students in school. Everyone in his family loves him very much. If his grandfather knew that he was beaten up in school, I don't know how distressed he would be. Her nephew Jiang Ming's grandfather was the director of the Education Bureau. She didn't believe that the director of education would dare to risk offending him by choosing not to punish these two bastards. The dean knew that Ma Mei was pressuring him. Ma Mei had been using this relationship to act high and mighty in school. Jiang Ming had also bullied other students in school, but no one dared to offend them. He knew that the two new transfer students must have been bullied. He sympathized with them, but there was nothing he could do. The dean pondered for a moment and said, "Then call their parents over." Ma Mei laughed like a pig. Director, you probably don't know, but these two bastards' parents are dead. No wonder they are so uneducated. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen's eyes were red, especially Tong Jessen. If Tong Jiaming had not held him back, he would have pounced on Ma Mei and fought with his life. Only then did the dean know that their parents were dead. Then they must have other elders, right? Ma Mei sneered. Of course they have elders, but it's better if they don't have elders. Their grandmother is crazy. I heard that she beats anyone she sees. As for their sister, she is even more despicable. Do you know what their sister did? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. What did she do? Ma Mei, I didn't know at first, but recently my cousin had a girlfriend. That's when I found out that his girlfriend's uncle was reported because he quarreled with his wife. Now, not only are they divorced, but their grandmother was also reported and sent to the farm. I heard from my cousin's girlfriend that her aunt was also instigated by someone. Do you know who instigated her? Who? Could it be the sister of these two students? Ma Mei was filled with righteous indignation. That's right, it's the sister of these two bastards. Don't you think it's common for couples to quarrel with each other? Why did they have to go to the Public Security Bureau to report it? Everyone had never heard of such a thing. They all stared with their eyes wide open. When they came back to their senses, they began to discuss, if they were reported for quarreling, who would dare to get married in the future? That's right. As the old saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Those who ruin a marriage will face retribution. TSK, I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen a wife report her husband and mother-in-law. Ma Mei was even more proud. She held her head high like a victorious rooster. With such an elder sister, how good do you think their younger brothers will be? The teachers in the office didn't have a good impression of the Tong Jiaming brothers, and now their impression of them was even worse. Especially some of the older teachers, they were very disgusted by the practice of breaking up other people's marriages. Quarreling at the head of the bed and reconciling at the foot of the bed. Why did an outsider like her meddle in the affairs of a married couple? She even instigated the daughter-in-law to report it, and even caused the whole family to go to the farm. How despicable! The dean had a little sympathy for the Tong Jiaming brothers just now, but now that sympathy was gone. Since they have an elder sister, then let their elder sister come over. When Tong Xuelu saw the people from the school coming to the state-run restaurant, she knew that something bad had happened. The female teacher who came to inform her had a very bad attitude. She looked at her from the corner of her eyes and snorted. You have a face that could bring disaster to the country and the people. No wonder you did such a thing. Then she said, your two younger brothers got into a fight at school. She didn't wait for her reply and rode away on her bicycle. Tong Xuelu's face became very ugly on the spot. Fortunately, it wasn't lunchtime, and there weren't many people in the state-run restaurant. She didn't want to bother with Tan Xiaoyan's sarcastic remarks. She told Master Meng to help her ask for leave from Lu Dongchang, and then hurried to school. After walking for an hour, she arrived at the school. When she walked into the office and saw the appearance of the two brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, she was so angry that she almost exploded on the spot. The slap mark on the left side of Tong Jiaming's face hadn't disappeared. It was red and swollen, his hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. Tong Jessen's face was even more unsightly. There were bruises on his face, and the skin on his mouth was broken. There were traces of blood under his nose, and he was barefoot. She didn't even know where his shoes were. She ignored the teachers and walked directly to the two brothers. "What happened to your faces? Who hit you?" Tong Jessen was trying hard not to cry, but when he heard her words, he couldn't hold back his tears. "Jiang Ming and the others took my books and stuffed their shoes in my mouth," he cried until he couldn't finish his sentence. Tong Xuelu looked at Tong Jiaming. "What about you? Who slapped your face?" Tong Jiaming didn't say anything and looked at Ma Mei. Ma Mei didn't expect Tong Xuelu to be so good-looking. She was like a ray of light that attracted everyone's attention when she walked in. At this moment, Tong Jiaming looked at her. She glared at him and said, "As a teacher, I'm teaching you a lesson for your own good." Tong Xuelu was so disgusted that he started laughing. She hit someone for their own good. How could such disgusting words come out of the mouth of a teacher? "What are you laughing at?" Ma Mei frowned and asked. "Tong Xuelu, who are you? Why did you hit my brother?" Ma Mei raised her chin and said, "I'm Tong Jessen's form teacher. Your two younger brothers are stubborn and unreasonable. Your older brother even bullied the younger ones. As a teacher, can't I teach him a lesson?" Tong Jiaming said with a sullen face, "Your nephew and two other students bullied my younger brother, but you didn't teach them a lesson. You even asked why they bullied Tong Jessen instead of other students. You're obviously biased." Another argument about the victim's guilt, Tong Xuelu sneered in his heart. In his previous life, every time he saw the news, he would be angered to death. When a girl was raped outside, there would always be some trash commenting on the news. They would say that the girl was wearing too revealing clothes or that the girl went to a bar in the middle of the night and deserved it. Now, this form teacher's comments were similar to those trash's comments. Ma Mei was so angry that her face turned red. She raised her hand to slap Tong Jiaming again. "How dare you talk back? I'm going to teach you a lesson today." However, before her hand could touch Tong Jiaming, it was grabbed by Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu grabbed her wrist and said coldly, "I'm the only one who can teach my brother a lesson. If you want to hit him, you have to ask me first." Ma Mei was shorter than Tong Xuelu by half a head. When she looked up at Tong Xuelu, her eyes were as cold as ice in winter. They were clear and clean, but they also made people feel fear. Ma Mei was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she became angry out of humiliation. She pulled her hand back and said, "Like sister, like brother. Fine, you don't want me to teach Tong Jessen? Then I won't teach him anymore. You can find someone else." After saying that, she was still angry. She turned around and said to the head of teaching, "Head of teaching, you saw it. I don't think we should let students like them stay in our school. Otherwise, they will lead the other students astray." The head of teaching wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and said, "What you said makes sense. Female comrade, you should bring your two brothers home." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows and said, "Head of teaching, are you saying that you want to expel my two brothers?" "I'm not expelling them. We have to have a meeting to discuss this matter before we make a decision. However, your brother's influence is too bad. He shouldn't go to class for the time being." Being stared at by Tong Xuelu's misty eyes, the head of teaching did not have any ripples of emotion. Instead, he felt a little cold. The meeting was just a delaying tactic. Their family had offended Ma Mei and the Jiang family. The school would definitely not let them continue their studies. Tong Xuelu looked at the head of teaching and then looked at Ma Mei. Although she did not understand the relationship between them, she guessed that there was something fishy going on. Looking at the situation, she was afraid that no matter what she said today, it would be useless. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. When the situation was not favorable, it was better to retreat in order to advance. Once she understood the situation, she would strike hard. Okay, then I'll bring my two brothers home first. We'll come back when you guys have made a decision. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen and said, let's go home. Tong Jessen was not reconciled, but he knew that he could not make any more trouble. Otherwise, they might really be expelled. When they walked out of the office, Ma Mei suddenly chased after them. When she passed by the three siblings, she sneered, you guys can just wait to be expelled. Tong Xuelu looked at Ma Mei's back, which was as proud as a peacock, and frowned. They went to the toilet to look for Tong Jessen's shoes, but they were no longer there. Tong Jessen went back to the classroom barefooted to pack his books. When the pointy-mouthed boy, Jiang Ming, saw him, he gritted his teeth and said, how dare you hit me? I'll ask my grandfather to expel you. Jiang Ming, I just saw his brother get slapped by your aunt through the window. He didn't even dare to cry. Ha ha ha, well done. I'll tell my grandfather later and ask him to teach you guys a lesson. That's great. Teach them a lesson. Tong Jessen was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He glared at Jiang Ming and the others, but in the end, he suppressed his anger and ran out with his school bag. Jiang Ming and the others chased after him and said, coward, Tong Jessen is a big coward who lost both his father and mother. Tong Xuelu stood not far away and watched the scene. His fists were stiff. Previously, she thought that Tong Jessen was a spoiled brat. However, compared to these kids, she finally understood what a spoiled brat was. If the people in front of her were adults, she would have rushed up and slapped them twice. However, they were a bunch of kids who were not even 10 years old. She really couldn't do that to them. After they left the school, Tong Jemming took off his shoes for his brother to wear, but Tong Jessen insisted on not wearing them. On the way back, the three of them did not speak. The atmosphere was very heavy. When they reached home, Tong Xuelu said, Jemming, tell me everything that happened. After Tong Jemming finished, Tong Xuelu realized that she was the cause of this incident. The most troublesome thing was that Ma Mei's identity was not simple. This time, Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen would not only be expelled, but it was also very likely that the city's schools would not accept them. I'm sorry. I implicated both of you in this matter. Tong Xuelu pursed her lips and apologized. Then, she briefly told them about how she helped Su Xiuying. She did not regret helping Su Xiuying. She did not feel that she had done anything wrong. However, she did not expect that there would be so much trouble in the future. Ma Mei's cousin's partner was very likely related to the He family. She still had to ask Su Xiuying about the details. After hearing Tong Xuelu's words, Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen did not say anything. Tong Xuelu said, don't worry. I will definitely let both of you go back to school. The two brothers still did not say anything. Tong Xuelu sighed in her heart and turned to leave. After Tong Xuelu left, Tong Jessen said, second brother, it's all her fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been expelled. Tong Jemming raised her head and looked at him coldly. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been expelled. We would have been brought back to our hometown by grandma and the rest. Once they returned to their hometown, they would not be able to go to school. They would not even have enough food to eat. Tong Jessen said it out of impulse. Now that he heard what Tong Jemming said, he felt a little regretful. Then what should we do now? Tong Jemming was silent for a moment. Then, she shook her head and said, I don't know. Let's see what the school's arrangements are first. Tong Jessen's eyes turned red. They will definitely expel us. Jiang Ming said that he will go back and tell his grandfather so that he can punish us. Tong Jemming pursed her lips into a line. Her eyes were burning with anger. Tong Xuelu went to the post office and called Su Xiuying at the textile factory. Su Xiuying was puzzled when she received the call. When she found out what had happened, her face turned pale. I'm sorry, Zulf. It's all my fault. You helped me, and now you're in this state because of me, Tong Xuelu interrupted her. Sister Xiuying, this is not your fault. I called you because I want you to help me find out if there are any movements from the He family. Su Xiuying nodded. Okay, I'll go find out now. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiuying did not go to work. She ran to the workshop to ask for leave from Director Ma and hurried home. Tong Xuelu went straight to the state-run hotel after leaving the post office. Master Meng saw her and asked with concern, "Comrade Xiaolu, is everything alright at home? If you need any help, just let me know." Guo Weiping, who was beside him, nodded. He looked at her like a deer. A warm current flowed through Tong Zulf's heart. Things at home are a little troublesome. I want to take a leave of absence for a while to deal with things at home. I wonder if Master Meng has anyone to take over my job temporarily? She could take half a day off, but Lu Dongcheng would definitely not agree to it if it was too long. Master Meng thought for a while and said, "I have a niece in the countryside. I'll go back today and ask her to come up." Tong Xuelu said gratefully, "Master Meng, thank you so much. Your niece will take over all my salary during this period. It's just a small matter. You don't have to thank me." Master Meng waved his hand and took out a piece of meat from the cabinet. "Take this back and eat it later. Life is all about eating and drinking. Don't worry, things will be solved eventually." He had heard about his daughter's background. Her parents had passed away at a young age, and she had to raise a few younger siblings. It was not easy. He would help if he could. Tong Xuelu felt warm in her heart and did not refuse. She wrapped the meat and put it in her bag. Then, she prepared to go back and make some food for the Tong Jiaming brothers. When she walked to the lobby, Tan Xiaoyan walked up to her and gloated. "I heard that your brothers got into a fight with someone. How are they now? Did they get beaten up?" Tong Xuelu pushed her square face away. "If you have time to care about my matters, why don't you worry about when you can find a partner?" Tan Xiaoyan choked on her anger and almost vomited blood. Tong Xuelu went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy dried shiitake and tofu. Then, she went to the grocery store to buy some vegetables and onions before going home. The two brothers were in their room with the door closed. She did not know what they were doing. She sighed in her heart and took the ingredients to the kitchen. She planned to make 3 kinds of stuffed buns, meat buns, vegetable buns, and pickled cabbage buns. She poured flour into water and kneaded it into dough. Then, she covered the dough with a cloth. While the dough was being kneaded, she began to prepare the stuffing. After chopping the pork into minced meat, she added 2 eggs, chopped onions, ginger, soy sauce, salt, and sugar. After mixing them well, she put them aside to marinate. After washing the dried shiitake and tofu, she soaked them in water. After soaking them, she diced the dried shiitake and shredded the tofu and vegetables. Then, she added seasonings and mixed them into the stuffing. After dicing the pickled cabbage and mixing it with the minced meat, it became another stuffing. In order to make the buns taste better, she was willing to add oil and stuffing. When the buns were ready, a fragrant smell floated out of the kitchen. Tong Jessen, who was in the room, smelled it and sat up. "Second brother, I think I smell meat." Tong Jiaming did not know whether to laugh or feel helpless when he saw him like this. "Let's go and take a look." Tong Jessen still felt a little uncomfortable, but in front of delicious food, he did not persist for too long. Tong Xuelu wanted to call them when the buns were ready, but unexpectedly, they came over themselves. "I made buns with 3 stuffing. You can eat them in the living room." Tong Jessen stood at the door and kicked the ground with his feet. There was a hint of awkwardness in his expression. "What are the 3 fillings?" Tong Xuelu did not seem to notice his awkwardness and said calmly, "Meat stuffing, pickled cabbage, and vegetables." Tong Jessen's eyes lit up. "That's great. They're all my favorites." Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes in his heart. "As long as it's delicious food, there's nothing you don't like." The 2 brothers carried the buns to the living room to eat. Tong Xuelu packed a plate of buns and went to the Wei family to pick up Tong Mianmian. Shen Wanrong was shocked when he saw Tong Xuelu. "Why did you get off work so early today?" Tong Xuelu did not hide it. "Jiaming and Jessen ran into some trouble at school, so I asked for leave from the restaurant." Shen Wanrong looked at him worriedly. "Is it serious?" Tong Xuelu nodded and then shook his head. "I don't know yet. The school said that they're going to have a meeting to discuss whether or not to expel the 2 brothers." Shen Wanrong's eyes widened. "How did that happen?" Tong Xuelu did not continue. "Grandma Shen, these buns are for you." Mian Mian is inside, right? Shen Wanrong saw that she did not want to talk about it, so he politely did not continue to ask. After Tong Xuelu left with Tong Mianmian, Shen Wanrong told Wei Jigua about the incident. I don't know what happened. How did he get fired all of a sudden? I think the two brothers are good kids. Wei Jigua picked up a meat bun and took a bite. The pork juice was delicious, the meat was tender, and the skin was soft. He finished the bun in less than 2 or 3 bites. This girl's cooking is really good. Eat it while it's hot. He picked up another bun and ate it. Shen Wanrong glared at him. I'm talking to you about something serious. You only know how to eat. Wei Jigua ate 2 more buns in a few bites and said, she didn't say anything, so you should pretend that you don't know. If she asks for help, you should accept it. When Shen Wanrong heard this, she could not help but be surprised. Don't you usually talk about matters that have nothing to do with you? Why did you say that this time? Wei Jigua said, if she's an ingrate, then of course I should be indifferent. But this girl's character is good. She's worth helping. Last time, she borrowed 5 kilograms of flour from the Wei family and returned 6 kilograms. She didn't say anything. If he didn't feel that the weight was wrong and went to weigh it, he wouldn't have found out. A kilogram of flour wasn't worth much, but it was better to see the big picture. There were many subtle things that could reveal a person's character. Shen Wanrong always had a good impression of Tong Xuelu. She smiled and said, since you said so, then you can't say that I'm meddling in other people's business in the future. Wei Jigua picked up a bun and fed it to her. He flashed his white teeth. As long as you ask, when did I say anything? Shen Wanrong glared at him with a face full of smiles. When Tong Mianmian returned home and saw the injuries on her 2 brothers' faces, she was so scared that her eyes were filled with tears. Tong Jiaming quickly comforted her. Big brother accidentally fell while walking. It doesn't hurt. Tong Mianmian didn't know that this was a white lie. Seeing her 2 brothers smiling at her, she easily believed it. However, she was still very considerate and blew on her 2 brothers' wounds. Huff, huff, it hurt so much that it flew away. Tong Jessen was ticklish and laughed when she blew on his wounds. Tong Xuelu looked at the 3 siblings who were laughing together and felt different for the first time. Previously, she came back purely to find a place to live. Moreover, in this era, she couldn't rely on herself to find a job. Raising these 3 future bosses was just a matter of convenience. But now, she suddenly felt that she didn't just want to raise them. The next day, Tong Xuelu went outside the school to wait. She figured out Ma Mei's route to and from work. There was also news on Su Xiuying's side. Sure enough, it was related to the He family. Sister He's second daughter was dating the youngest son of the Jiang family. The He family was still brooding over the matter of He Baozhen and mother He being reported. In order to please his girlfriend, the youngest son of the Jiang family told his family about this matter. When he said this, he didn't guard against his children. After Jiang Ming found out, he went to school to bully Tong Jessen. Ma Mei relied on the Jiang family to show off in school. She had always been the Jiang family's lapdog. In order to please the Jiang family, she always targeted Tong Jessen. Of course, Ma Mei wasn't a good person to begin with. Corporal punishment was common. Su Xiuying kept apologizing to Tong Xuelu. She felt even more regretful. Since the Jiang family didn't even let Tong Xuelu off, they definitely wouldn't let her and her family off. Tong Xuelu didn't comfort her this time. When Rugi didn't know that something had happened to Tong Xuelu. After 2 days and 2 nights on the train, he finally arrived at a province in the northwest. Then, he took a bus to the Chunlin production brigade. In the cowshed, he met the people he was going to pick up. They were the wife and daughter of the director of the Institute of Mechanics, as well as his father-in-law's family. The director of the Institute of Mechanics, Jiao Bakan, was his mentor. He was also the person who guided him into physics. This time, his mentor should have come personally to pick them up. However, because of his mentor's special background, he wasn't allowed to enter the base freely. Thus, he was the one who came this time. When Jiao Bakan's wife, Zhong Shulan, saw someone coming to pick them up, her tears fell like rain. On the 3rd day, the school made a decision. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen were expelled. Tong Xuelu wasn't surprised by this decision at all. However, she still felt extremely disgusted and angry. When she came out of the dean's office, Ma Mei appeared in front of her again. Do you remember what I said before? I said that the two brothers would definitely be expelled. Also, let me tell you, no school in Beijing will accept them. Tong Xuelu's heart was burning with anger. She put on a pitiful expression and said, Teacher Ma, please put in a good word for my brother. I'm begging you. When Ma Mei saw her begging for mercy, she was extremely pleased. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. It's too late to beg me now. Tong Xuelu took out a stack of money from her military satchel and stuffed it into her hands. Teacher Ma, as long as you're willing to help my brother, I'm willing to pay you any price. Ma Mei was so scared that she quickly slapped her hands away. What are you doing? Take it back quickly. Tong Xuelu took the money back. Teacher Ma, we really know our mistakes. Please help us. My family has compensation from the government and the factory. If you want it, I can give it to you. Ma Mei's tears flashed. After school, wait for me in the alley behind the school. Remember, don't let anyone know about this. Otherwise, I won't help you. Tong Xuelu pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Okay. I'll go back and get more money. After school, I'll wait for you there. Teacher Ma, you must come. Ma Mei nodded her head arrogantly. Tong Xuelu nodded her head and bowed before leaving with a smile. After she left, Ma Mei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Idiot. Help? It was impossible for her to help them. However, she could keep the money and lie to them that she had tried her best. After all, they were a group of orphans with no power or influence. Even if she lied to them, they couldn't do anything about it. After school, Ma Mei deliberately waited for her colleagues to leave before slowly walking towards the alley. When she reached the alley, she saw Tong Xuelu waiting for her. The sky was dark and the school was located in a remote area. At this moment, the surroundings were even quieter. Not a single person could be seen. Ma Mei saw that there was no one around before walking into the alley. Let me make it clear to you first. I'm not confident in this matter. I only promised you to try. Tong Xuelu, try my ass. Ma Mei was stunned for a moment before realizing that she had been scolded. Are you scolding me? Tong Xuelu smirked. I'm scolding you. After speaking, before Ma Mei could react, she suddenly raised her leg and kicked her. Ma Mei was kicked back a few steps and fell heavily on the ground. Tong Xuelu did not give her time to scream. She rushed forward and pressed her to the ground. She shouted behind her, You two, come over here. As soon as she finished speaking, the two brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, rushed over from the corner. Ma Mei was so scared that her face turned pale. She struggled with all her might. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Tong Xuelu took off her shoe and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, she got Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen to hold her hands and feet down. Then, she clenched her fists, raised them, and punched Ma Mei's chest. Bang, bang, bang. She punched Ma Mei's chest again and again as if she was punching a sandbag. Ma Mei's mouth was stuffed with her shoe, so she could not make a sound. The pain in her chest made her want to cry. This lunatic. She was crazy, she was actually hitting her chest. Tong Xuelu punched again and again, only hitting the chest. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? She punched her left chest. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? She punched her right chest. After understanding that she could not deal with Ma Mei for the time being, she decided to give her a beating to vent her anger. Hitting the face would leave a mark. If she hit her chest, she did not believe that she would have the face to tell others or lift her clothes for others to see. After hitting her, Tong Xuelu took out her shoe. Ma Mei glared at her. Unless you kill me, I'll definitely report you to the police. Tong Xuelu tapped her mouth with the sole of her shoe. Why don't you think about it? Why didn't I hit anyone else but you? Ma Mei's face turned red with anger. That was what she used to scold Tong Jiaming. Tong Shualu, because you're 2b *tch. Ma Mei glared at her as if she was dipped in poison. Tong Shualu, if you want to report me, go ahead. Do you think I'll hit you without any preparation? As long as you dare to go, I'll tell everyone about your shameful deeds and we'll fight to the death. Ma Mei's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She glared at Tong Shualu. Could it be that she found out about her? That shouldn't be the case. She did it so secretly. She must be lying to her. Thinking of this, she forced herself to calm down. What nonsense are you talking about? What shameful deeds did I do? You want to fight to the death, right? Sure, come on, I'm not afraid of you. Tong Shualu saw Ma Mei's momentary absent-mindedness and her heart skipped a beat. Her words were indeed directed at Ma Mei. As long as one was human, they would more or less have things that they couldn't tell others. Some people only had small secrets, while others had big, dirty secrets. Ma Mei's momentary absent-mindedness most likely belonged to the latter. She looked down at Ma Mei condescendingly and said, "Go ahead and try. At most, I'll be sent to a labor camp for a period of time. As for you, your reputation will be ruined and you'll have nothing." Ma Mei's face instantly turned pale and her limbs turned cold. She really knew. Seeing her like this, Tong Shualu was even more certain. She didn't know what shameful deeds Ma Mei had done. It was really interesting. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, she stood up and said to Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, "Let's go." Tong Jessen let go of Ma Mei's leg. When he passed by Ma Mei, he suddenly lifted his leg and gave her a hard kick on her waist. Then, he ran away like a madman. Ma Mei was still immersed in the shock of her secret being discovered, so she wasn't prepared for Tong Jessen's sudden attack. A wave of pain came from her waist. She cried out in pain, and her facial features were distorted. After running out of the alley, Tong Jessen said proudly, "Second brother, I avenged you just now. I kicked her." Tong Jiaming glanced at him and responded with an the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. When Tong Shualu heard Tong Jessen's words, he reminded them, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Do you understand?" Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen nodded in unison. Tong Jiaming usually didn't show his emotions on his face. However, Tong Jessen's depression was swept away and he skipped as he walked. Although he couldn't slap Ma Mei's face in public, he was very happy to be able to give her a good beating. In the past, whenever he thought about being beaten and scolded, he would be very angry. For 2 consecutive nights, he would cry in his sleep. Now, he felt more comfortable. Tong Shualu beat Ma Mei up so that the 2 brothers could vent their anger. Especially Tong Jessen. If he didn't vent his anger, he would be traumatized. However, she didn't expect to gain an unexpected reward from this trip. She had to find a way to expose Ma Mei's secret. Mother Xiao was always swift and decisive. On the day she met Tong Shualu, she called her brother and asked him to get her a complete set of high school mathematics, physics, and chemistry books. Although her brother was a little puzzled by her request, he still agreed. 2 days later, he got the books. Her brother called her and asked her to go to her parents' house to get them. When she went to her parents' house, only her sister-in-law was at home. Her sister-in-law saw her and took out the books. "Did you find out anything about Qingping? Is he really dating that woman with the surname Tong?" Mother Xiao blinked and shook her head. "No, Qingping has nothing to do with her. You know that Qingping has been kind since he was young. He can't even bear to kill an ant. He just pitied her because she doesn't have parents, so he wanted to lend her some money." Although she was very angry at Tong Shualu for asking for too much, she wouldn't say anything since the matter had been resolved. Of course, the biggest reason she did this was that she didn't want her son's name to be associated with Tong Shualu. Her sister-in-law was relieved. "It's good that he doesn't have a girlfriend. You don't know, but this woman with the surname Tong offended someone this time." Mother Xiao was startled. "Offended someone? What do you mean?" Seeing that she didn't know, the sister-in-law quickly told her what had happened in the past few days. "I didn't know at first, but then I heard that the 2 expelled children had no parents and their surname was Tong. Isn't that the one with Qingping?" Mother Xiao frowned. "Expelled? It's just a quarrel between children. Is it necessary to expel them?" Her sister-in-law sighed. They have offended someone. That teacher's relative is the director of the education bureau, which is your brother's boss. I heard that now the entire city's schools don't dare to accept those two children. Mother Xiao frowned even more. As a teacher, they are ruthless. They don't deserve to be called a model teacher. Can my brother have a say in this matter? Her sister-in-law raised her eyebrows. You want to help them? Mother Xiao said, they're just a group of orphans. Why do they have to target them? I just can't stand it. She felt that Tong Xuelu wasn't good enough for her son, but not liking him and using underhanded methods to frame others were two different things. Especially targeting a group of orphans like this, it was really disgusting. Her sister-in-law knew that she had always hated evil and was very strict. Hearing her words, she wasn't surprised. You also know that your brother has always been at odds with his boss. I'm afraid it's not good for him to intervene in this matter. Mother Xiao nodded to show that she understood and didn't say anything else. After returning home, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. If Qingping knew that something had happened to Tong Xuelu, she was afraid that they would come looking for him again. She quickly discussed with her husband and asked her uncle, who was in the army, to send a telegram to Qingping to return to the army. Xiao Qingping had been annoyed these past few days because his cousin had accidentally revealed that he wanted to lend money to Tong Xuelu. He didn't want to go home, so he received a telegram asking him to report back to the army. Xiao Qingping suspected that his mother was involved in this matter. Mother Xiao looked at him and decided to give him another dose of medicine. If you don't want to leave, it's fine. Go on a blind date tomorrow and take the opportunity to settle your marriage. Xiao Qingping stared with his small eyes. Mom, who do you want me to go on a blind date with? Don't tell me you've already decided? Mother Xiao said, I haven't decided yet, but it's easy to decide. You know the person you're going on a blind date with. She's the daughter of the Feng family. She's pretty and our family is compatible. If you don't want to go back to the army, I'll go talk to the Feng family about this matter tomorrow. Xiao Qingping hurriedly said, No. You must not go. I'll go back to the army tomorrow, okay? Mother Xiao said, Look at you. Jing Yuan is such a good child. Why don't you like her? Xiao Qingping scratched his head. It's not that I don't like her. I just think that her forehead is too big. Mother Xiao, coincidentally, the Feng family was also talking about finding a partner. When Feng Jingyuan heard that her mother wanted to set her up with Xiao Qingping, she shook her head like a rattledrum. Mom, I don't want to. I don't want to date Xiao Qingping. Mother Feng was puzzled. Qingping is a good-looking child. He's also quite capable. Why don't you like him? Feng Jingyuan pursed her lips. It's not that I don't like him. I just think that his eyes are too small. Mother Feng, thus, this blind date was left unsettled. Xiao Qingping quickly packed his things and returned to the army. Before he left, he wanted to say goodbye to Tong Xuelu. However, Mother Xiao kept a close eye on him and he could only give up. Because when Rugi had a letter of approval from the organization, the production team quickly let them go. When Rugi picked up Zhong Shulan and the others from the Chunlin production team and took a car directly to the city. However, they didn't take the car directly back to Beijing. Instead, they stayed in a guest house in the city. This was because Zhong Shulan's father fell ill as soon as he left the production team. Over the years, their family had suffered a lot in the cowshed. They didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes. Every day, they had to do the dirtiest and heaviest work. They were also criticized from time to time. Grandfather Zhong couldn't take it anymore. He only held on for the sake of his daughter. When the letter of approval arrived, he was completely relieved. However, he quickly collapsed. When Zhong Shulan saw that her father had fallen ill, she became anxious and soon fell ill as well. Jiao Yuncher had to take care of her mother and grandfather at the same time. She was so tired that she looked haggard. When Rugi was afraid that she would fall ill as well, so he quickly took over the responsibility of taking care of grandfather Zhong. With Wenrugi's help, Jiao Yuncher was finally able to catch her breath. Comrade Wen, thank you so much this time. I should have returned to Beijing immediately, but I didn't expect grandfather and my mother to follow one after another. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Wenrugi's expression was indifferent. You're welcome. This is what I should do. On the way to studying physics, his teacher, Jiao Bakan, had given him a lot of help and encouragement. If it weren't for his teacher, he might have given up long ago. Xianxia asked, "How is my father? Is he okay?" Wenrugi nodded. Teacher is in good health, but he misses you very much. Xianxia's eyes turned red. That's good, that's good. We miss him very much too. Wenrugi said, Grandfather Zhong might wake up soon. I'll go back to my room first. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she quickly nodded. Okay. Sorry to trouble you, Comrade Wen. Wenrugi didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Xianxia looked at his back for a long time before she turned around and went back to her room. As soon as they left, the two waiters in the guest house began to chatter. That guy is very good looking, but he's too dull. Look at the girl crying. He doesn't even know how to comfort her. Why should he comfort her? They're obviously not a couple. What you said makes sense. When they came together, I thought they were a family. I wonder if that guy has a girlfriend? That's right, Lin Yiqian said. What do you want? Stop dreaming. It's not up to you whether he has a girlfriend or not. Do you want to die? After Tong Xuelu beat Mame up, she didn't immediately follow her the next day. In fact, she was still somewhat worried that Mame would report her. Thinking back, her decision to beat Mame was a bit too rash. They didn't have any background or connections, and they were a family of children. If the other party really wanted to hit them, they would be easily defeated. At this time, she was especially envious of the female lead who had a golden finger. Unfortunately, she didn't even have a space. It was really annoying. Moreover, the timing wasn't good. It was 1976, and the 10-year event was coming to an end. It would be completely over in a month or two. If it were a few years earlier, she could have used the situation and public opinion to report Mame and the Jiang family. In those years, the status of teachers wasn't high at all. Many teachers were criticized because of the slightest mistake. However, it couldn't be done now. Moreover, the Jiang family was able to sit in the position of the director of the Education Bureau. Their connections and power weren't something an ordinary person like her could shake. Therefore, before they found an opportunity, they had to lie low. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen couldn't go to school for the time being. In order to not let the two brothers be immersed in unhappy things, Tong Xuelu asked them to open up the yard and plant the vegetables. The Wei family sent a lot of seeds. In addition to tomatoes and vegetables, there were also pumpkins. Tong Xuelu divided the yard into two sides. One side was to plant vegetables and raise chickens. The other side was to plant some flowers and plants. Tong Mianmian was very happy that Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen didn't have to go to school. She followed her two brothers every day and became their little tail. It was quiet like this for 2 days. When Mame didn't make any moves, she was relieved. Then, she started to take action. She waited at the place where Mame went to and from work every day. In the beginning, Mame went to and from work on time every day. She didn't go anywhere except to school. Her routine made Tong Xuelu doubt her own judgment. However, a fox couldn't hide its tail. Mame couldn't hold it in anymore. That day, after Mame left school, she didn't go straight home. Instead, she took a detour and turned into an alley. Tong Xuelu was afraid that she would be discovered and didn't dare to follow too closely. She almost lost sight of her. When she quietly followed Mame into the alley, she happened to see Mame walk into a bungalow. After Mame went in, a man stuck his head out and looked outside. When he didn't see anyone, he closed the door. Tong Xuelu was so excited that her little hands trembled. Oh, she smelled the scent of adultery. Mame and the man were acting suspiciously. Mame kept taking detours before coming here, so it was hard not to misunderstand their behavior. The days were shorter after autumn, and the sky was gradually getting dark. However, there was still no one in the alley. Tong Xuelu looked around and found that the two houses next door were dark. She didn't know if they hadn't returned home yet or if no one lived there. She hid in the corner for a while, and her face and body were bitten by mosquitoes. It was so itchy that she wanted to go crazy. She clasped the mosquito bites with her nails, but it was useless. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Mame still didn't come out of the house. Tong Xuelu walked out of the corner. The wall of the man's house was a little high. Although she could climb in, it would be difficult to escape if she was discovered. Therefore, she only glanced at the door before going to the back of the house. To her surprise, there was a window at the back of the house. The window was an old-fashioned wooden window, and it was tightly shut. She tiptoed over and pressed her ear against the window. From time to time, she could hear moaning and the creaking of the bed. Ugh, her ears were dirty. As an old pervert who had watched countless movies, she knew that someone was driving a luxury car inside. After confirming that something was going on inside, Tong Xuelu stopped listening and returned to the corner to feed the mosquitoes. After another 10 to 20 minutes, Mame finally came out. The moonlight was very bright tonight, and it shone on Mame's face. Her face was radiant, and her eyes were charming. She looked like a withered tree that had been nourished by the spring rain. Mame looked around. There was no one around, but she still said, "Deya, Aunt May is leaving. I'll come to see you next time." This time, the man came out with a little girl in his arms. The little girl looked like she had just woken up. She waved at Mame listlessly and said, "Goodbye, Aunt May." "Goodbye, Deya." Mame winked at the man and said, "Brother Fu, I'm leaving." The man said, "Okay, be careful." Mame smiled at him and walked away, swaying her hips. After Mame walked out of the alley, the man closed the door and carried the little girl into the house. Tong Xuelu didn't move at all. She only came out of the corner and headed home when the surroundings returned to normal. According to the information she gathered, Mame was married and had 2 children, a son and a daughter. Just now, the man had a child in his hand. Obviously, he was also married. In other words, both of them had cheated. These days, the consequences of cheating were very serious. Once someone found out, their reputation would be ruined. If it was a few years ago, they would be criticized and paraded through the streets. If she wanted to expose Mame, the next thing she had to do was, 1. Find out where Mame's husband works and get the phone number of the company. 2. Figure out the situation around the man's house to facilitate the next deployment. 3. Figure out the relationship between the man and Mame. However, it doesn't matter if I don't figure it out. Tong Xuelu thought as she walked home. When she turned into an alley, she suddenly saw a tall figure standing in front of her house. With the help of the street lamp, she could clearly see the woman's face. It was Piao Jiani. Why was he here? Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment before she walked over. Piao Jiani heard footsteps and looked up. When he saw Tong Xuelu, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Comrade Tong, you're finally back." Tong Xuelu was even more curious. "Comrade Piao, why are you looking for me?" Piao Jiani was about to answer, but when Tong Xuelu walked closer, he was shocked. "Comrade Tong, what happened to your face? Why are there so many bumps?" Tong Xuelu was speechless. Why did he have to touch a sore spot? Piao Jiani grinned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good fellow, there are 5 bumps on your face. Your eyes are so swollen that it's funny, ha ha ha. Hearing Piao Jiani's gloating laughter, Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. Piao Jiani obviously had something to say to him, and it was not appropriate for them to just stand by the roadside. Therefore, Tong Xuelu brought him home. When they entered the house, Tong Jiaming and his siblings had not eaten yet. They were waiting for her to come back so that they could eat together. However, when they saw Piao Jiani behind her, they could not help but be stunned. Tong Xuelu explained, "This is my friend. He has something to tell me. You guys can eat first. You don't have to wait for me." Since Tong Jiaming and his siblings were in the living room, Tong Xuelu had no choice but to bring Piao Jiani to the study room. Piao Jiani walked in and looked around the study room. The study room was not big, but because there were not many furnishings, it looked empty. There was an old table and chairs in the room. On the table was a chipped vase with a few wild flowers in it. The simple study room suddenly became lively because of the wild flowers. Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of water. "Comrade Piao, why are you looking for me?" Piao Jianni took the water from her and drank a few mouthfuls before saying, I've heard about what happened to your family. What do you plan to do next? Good news never leaves the house, but bad news spreads far and wide. Since they all lived in the southern part of the city, Tong Xuelu was not surprised that Piao Jianni knew about Tong Jiaming and his siblings. We'll take it one step at a time. Although Piao Jianni was Wenwurgi's friend, Tong Xuelu did not trust him completely. Piao Jianni knew that she was just brushing him off. I went to the state-run hotel where you work today, and the staff said that you've been on leave for a few days. Comrade Tong, what are you planning to do? He did not want to be nosy, but before Wenwurgi left, he had called him and asked him to take care of the Tong family. He had grown up with Wenwurgi, and this was the first time that he had seen him pay so much attention to a female comrade. He had always thought that Wenwurgi would be alone for the rest of his life. The 1,000-year-old sago tree was blooming. Of course, he would not refuse. Moreover, he still had to borrow money from Wenwurgi in the future. He had heard about the Tong family from his brother-in-law, who worked in the education bureau. After he found out, he asked for half a day's leave from the bureau and went to the state-run hotel to look for her. He did not expect to hear that she had been on leave for a few days. Then, he found out where she lived from her colleagues. He only found out that she had gone out when he came over. He waited outside for half a day before she finally came back. She had been gone for half a day, and she had come back with a face full of bruises. He thought about how she had sent Tong Jinjin to the farm and acted as a witness to the He family's mother and son being sent to the farm. He did not have to think to know that she was up to no good. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows slightly. Comrade Piao, are you trying to help me? Piao Jianni replied, I don't want to be nosy, but Rugui asked me to take care of you. I have known Rugui for so many years, and this is the first time that I have seen him take care of a female comrade. How can I not help you? If a normal woman had heard this, her face would have turned red with embarrassment. Tong Xuelu blinked and smiled. So, Comrade Wen asked you to help me. I believe you. Piao Jianni was speechless. So, she did not say anything just now because she thought that he was a thief. Tong Xuelu said, what I want to do is very simple. I want my 2 brothers to go back to school. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen had been expelled for offending a teacher and being stubborn and difficult to teach. She did not say anything about the fight because she wanted to protect the grandson of the director of education, Jiang Ming. This way, if Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen wanted to go back to school, they would have to prove that they were not stubborn and difficult to teach. The best way to prove that they were not bad students was to prove that the teacher was a morally corrupt person. As long as Ma Mei's reputation was ruined, she could use this to get Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen back to school. Piao Jianni was silent for a moment before he said, So, you want to deal with that female teacher with the surname Ma? Tong Xuelu replied, I don't want to deal with her. I want to uphold justice. That kind of teacher does not deserve to be called a role model. Piao Jianni asked, Then what do you want to do? Tell me and I might be able to help. Tong Xuelu thought for a moment before he said, I think it's best if you don't get involved in this matter. It will affect you negatively. Piao Jianni was the captain of the criminal investigation unit. He was not a small police officer who dealt with civil disputes. If he got involved, it would be easy for things to get out of hand. Moreover, one of them was unmarried and the other was not married. Their families were not related. If word got out, people would definitely speculate. Previously, she had thought of using Ma Mei's corruption to report her. However, she quickly rejected this idea because it was not easy to execute. If she wanted to catch Ma Mei with the stolen goods, there would need to be a police officer at the scene. However, this would involve Piao Jianni. If there was no police officer, it would be easy for Ma Mei to bite back. Piao Jianni said, Can you handle it yourself? Tong Xuelu nodded, I have already thought of a way. However, there is something you can really help me with. What is it? I would like to trouble you to help me find out about Ma Mei's husband, including information about his work unit. Piao Jianni could not guess what she wanted at the moment. However, it was not difficult for him to find out. He nodded and said, No problem. I will give you the information as soon as possible. However, you have to promise me that you will not do anything illegal. Tong Xuelu promised, Comrade Piao, don't worry. I am a law-abiding citizen. I will definitely not do anything illegal. She was a green tea, but there were good and bad green tea. She had never done anything illegal, and she had never stolen anyone's husband to be a mistress. It was better to be alive. Why did she have to court death? Piao Jiani nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He grinned. Comrade Tong, I heard from Rugue that you are a good cook. Look, I was waiting for you to come back. I didn't even eat dinner. If you want a horse to run faster, you have to let it eat more grass. Even if Piao Jiani did not ask, she would still ask. She stood up and said, Comrade Piao, what do you want to eat? Is there anything you don't eat? Piao Jiani's smile almost reached his ears. I eat everything. I don't avoid anything. No wonder he was so big. It was easy to raise him. Tong Xuelu thought to herself as she walked to the kitchen. For the past few days, Tong Xuelu had asked the Tong Jiaming brothers to review their lessons every day. She also taught them how to use soybeans and mung beans to make douya. At this moment, there was already some yellow douya in the kitchen. The Wei family next door had given them some noodles. She used the noodles to make 2 bowls of vegetable and egg noodles. She also quickly made a plate of cold douya. Since there was already some noodles, it was easy to make. It took less than 20 minutes to finish. In fact, Piao Jiani had not heard when Rugi mentioned Tong Xuelu's cooking skills. He was still brooding over the fact that when Rugi did not give him a single piece of red date cake last time. Now, he slurped the noodles and ate the fresh and tender yellow douya. His heart was filled with satisfaction. When Rugi came back, he would definitely tell him about it. Who told him not to give him red date cake? For the next 2 days, Tong Xuelu went out to gather information. Finally, on the 3rd day, she found out about Mame's adulterer. When she came over 2 days ago, the door of the house next to the adulterers was closed. Today, the door was finally opened. There was an old woman in her 60s living next door. At this time, the adulterer's daughter was playing in the old woman's yard. Tong Xuelu approached the old woman with the excuse of buying a house. She then got the information about the adulterer from her. The adulterer was Duan Wenfu, a skilled worker at the steel factory. He had a daughter and his wife was an educated youth who went to the countryside. He lived alone in Beijing with his daughter. During the day, he asked the old woman next door to take care of his daughter. The old woman did not have any children, but she had a nephew in the countryside. She would visit her nephew every Saturday afternoon and only come back on Sunday night. When she heard this, Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. If she guessed correctly, Ma Mei and the adulterer would meet every Saturday night and drive together. Since the old woman went to the countryside and the house on the other side was unoccupied, no one would see them doing anything inappropriate. After hearing this, Tong Xuelu immediately retreated. Then, Piao Jiani also received information. Ma Mei's husband worked in the well-digging team at the Water Conservancy Bureau. He was usually very busy and often worked overtime at night. Because the Water Conservancy Bureau was not in the city, he only came home once a month. Ma Mei's parents-in-law did not live with them. Instead, they lived with their eldest son. Therefore, when Ma Mei came home late every Saturday, no one questioned her. Tong Xuelu clicked her tongue in her heart and prepared to take action this Saturday. Tong Xuelu could not do it alone, so she asked Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen to help. In the compound of the general hospital, the Tong family also found out about Tong Xuelu's situation. Brother Tong said to his wife, "Little sister doesn't know how to deal with this alone. Why don't we find time to visit her?" Qin Yueling was about to agree when Mother Tong walked in and said, "Why should we go? Will you be able to help if we go?" Brother Tong scratched his head and said, "Whether or not we can help, we have to ask." Mother Tong's face darkened and said, "What's there to ask? Did she tell us that she changed jobs and moved to the hotel? Did she come to visit us?" Qin Yueling said, "I heard that the state-run hotel doesn't have a holiday. Zul probably doesn't have time to come." Mother Tong's face was still very ugly. "Anyway, you are not allowed to go. When Jinjin was in trouble, we did not dare to use our power for personal gain. Now that an outsider is in trouble, are you going to use your power to help her?" Elder brother Tong and Qin Yueling fell silent upon hearing this. Mother Tong had sprained her ankle when she came back from Yanqing County. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Tong Xuelu moved to the city, but she did not take the initiative to visit her. As an elder, how could she take the initiative to visit her? It did not make sense, therefore, she suppressed her anger and did not go to Tong Xuelu. Now that this happened, she did not want to go. At the same time, she did not allow her son and daughter-in-law to go. She was afraid that Tong Xuelu would ask her son and daughter-in-law to help. Because of Mother Tong's order, Qin Yueling and her husband had to give up. Illness came like a landslide. Grandfather Zhong's condition was very dangerous, and the hospital issued a notice of critical illness. Fortunately, he survived in the end. However, with his body in this condition, no one dared to let him take the long-distance bus back to Beijing. Therefore, when Rugi's trip was delayed again. On Saturday afternoon, Tong Xuelu asked the Wei family to take care of Tong Mianmian. Then, she went out with Tong Jeming and Tong Jessen. She asked Tong Jeming to go to the post office and call Ma Mei's husband's unit. She said that a house had collapsed, and Ma Mei happened to be under it. The person who answered the phone was shocked. He did not ask who was calling. He only asked for the address of the collapsed house and hung up the phone. Tong Xuelu and Tong Jessen went to the Duan family's house and advanced to wait. They put aside the dry wood and branches they picked up. Everything was ready, except for the east wind. The sky gradually darkened. The alley was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. Tong Jessen's face was bitten by a few mosquitoes. He scratched his face and said, "Is that woman coming or not?" Tong Xuelu's face was full of bites the last time. This time, with Tong Jessen beside her, the mosquitoes did not bite her. She glanced at the bites on Tong Jessen's face and said sympathetically, "She should be coming. Let's wait a little longer." After another 10 minutes, just when Tong Xuelv suspected that Ma Mei might not come today, Ma Mei's figure finally appeared. Compared to the last time, Ma Mei seemed to have specially dressed up. She was wearing a really good dress and her waist was swaying like a willow branch. Ma Mei knocked on the wooden door a few times. The adulterer quickly opened the door. When he saw her appearance, his eyes lit up and he said, "Ah Mei, you look really good today." Ma Mei looked at him and said, "What are you talking about? Hurry up and go in. By the way, is my daughter asleep?" "She's asleep. She won't wake up later." The two of them went into the house. Tong Xuelu had even heard the sound of a luxury car before. Naturally, he did not feel anything from their conversation. However, Tong Jessen, who was beside him, widened his eyes. It was as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Tong Xuelu pushed him and said, "Don't be in a daze. Let's get moving." Tong Jessen regained his senses and carried the dry firewood to the Duan residence with Tong Xuelu. Tong Jessen climbed the wall and jumped into the house. Tong Xuelu handed the dry firewood to him from outside. Then, she went to the back of the house. When she heard moaning sounds coming from inside, she went back and asked Tong Jessen to light the dry firewood. Then, Tong Jessen climbed the wall and jumped out of the courtyard. He went to the back of the house and used his hands to block the wooden window at the back to prevent them from escaping through the window. Tong Xuelu ran out of the alley to call for help to put out the fire. "Help! A house is on fire! Someone come and put out the fire! A house's courtyard is on fire!" It was currently autumn and dry. Once a house caught fire, it would easily spread to other places. When everyone heard that there was a fire, they all rushed out of their houses with buckets of water to put out the fire. Tong Xuelv led the way for them, accurately bringing them to the front of the Duan clan. Everyone saw that there was indeed a fire in the courtyard. Although it had not spread to the house, it would soon burn if it was not put out. Just as everyone was about to knock on the door, they were stopped by Tong Xuelu. "Don't knock on the door. Something must have happened to the people inside. I called for help many times, but no one came out. Quickly climb the wall and knock on the door to save them." No one doubted Tong Xuelu's words. After all, she was the first to discover the fire. Before she called for help, she must have called for help from the people inside the house. Thus, everyone gave up on knocking on the door. They jumped over the wall and opened the wooden door from the inside. After everyone rushed in, they quickly put out the fire in the courtyard. Two of the men ran over to knock on the door. Bang, a loud sound was heard. The two people who were in the heat of the moment were taken aback. Ma Mei's face turned pale. What's going on? Duan Wenfu was shocked by the sound of the door being knocked on. How would I know? Ma Mei reached out and pushed him. Quickly get up and go out to take a look, but before he could finish his words, he heard another loud bang. The wooden door, which was not very sturdy to begin with, was knocked open. When everyone rushed in, they thought that they would see the person inside unconscious on the bed. Unexpectedly, they saw two people lying on the bed with nothing on. Everyone was stunned. Ma Mei screamed and pulled up the quilt on the side to cover herself. Duan Wenfu's butt was exposed. He quickly pulled the blanket to cover himself. Tong Xuelu mixed in with the crowd. He pinched his throat and shouted, "Oh my God, didn't Comrade Duan's wife go to the countryside to be an educated youth? Who was that woman just now? Don't tell me they are having an affair?" When everyone heard this, they immediately came back to their senses. Yeah, I remember that his wife went to the countryside to be an educated youth. She only comes back during the new year. That woman can't be his wife. No wonder they didn't open the door. It turns out that they are doing something shameful. Everyone, don't be in a daze. Quickly tie them up and send them to the Public Security Bureau. In this era, having an affair was very serious. Not only would they lose their reputation, but they might also be arrested and imprisoned. Ma Mei, who was under the blanket, was trembling in fear. She almost fainted. Her hand trembled as she pinched Duan Wenfu hard. Duan Wenfu cried out in pain. Then he said with a pale face, "Everyone misunderstood. I didn't have an affair. The woman under the blanket is my wife." Tong Xuelu pinched his throat and shouted again, "I don't believe you. Let your wife show her face to everyone." Duan Wenfu had no choice. He patted Ma Mei with his hand. "Wife, come out." He only hoped that he lived in a remote area and didn't interact much with others. His wife only came back once a year. No one would recognize her. Ma Mei thought the same. Her pale face slowly came out from under the blanket. There weren't many people who knew Duan Wenfu's wife. One or two people had seen her before. However, Ma Mei only showed half of her face, so they couldn't tell who she was. Tong Xuelu said angrily, "I know her. She is not Comrade Duan's wife. She is a teacher at Qingnan Primary School. Her name is Ma Mei. As a teacher, Ma Mei is having an affair. Everyone, go to the Public Security Bureau and report her." Ma Mei's husband heard that something had happened to his wife at work. He immediately asked for leave and rushed over. It took 2 hours to get to the city from the Water Conservancy Bureau. The leader of the bureau sympathized with him and asked the driver to drive him here. He and the driver stopped the car outside and rushed over. However, they saw a group of people surrounding a house. He thought that something had really happened and squeezed in. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard someone shout, "She is teacher Ma Mei from Qingnan Primary School. She is having an affair." His head immediately went blank. Everyone acted quickly. Someone ran to the Public Security Bureau to report. After a while, the Public Security Bureau came and arrested Ma Mei and Duan Wenfu. When Ma Mei was taken out of the house, she suddenly saw her husband standing at the door and looking at her with an ashen face. Ma Mei's husband rushed up and slapped her a few times. *TCH, what did I, Wang Baogua, do to you that you have to do this? I will kill you. Ma Mei's cheeks were stinging, but she didn't care about the pain. Lao Wang, I was framed. I didn't do anything to hurt you. Wang Baogua slapped him again. You still want to lie to me at this time? Ma Mei's face was slapped to the side. She suddenly saw Tong Xuelu standing in the crowd. In the great crowd, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. She stood there straight and was very eye-catching. Ma Mei's eyes widened. It was her, it was Tong Xuelu, that *TCH, who framed her. Ma Mei screamed and struggled to pounce on Tong Xuelu. *TCH, I will kill you. However, before she could pounce on her, her arm was grabbed by the Public Security Bureau and she couldn't move at all. She was like a caged beast, staring at Tong Xuelu with red eyes. Tong Xuelu winked at her and said 2 words silently. Goodbye. Ma Mei and her adulterer, Duan Wenfu, were arrested and taken to the police station. Duan Wenfu's daughter, Deye, had not woken up despite all the commotion outside. Tong Xuelu felt that something was wrong. She followed everyone into another room and saw that after the little girl was woken up by everyone, her expression was listless and her palm-sized face was pale. Tong Xuelu scanned the room and found a lot of peanut shells beside the bed where the little girl was sleeping. Her heart skipped a beat. Peanuts were food that people were allergic to. Allergic reactions varied from dizziness, diarrhea, skin inflammation, cold sweat, and weakness. She suspected that the little girl was allergic to peanuts and that Duan Wenfu's father had fed her peanuts before every date so that he could spend more time with Ma Mei. If that was the case, Duan Wenfu's father was worse than an animal. However, this was only her suspicion. She could not say it out loud without evidence. Fortunately, nothing had happened to the little girl before, so there should not be any problems now. Since Duan Wenfu had been arrested and the little girl's mother was in the countryside, Tong Xuelu was temporarily taken in by the police to take care of her until the little girl's mother returned. After the little girl was taken away, everyone started to talk about it. The person who was scolded the most was Ma Mei. She's too shameless. As a teacher, she actually slept in another man's bed. How shameless. That's right. How can such a person become a teacher? My son attends Qingnam Primary School. I'm worried that the other teachers there are also like her. Now that you mention it, I'm a little worried too. With such a teacher, can the child learn well? Hearing everyone's discussion, Tong Xuelu left with satisfaction. Tong Jessen, who was behind the house, took advantage of the chaos and ran out. After walking out of the alley, Tong Jessen looked up at her, then quickly lowered his head and kicked the pebbles at his feet into the air. He then looked up at her awkwardly. Tong Xuelu noticed that something was wrong and said, "Say what you want to say." Tong Jessen said in a low, muffled voice, "You shouldn't have shown your face just now. Now that you've been seen, what if Jiang Ming's grandfather takes revenge on you?" Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows slightly. "So you're concerned about me?" Tong Jessen's face immediately turned red. He raised his head and glared at her. I'm not concerned about you. I just think that you're being very stupid." The corners of Tong Xuelu's lips curled up slightly. "If you care about me, just care about me. Why are you being so awkward?" Tong Jessen's ears turned red. "Nonsense. I already said that I don't care about you." Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. "Alright, if you say so, then so be it. Since I dared to show my face, of course I'm not afraid of their revenge. Firstly, she wasn't the one who framed Ma Mei. Ma Mei was the one who had an affair. She wasn't the one who knocked Ma Mei out and put her on a man's bed. Secondly, Ma Mei's incident would start to ferment from tomorrow onwards. There was no entertainment in this era. Once something like this happened, it would spread very quickly. At that time, Jiang Ming's grandfather wouldn't even be able to avoid it. Why would he come forward for a cousin? As for Ma Mei, whether she showed her face or not, she would suspect her. Then what was she hiding for? She might as well show her face and piss her off. After Tong Jessen heard her explanation, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he snorted. "You're twisting words and forcing logic." Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes at him. "You don't mean what you say." After Tong Jemming made a phone call, he went straight home to take care of Tong Mianmian. When he saw the two of them coming back, he changed his usual calm demeanor and asked nervously, "How was it? Did you catch her?" Tong Jessen's eyes widened. He excitedly recounted what happened just now with exaggerated details. While he was recounting, he didn't forget to cover Tong Mianmian's ears so that she couldn't hear. Tong Mianmian was so angry that she pouted. She was so angry that she could hang pork on her lips. Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for tonight. Tong Jemming had already prepared the rice, vegetables, and other ingredients. She could just stir-fry them. This morning, she asked Tong Jemming to line up at the supply and demand cooperative to buy streaky pork. Now, she lifted the streaky pork from the well. After cleaning it with water, she added cold water, ginger, scallions, and pepper to boil it until it was 80% cooked. Then, she took it out and cut it into thin slices. Twice-cooked pork was a test of knife skills. If it was cut too thinly, it would break easily. If it was too thick, it wouldn't be chewy. However, for Tong Xuelu, knife skills were nothing. The thickness of the slices was the same. After the twice-cooked pork was ready, she quickly stir-fried some garlic vegetables. Then, they were ready to eat. Tong Jessen had already finished talking in the living room. When he smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen, he rushed over. When he saw the twice-cooked pork, his eyes shone brighter than the light bulbs above his head. He secretly picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The fat meat melted in his mouth. The lean meat was delicious and chewy. The fragrance of the bean paste and green pepper filled his mouth. It was spicy and sweet. Delicious, it was really delicious. He picked up the twice-cooked pork and rushed to the living room. Let's eat. We have twice-cooked pork to eat tonight. Although he was expelled from school, if he could eat such delicious food every day, he would not mind being expelled. Compared to when he was in the courtyard, his life now was much happier. Why did he say something stupid like not wanting to move? Because they had solved the problem of Ma Mei. The Tong family ate the meat heartily that night with happy smiles on their faces. Ma Mei's scandal spread very quickly. The spread of the news was much better than Tong Xuelu had expected. She had originally planned to add fuel to the fire behind the scenes if the news did not spread well enough. The news of Ma Mei having an affair quickly spread to the school. All the teachers were shocked. Ma Mei had a bad temper, but no one expected her to do such a despicable thing. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect Teacher Ma to be such a person. Why are you still calling her Teacher Ma? Calling a shameless whore like her a teacher is an insult to the word teacher. I heard that her husband wants to divorce her. Can he not divorce her? Caught in the act of adultery in bed, no man can stand it. Although everyone was shocked, no one stepped forward to plead for Ma Mei. As soon as Ma Mei's scandal spread, the school responded quickly and revoked her teaching license. At the same time, just as Tong Zul had expected, Jiang Ming's grandfather, Director Jiang, immediately chose to draw a clear line with Ma Mei. He said that the Jiang family and Ma Mei were just cousins, and asked the Public Security Bureau to deal with the matter strictly according to the law. Ma Mei's husband, Wang Baogua, felt that he had been cheated on and divorced Ma Mei before the verdict was out. When Duan Wenfu's wife returned to Beijing, she also chose to divorce. She even took Duan Wenfu's job and successfully returned to the city. The impact of Ma Mei and Duan Wenfu's scandal was too bad. Everyone on the street was talking about it. In order to clean up the atmosphere, the two of them were dragged to the square to criticize. When Tong Xuelu heard about it, she brought Tong Jiaming and his siblings to watch it. They arrived early, but there were already many people gathered around the square. In a short while, the square was filled with people. Ma Mei and Duan Wenfu's arms were tied and they stood in the middle of the stage with disheveled hair. Both of them looked very haggard, as if they had aged a few years in an instant. A person who looked like a leader appeared on the stage and knocked on the gong to get everyone to quiet down. Then, he began to read out their crimes. Ma Mei and Duan Wenfu, one is a teacher, while the other is a skilled worker in a steel factory. They have both failed to live up to the organization's expectations of them and committed the crime of being hooligans. The impact of this crime is very bad. When the audience heard this, they could not help but be in an uproar. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Down with the adulterous couple! Down with the broken shoes!" When this was said, the surrounding people started to condemn them. The shouts got louder and louder. Some people even picked up stones and threw them at the two of them. Soon, Ma Mei and Duan Wenfu's heads were bleeding. When Tong Xuelu saw this, she did not want to continue watching. She covered Tong Mianmian's eyes and hugged her as she squeezed out of the crowd. When Ma Mei raised her head, she seemed to see a figure that was very similar to Tong Xuelu's back. She suddenly remembered what Tong Xuelu said to her in the alley that day, "You will lose your reputation and lose everything." Her tears flowed down her cheeks in an instant. The next day, the Tong family welcomed an uninvited guest, Fang Jingyuan. When Tong Xuelu saw Fang Jingyuan, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you here to see me?" Fang Jingyuan raised her chin and said, "What's with that expression? Can't I come to see you?" Tang Xuelu shrugged and said, "Of course you can." Fang Jingyuan snorted and pushed her bicycle directly into the courtyard. She parked the bicycle against the wall and turned around to look at the courtyard. "Did you buy this courtyard or rent it?" "I rented it." Fang Jingyuan's eyes lit up. "Who did you rent it from? How much is it?" Tang Xuelu showed 4 fingers. Fang Jingyuan's eyes widened and she exclaimed, 40 yuan a month? You don't even earn 40 yuan a month, do you? Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes and said, "It's not 40 yuan. It's 4 words, no comment." Fang Jingyuan was speechless. Tang Xuelu led her to the living room and said, "You don't visit me without a reason. Tell me, why are you here?" Fang Jingyuan followed behind her and snorted, "Do you think I wanted to come? My mother asked me to come. She only found out that your family was in trouble 2 days ago. She asked me to come and ask if you need help." "Mother Fang," Tang Xuelu was a little surprised. "No need. Go back and say thank you to your mother for me." Fang Jingyuan snorted again. She twisted her butt on the stool and looked at Tang Xuelu several times. Tang Xuelu poured her a cup of tea. "Do you have something else to ask me?" Fang Jingyuan hesitated for a while before she said, "Didn't you say last time that this hairstyle doesn't suit me?" "Then, what hairstyle does suit me?" Tang Xuelu almost forgot about this. "You want to change your hairstyle?" Fang Jingyuan's cheeks reddened. "I just came to see if you were lying to me." Tang Xuelu felt that her awkward appearance was very similar to Tang Jessen last night. He smiled and said, "Your forehead is too big, and your hairline is too far back. A face like yours is suitable for bangs." Fang Jingyuan was confused. "Bangs?" Tang Xuelu nodded. "That's right. I don't want bangs with only a few tufts of hair. I want bangs that are thicker." Fang Jingyuan couldn't imagine it. The people around her also had bangs, but they were very thin and short. They only had a few tufts of hair and didn't look good at all. Tang Xuelu looked outside and looked at the sky. "Let's go. I'll take you to the barber shop to change your hairstyle." Fang Jingyuan was shocked. "Now?" Tang Xuelu looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "Didn't you come to me to change your hairstyle? Or do you not believe in my taste? If you don't believe me, you can leave now." Fang Jingyuan gritted her teeth in anger when she saw that Tang Xuelu was about to send her away. After thinking for a while, she stomped her foot and said, "I'll go." Tang Xuelu took his military bag, locked the door, and took Fang Jingyuan to the nearby state-run barber shop. They arrived at the state-run barber shop. As soon as they entered, they saw a blurry mirror facing the door. Below the mirror was an old, dark yellow wooden table. There were shavers, scissors, and other cutting tools on the table. The only hairdresser in the barber shop was napping on the shabby sofa. His snoring almost blew the roof off. Tang Xuelu walked over and said loudly, "Hairdresser, give me a hairstyle like Comrade Lu Hulin." The hairdresser woke up in a daze. Before he could say anything, Fang Jingyuan protested, "Is this the hairstyle you said is suitable?" Tang Xuelu raised his eyebrows. "What? You don't believe in my taste? How about this? If you ruin my hair, you can do whatever you want with my head." Fang Jingyuan bit her lower lip and thought for a while. "Okay, you said it yourself. If you ruin it, I won't let you off." Although she and Tang Xuelu didn't get along since they were young, she had to admit that Tang Xuelu was better at dressing up than her. "What do you mean ruin it? Don't you know how to speak properly? I, old Yang, have cut people's hair for decades, and I've never ruined it." The hairdresser looked dissatisfied. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "My sister doesn't know any better. Don't argue with her, hairdresser. I asked around before I came. Hairdresser, your skills are the best in Beijing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come all the way here." The old master's face immediately bloomed into a smile. "You, my lady, have good taste. My skills have been passed down from generation to generation. Today, I'll let you see it." Tang Xuelu immediately pressed Fang Jingyuan down on the barbershop chair. Then, she told the hairdresser how to trim her hair according to her own ideas. Of course, although it was her idea, the hairdresser didn't notice it at all. In the end, she cut a Lou Hullen hairstyle with bangs, which was the modern Bobo hairstyle. In fact, she felt that big wavy hair was more suitable for Fang Jingyuan's facial features. However, perming hair now required a recommendation letter from the unit, and disheveled hair was not allowed. She had to settle for the next best thing. Tang Xuelu flattered the hairdresser's skills. "I've finally seen it today. Hairdresser, your skills are really good. The next time I need a haircut, I'll definitely come to you." The hairdresser smiled like a chrysanthemum again. "Wait, I'll get something to fix your bangs." After a while, the hairdresser came over with a perming tool. She used a small brush to curl the unruly bangs. After she was done, Fang Jingyuan's appearance changed drastically. Her head, which was so bright that it could be used as a mirror, could no longer be seen. Her receding hairline, which was comparable to the Qing dynasties, was also covered. With her bangs covering her face became smaller. Fang Jingyuan looked at herself in the mirror with a look of disbelief. "This is really me?" The hairdresser snorted. "Female comrade, do you still think that I cut your hair?" Fang Jingyuan shook her head fiercely. "No, no. Hairdresser, you cut it so beautifully." Sob, it was so beautiful that she wanted to cry. The hairdresser was overjoyed by the praise. He charged her 10 cents less for the haircut and only 30 cents for the haircut. He also told Tang Xuelu to come to him when she got a haircut. Tang Xuelu repeatedly agreed. After coming out of the hairdresser's, Fang Jingyuan touched her freshly cut hair. Her ears were red as she stammered, "That. I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. But don't misunderstand. I just don't want to owe you a favor." Tang Xuelu thought for a while and said, "There's no need to treat me to a meal. I'm working at the state-run restaurant now. Why would I need you to treat me? If you want to return the favor, then do me a favor." Fang Jingyuan paused for a moment and probed, "Don't tell me you want me to put in a good word for you in front of my brother? Didn't you ignore him like he was shit last time?" Tang Xuelu didn't know how Fang Wenyuan felt when she heard this. She almost laughed to death. "I still treat your brother like shit. I want you to help me spread the news that my 2 brothers were expelled by Ma Mei and the school. The more people know, the better." Currently, the news that Ma Mei was having an affair was spreading. No one knew that Tang Jiaming and Tang Jessen were expelled because they talked back to the teacher. She originally wanted to use Ma Mei's mistake to negotiate with the school and let the 2 brothers go back to school. But now, she changed her mind. She wanted to use public opinion to force the school to beg them to go back, otherwise, they would lose face if they went back with their tails between their legs. Fang Jingyuan thought it was a big deal. When she heard that it was just a request, she immediately nodded and said, "No problem. Leave it to me." Fang Jingyuan worked in the arts department. She knew a lot of people and had many relatives in the Fang family. Moreover, all of them were people from the government. She was the most suitable person to be in charge of the publicity. Before Fang Jingyuan left, Tang Xuelu went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy a few packets of snacks. Besides the snacks for the Fang family, she also bought some for the Tang family. In addition, she took out 100 yuan and asked her to bring it to Chen Yueling. She said that it was the money she borrowed from her. After parting with Fang Jingyuan, she went straight home. Meanwhile, when Rugi was finally on his way back to Beijing. When Tang Xuelu returned home, Tang Jiaming and the others were not home yet. Today, Wei Zhiguo brought Wei Zhuzhu to visit his old comrades in the countryside. Before they left, he asked Tang Jiaming and the others if they wanted to tag along. Ever since the Wei family found out about what happened to their family, they kept thinking of ways and excuses to send food to them. The Tang family had seen all of this. Wei Zhiguo was a reliable person, and the countryside they went to was not far away. Tang Xuelu felt that Tang Jiaming and the others should not stay at home all day. It would be good to go out and relax, so she let them make the decision. Tang Jessen and Tang Mianmian argued that they wanted to go out and play. In the end, Tang Jiaming could only follow them to take care of them. Tang Xuelu saw that it was still early, so she took the indeed good cloth that when Rugi gave her last time and went to the Wei family's house. Shen Wanrong was bored at home alone. When he saw Tong Xuelu coming over, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Oh, finally someone came to talk to me. I'm not used to Zhu not being home today." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "I was supposed to come over a few days ago, but something happened at home, so I only had time to come over now." Shen Wanrong welcomed her into the house and said, "You can come over whenever you want. I have nothing to do anyway. By the way, what style do you want this cloth to be? A dress or a shirt and pants?" Tong Xuelu thought for a while and said, "Let's make it into a dress." Although it was still very conservative now, it was okay for a dress to be below the knees. Moreover, the 10-year event would officially end in October next month. The situation would become clearer and more open, so it was not a problem for her to make it into a dress. Shen Wanrong smiled and nodded, "Young ladies should dress prettily. When I was young, I especially liked to wear dresses. Now I'm old." Tong Xuelu replied, "Grandma Shen, you're still as charming as ever. You don't look old at all. When I first saw you, I thought you were still a 16-year-old girl." Shen Wanrong laughed so hard that small wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. He laughed and hit her. "You, this child, love to talk nonsense. Which 28-year-old girl would cry? Like me?" Although Tong Xuelu's words were a little exaggerated, Shen Wanrong did look very young. He was almost 60 years old, but he looked less than 50 years old. There was a room in the Wei residence that was specially set aside for Shen Wanrong as a dressmaking room. The dressmaking room was spacious and bright, and there was a peony sewing machine inside. This year, a sewing machine cost about 130 yuan. Ordinary families couldn't afford it. The Wei family was indeed not short of money. Shen Wanrong took out a ruler to measure her. When he reached her waist, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Your waist is really thin. It's half an inch smaller than mine when I was young." What she didn't say was that her chest was not small, and her figure was curvy. With this waist-to-chest ratio, she would definitely look good in a cheongsam. It was a pity that no one dared to wear a cheongsam now. It was a pity that it couldn't be mentioned. After taking her measurements, Shen Wanrong discussed the design with Tong Xuelu. After everything was confirmed, she talked about Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen being expelled from school. "That female teacher has been arrested. Jiaming and Tong Jessen should be able to go back to school, right?" Tong Xuelu nodded, "Yes, but you have to wait a little longer." Shen Wanrong glanced at her, "If you need any help, just let me know. My old Wei has a lot of friends in Beijing who can help." In fact, she didn't quite understand Tong Xuelu's words. However, she could see that Tong Xuelu was a very opinionated child. If Tong Xuelu didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. Tong Xuelu smiled and thanked her again, "Thank you, Grandma Shen. If I need any help, I won't hesitate to ask you." Although there were disgusting people like Ma Mei and Tan Xiaoyan in the world, there were also lovely and kind people like the Wei family. After chatting for a while, the sunset gradually dyed the sky red. Tong Xuelu stood up and was about to say goodbye when suddenly, a loud cry came from the courtyard. The cry sounded like Wei Zhuzhu's voice. Tong Xuelu and Shen Wanrong were both shocked, especially Shen Wanrong. He threw away the things in his hands and rushed out. When they arrived at the courtyard, they saw Wei Zhuzhu crying with her head tilted back. Her grandfather, Wei Zhigua, was comforting her, but it was obviously not very effective. When Tong Xuelu caught up and saw Wei Zhuzhu's hair, she immediately gasped and had goosebumps all over her body. She saw that Wei Zhuzhu's hair was covered with green caterpillars. It was so full that she almost suffocated. The strange thing was that Shen Wanrong was such a soft person, but he wasn't afraid of the caterpillars. She helped her granddaughter catch the caterpillars while scolding Wei Zhigua, "How are you raising a child? Why did you let her put the cocklebur on her hair?" Wei Zhigua looked innocent, "I just blinked and didn't look at her, and she put the cocklebur all over her head." Cocklebur? Tong Xuelu was stunned. Could it be that those weren't caterpillars? At this moment, she noticed that the caterpillars on Wei Zhuzhu's head didn't move. She walked closer to take a look and realized that it wasn't a caterpillar, but a kind of green plant seed with thorns. It was half the size of a pinky finger and looked very similar to a caterpillar from afar. Shen Wanrong carefully helped her granddaughter pull the cocklebur off, but no matter how careful she was, she couldn't avoid pulling on Wei Zhuzhu's hair. Once she pulled, it hurt, and Wei Zhuzhu burst into tears. Tong Jessen grinned. Grandma Shen, Zhu said she wanted to make a flower crown for herself. She put the cocklebur on her hair herself. Tong Mian nodded her little head heavily and said in a childish voice, Sister Zhu said it would be very beautiful. After she finished speaking, she saw Tong Xuelu walking over. Her eyes immediately lit up and she ran over with her short legs. Sister. Tong Xuelu hugged the little dumpling who ran over and checked her hair. When she didn't see any cocklebur, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wei Zhu screamed and wailed, it's so hard to be beautiful, she just wanted to be more beautiful. Why did she have to do this to her? When everyone heard this and saw her hair full of cocklebur, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fang Jingyuan returned to the compound of the headquarters. Instead of going home immediately, she went to the Tong family's house first. Chen Yueling was shocked when she saw her. Jingyuan, it's you? Why is your hair like this? Fang Jingyuan touched her hair proudly. I just cut it. Sister-in-law Yueling, do you think I look good like this? Chen Yueling looked at her hair and face a few times and nodded repeatedly. Yes, you look better than before. I almost couldn't recognize you. When Fang Jingyuan heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. Zulf designed this for me. I also think it looks good. Zulf? You went to see Zulf? Chen Yueling asked with her eyes wide open. Fang Jingyuan nodded. Didn't her two younger brothers get expelled from school? My mother asked me to go over and ask if she needs help. When Chen Yueling heard this, her face suddenly turned red. They were Tong Xuelu's closest relatives. However, when something happened to her this time, no one in the Tong family went to see her. She and her husband wanted to go over and say hello, but her mother-in-law didn't let them. Fang Jingyuan did not notice her expression. She handed over the 2 packets of desserts and the money. The desserts were bought by Xue Lu, and the money was also given by her. She said that she borrowed it from you before. Now that I brought the things, I'm leaving. She was anxious to go back and show her beautiful hairstyle to her family. Jingyuan, wait a minute. You gave too much money. Chen Yueling took the money and counted it. She found that there was an extra 20 yuan. Back then, they only pooled together 80 yuan for Tong Xuelu to take away. I don't care. You can return it to her in the future. Fang Jingyuan left without looking back. Chen Yueling took the snacks and money and felt even more guilty. When the Fangs saw Fang Jingyuan's hairstyle, they were all shocked like Chen Yueling. However, they all felt that this hairstyle suited her very well. Mother Fang knew that Tong Xuelu didn't ask for her help. Instead, she gave the Fangs some advice. She sighed and said, I've always said that Zulf is a good child. If it weren't for that incident, she might have been our daughter-in-law now. Fang Wenyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, pursed her lips when she heard this. Fang Jingyuan pursed her lips. She's just like that. However, compared to before, she's a little better. At least her mouth isn't as annoying. By the way, Zulf asked me to help spread the news that her younger brother was bullied by that teacher. I've already promised her. You guys should help spread the news too. Since Tong Xuelu had helped her get such a beautiful hairstyle, she had to spread the news well. Mother Fang said, that child is also a pitiful person. It's only right that you help her spread the news. I'll tell everyone when I go to work tomorrow. Although Father Feng wasn't a gossipy person, he also felt that the teacher and the school were in the wrong. Therefore, he had to help. Only Fang Wenyuan didn't say anything. Fang Jingyuan didn't let him off. Big brother, remember to spread the news when you go to work tomorrow. Fang Wenyuan replied with a which could be considered as a response. Fang Jingyuan was still worried. She leaned over and whispered, Big brother, you don't have to worry that Zulf will pester you like before. I just asked her. She said that she really treats you like shit. Fang Wenyuan was speechless. The next day, Fang Jingyuan became the center of attention when she went to the arts department. The people in the arts department kept asking her how she got this hairstyle and where she got it. Fang Jingyuan pushed Tong Xuelu out. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised again. Jingyuan, aren't you and Tong Xuelu incompatible like fire and water? Why did you suddenly become so nice? Fang Jingyuan curled her lips and said, "Who's incompatible with her like fire and water?" Tong Xuelu's mouth used to be annoying, so I couldn't help but scold her. But she's changed now. She's different from before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped me design such a beautiful hairstyle. The original owner used to be in the arts department, but she was too arrogant and didn't get along well with the people in the arts department. When everyone heard Fang Jingyuan's words, they were both surprised and curious. "Jingyuan, did she really design your hairstyle for you? If I ask her to do it for me, will she be unwilling?" "Fang Jingyuan, I can help you talk to her, but she's in trouble now. If you can help her, it'll be much easier to ask her to design your hairstyles." Everyone quickly asked, "Help with what?" Fang Jingyuan told them how Ma Mei deliberately made things difficult for Tong Xuelu's two younger brothers and instigated the school to expel them. Ma Mei had recently become a celebrity in Beijing. Even a 3-year-old child knew her name. Of course, the people in the arts department knew her. When they heard Fang Jingyuan's words, they couldn't help but feel indignant. That woman is too shameless. That's right. I'll help her. Even if Tong Xuelu doesn't design my hairstyle, I'll help her. Me too. When Fang Jingyuan saw everyone saying that they wanted to help, her admiration for Tong Xuelu reached its peak. Those words were taught to her by Tong Xuelu. She said that as long as she said it, everyone would be willing to help her. At that time, she didn't believe it, but she didn't expect that she was right. She felt that Tong Xuelu had changed a lot. She was completely different from before. After the other members of the Fang family went to work, they also helped to spread the news. When Qin Yueling heard the news, she secretly told her husband. The two of them also helped to spread the news. Thus, the rumor of Qingnan Primary School covering up for Ma Mei and indiscriminately expelling students spread. Public opinion was powerful. The power of public opinion was sometimes more powerful than real bullets. It could kill people without them noticing. The school's leaders soon received the news and were so angry that they almost had a heart attack. Ever since Ma Mei was arrested, the school couldn't wait to erase all traces of her and draw a clear line with her. They didn't expect such a rumor to suddenly appear saying that they were covering up for Ma Mei. It was simply asking for their lives. If the rumor spread to the higher-ups, even if they didn't get fired, it would be difficult for them to be promoted in the future. The principal hurriedly called for an emergency meeting to discuss how to solve this problem. After a heated discussion, they finally came up with a solution. That was, to let the two brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, return to school as soon as possible. As long as they returned to school, the rumor would naturally be dispelled. Thus, the principal sent the dean of teaching to personally go to the Tong family. When the head of teaching received this task, he broke out in cold sweat. When he thought of Tong Jiaming's sister, he instinctively felt that this task wouldn't be easy to complete. As expected, the first time he came to the Tong family, he was rebuffed. When Tong Xuelu heard that he wanted the two brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, to return to school, there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he said calmly, "Thank you for coming here personally, but I have decided to bring my two brothers back to my hometown to study." The head of teaching's forehead was covered in sweat again. "Comrade Tong, can the education resources in your hometown be compared to those in Beijing? Smart people wouldn't go back." Tong Xuelu curled his lips and sneered, "The education resources in my hometown can't be compared to those in Beijing, but at least the school is fair and impartial. They won't hit students for no reason, and they won't expel students for no reason." The head of teaching was speechless. The head of teaching had come and left in embarrassment. When he returned to school and reported the situation to the principal, he was immediately scolded badly. "Don't you know how to use your brain? They're holding their breath now, so they definitely won't come back. Go and tell them that as long as they're willing to come back to school, the school will pay for their tuition fees and books in the future." After hearing the principal's words, the head of teaching went to the Tong family again. He thought that Tong Xuelu would definitely agree, but who knew that Tong Xuelu would reject him again? He said all the good things he could think of, but she insisted on returning to her hometown. He almost knelt down in front of her. The head of teaching remembered that in ancient times, Liu Bei had asked Zhuge Liang to help him 3 times. He felt that he might not be able to do it even after 3 times. The head of teaching returned in defeat and was once again scolded badly by the principal. Seeing that he was so useless, the principal didn't want him to return and sent 2 female teachers to persuade him. Facing the 2 female teachers, Tong Xuelu's attitude was much better, but he still refused to agree. However, their trip wasn't completely fruitless. At least, Tong Xuelu was half relieved. She tactfully said that Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen were too far away from school, and it would be better if they had a bicycle. The 2 female teachers brought this back to the principal. The principal was so angry that he slammed the table loudly. Shameless! She actually took the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. She was simply too shameless. However, even though he was angry, he still arranged a bicycle for them because the rumors outside were getting worse and worse. Some people even said that the principal might have had an affair with Ma Mei. Otherwise, why would he allow Ma Mei to do whatever she wanted? When the principal heard these rumors, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In order to quell the rumors, the principal had to raise funds to buy a new Phoenix brand bicycle and quickly sent it to the Tong family. After receiving the bicycle, Tong Zolve declined it for a few times, then took it. She also promised that the Tong Jiaming brothers would return to school the day after tomorrow on Monday. After the 2 female teachers left, Tong Jessen ran over and ran around the bicycle. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Sister, is this bicycle really ours? Sister, this was the first time Tong Jessen called her sister. Tong Xuelu calmly raised her eyebrows and nodded. Yes, you and Jiaming can ride it to school together in the future. Tong Jiaming, who was standing at the side, glanced at Tong Jessen and didn't say a word. Tong Jessen cheered and ran around the courtyard like a little lunatic. That's great. We have a bicycle. Tong Mianmian didn't know what happened, but she was happy when she saw her sisters and brothers happy. She kicked her short legs and followed behind Tong Jessen. She opened her chubby arms and shouted in a childish voice, "That's great, we have a bicycle." Tong Xuelu said, "Don't be happy too early. Do you know how to ride a bicycle?" Tong Jessen's cheering stopped abruptly. I don't know. Tong Jiaming said, I don't know either. Tong Xuelu shrugged. That means you won't be able to use this bicycle for the time being. However, for Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, it wasn't a problem if they didn't know how to ride a bicycle. They could just learn. In this era, bicycles were a luxury item that only a few people could afford. The Tong family suddenly had a bicycle and Tong Jessen treated it like a treasure. In order to protect the bicycle, Tong Jessen even went to the Wei family next door to learn from them. When Wei Zhigua found out that the school gave the 2 brothers a bicycle to let them go back to school, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. However, in front of the children, he didn't say anything. He only told him that in order to prevent the bicycle's paint from wearing off, he had to use plastic straps to tie the handlebars and cross tubes together. After he told Tong Jessen about his experience, he even went to find a lot of plastic straps to give to the Tong family. When Tong Jessen received the plastic straps, he was so happy that his smile reached his ears. After thanking Wei Zhigua, he carried the plastic straps back to the house and tied the bicycle up with Tong Jiaming. When Tong Xuelu came out of the kitchen after making lunch, she almost went blind when she saw the colorful bicycle. Wasn't it too ugly? However, when she saw how happy the 2 brothers were, she didn't say anything to dampen their spirits. After lunch, the 2 brothers didn't go for a nap. Instead, they practiced riding the bicycle in the alley. In this era, bicycles were heavy and big. Tong Jessen was only 9 years old and wasn't very tall, so he couldn't handle it at all. However, Tong Jiaming was barely able to handle it. Tong Jiaming was indeed a future business genius. He learned very quickly. When the sun went down, he could already ride the bicycle in a crooked manner. After sitting on the train for 2 days and 2 nights, when Rugi and his group finally arrived in Beijing, Zhong Shulan was anxious to return home. Ever since she got on the train, she had barely closed her eyes. She didn't feel tired at all when she thought that she would be able to see her husband soon. After making sure that her father was in good health, the group hurriedly took a car to the military base. Jiao Bakan received a call 2 days ago and knew that they were coming back today. However, without the organization's permission, he couldn't step out of the military base. Ever since he woke up at 3 in the morning, he had been restless and was in a state of excitement. It had been 10 years. He hadn't seen his wife and daughter for 10 years, his daughter was only 10 years old when she left him. He wondered how she looked like now. Everyone in the military base knew that Jiao Bakan's wife and daughter were coming back. They hurriedly arranged a new residence for them and bought a lot of delicious food for them. They also asked someone to drive them to the station to pick them up. At noon, when Rugi and his group finally arrived at the military base, Zhong Shulan didn't need anyone to help her. She was the first to rush out of the car. Jiao Bakan was waiting at the entrance of the military base. When he saw a haggard and skinny woman walk out of the car, his eyes immediately moistened. That was his wife. However, he had never seen her like this. Before she was sent to the cowshed, she was brighter than a rose. Her current appearance was like a knife stabbing deep into his heart. It was heartbreaking. He quickly walked over and held his wife's hand tightly. Shulan, I finally see you. Zhong Shulan also felt extremely sad when she saw her husband like this. 15 years ago, they returned from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean to support the country. However, 10 years ago, they were forced to separate. After 10 years of life and death, when they met again, her husband had changed from a high-spirited young man to a white-haired old man. Her tears flowed down with a swish sound. The people of the Jiao family were all in tears. The people of the base all wiped their tears when they saw this sad scene. After everyone's emotions calmed down, Jiao Bakan finally remembered his student, Wenrugi. Rugoe, thank you so much this time. He should have been the one to pick them up personally, but he couldn't leave the military base. He didn't feel at ease leaving it to someone else. At this moment, Wenrugi volunteered to pick them up for him. He had already heard from his wife that they were delayed by illness. If it wasn't for Wenrugi's care and help, they probably wouldn't have returned so quickly. Wenrugi, teacher, you're being too serious. This is what I should do. As soon as he spoke, Jiao Bakan realized that his voice was hoarse. It was difficult for him to speak. It was caused by exhaustion. Jiao Bakan blamed himself. Hurry up and go back to rest. Don't rush back to the laboratory for the next 2 days. I'll personally talk to the director about your leave. Wenrugi had been running back and forth for more than 10 days. He was indeed very tired, so he nodded. He turned around and returned to the dormitory. Numa came out of the office and happened to see Wenrugi. She hurriedly chased after him. Comrade Wen, when you left, Comrade Piao called twice. He asked you to call him as soon as you come back. Wenrugi paused for a moment. He turned around and went to the phone room to call Piao Jenny. After hanging up, he didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he turned around and left the military base. To celebrate the return of the bicycle and the return of Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen to campus tomorrow, the Tongs made dumplings for dinner. The whole family gathered in the living room to make dumplings. Even Tong Mianmian joined in. Tong Xuelu's dumplings were undoubtedly the best. There was no doubt about it. Tong Jiaming didn't know how to make dumplings at first, but he was a fast learner. After observing for a while, he quickly learned how to make them. Tong Jessen's poor hands were completely out of Tong Xuelu's expectations. She thought that as a fashion designer, he would definitely be good at making dumplings. Who knew that the dumplings he made were all crooked and ugly? Third brother's dumplings are ugly. Tong Mianmian was small, but she couldn't stand it anymore. Tong Jessen dipped a handful of flour and smeared it on her face. You still have the cheek to criticize me? Your dumplings are even uglier than mine. Tong Mianmian felt wronged. She pouted and said, Third brother, your dumplings are ugly. Tong Jessen made a face at her. Your dumplings are even uglier. They're as ugly as you. The siblings started to quarrel. In the end, Tong Mianmian got angry. She pouted and said, Third brother, when I grow up, I won't be your servant anymore. Pfft. When Tong Xuelu heard this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tong Jessen often told Tong Mianmian that he would take care of her now. When he grew old, Tong Mianmian would take care of him. She would feed him and clean his bowels. Tong Mianmian agreed. However, he didn't expect that after the two of them quarreled, Tong Mianmian didn't want to clean his bowels anymore. Tong Xuelu laughed until tears came out of her eyes. Tong Jiaming, who was beside her, also smiled. At this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. The Tong family members were all stunned. Tong Xuelu wiped her hands clean and said, "I'll go out and open the door. You guys continue to make dumplings." After she finished speaking, she strode out with her long legs. When she reached the wooden door, she asked through the wooden door, "Who is it?" There was a moment of silence outside the door. Then, a hoarse voice sounded. "It's me, Wenrugi." "Wenrugi, he's back." Only then did Tong Zolv open the door. She saw Wenrugi standing at the door, covered in dust. His face was somewhat haggard, and he looked much thinner. Wenrugi looked at her and his eyelashes fluttered. The bright moon was like water. Her eyes were sparkling as if they were moist with water, making her look even more beautiful and moving. Tong Xuelu smiled and asked, "Comrade. When did you come back?" "This afternoon." Wenrugi spoke with difficulty. His voice sounded hoarser than before. Why was he so clingy? He came to find her as soon as he came back. He was like a little puppy. Tong Xuelu's smile deepened. "Come in. Comrade Wen, you haven't eaten yet, right?" Wenrugi's ears turned red. He shook his head and said, "Not yet." He had called Piao Jiani and heard about what had happened in the Tong family. He had rushed over in a fit of anger. When he got out of the car and felt the wind, he came back to his senses and felt that he had been too impulsive. However, he had already arrived in the city. He thought about it and decided to come over. Tong Xuelu closed the wooden door and smiled. "You're in for a treat. We're making dumplings." Wenrugi was so tired that he didn't want to eat anything. However, when he thought about the delicious food she had made, he couldn't help but swallow. The two of them walked side by side into the living room. The moonlight shone on them, and their shadows on the ground varied. Wenrugi cleared his throat and said, "I heard about what happened to your family. I'm sorry that I couldn't help." So that was why he had come. Tong Xuelu looked up at him. "No, you've already helped me a lot." "Thank you, Comrade Wen." Piao Jiani had helped him investigate Ma Mei's husband because of him. If she had done it herself, the matter wouldn't have been solved so quickly. A gentle breeze blew and lifted the strands of hair in front of her forehead. She looked straight at him, bright and warm. Wenrugi felt his heartbeat accelerate again. His eyelashes fluttered as he said, "You're welcome." "Have your two younger brothers returned to school yet?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "The school matters have also been resolved. The two of them will return to school tomorrow. As for that brat Jiang Ming and his grandfather, it wasn't that she didn't want to teach them a lesson, but her ability was limited. When one's ability was inferior to the other party's, acting rashly would only cause one to be injured." Wenrugi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, but then his heart skipped a beat. Before he came over, he didn't know that she had already settled the matter. Would she think that he was too abrupt if he came over so suddenly? Tong Xuelu didn't know what he was thinking. He was thinking about making some sugar water for him to soothe his throat. Wei Zhigua had brought back a lot of mountain snow pears from his old comrade's place in the countryside. There was still some yellow rock sugar at home, so he could make a stewed snow pear with rock sugar for him. Both of them entered the house with their own thoughts. Tong Jiaming and his siblings were no strangers to Wenrugi, so they called him Big Brother in unison. Tong Mianmian was more familiar with Wenrugi. When she saw Wenrugi, she climbed down from the chair and handed the candy in her pocket to him. "Big Brother, have some candy." Before Wenrugi could say anything, Tong Jessen shouted, "Mianmian, why don't you give third brother some candy?" Tong Mianmian's little face turned red. She twisted her little body and said, "Big Brother likes candy." Tong Jessen was unconvinced. "Third brother likes candy too." Tong Mianmian blinked her big eyes. "But third brother, you don't look good." What she meant was that he was ugly and didn't deserve to eat candy. Tong Jessen was speechless. "Sister, you hurt my heart," Wenrugi's eyes flashed with a smile. He rubbed her little head and said, "Big Brother doesn't want to eat candy. You can eat it yourself." Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for him. "Sit here for a while. I'll go cook the dumplings. They'll be ready soon." Wenrugi took the water and thanked her in a hoarse voice. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that she had said that a man who could cook was not an ordinary man. He drank the water and said, "I'll wash my hands and help you." Tang Xuelu didn't mind. She took a plate of dumplings and went to the kitchen. The water in the pot was already boiling. She threw the dumplings into the pot to cook. While the dumplings were cooking, she took the opportunity to stew the snow pear with rock sugar. She took out 2 snow pears, washed them clean and peeled them. Then, she cut them into pieces and removed the core. She added water and rock sugar and put them into a small pot to stew. After she finished cooking the dumplings, she asked the Tong Jiaming brothers to go to the kitchen to bring them over. Wenrugi had already made a lot of dumplings. The dumplings he made were surprisingly good-looking. They were plump and didn't break. He could even make several shapes, such as ingot dumplings, clam dumplings, and crescent moon dumplings. Tang Xuelu put the plate on the table and smiled. Comrade Wen's cooking is not bad. Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. He said calmly, "My family knows how to make dumplings during Chinese New Year. I learned how to make them after a few times." Tang Xuelu smiled and nodded. "They're really good. Comrade Wen, go wash your hands and eat the dumplings." Wenrugi put down the dumplings in his hands and answered, "Okay." When he turned and walked out of the living room, the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. Tang Xuelu put away the uncooked dumplings in the kitchen. Then, everyone ate the dumplings together. Tang Mianmian scooped up a dumpling with a spoon and brought it to her sister's mouth. Her big eyes sparkled as she said, "Sister, eat." Mianmian is so obedient. Sister has dumplings. You can eat them yourself. When she made the dumplings, she specially made many small dumplings that were suitable for Tang Mianmian. She was afraid that she would scald herself if the dumplings were too big. Tang Mianmian wasn't disappointed. She put the dumpling into her mouth and took a big bite. It was so delicious that her eyes narrowed. Tang Xuelu looked at her adorable face and felt his heart tremble. This little girl was really cute and considerate. She would always leave a portion for her whenever there was something delicious to eat. Wenrugi tilted his head and watched the interaction between the 2 sisters. A trace of warmth flashed across his dark eyes. Tang Jiasen didn't care that the dumplings were hot. She screamed as the dumplings were scalded and yelled that they were delicious. Tang Xuelu's dumplings had thin and good skin. After they were cooked, it wasn't difficult to bite them. However, even though the skin was so thin, none of the dumplings broke after they were cooked. The Xianxia stuffing was a mixture of fat and lean pork. The fragrance of shiitake mushrooms and carrots blended together with the crispness of the fungus. When one bit into the dumpling, the rich gravy rushed into one's mouth. It was so delicious that one almost ate their tongue. Wenrugi was too tired and didn't have much of an appetite. However, when he smelled the fragrance of the dumplings and saw the round dumplings dipped in the vinegar sauce, his appetite was immediately stimulated. He accidentally ate 2 big bowls of dumplings. After he was full, Tang Jiaming went to the Wei family next door to deliver the raw dumplings. Tang Mianmian kicked her short legs and followed along. Tang Jiasen consciously went to wash the dishes. Only the 2 of them were left in the living room. Under the light, Tang Xuelu's cheeks were as red as if she had put on rouge. Her lips were rosy and glossy, and the red mole at the corner of her eye was becoming more and more similar to the color of her lips. Wenrugi only glanced at her and quickly looked away. "It's getting late. I have to go." Tang Xuelu said, "Wait a minute. I just made stewed snow pear with rock sugar for you. It should be ready by now. I'll bring it over." Wenrugi stood up. "I'll go." "No need." Tang Xuelu's movements were nimble. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the living room. Soon, she came back with the stewed snow pear with rock sugar. Wenrugi's ears were slightly red. "I'm sorry to trouble you." He felt more and more that he was here for the food and not to help her solve her problems. Tang Xuelu put the bowl on the table. The stewed snow pear with rock sugar has the effect of nourishing yin and moisturizing the lungs. Drink it while it's still hot. You have to eat less spicy food when you go back. Wenrugi responded and scooped up a spoonful of sugar water to take a sip. It was sweet. The sweetness spread from the mouth to the heart. After eating, when Rugi didn't dare to delay any longer, he stood up and said goodbye. Tong Xuelu stood up and looked at the night sky outside. Suddenly, she said, "Comrade Wen, why don't you rest here tonight?" When Rugi's heart skipped a beat. The travel bag in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked up at her. His mouth reacted before his brain reacted. Okay. His body stiffened when he heard the word okay. Why did he agree so easily? He shouldn't have stayed. If other people found out, it would be bad for her reputation. However, he still agreed to it. What the hell? Jason is sleeping with his brother. No one is staying in his room. You can sleep in his room tonight. As she spoke, she led the way for him. When Rugi was half a beat behind her, he looked at her slim figure from behind. There was only one thing left in his mind: they were going to stay under the same roof tonight. Tong Xuelu saw that he didn't chase after her. She couldn't help but turn around curiously. Then, she saw Wen Rugi in a daze. The corners of her mouth curled up. She almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She had asked him to rest here tonight because she saw that his dark circles were too serious. He also looked very tired. He rushed over to ask about her as soon as he came back. It was already so late. She couldn't bear to let him walk back to the military compound. Of course, she could lend him her bicycle. However, there was a long road from here to the military compound. There were no street lights for a long distance. The road wasn't easy to walk on. In his tired state, it was best not to walk at night. She didn't expect him to be so nervous. Tong Xuelu brought him to Tong Jason's room. There were extra blankets and pillows in the room. They were all washed and dried. There's hot water in the pot. You can take a shower now if you want. Okay. Xianxia went out with a bag of Fatty Big C. Not long after, she brought it back. Zhong Shulan saw it and couldn't help but feel strange. Didn't I ask you to send Fatty Big C to Comrade Wen? Why didn't you go? Xianxia said, I went. He's not in the dormitory. Jiao Bakan came back from the shower and happened to hear this. He couldn't help but frown. Ru Gui isn't in the dormitory? Xianxia nodded. Comrade Zhou, who lives next to his dormitory, said that he hasn't gone back. He should be back in the city. Jiao Bakan heard this and frowned even more. He's been running back and forth for more than 10 days. His voice is hoarse. Why isn't he resting? Zhong Shulan also frowned. Did old Mr. Wen ask him to go back? Jiao Bakan thought for a moment and nodded. That should be the case. Ru Gui is very filial. Zhong Shulan agreed. He's indeed a very good child. This trip is all thanks to him. Otherwise, Yunshir wouldn't be able to take care of me and her grandfather alone. Jiao Bakan naturally knew that his student was very good. He looked cold and unapproachable, but his heart was the warmest. Zhong Shulan glanced at her daughter and said, Yunshir, go take a shower and rest. You can send the things to Comrade Wen when he comes back. Jiao Yunshir pursed her lips and nodded. She went back to her room to get the clothes. When she went out with the clothes, Zhong Shulan and her husband sat down on the chair hand in hand. After the two of them poured out their feelings to each other, Zhong Shulan asked, by the way, does your student Wen Rugi have a girlfriend now? Jiao Bakan paused and shook his head. No, why are you asking this? Zhong Shulan asked, what do you think of him and our daughter Yunshir? Jiao Bakan glanced at her and didn't say anything. If it weren't for the past 10 years, when his freedom wasn't restricted because of his status as a doctor studying abroad, and when his wife and father-in-law weren't sent to the cowshed because of their status as capitalists, he might have said that their families were well matched. But now, one of them was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Old Mr. Wen was a colonel in the Air Force and the former commander of the Air Force. He had made countless military achievements in his life. He had been awarded the title of first-class war hero before he retired. Wen Rugi's father, Wen Yuanwu, was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He had also made countless military achievements in his lifetime. The other children of the Wen family were now successful in the military. If Wen Rugi had joined the army, his achievements would have definitely surpassed his father's. Such a family was not something they could compare with. Although he was Wenrugi's teacher, he couldn't say that he was a good match for his daughter against his conscience. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhong Shulan sighed and said, I know that many people can't wait to avoid us now. We can't compare with the Wen family. But Yunshur is already 20 years old. If she doesn't find a husband now, I'm afraid it will be harder to find one in the future. Zhong Shulan's eyes turned red. Her daughter had followed them to the cowshed when she was young. Before she was 12 years old, she began to pick up manure. She was criticized and spat at. Now that she thought of the past, her heart still felt like it was being cut by a knife. Jiao Bakan saw his wife crying and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Don't cry. It won't be good if Yunshur sees you. Zhong Shulan choked and said, Okay, I won't cry. I just feel bad. We've implicated Yunshur. Jiao Bakan didn't feel good either. He sighed deeply. Jiao Yunshur stood outside the door with red eyes. She had come back to get the soap, but now it was not appropriate for her to go back. She turned around and left with red eyes. Tong Jiaming and his siblings didn't have any objections to Wenrugi staying at home. These days, relatives and friends often came to stay or stayed at home, so they were very calm about this matter. After the siblings took a shower, they went back to their rooms to sleep. Wenrugi thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but his body was too tired. He fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. It was the first day that Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen went back to school. Tong Xuelu didn't accompany them. She didn't want to protect them too well because of her appearance. She didn't want them to lose their training and become big bosses like in the book. She was supposed to go back to work at the state-run hotel today, but because Wenrugi hadn't woken up, she had to take another day off. Wenrugi slept until almost noon. When he saw the light outside the window, his heart skipped a beat. He picked up the watch beside the pillow and looked at it. It was 11:15. The tips of his ears instantly turned red. He was too careless. Why did he sleep for so long? Wenrugi quickly got up and changed his clothes. He saw Tong Xuelu kicking shuttlecock in the yard. Tong Xuelu was obviously an expert at kicking shuttlecock. She kicked front and back, left and right, and turned around to kick. She was so agile that she was like a lark jumping between trees. People couldn't take their eyes off her. Tong Mianmian clapped her hands and said, Sister, you're so awesome. Tong Xuelu reached out and picked up the shuttlecock. She placed her feet on the ground and said to Tong Mianmian, Come, give it a try. Tong Mianmian held the shuttlecock, which was made of copper coins and chicken feather tubes. She pursed her lips seriously. She reached out her short hands and threw the shuttlecock in the air like her sister. At the same time, she kicked out with her short legs. Pa! She fell on the ground and the shuttlecock fell on her head. Tong Mianmian blinked her grape-like eyes and said with reddened eyes, Sister, Mianmian is so stupid. Tong Xuelu looked at her adorable face and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Mianmian isn't stupid. Mianmian is just too young. When Mianmian grows up, she'll be very good at kicking shuttlecock. Tong Mianmian tilted her head and said in a childish voice, Can she be as good as sister? Tong Xuelu picked her up and kissed her on the cheek, of course. Our Mianmian is so beautiful. She'll definitely be as smart as sister. Tong Mianmian's heart was healed. She nodded heavily and said, Yes, yes. Sister Zhuzhu also said that Mianmian is beautiful. Then she frowned and asked worriedly, What about third brother? Third brother wasn't good-looking, so he definitely wasn't smart. Tong Xuelu immediately understood what she meant and laughed until his stomach hurt. At school, Tong Jessen sneezed. Tong Xuelu picked Tong Mianmian up and saw Wenrugi standing at the door, staring at them blankly. Comrade Wen, you're awake? Wenrugi came back to his senses. His ears were slightly red. I'm sorry, I woke up late. After a night's rest, his voice sounded better than yesterday, but it was still hoarse. It's okay. I'll cook some dumplings for you. Tong Xuelu put Tong Mianmian down and walked into the kitchen. She quickly cooked a bowl of vegetable dumplings for him. After eating, Wenrugi said goodbye again. Tong Xuelu walked him to the door and said casually, Comrade Wen, I really like the miko liang you gave me last time. Thank you. Wenrugi replied, You're welcome. Tong Shualu smiled and looked at him with her almond-shaped eyes. I made the Mi Koliang into a dress. Shall I wear it for you next time? When Rugi looked at her smile and his eyelashes trembled. Tong Zulf subconsciously looked at his ears, and the smile on her lips deepened. Sure enough, his ears turned red again. This man was too innocent. When Rugi walked hand in hand as he left. When Rugi didn't go back to the military base directly, nor did he go to the military compound. Instead, he went to the police station where Piao Jiani was. Piao Jiani saw him and chuckled, I knew you would come. This guy had called him as soon as he came back. When he heard about Tong Shualu, he hung up immediately. Piao Jiani thought he had come back yesterday. When Rugi pretended not to understand him and said calmly, oh yes, you said on the phone yesterday that Miss Ma dared to do that because she has a relative who is a director in the Ministry of Education? Piao Jiani raised his eyebrows. Ru Gui, what do you mean? Are you trying to help Comrade Tong vent her anger? When Rugi pursed his lips, you just have to tell me about their relationship. As soon as he said this, Pu Jiani knew what he meant. Piao Jiani didn't want him to interfere in this matter. However, he knew when Rugi's personality. Once he decided to do something, no one would be able to persuade him to change his mind. Thus, he analyzed the relationship between Ma Mei and the Jiang family. When Rugi picked up his travel bag again, thank you, I understand. Piao Jiani clicked his tongue, Ru Gui, don't you think you're paying too much attention to Comrade Tong? When Rugi's eyelashes fluttered, but he didn't say anything. The door to the office was open and people could come in at any time. Piao Jiani didn't want to continue this topic. He changed the topic, did you bring back any local specialties from the Northwest? When Rugi, I brought 2 portions of persimmon and jujubes. Piao Jiani smiled widely, you still have some conscience. Hurry up and give them to me. When Rugi, I forgot about yours. Piao Jiani was shocked, don't tell me you bought one for your grandfather and one for Comrade Tong? You didn't buy mine at all? When Rugi nodded and quickly walked out of the office with his travel bag. Piao Jiani, he had helped so much, but he didn't even deserve to eat a persimmon, how infuriating. After sending Wen Rugi off, Tong Shualu went back to tidy up the room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw that the quilt was neatly folded into a piece of tofu. The corners of the quilt were flat and saturated, just like the quilts that soldiers folded in videos in her previous life. Tong Shualu was a little shocked. When Rugi folded the quilt too well, didn't he? When he caught Tong Xinjun last time, his movements were very fast, as if he had practiced martial arts. Could it be that he had received military training? Thinking of this, she realized that she knew very little about Wen Rugi, and even less about his family. She turned her head and saw 2 bags on the table. She walked over and opened them, only to see persimmons and red dates inside. Tong Shualu couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. This must have been left by Wen Rugi again. But what kind of habit was this? He always gave her things secretly. Was he afraid that she would reject him? He was thinking too much. She wouldn't reject him. She took out a persimmon. There was a layer of frost on the outside and it was the size of a small palm. When she bit into it, the persimmon was soft and fragrant, filling her mouth with sugar. It was sweet but not greasy. After eating one, she wanted to eat a second one. Tong Shualu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. It was the taste of her childhood. Tong Mianmian ran in with her short legs. When she saw her sister eating persimmons, she swallowed her saliva and asked, Sister, what are you eating? Tong Shualu looked down and saw Tong Mianmian looking at her eagerly. Her bright red lips were pursed and she was secretly swallowing her saliva. Tong Shualu wanted to tease her. Sister is eating persimmons. Tong Mianmian stared at the persimmon in her hand with her watery eyes without blinking. She almost drooled. Is the persimmon delicious? Tong Shualu nodded. It's delicious. It's soft and sweet. It's delicious. After saying so much, she didn't give her one and even took another bite in front of her. Tong Mianmian twisted her fingers and blinked her big eyes. Sister, can you let Mianmian smell it? Pfft, Tong Shualu finally couldn't hold back his laughter. What kind of peerless cuteness was this? His saliva was about to flow out, but he was still able to resist the urge to take a whiff. She took out a persimmon from the paper bag and handed it over. You don't have to smell it. This is for you, but you can't eat too many persimmons. Just one will do. Xiao Tuanzi's clear and black eyes lit up. She took the persimmon and said happily, "Thank you, sister." As she spoke, she took a bite of the persimmon, and her eyes lit up even more. She was indeed as soft and sweet as his sister had described. It was delicious. Tong Mianmian licked her lips and smiled with satisfaction. Tong Xuelu ate 2 in a row. He was thinking about how to reply to Wenrugi. She suddenly remembered the chrysanthemums planted next door. They were blooming well recently. If she could get some of them to make dried chrysanthemums into tea, it would be good for her throat. She poured out half of the persimmon and doghead dates and put them in a paper bag. "I'm going to Granny Shin's house. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes." Tong Mianmian nodded vigorously. "But Sister Zhuzhu won't be able to eat them." Tong Xuelu smiled. "Yes, these are for Zhuzhu and the rest." Tong Mianmian was relieved when he heard that Sister Zhuzhu would also be able to eat them. After the Wei family received the persimmons, they not only asked Tong Xuelu to pick the chrysanthemums, but they also brought 2 pots of chrysanthemums to the Tong family. Tong Xuelu washed the chrysanthemums and put them in a ventilated area to dry. After they were dried, they were placed in a steamer basket to be steamed. Then, she took the steamed chrysanthemums to dry under the sun again. This time, it would take 7 to 8 days to dry them. In other words, she couldn't give the dried chrysanthemums to Wenrugi for a while. After she was done, she took Tong Mianmian to the grocery store to buy groceries. When she opened the door, she saw a woman standing at the door with a little girl. When the woman saw the wooden door open, she seemed to be shocked and took a step back with the little girl. Tong Xuelu sized up the woman. She was about 27 or 28 years old and had dark skin. When her gaze fell on her daughter, she knew who this woman was. She was the wife of Ma Mei's adulterer, the educated youth in the countryside. But why was she looking for her? "Hello, are you Comrade Tong?" Xianxia smiled apologetically. Tong Xuelu nodded and pretended not to know her. "Who are you?" Xianxia said, "Hello, Duan Wenfu is my ex-husband. I'm here to thank you." Tong Xuelu frowned. "Your husband's matter has nothing to do with me." Xianxia said, Yes, Comrade Tong is right. This matter has nothing to do with Comrade Tong. That idiot deserved everything. She, Duan Wenfu, and Ma Mei were junior high school classmates. When the country called for educated youth to work in the countryside, the 3 of them were arranged to work in the same production team. She got along well with Ma Mei. She treated Ma Mei as her best friend and told her everything. When she was with Duan Wenfu, it was Ma Mei who convinced her. Ma Mei was arranged to return to the city by her relatives after less than a year in the countryside. She and Duan Wenfu had no hope of returning to the city, so they got married and had a child in the countryside. When their child was 2 years old, Ma Mei suddenly said that she could arrange for Duan Wenfu to work in the steel factory. Just like that, Duan Wenfu brought their daughter back to the city and she was left alone in the countryside. But at that time, she was very grateful to Ma Mei and felt that she was taking care of her. That was why she introduced the job to her husband. But who knew that these 2 disgusting things would actually have an affair behind her back? No wonder when she begged Ma Mei to find a way to let her return to the city, Ma Mei always found excuses to refuse. It turned out that she never wanted her to return. If this matter had not been exposed, she would have been kept in the dark for the rest of her life. After Tong Xuelu found out that Ma Mei and the other party were best friends, his disgust for Ma Mei deepened. Guarding against thieves, burglaries, and best friends, these words were most suitable for Ma Mei. However, the woman in front of him was a rare clear-headed person. After finding out that her husband had cheated on her, she did not plead for him, nor did she cry endlessly as if the sky was falling down. Tong Xuelu glanced at the little girl and saw that her face was still a little pale. He paused and said, "Is your daughter unable to eat peanuts?" Xianxia was stunned. "How did you know?" "Indeed, eldest daughter cannot eat peanuts. Every time she eats peanuts, she will break out in a cold sweat and become listless and sleepy. The doctor said that it's an allergy and told us not to give her any." So it was true, that scumbag Duan Wenfu was worse than an animal. Tong Xuelu told her what he found that day. "Your ex-husband would feed your daughter peanuts every time they met in order to have an affair with Ma Mei. Xianxia's expression changed abruptly. She squatted down and asked her eldest daughter, tell mommy, did daddy often feed you peanuts? Eldest daughter blinked her listless eyes twice and nodded. Yes, daddy would buy a lot of peanuts for eldest daughter every time. When eldest daughter didn't want to eat them, he would scold eldest daughter. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She bit her lip hard and cursed Duan Wenfu hundreds of times in her heart. She thought that it was disgusting enough for him to be with Ma Mei. She didn't expect him to be so inhumane. Xianxia's expression was very ugly. It took her a while to calm down. Thank you, Comrade Tong. If you hadn't told me, I might never have known about this. She had already decided that she would change her eldest daughter's surname when she went back. That kind of animal didn't deserve to have offspring. Tong Xiaolu was about to say that she didn't need to be so polite when Xianxia stuffed a bag into her hands. Then, she carried her daughter and ran away. Tong Xiaolu was shocked by her actions. She opened the bag and saw 5 pounds of pork and a can of malted milk powder. This gift was a little too much. She wanted to chase after Xianxia and return it, but Xianxia ran away as if there was a ghost chasing after her. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Tong Xiaolu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But forget it. Since Xianxia was so thoughtful, she would accept it. The corners of her mouth curled up at the thought of having meat to eat tonight. When Rugi returned to the family compound after coming out of the police station, old Mr. Wen saw his haggard face and couldn't be bothered to tease his grandson. You're so tired. Don't come back. Just rest well at the base. When Rugi put down the travel bag and said in a hoarse voice, Grandpa, I remember that you have a comrade whose son is the party secretary of the Education Bureau, right? Old Mr. Wen heard that his voice was hoarse and felt even more sorry for him. Why are you asking this? Also, why did your voice become like this? Uncle Zong saw this and hurriedly ran to the kitchen to make a cup of Luohan fruit tea. Then, he went to make mung bean soup. When Rugi said, the director of the Education Bureau, Jiang Huarong. I suspect that he is corrupt and abusing his power for personal gain. Old Mr. Wen was even more puzzled. Didn't you go to another province to pick someone up? Why are you suddenly interfering in the Education Bureau's affairs? When Rugi took a sip of the Luohan fruit tea and said, I have a friend whose younger brother was fired because he offended the director's grandson. Your friend's younger brother? Old Mr. Wen frowned and sensed that there was a change of heart. Which friend? Do I know her? When Rugi pursed his lips slightly. No, I don't. Old Mr. Wen snorted coldly. How dare you lie to me? Since you were young, your eyelashes would tremble whenever you lie. Is your friend a greenhorn? When Rugi was speechless. I knew it. Old Mr. Wen was more certain after seeing him like this. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. So you suddenly came home not to see me, but to stand up for the greenhorn? When Rugi was speechless. Old Mr. Wen's beard trembled in anger. You unfilial grandson. When Rugi suddenly felt that his return this time seemed to be a mistake. However, in order to pull Jiang Huarong down, he had to rely on old Mr. Wen's connections. Otherwise, as a researcher, he really couldn't do anything to him. Old Mr. Wen suddenly laughed again. But on the account that you're suddenly enlightened, I won't hold it against you. Tell me what happened. When Rugi knew that this matter couldn't be hidden in the end, so he recounted the matter once again. Pa, a loud sound was heard. After hearing it, old Mr. Wen's face turned red with anger and he slammed his hand on the table. As an official, you don't make decisions for the people. You might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. This Jiang Huarong is simply too despicable. Are the people in the Education Bureau blind? How can they tolerate such a person's wrongdoings? When Rugi said, his younger brother and sister-in-law are both martyrs who have made great contributions to the country. Hence, on account of this, everyone wouldn't touch him easily. Back then, Jiang Huarong had also used the name of a martyr's family to gain power during the land reform and become the chairman of a county's reform committee. In the past 2 years, he had sensed that something was amiss and immediately used the power in his hands to get himself into the Education Bureau. This was an old fox, and it would not be easy to catch his tail. Upon hearing the word martyr, old Mr. Wen frowned even more. Such a person is simply an insult to the word's martyr's family. When Rugi continued, there's also a very strange thing. Martyr Jiang had biological children, but after the couple passed away, the son died of illness within 2 years. His daughter is now an educated youth in the countryside. On the other hand, Jiang Huarong's children are all working in important departments in the unit. None of them went to the countryside. This was very intriguing. A sharp glint flashed across old Mr. Wen's eyes. This matter indeed has to be investigated properly. If there were no problems, it would be fine. If there were, it would be a disappointment to the martyr's heart. Old Mr. Wen paused for a moment and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'll get someone to investigate properly. Go back to the base and have a good rest. Don't tire yourself out." When Rugi nodded and replied, "Okay." After leaving the military compound, he didn't go back to the base. Instead, he went to the Public Security Bureau. He asked Piao Jianni to write a letter of recommendation for him. Then, he took a car to Dongfeng Commune to look for Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong was the orphan of the 2 martyrs. Piao Jianni was worried that he would go alone. After applying for leave from the police station, he went with Wenrugi. Tong Xuelu was ill and didn't know that Wenrugi had been running around for him. The next day, he went back to work at the state-run hotel. However, when he returned to the hotel, he found out that something had happened. Master Meng's hand was injured. When Tong Xuelu arrived at the state-run hotel, there was a girl in her teens standing at the entrance of the hotel. She had a long face, big eyes, and 2 large braids. She wasn't tall, but compared to Tan Xiaoyan's figure, she was much prettier. Tong Xuelu walked over and said with a smile, "You must be Comrade Meng Qingqing, right?" She was Master Meng's niece, the person who had temporarily taken over her job. Meng Qingqing had noticed Tong Xuelu a long time ago. On the busy street, Tong Xuelu's appearance was like a white steamed bun suddenly appearing in a basket of cornbread. It was white and tender, and it was simply too eye-catching. However, she didn't expect him to be Tong Xuelu at that time. She blushed slightly and said excitedly, "Your comrade Tong?" Tong Xuelu glanced at her blushing cheeks and felt a little strange, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, I'm Tong Xuelu. You can call me Zulv." Meng Qingqing exclaimed in admiration and looked at him with a pair of big eyes. "Comrade Tong, you're so good-looking. I've never seen anyone as good-looking as you in my life." Could it be that she was so excited because of her beauty? Before Tong Xuelu could say anything, a cold sneer came from behind. "Bootlicker." Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. He didn't need to turn around to know who the voice belonged to. Meng Qingqing's face turned even redder. She said awkwardly, "Sister Xiaoyan." Tan Xiaoyan snorted again. "She's coming to work today. It's useless for you to flatter her. You might as well save your saliva." Meng Qingqing was obviously a thin-skinned girl. Even her neck was red and her back was hunched, as if she couldn't wait to curl up into a ball. Tong Xuelu turned around and faced Tan Xiaoyan. She suddenly covered her nose and took a step back in disgust. "Didn't you brush your teeth?" Tan Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Her square face flushed red. "You're the one who hasn't brushed your teeth." "I brush my teeth every day." Tong Xuelu took another step back. "That's impossible. If you brushed your teeth, why is your mouth so smelly?" Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that her face turned red and white. She glared at Tong Xuelu with her swollen eyes. Meng Qingqing, who was behind her, saw that Tong Xuelv had been angered by Tan Xiaoyan the moment she opened her mouth. Her eyes were shining. No wonder eldest uncle and Wu Weiping both praised Tong Xuelu as a formidable person. She was indeed formidable. She was so beautiful and so eloquent. Oh, I like her so much. Tong Xuelu didn't know that he had captured the heart of a fangirl with just a few words. Soon, the manager, Lu Dongchang, came to open the door. Master Meng and Wu Weiping followed after him. There was also a woman in her 40s or 50s who came with them. When they met, Tong Xuelu realized that Master Meng's hand was injured. His right hand was in a cast and hung from his neck with a bandage. The day before yesterday, Master Meng was hit by a bicycle on his way home after work. His right hand was fractured. The doctor said that it would take at least 3 months for him to recover and half a year for him to be able to use his hand normally. However, Master Meng was a chef and he wasn't left-handed. If he couldn't use his right hand, it meant that he couldn't continue working as a chef. If he was a waiter, he could ask someone to replace him. However, to be a chef, he had to be certified. Yesterday, Master Meng asked his sister-in-law to come to the state-run restaurant to replace him. Master Meng's wife passed away a few years ago. His only son didn't have a wife. His son had his own job and couldn't come to help him. Moreover, he didn't know how to cook. Master Meng had no choice but to ask his sister-in-law to replace him. Master Meng's sister-in-law was Meng Qingqing's mother. She knew how to cook. However, like many rural women, she couldn't bear to use oil. There was no secret to it. She just needed to cook everything in one pot. That definitely wouldn't work. Sure enough, Lu Dongchang immediately raised this issue at the beginning of the meeting. Master Meng, you saw how good your sister-in-law's cooking skills are yesterday. It's not that I want to target you, but with such poor cooking skills, I can't let her come to the restaurant to cook. Master Meng's expression was very ugly. He didn't say anything and just stared at Tong Xuelu like a frog. Meng Qingqing glanced at her mother. The latter was a timid person like Meng Qingqing. When she heard Lu Dongchang say that about her, she didn't jump up and scold him. Lu Dongchang was very satisfied with their reaction. He paused for a moment and continued, if Master Meng can't find someone to replace him, then I can only make the arrangements. Master Meng's expression became even uglier. It was easy to find someone who knew how to cook, but it wasn't easy to make delicious dishes. Moreover, there was Lu Dongchang who was nitpicking. The corners of Lu Dongchang's mouth curled up slightly. He almost couldn't hide the pride on his face. Master Meng, if you don't say anything, then I'll take it that you agree? Although my elder sister didn't take the test for a chef's certificate, she cooks very well. Why don't we let her replace the chef's position during this time? What do you think, Master Meng? Master Meng finally opened his mouth and snorted coldly from his nostrils. Do I look like an idiot to you? Lu Dongchang choked for a moment and his face darkened. Then what do you want to do, Master Meng? You have to give me an explanation. Although he didn't want to be at odds with Master Meng, he was still the head of the restaurant. If Master Meng still didn't know what was good for him, then don't blame him for not giving face. Master Meng was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Lu Dongchang had always wanted to put his elder sister in the state-run restaurant. This time, his hand was injured. Once the other party took over the kitchen, it would be equivalent to his loss. Moreover, Lu Dongchang was very cunning. Once he handed over the power, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to take it back in half a year. The atmosphere in the lobby suddenly became tense. Meng Qingqing and her mother didn't dare to breathe loudly. Tan Xiaoyan's face was full of pride. Lu Dongchang didn't want to strangle the relationship for the time being. I'll give Master Meng one last day. If you can't find a suitable person tomorrow, then I'll make the arrangements. After that, Lu Dongchang called Guo Weiping and asked him to go with him to buy ingredients. Guo Weiping glanced at Master Meng. Although the latter was very angry, he still nodded. Guo Weiping then followed him listlessly. Oh wow, she didn't expect that the situation in the restaurant would change so much in just over a week. Before she asked for leave, Master Meng had a slight advantage. Meng Qingqing's mother pinched her hands and blamed herself. Brother, it's all my fault. I'm useless. The dishes I cook are too bad. I can't help you. Master Meng waved his hand. It's not your fault. Comrade Tong is coming back to work today. You can take Qingqing home. Meng Qingqing asked with concern, Uncle, what about you? Her mother cooked all the food at home. Although she knew how to cook, the taste was not as good as her mother's. Master Meng pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He had no other choice. In the end, he could only let Lu Dongchang make the arrangements. However, this was too sullen. This anger was stuck in his chest and he couldn't swallow it no matter what. Tan Xiaoyan stood aside and watched the show. Although she didn't dare to mock and ridicule, her face was full of gloating. Seeing that Meng Qingqing was about to leave, Tong Xuelu said, Master Meng, I'm a good cook. If you don't mind, why don't I replace you? When she was in trouble, Master Meng didn't just stand by and watch. Instead, he called his niece up from the countryside to replace her. If he hadn't asked for help, she wouldn't have been able to find someone to replace her. When the people in the hall heard this, they were all stunned. Tan Xiaoyan was the first to come back to her senses. She sneered, "Some people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that cooking is as easy as sweeping the floor? Auntie has been cooking for most of her life and still can't cook well. Do you think you can?" Master Meng obviously didn't think that Tong Xuelu knew how to cook. "My dear daughter, you're so considerate. However, it's not easy to cook well." Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered with Tan Xiaoyan. "How about this? I'll cook a dish for Master Meng to try. If you think it's okay, I'll replace you. If it's not okay, then pretend that I didn't say anything." Master Meng thought for a moment and agreed. Firstly, he felt that Tong Xuelu was kindly helping him. It would be too embarrassing to reject her. Secondly, it was just cooking. Even if she couldn't make it, there was no loss. When everyone came to the kitchen, Lu Dongchang hadn't returned from purchasing the ingredients. There were only scallions, garlic, and other ingredients left in the kitchen. There were too few ingredients. It wasn't easy to make something delicious. When Master Meng saw this, he said, "Why don't we cook later?" Tong Xuelu shook her head. "No need. I'll make some oily spilled noodles for everyone to try." Oily spilled noodles, none of the people present had heard of this noodle dish. Tan Xiaoyan was sneakily eavesdropping at the door. When she heard this, she couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. "Can noodles that are spilled with oil be eaten? Don't tell me some people think that cooking will be delicious as long as they add more oil? What a joke." Tong Xuelu turned around and looked at her coldly. "Shut your cheap mouth. If you dare, don't eat a single bite of the noodles I cook later." Tan Xiaoyan glared at her. "Do you think I care about the food you cook? Even if you beg me to eat it, I won't like it." Master Meng turned around and roared, "Get out of the kitchen." Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She stomped her feet and went outside to clean up. Meng Qingqing and her mother couldn't help in the kitchen, so they took the initiative to clean up outside so that Tong Xuelu could have time to cook. There were no other ingredients in the kitchen, but there was no lack of flour. Moreover, it was fuqiang flour. Tong Xuelu mixed the dough with warm water with salt water. After the dough was done, she smeared oil on the surface of the dough. Then, she covered the dough with a basin and went to soak it for half an hour. While the dough was soaking, she chopped the scallions, ginger, and garlic into fine powder. Then, she prepared the sauce for later use. After the dough was soaked, she cut it into pieces. Then, she smeared oil on both sides of the dough. After the water boiled, she could start pulling the dough. Pulling the dough was a technical job. If it was too thin or too thick, it would affect the taste. However, Tong Xuelu's movements were swift. When she pulled the dough, it was just right. When Master Meng saw her pulling off the dough, he was stunned. With just one look, he could tell that she was an expert. He didn't expect Tong Xuelu to really know how to cook. Just now, he just wanted to let her have a try. In fact, he didn't think she would be able to cook at all. When the noodles were almost cooked, she threw the vegetables in to cook together. After they were cooked, she scooped them into a bowl and sprinkled scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili powder. Then, she poured hot oil over them. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, a domineering aroma instantly filled the kitchen. "It smells so good. What's this smell?" Meng Qingqing, who was outside, smelled the aroma. Her nose sniffed like a small animal. Meng Qingqing's mother said, "It's coming from the kitchen. It should be that female comrade who made the noodles." The aroma kept coming out. Even the air was fragrant. It whetted everyone's appetite. Meng Qingqing swallowed her saliva and said, "Mom, let's go in and take a look." As the mother and daughter spoke, they went into the kitchen, leaving Tan Xiaoyan alone in the hall. As soon as the two entered the kitchen, they saw Master Meng using his left hand to pick up the noodles with difficulty. Even though it was very difficult, there was no trace of impatience on his face. Master Meng knew that they had come in, but he didn't have time to care about them at the moment. The noodles were chewy and spicy. It was a very simple noodle dish, but it was irresistible. He wasn't bragging, but he could make 3 big bowls of this kind of oily noodles at a time. Tang Xuelu saw them come in and asked, "Do you want to try a bowl too?" Meng Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Okay. Meng Qingqing's mother wanted to say that there was no need, but the aroma was too tempting. She swallowed the words back into her stomach. Tang Xuelu made a bowl for each of them. Soon, the two of them had the same action and expression as Master Meng, wolfing down the noodles. Tan Xiaoyan, who was outside, was so tempted by the aroma that she was hungry. She stared straight at the kitchen and swallowed hard. However, she snorted coldly and told herself that even if it smelled good, it might not taste good. Master Meng finished a bowl with his left hand. Just as he was about to eat a second bowl, Lu Dongcheng came back. When he saw Lu Dongcheng walk in, he looked at him and laughed loudly. Lu Dongcheng was speechless. Had he gone crazy from the shock? Master Meng pointed at Tang Xuelu and said, "I found the person who will replace me." "Comrade Tang?" Lu Dongcheng was stunned when he saw him pointing at Tang Xuelu. Then, he revealed an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Master Meng said, "Yes, it's Comrade Tang. She just made this oily noodles. You'll know if she can make it after you try it." Tang Xuelu didn't say anything and quickly made a bowl of oily noodles for Lu Dongcheng. Lu Dongcheng actually smelled the aroma when he walked in, but he didn't expect that the aroma was made by Tang Xuelu. Looking at the bright red noodles, he picked them up and slurped a mouthful. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had lost. Even Master Meng couldn't compare to this taste, let alone his sister. He looked at Tang Xuelu and felt a wave of irritation. This woman was his nemesis. Last time, she snatched the waitress position. This time, she snatched the chef's position. Was she going to snatch his manager's position in the future? Master Meng was so happy that his eyebrows were raised. "How is it, Manager Lu? How's the taste?" Lu Dongcheng couldn't go against his conscience and say that it wasn't good. He said with a sullen face, "It's not bad, but she has to replace me for half a year. She still needs to have the chef's certificate." Tang Xuelu said, "No problem. I'll find time to register for the exam in the next 2 days." At this point, Lu Dongcheng couldn't say anything else. He said with a sullen face, "All right, then you'll take over Master Meng's position for the time being." "But what about your position?" Lu Dongcheng still didn't give up on pushing his sister in. He was about to ask her to come over. However, Tang Xuelu didn't give him a chance to speak. She said crisply, "Comrade Meng Qingqing will continue to take over my position." Lu Dongcheng's face was completely black. It smelled worse than the water in the gutter. Meng Qingqing knew that she could continue to stay. Her face suddenly lit up. At this moment, Tan Xiaoyan walked in and said, "Yo, this smells so good. It smells even better than Master Meng's dishes. If it were up to me, I'd rather not replace him. Why don't we give the chef's position to Comrade Tang? Master Meng isn't young anymore. He'll retire in a few years. Isn't it better to give it to Comrade Tang now?" *T stirrer. Tan Xiaoyan was a living *T stirrer. Her words were obviously trying to sow discord between her and Master Meng. Tang Xuelu opened her mouth and was about to retort. However, before she could say anything, Master Meng retorted, "I don't need you to care about my business. You're as scheming as a hornet's nest every day. Who would want to marry someone like you?" Tan Xiaoyan's face flushed red as if someone had poked her lung. Everyone's eyes fell on her. She looked at Lu Dongcheng, hoping that he would say something for her. However, the latter only glanced at her and turned his head away. It was as if he was afraid that she would blame him. Tan Xiaoyan felt wronged. She cried and ran away. A bunch of bastards. They only knew how to bully her. Seeing Tan Xiaoyan run away crying, no one sympathized with her. Then Lu Dongcheng also left with a dark face. Tang Xuelu explained, "Master Meng, don't take Tan Xiaoyan's words to heart. Once your hand recovers, I will immediately return this workstation to you. Also, I'm going to get married and have children in the future. Being a chef doesn't suit me." Getting married and having children was something she casually said to appease Master Meng. She didn't want to come to work and make it seem like a palace fight. When Master Meng heard Tan Xiaoyan's words, he was actually a bit bothered. But now that he heard Tang Xuelu's words, he felt embarrassed. How can I not trust you? Tan Xiaoyan is too scheming. If my son dares to marry such a person, I'd rather beat him to death. There were only single men who couldn't find a wife, but there were no women who couldn't get married. Tang Xuelu felt that Tan Xiaoyan hadn't found a partner at her age, not only because of her looks, but also because of her personality. Since it was Tang Xuelu's first day as a chef, Master Meng wasn't in a hurry to ask for leave. Instead, he taught her in the kitchen. But soon, he realized that he didn't have anything to teach her. Tang Xuelu's braised pork was so delicious that he almost wanted to give up his position as a chef. That way, he could eat such delicious food every day. When it was time to eat, Master Meng was afraid that Tang Xuelu couldn't suppress Tan Xiaoyan, so he still divided the dishes. This time, when he scooped the dishes, his hands trembled even more. Not only was there a piece of meat left, but there were also only a few vegetables left. Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she wanted to cry again. Master Meng wasn't afraid of her crying at all. His "I'm happy" almost made Tan Xiaoyan die on the spot. Thus, Tang Xuelu temporarily replaced Master Meng's position. But what she couldn't figure out was that Meng Qingqing had been following her like a little tail. When she saw her, her eyes lit up and her cheeks flushed. Meng Qingqing was as excited as a little girl who saw her partner. Tang Xuelu almost thought that she was gay. Was her charm so great that she could attract both men and women? When Rugi and Piao Jiani took the train for a day and a night to arrive at Behe province. Then, after a long journey, they finally arrived at Dongfeng commune. However, they were obstructed when they wanted to meet Jiang Danhong. The Red Star production team she belonged to actually forbade them from meeting Jiang Danhong. If Piao Jiani had not revealed her identity and threatened to report them to the Public Security Bureau, they would have returned empty-handed. When Jiang Danhong saw Wenrugi and Piao Jiani, he asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Before Wenrugi and the others came, they had checked Jiang Danhong's information. Jiang Danhong was 30 years old this year. However, the woman in front of him had dark skin and lifeless eyes. Her face was full of weariness and she looked like a woman in her 40s. Wenrugi and Piao Jiani looked at each other. They saw shock and a bad premonition in each other's eyes. Piao Jiani said, "Hello, Comrade Jiang. We're here to ask about your uncle, Jiang Huarong. Is it convenient for you now?" Unexpectedly, when Jiang Danhong heard the name Jiang Huarong, she became very agitated. "Jiang Huarong is not my uncle. You've got the wrong person." As she spoke, she turned around to return to the educated youth settlement. Piao Jiani hurriedly blocked her way. Jiang Danhong's face was full of hatred and resentment. "What do you want? I already said that I don't know him. Or did Jiang Huarong send you here?" Wenrugi and Piao Jiani didn't expect her to react so violently. Wenrugi had been running around for the past 2 days and hadn't had a chance to rest. His voice was hoarse. However, he had no choice but to say, "Comrade Jiang, please calm down. We weren't sent by Jiang Huarong. On the contrary, we might be able to help you." Jiang Danhong's eyes were red. She had a mocking smile on her face. "Help me? What can you help me with?" When Rugi asked, "What do you want us to help you with?" Jiang Danhong cast a sidelong glance at them. "If I asked you to take me away from this production team, would you be able to do it?" When Rugi was silent for a moment. "We might not be able to do it now, but we'll do our best to help you later." Jiang Danhong frowned and looked at Wenrugi. After a long time, she said, "Okay, I'll trust you this time. However, I don't trust the person beside you." "Piao Jenny? What did he do? Why didn't she trust him? Did he look like a treacherous person?" Because Jiang Danhong didn't trust Piao Jenny, Wenrugi had to ask him to leave temporarily. He stayed behind to ask Jiang Danhong about what happened back then. From Jiang Danhong, he learned that her parents died in the Korean War in 1952. Both of them became martyrs. Because the Jiang family didn't split up, she and her younger brother were raised by her uncle, Jiang Huarong. However, her younger brother died of an illness the year after her parents died. Her mother's dowry disappeared with him. Her grandfather was a country gentleman back then. As the only daughter in the family, her mother brought a lot of dowry with her when she married into the Jiang family. Wenrugi frowned. How old was Comrade Jiang back then? Also, do you think there's something wrong with your younger brother's death? Jiang Danhong recalled the events of that year and her eyes were about to split open. Although I was only 6 years old at that time, I already had memories of that time. I remember very clearly that my brother only had a slight fever at that time and his spirit was still very good. However, he suddenly disappeared the next day. I wanted to see my brother at that time, but they didn't let me go. Later, her younger brother was buried so hastily that she couldn't see him anymore. Wenrugi, what about the dowry? According to the information I collected, your mother, Martyr Hong, gave all of her family's wealth to the Nazis. Isn't that the case? Jiang Danhong, most of the family's wealth was given away, but not all of it. She left a part of the dowry for my younger brother and me. There was a lot of jewelry and gold bars in it. She was worried that if something happened to her and my father, the money would ensure that we wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. However, she didn't expect that it would become a death sentence for them. She remembered that there were a lot of gold bars at the time, but she never saw them again. She once asked her uncle, but he said that she remembered wrongly and that there were no gold bars at home. Later, in order to prevent her from going out and telling others, they locked her up and didn't give her food. Later, she was scared of starvation and never dared to talk about the gold bars again. Wenrugi heard this and frowned. Comrade Jiang, if we need you to report Jiang Huarong in the future, will you be willing? Jiang Huarong was even more heartless than he had imagined. It was too much to count. Jiang Danhong was so excited that her hands trembled. Her face was filled with a strange excitement. Are you really going to report Jiang Huarong? Wenrugi nodded. Yes. Jiang Danhong looked up and laughed until tears flowed down her face. That's great. God has finally opened his eyes. I thought I wouldn't be able to see this day in my life. Her parents were dead, her brother was dead, and her dowry was gone. Others thought that her uncle was a good man and raised her as his own daughter. Only she knew that he was a beast. However, she couldn't say it because no one would believe her. Moreover, if she dared to go out and talk nonsense, she might soon follow in her brother's footsteps. All these years, she endured and pretended to be obedient, but they still didn't let her go. At the age of 16, they sent her to the production brigade. To outsiders, they said that she was willing to go to the countryside to be re-educated by the poor peasants. She couldn't speak of her suffering. The next year, she was pushed into the river. The captain's son happened to pass by and saved her. Because she lost her chastity, she was forced to marry him. Later, she was forced to give birth to 2 sons. They restricted her freedom and never let her step out of the production brigade. She was disgusted by their family. After giving birth to the 2 sons, she moved back to the educated youth camp. When Wenrugi heard the last part, the veins on the back of his hand popped out. I have to discuss this with my friend. Comrade Jiang, don't worry. My friend is the captain of the criminal investigation team. He can definitely be trusted. Jiang Danhong glanced at Piao Jiani and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Wenrugi walked over to Piao Jiani and told him about it. Piao Jiani was filled with righteous indignation. He punched a sycamore tree and said hatefully, "Damn it, there's actually such a beast in this world." No, calling him a beast is an insult to the word beast. He's worse than a beast. Wenrugi said, the captain of the production brigade should be in cahoots with Jiang Huarong. This time, we exposed our tracks. Comrade Jiang will be in danger if she stays here. Piao Jiani said, you're right, we have to take her away. But there were only 2 of them. Barren hills and turbulent waters produced unruly people. If they were to force their way out, they might not be able to get out. Wenrugi said, we have to go out and ask for help. His cousin-in-law was the head of the county. He didn't want him to know about this trip. If he knew, it would mean that his grandfather would know as well. But in this situation, he could only ask for help. Otherwise, he and Piao Jiani wouldn't be able to take Jiang Danhong away. Piao Jiani thought for a moment and said, you go. I'll stay behind to protect Comrade Jiang. Okay. Wenrugi told Jiang Danhong their decision. Jiang Danhong knew that she might be able to leave this damned place today. She was so excited that tears streamed down her face. After Wenrugi left the production brigade, he hurried to the county government to look for his cousin-in-law. Fortunately, his cousin-in-law was in the government. After he told his cousin-in-law what had happened, the cousin-in-law scolded him for being too impulsive. But he still sent a car and followed him to the production brigade. The captain of the Hongxin production brigade had been feeling uneasy ever since he found out about Piao Jianyi's identity. He was afraid that something might go wrong, so he quickly called Jiang Huarong. But after 3 calls, he couldn't find Jiang Huarong. He hesitated and didn't know if he should take Jiang Danhong away. But he soon regretted it. When Rugi came with the head of the county government and wanted to take Jiang Danhong away, the captain was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew that something bad had happened. But he didn't dare to stop the head of the county government. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He hurriedly asked his son to bring his 2 grandsons over and asked them to beg their mother not to leave. Jiang Danhong was about to get into the car when she saw her 2 sons rushing towards her. Her eldest son, Lin Jinbao, hugged her left arm and sobbed, "Mom, don't go. Don't you want me and my brother anymore?" Her youngest son, Lin Yinbao, hugged her right arm and cried, "Mom, Grandpa said that you're going back to Beijing. Don't you want Xiaobao anymore?" Woo-woo. Jiang Danhong looked at her 2 sons. There was no warmth or motherly love in her eyes, only cold hatred and disgust. She coldly shook off her 2 sons' hands and said coldly, "Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mother. You're not my children either." She had been forced to marry that disgusting man, forced to sleep with him, forced to give birth to 2 children. She had never been willing to do any of this. Their existence constantly reminded her of the humiliation she had suffered. She had never wanted these 2 children. When Jiang Danhong's mother-in-law heard this, she angrily pointed at her and scolded, "You gave birth to Debao and Xiaobao after carrying them for 10 months. You don't even want them anymore just to go back to the city. How can you be so heartless?" Jiang Danhong sneered and laughed miserably, "Heartless? You bastards still have the face to talk to me about heartless. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Jiang Danhong's mother-in-law was so angry that she leaned back. "Look, it was my Dai who saved her life and took responsibility for her out of kindness. In the end, he became the bastard she called bastards. Oh my God, I've never seen anyone so heartless." The villagers saw this and started to blame Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong didn't care about this. She forcefully pushed away her youngest son who was clinging to her and wouldn't let go. "Get lost." Lin Yinbao staggered and fell back on the ground. He immediately burst into tears. Jiang Danhong didn't even look at him. She directly said to Wenrugi, "Let's go." She didn't want to stay in this disgusting place for a moment longer. Jiang Danhong's mother-in-law saw that her youngest grandson had been pushed down. She was angry and distressed. She hurriedly ran over to pick up her youngest grandson and cursed him endlessly. Lin Yinbao was already 11 years old. When he saw his mother push his younger brother down and ignore their pleas to stay, his eyes were filled with hatred. "You *tch, you abandoned your husband and son. You'll die a horrible death." Jiang Danhong heard her eldest son's curses. Her face was cold and icy. Piao Jianyi felt very conflicted. On one hand, he was worried that Jiang Danhong would be soft-hearted and refuse to leave with them. On the other hand, he felt that she was a little heartless when he saw that she didn't care about her child at all. Wenrugi, who was standing at the side, remained silent. The group of people returned to the county and stayed in the county guest house that night. Wenrugi's cousin-in-law invited him to stay at their house, but he refused. He told his cousin-in-law not to tell old Master Wen that he was in Behe province. His cousin-in-law agreed but later told his wife. Wenrugi's cousin immediately called Beijing, and old Master Wen found out that night. Old Mr. Wen was angry and distressed at the same time. He complained to Uncle Zong, "This rascal is doing this again. He doesn't care about his health at all." Uncle Zong hurriedly comforted him. "Rugue is just worried about the young lady. Maybe there will be good news this year. Commander, please calm down." Old Master Wen thought about it and agreed. It was rare for Wenrugi to blossom. According to the current trend, he might be able to drink tea with his granddaughter-in-law by the end of the year. The more old master Wen thought about it, the happier he was. He chatted with Uncle Zong for half the night. Uncle Zong was so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open. Uncle Zong thought to himself, he shouldn't have said such things. When Tong Xuelu got off work and came out of the state-run hotel, she saw Mother Xiao waiting for her outside. When Mother Xiao saw her, she said with a serious face, "I prepared the booklet and the fruit tree that you asked for. Give me your address and I'll get someone to send it over tomorrow." It had been almost half a month since she last met Mother Xiao. There had been no news from Mother Xiao, and she thought that Mother Xiao was not going to fulfill her promise. If Mother Xiao really stood her up, there was nothing she could do. She told Mother Xiao the address. Mother Xiao wrote down the address and was about to turn and leave when she suddenly looked at her and said, "Since that teacher Ma has already been punished, you guys shouldn't provoke Jiang anymore." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows slightly. Mother Xiao couldn't be concerned about her, right? The last time she came over, she was so arrogant. She did not expect her to remind her this time. She did not have any grudges with Mother Xiao. Since Mother Xiao was showing her kindness, she naturally knew what was good for her. "Thank you, Aunt Ning. I'll remember your words." Mother Xiao snorted and walked away with her chin held high like a proud peacock. Tong Xuelu returned home. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Tong Mianmian's frightened voice. "Don't come over. Don't come over." She jumped in fright and hurriedly rushed over. She rushed into the yard and saw a dog chasing Tong Mianmian. Tong Xuelu was originally pale with fright, but when she saw the dog clearly, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. The puppy chasing Tong Mianmian was only 1 or 2 months old. It was small and fluffy. It swung its short tail and pounced at Tong Mianmian. It jumped about 2 centimeters before its legs went weak and it fell to the ground. The little guy fell but did not feel pain. It twisted its little butt and roared at Tong Mianmian fiercely. Woof woof. Tong Mianmian retreated and waved its short little hands. "Don't come over. I'm also a puppy. We're all puppies. You can't bite me." Oh, what kind of peerless cuteness were these two? When Tong Mianmian saw her sister, she kicked her short legs and hugged her. She blinked her big eyes and complained, "Sister, third brother let the dog bite the Mianmian." Tong Xuelu held back her laughter and rubbed her little head. "Why is the Mianmian afraid of the puppy? Isn't it cute?" Tong Mianmian's big black grape-like eyes blinked. But it roared at the Mianmian and even bit the Mianmian's pants. "Does it hurt?" Tong Mianmian tilted her head and thought for a moment before shaking her head. "No. If it doesn't hurt, then it's not scary. Come, I'll take you over." With her sister around, Tong Mianmian felt more confident and obediently stuffed her short hands into her sister's hands. Tong Xuelu walked over and asked, "Where did this puppy come from?" Tong Jessen said, "I picked it up on the way home." "Sister, let's raise it, okay? It's so small. If we don't raise it, it will definitely starve to death." Tong Xuelu sized up the puppy. It was about 1 or 2 months old and was probably thrown out by the owner who couldn't afford to raise it. Although the puppy was a mongrel, it was extraordinarily beautiful. Its whole body was snow white except for a tuft of black hair on its forehead. What was even more amazing was that the tuft of hair was shaped like an inverted heart. When the little puppy saw Tong Zulv, it stumbled towards her and came to her side, its little nose nuzzling at her feet. Tong Zulv squatted down and stroked its head with her hand. The little fellow showed a look of enjoyment, and then simply fell down at her feet, revealing its soft belly. Tong Xuelu was almost blushed. "You can raise it if you want, but you have to be responsible for the puppy's hygiene and feeding. If you want to raise it, you have to be responsible for it. Otherwise, don't raise it." There were no adults in the house and they lived in such a big courtyard, so it was necessary to raise a dog. Tong Jessen's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "I will definitely take responsibility." When Tong Mianmian saw that the puppy really didn't bite, she squatted down and reached out her trembling hand to pet the puppy. "Sister, it's so obedient." It was as obedient as Mianmian. But before she could finish her sentence, the puppy opened its mouth and bit her little finger. Tong Mianmian burst into tears. In fact, the little puppy's teeth weren't sharp, so there wasn't even a bite mark. However, Tong Mianmian was so scared that she cried loudly and didn't dare to go near it again. However, the little puppy liked to chase after her. For a moment, the Tong family was very lively. Master Meng's hand was fractured, so it was inconvenient for him to live. His son was also busy with work. Therefore, after seeing Tong Xuelu's work, he didn't come to work the next day and went to live with his younger brother's family in the countryside. In the past, Lu Dongchang didn't eat at the restaurant. He always ate at his elder sister's house. However, after eating Tong Xuelu's cooking yesterday, he didn't leave. He ate lunch and dinner at the restaurant. Because Lu Dongchang was there, and Tong Xuelu didn't want to cause trouble, his hands didn't tremble when he scooped food for Tan Xiaoyan. He scooped the same amount as everyone else. Tan Xiaoyan thought that Tong Xuelu was afraid of Lu Dongchang, so she immediately raised her tail proudly. That afternoon, a few cars stopped in front of the state-run restaurant. 7 to 8 middle-aged men walked out of the cars. These middle-aged men were all wearing gray Chinese tunic suits. Some of them even had briefcases under their arms. From their appearance and aura, it was obvious that they were leaders. The people in the state-run restaurant were eating lunch. They were all engrossed in eating. Tan Xiaoyan, in particular, didn't want to eat even if he begged her yesterday. Now, it was as if she had lost her memory. She smacked her lips and ate more happily than a pig. 7 to 8 people suddenly walked in. Lu Dongchang was about to say, "It's not time yet." When he looked up and saw the people who walked in, he bit his own tongue. He was in so much pain that his facial features were distorted. However, he swallowed his words. Tong Xuelu also noticed that the people who walked in were different from the normal workers. He stood up and said, "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" The people who came were all leaders. Usually, when they ate in the state-run restaurant, they would call in advance to order the dishes. Once they arrived, the waiters would never dare to give them any attitude. Therefore, when they saw Tong Xuelu's good service, they didn't find it strange. They just felt that her welcome was quite novel. The group of people smelled a fragrance at the entrance. Now that they had come in, the fragrance was even stronger and more overbearing. It went straight to their noses and made their stomachs rumble with hunger. A man dressed as a secretary looked at the food they were eating and said, "What are you eating?" Tong Xuelu said, "Mapo tofu, signature pork trotters, and hot and sour shredded potatoes." When the group of people heard Tong Xuelu say the names of the dishes, they all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A bald man shouted, "I want all of them. I want one of each." Tong Xuelu agreed and went into the kitchen. Guo Weiping quickly put down his chopsticks and went in to help. Meng Qingqing felt that everyone's attitude was a little different, but she didn't see that they were leaders. She put down her chopsticks and went to collect the money and tickets. Only Tan Xiaoyan was still like a wooden club, slurping and slurping non-stop. She even scolded Tong Xuelu in disdain, "Bootlicker." When Lu Dongchang heard this, he glared at her fiercely. He wanted to pour the mapo tofu on the table over her head. The ingredients were already made. The pork trotters were cooked in one pot. The only things that needed to be made now were the mapo tofu and hot and sour shredded potatoes. Tong Xuelu asked Guo Weiping to peel the potatoes and then she quickly cut them into shreds. Her movements were swift and accurate, and the shredded potatoes were evenly cut. Guo Weiping was dumbfounded. "Sister Zulv, how long have you practiced cutting vegetables?" "Less than a year. In fact, it was more than that." In her previous life, she had spent 7 to 8 years practicing cutting skills. However, the original owner had never cooked before. If she said that she had been cooking for many years, it would be too easy to give herself away. When Guo Weiping heard this, his mouth opened even wider. "Sister Zulv, you're too amazing. Master said that it would take at least 7 to 8 years to master cutting skills. You've been so good in just 1 year. I'm so envious." Tong Xuelu said calmly, "Don't compare yourself to me. I'm talented. I was born to be good." Guo Weiping didn't think that she was bragging. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I also think that Sister Zulv is a genius. I'm so envious. If only I were half as good as you." Tong Xuelu felt a little embarrassed that the little fresh meat was so gullible. She encouraged him, "Hard work can make up for it. As long as you continue to work hard, you can definitely be as good as me." Gu Weiping's eyes were as bright as a deer's. He was so excited that his cheeks were red. What an innocent child. Tang Xuelu soaked the shredded potatoes in water to remove the starch. Then, she started to make the mapo tofu. The two most important parts of mapo tofu were the tofu and the seasoning. The tofu couldn't be too tender or too tough. Southern tofu was the most suitable for making mapo tofu. After the tofu was cut into pieces, it had to be soaked in salt water for a while. Not only could this remove the fishy smell of the tofu, but it also made the tofu more tender. As for the seasoning, there was no chicken essence in this era. Fortunately, there was no lack of black bean sauce and large bean paste. Without these two ingredients, the mapo tofu would be soulless. Soon, a fragrant smell floated out from the kitchen. The spicy fragrance was domineering and alluring. It made the group of people in the lobby even hungrier. The bald man who spoke before said, "This smell is amazing. I've never been to this state-run restaurant before. I didn't expect there to be so many hidden talents here." Another person said, "I've never been here before either. If it wasn't for the fact that it's lunchtime, we wouldn't be here either." The others nodded in agreement. They had just gotten off the train station to come here because it was almost lunchtime and they happened to pass by the state-run restaurant. They just didn't expect there to be such a big surprise. After Tang Xuelu finished cooking, he asked Meng Qingqing to bring the dishes out. Tan Xiaoyan scooped another bowl of rice and ate. She didn't even stand up during the whole process, let alone serve the dishes. Seeing this, Lu Dongcheng's anger rose. If it weren't for the fact that there were outsiders around, he would definitely teach her a lesson. The group of people felt hungry just by smelling the aroma. Now that the dishes were served, they immediately understood what it meant to have a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. The mapo tofu was bright red, and a spicy aroma assailed their noses. When they took a bite, it was fragrant, hot, and spicy. The texture was tender and smooth. It was too delicious. The skin of the pig trotters glowed with a layer of oily light. The color was bright red and translucent. The stewed pig trotters melted in their mouths. When the gravy of the pig trotters was poured over the rice, the richness of the stewed broth mixed into the rice. It was simply delicious. The sour and spicy shredded potatoes were crispy and delicious. It was sour and spicy. It was a perfect dish to go with the meal. The group of people looked as if they had been starving for a long time. They buried their heads and wolfed down the food, afraid that they would lose out if they ate slowly. Actually, they felt that 3 dishes weren't enough. However, they didn't want to waste food, so they didn't order any more dishes. Fortunately, 2 of the 3 dishes had gravy. When the gravy was poured over the rice, they could eat a big bowl without any vegetables. After they finished eating, the group of people's stomachs bulged. This meal is the most delicious meal I've eaten in the past few years. Especially that mapo tofu. It's spicy, numb, fragrant, and smooth. It's simply impeccable. I think that the pig trotters are very good. It's crispy and soft. It melts in your mouth. It's worthy of being called a signature dish. I like that sour and spicy shredded potatoes. It's sour and spicy. It goes especially well with rice. The bald man smiled and said, "Indeed, there are hidden dragons and hidden tigers. The food made by this small restaurant is even better than the food served to foreign guests." As soon as he said that, Lu Dongcheng, who had been waiting at the side, immediately jumped out and said, "Hello, I'm the manager of this restaurant. My name is Lu Dongcheng." The bald man sized him up and said affirmatively, "Very good. Your service and food are very good. By the way, who's the chef? Ask him to come out and meet us." Lu Dongcheng wanted to take the opportunity to get to know a few leaders. He didn't want to let Tang Xuelu and the others be in the limelight. However, now that the other party had spoken, he could only force a smile and call Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. In fact, she had been waiting for this opportunity. After she finished cooking, she immediately washed her face and tidied up her appearance. She had been waiting for this moment. She walked out with Lu Dongcheng. The group of people didn't react when they saw her. They just stared behind her. After a while, the chef didn't come out. The man who looked like a secretary said, "Where's your chef?" why hasn't he come out yet? Lu Dongcheng pointed at Tong Xuelu and said, this is our restaurant's chef. However, she's only here temporarily. Our original chef is injured, so she's here to replace him temporarily. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw him pointing at Tong Xuelu. A woman, and she's so young? 10 out of 10 chefs working in state-run restaurants were men. They had never seen a woman working as a chef. Moreover, she was so young. The group of people was shocked. Tong Xuelv smiled and said, hello, I am the head chef of this restaurant. My name is Tong Xuelv. Tong is in winter, Xue as in snow, Lu as in green, Tong Xuelv. When meeting leaders, the most important thing was for them to remember who they were. The bald man sized her up and asked, are you really the chef of this restaurant? Tong Xuelu nodded and said, yes, the mapo tofu, signature pork trotters, and hot and sour shredded potatoes that you just ate were all made by me. The bald man paused and laughed. Very good. Comrade Chairman said that women can hold up half the sky. Comrade Tong is the best interpreter of this saying. Everyone else agreed and praised her. Tong Xuelu's smile became wider, but Lu Dongcheng's face darkened. Until the group of people left, no one noticed Lu Dongcheng, who was standing at the side. Lu Dongcheng felt that Tong Xuelu was too lucky. Chef Meng had worked in state-run restaurants for more than 10 years and had never been praised by the leaders. However, Tong Xuelu was just a replacement. Moreover, she had only been a replacement for a few days, and she had encountered such a great opportunity. Tan Xiaoyan, who was standing at the side, finally reacted. She said with a shocked face, are those people all the leaders? Seeing that no one else answered Tan Xiaoyan, Meng Qingqing couldn't bear it. She nodded and said, it seems so. She didn't realize it at first. Later, when she went to serve the dishes, Tong Xuelu reminded her. Tan Xiaoyan's mouth was wide open. She looked regretful. In the words of the future, she felt that she had missed out on 100 million yuan. If she had known that those people were all leaders, she wouldn't have asked Meng Qingqing to collect money and serve the dishes. She would have done it. She stared at Meng Qingqing and said, since you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? Meng Qingqing, Tan Xiaoyan, did you do it on purpose? Meng Qingqing finally understood why her uncle told her not to get too close to Tan Xiaoyan. She turned around and ran into the kitchen with a red face. Tan Xiaoyan felt like she had punched cotton. Before she could vent her anger, Meng Qingqing had run away. She was so angry. Because of the leader's visit, Lu Dongcheng and Tan Xiaoyan didn't dare to go back to rest after lunch. Tong Xuelu didn't take this matter to heart. It was necessary to leave a good impression in front of the leaders, but who knew if it would be useful in the future? They might not even meet again. But Lu Dongcheng was still brooding over this matter. Especially when he found out that she was studying the middle school textbooks, his eyes fell on her from time to time. This annoyed Tong Xuelu to no end. When Rugi, Piao Jiani, and Jiang Danhong didn't stay in Behe province for long. The next day, when Rugi's cousin-in-law booked a sleeper bed for them and returned to Beijing. After Jiang Danhong left the Hongxin production team, she had a slight fever that night. But she didn't tell anyone and endured it. It wasn't until they boarded the train that when Rugi and Piao Jiani noticed that there was something wrong with her complexion. Piao Jiani asked with concern, Comrade Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Danhong looked at him with a solemn expression and didn't say anything. Piao Jiani, he felt extremely stifled. Even though he and Wenrugi had worked together to rescue Jiang Danhong still believed that he wasn't trustworthy. Last night, he borrowed a mirror from the guest house and looked at himself from left to right, but he couldn't find anything wrong with his righteous face. Wenrugi saw that Piao Jiani was deflated again and said, Comrade Jiang, you don't look too good. Are you sick? Jiang Danhong spoke this time and shook her head. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. She then ignored Wenrugi and looked out the window with a serious and indifferent expression. Wenrugi had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. He didn't think that Jiang Danhong was being rude. No one would be able to live happily in such a situation. At this time, Jiang Huarong had just received the news that Jiang Danhong had been picked up by someone. He was furious. Are you out of your mind? How could you let them take her away, you idiot? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hurry up and find her. If you can't find her, don't blame me. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Before he could finish speaking, the door was knocked open from the outside and a group of people in police uniforms rushed in. Jiang Huarong's phone fell to the ground. His eyes widened and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Who are you? How could you just barge in? Jiang Huarong tried to pretend to be calm, but his heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his throat. He couldn't stay calm. Seeing these people, he had an ominous feeling in his heart. A middle-aged man came in and said with a serious face, Jiang Huarong, the city political commissar received a report about you. After we sent people to investigate, we found that the report was all true. Now, we want to take you back to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Huarong felt cold all over and his eyes widened in horror. No, you must have made a mistake. I, Jiang Huarong, serve the people wholeheartedly. I have never done anything to betray the party, the organization, or the people. You can't treat me like this. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Since you didn't, what are you worried about? The country won't wrong any good person. Jiang Huarong choked. His face was pale and his mouth was wide open as he gasped for breath. He looked like a fish that had been thrown to the shore. Someone, take him back. Jiang Huarong struggled. I won't go. If I go with you like this, how will others see me? Even if you prove that I'm not guilty, my reputation and personality will still be damaged. Such a big movement naturally alarmed the people in the Education Bureau. Deputy Director Xiao Jingshan came in and said, Officer, what mistake did Comrade Jiang make? If you don't explain it clearly, we can't let you take him away rashly. The other people in the Education Bureau echoed. However, Jiang Huarong was not grateful to Xiao Jingshan at all. He said excitedly, don't say any more. I'll go back with you to investigate. However, the middle-aged man was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at everyone and said, okay, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Jiang Huarong was reported for murdering the children of martyrs, abusing power for personal gain, corruption, and embezzlement of state property. We already have some evidence. Do you think we have the right to take such a person away? The office was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Huarong. They were extremely shocked. Any one of these crimes was enough to take Jiang Huarong's life. Jiang Huarong was horrified. Boundless fear shrouded him. His whole body trembled and his teeth chattered. He was finished. F***ck. F***ck. When Xiao Jingshan heard this, his face was filled with shock. He quickly made way and did not say anything else. He really did not want to help Jiang Huarong just now. He just did not expect Jiang Huarong to commit such a shocking crime. This time, Jiang Huarong was finished. He would be finished even if he did not do anything. However, in order to let him die faster and more thoroughly, he did not mind giving him a little push from the back. That afternoon, Mother Xiao heard from her brother that Jiang Huarong had been taken away. She immediately asked her nephew, Xiao Guangyuan, to help her move the booklet into the car. Then, she drove to Tong Xuelu's house. Tong Xuelu did not expect Mother Xiao to come personally. She asked Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen to move the booklet into the house. Mother Xiao said, the fruit tree was delayed. It will take a few days for it to be delivered to you. Tong Xuelu waved her hand and said, no need. I don't need the fruit tree. Previously, she felt that Mother Xiao was too self-righteous, so she made some strange requests to make things difficult for her. However, after Mother Xiao took the initiative to show concern for her, she threw this matter to the back of her mind. Mother Xiao frowned and said, why don't you want it? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Tong Xuelu was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Why couldn't she just refuse it? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can still send it to me later. Mother Xiao snorted and said, I will send the fruit tree over. Also, Jiang Huarong was taken away today. You don't have to worry about revenge in the future. Tong Xuelu was stunned and asked, taken away? Why? Mother Zhao's mouth twitched and said, of course it's because he did something wrong to the country and the people. You don't have to worry about the details. You won't understand even if I tell you. I'm leaving. Without waiting for Tong Xuelu to speak again, Mother Xiao turned and left. Tong Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Together with Tong Jiaming, they moved the remaining brochures into their bedroom. Tong Jiaming asked, "What are you going to do with these things?" Tong Xuelu said, "They'll be useful in the future. Just don't tell anyone about this." Tong Jiaming nodded and said after a moment of silence, "The Jiang Huarong she mentioned just now, is it Jiang Ming's grandfather?" Tong Xuelu nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. You and Jessen shouldn't tell anyone about this. Don't get into trouble." Tong Jiaming nodded and said, "I understand." Mother Xiao returned to the car and saw Xiao Guangyuan stretching his neck and staring at the alley. Her face immediately darkened and she said, "What are you looking at? Do you know who's living inside?" Xiao Guangyuan's eyes darted around and he stuttered, "No, I don't know. I don't know who's living inside." Mother Xiao didn't believe a single word he said and said coldly, "If you dare to tell your cousin about what happened today, I'll ask your father to break your legs. You can try it if you don't believe me." Xiao Guangyuan was speechless. Before his cousin, Xiao Qingping, returned to the army, he told him to call him if anything happened to Comrade Tong. He originally planned to go back and call him, but now it seemed like he should forget about it. Compared to his cousin, his own legs were more important. When Rugi and the other two finally arrived in Jing City. Once they arrived in Jing City, they quickly learned that Jiang Huarong had been arrested. When Jiang Danhong heard about it, he was so excited that his whole body trembled and tears flowed non-stop. God has opened his eyes, God has opened his eyes. After Jiang Huarong was brought back to the Public Security Bureau, evidence of corruption and abuse of power was presented to him one by one. He couldn't deny it. However, he refused to admit to the two crimes of harming the children of martyrs and embezzling state property. He knew very well that if he only committed the first two crimes, he would at most be sentenced and sent to the farm for rehabilitation. If he committed the last two crimes, he would be shot, therefore, he couldn't admit to it no matter what. However, Jiang Danhong's arrival shattered his last hope. When he saw Jiang Danhong walk in, Jiang Huarong turned pale and stared at her with his bloodshot eyes. He hadn't seen this niece for almost 15 years, but when he saw her eyes full of hatred, he immediately recognized her. Jiang Danhong glared at Jiang Huarong and said, "Uncle, I trust you've been well since we last met. Are you surprised to see me?" Jiang Huarong came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Danhong, you came back at the right time. Quickly tell them that I didn't abuse or harm you and your brother. If I didn't take care of you all these years, you wouldn't be alive now." "How shameless," Jiang Danhong spat on his face and said, "You shameless and despicable animal. My brother was only 3 years old, and you actually killed him. Now you still have the face to ask for credit in front of me?" Jiang Huarong continued to quibble, "Danhong, you've lost your mind. Your brother died of a serious cold. How can you blame me? I'm also very sad about your brother's death. After all, he was your father's only descendant." Jiang Danhong's eyes were filled with anger. "Animal, you're still lying at this time. In order to steal the credit of the martyrs' families, you killed my brother and took my mother's dowry. Also, during the land reform, countless people died at your hands. Some people had already agreed to hand over their property and land to the state for the state to distribute, but you still killed them and hid their property. Do you still dare to say that you didn't embezzle the state's property? During the land reform, many rich farmers were killed and their blood flowed like a river. Among them, Jiang Huarong's crimes were too numerous to be recorded." Jiang Huarong clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands and on his forehead popping out. "You're worse than an animal. I've raised you for so many years. Even if I didn't get credit, I still worked hard. How can you be so ungrateful? If I knew you were such an ingrate, I wouldn't have raised you in the first place." Jiang Huarong pointed at Jiang Danhong and cursed, his face filled with righteous indignation. In fact, he was panicking on the inside. However, he tried hard to tell himself to stay calm. The police had already searched the house twice, but they didn't find anything. As long as he insisted that he didn't do it, even Jiang Danhong couldn't do anything to him. He could totally say that she had no evidence, Jiang Danhong sneered. "Go ahead and scold me. After today, you won't have the chance to scold me again." After that, she ignored Jiang Huarong and turned to look at Officer Lin. I know where my mother's dowry is hidden. Officer Lin's eyes lit up. Where? Jiang Danhong glanced at Jiang Huarong. The latter's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Jiang Danhong appreciated Jiang Huarong's fear and smiled. In the room my grandmother used to live in my hometown. There's a very old-fashioned wooden bed. There's a basement under the wooden bed. You should be able to find something if you go there and look. Jiang Huarong's body trembled. He stared at Jiang Danhong, his teeth chattering. How did she know? Impossible, she couldn't have known, even his wife didn't know about the basement. His mother only told him, the eldest son. Officer Lin looked at Jiang Huarong's face and felt more confident. It seemed that the dowry was hidden in that place. They had sent people to search Jiang Huarong's hometown in the countryside before, but no one lived there. There wasn't much furniture in the house, so they left after a simple search. They focused on his home in Jing City, but they didn't expect this old thief to be so cunning. He left so much wealth in his hometown, and even worse, he didn't let anyone guard it. Who would have thought of this? Officer Lin ignored Jiang Huarong and immediately sent people to search the countryside. Soon, the police found the basement in Jiang Huarong's hometown. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. There were a lot of antiques, jewelry, and gold in the basement. There were also countless other good things. They even found 20,000 yuan in cash. A worker's monthly salary was about 20 to 30 yuan, and an ordinary cadre's salary was only 40 to 50 yuan. Even if they didn't eat or drink, it would take them more than 30 years to save all the money, but Jiang Huarong's hometown had so much cash. Did he dare to say that he didn't take bribes or embezzle the country's property? When the news came back, Jiang Huarong was completely listless. He was like a deflated balloon. His face was lifeless, and he didn't move for a long time. He knew that he was really going to die this time. It was useless to say anything. Coming out of the Public Security Bureau, Jiang Danhong was still in a state of excitement. When Rugi said, "Comrade Jiang, the verdict will take some time, but don't worry. Jiang Huarong won't have a chance to resist." Jiang Danhong heard this, and the last bit of worry in her heart dissipated. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to punish that bastard Jiang Huarong. When Rugi, this is what we should do. Right, what do you plan to do next? Jiang Danhong said, I want to report the leader of the production team and his son. I want to report them for abusing their power for personal gain, for humiliating women, and for harming female educated youths. When Rugi heard this, there wasn't a trace of surprise on his face. From the day she showed her hatred for the production team leader's family and her two sons, he guessed that she would take this step. She only wanted to report her father-in-law and husband, causing her two sons to be fatherless. Most people probably wouldn't be able to understand her actions. Her future path wouldn't be as easy as before. Sure enough, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard Piao Jiani say, Comrade Jiang, I can understand your hatred for them, but your actions will definitely hurt your two sons. Do you want to reconsider? In Piao Jiani's opinion, if Jiang Danhong reported Jiang Huarong, the rest of the Jiang family would definitely not accept her. She had no parents, and her brother was dead. If she reported her husband's family, how would she survive in the future? He felt that he was sincerely thinking for Jiang Danhong, but Jiang Danhong's face darkened when she heard this. She glared at Piao Jiani and laughed coldly. What do you understand? Why should I be afraid of hurting them? When they hurt me, they never considered my feelings. So why should I think for them? What son? What bullshit motherly love, sorry, but she was born a heartless and selfish person. She didn't give birth to these two children of her own free will. She would never acknowledge them as her own. Piao Jiani wanted to persuade her again, but Wenrugi stopped him. Stop talking. Jiang Danhong looked at Wenrugi and said, Comrade Wen, in your heart, do you also think that I shouldn't report them? If I report them, I'll be heartless, right? Wenrugi shook his head. No, I respect your decision. Jiang Danhong looked into Wenrugi's eyes. After a while, a smile appeared on her face. You're a good person. Much friendlier than your bullshit friend. Piao Jiani, The reason Jiang Huarong was investigated so quickly was not only because Wen Rugi and the Wen family had helped, but also because of the Xiao family. Xiao Jingshan naturally didn't do it for Tong Xuelu. He did it for himself. Jiang Huarong was the director, while he was the deputy director. The two of them had always been at loggerheads. Xiao Jingshan had always been suppressed because his position was lower than his. Now that Jiang Huarong was in trouble, he naturally had to help make him die faster. In addition, the Wei family also helped. At this moment, Wei Guozhi was telling his wife about Jiang Huarong. After hearing this, Shen Wanrong showed a rare expression of anger. This heartless bastard should have been punished long ago. He even harmed his own nephew and niece. He's worse than a beast. He took his sister-in-law's dowry. It would have been fine if he had treated the two children well. But he stole her dowry and even wanted her life. Even a beast wouldn't do such a thing. Shen Wanrong, didn't you say that we would only help if Solve asked? Why are you volunteering to help this time? Wei Guozhi said as he washed the vegetables. I didn't know that the Jiang family would harm the children of martyrs. Of course, I wouldn't get involved if I could. The two martyrs of the Jiang family were my and old Zhao's comrades. Although we didn't know them, they had made great contributions to the country. How could we just sit back and watch? Old Xiao, Shen Wanrong's eyes suddenly widened. I finally know why Zolv looked so familiar the first time I saw him. Wei Guozhi, why? Shen Wanrong, I saw a photo of old Zhao's mother many years ago. Zolv looks very similar to old Zhao's mother. Wei Guozhi didn't expect to hear such an answer. He shook his head and laughed. It's been so many years, but you can still remember. I can't remember at all. Shen Wanrong, actually, I can't remember either. You just happened to mention old Xiao. It's a pity that old Xiao never married. Otherwise, I would really suspect that Zolv is related to his family. Wei Guozhi smiled and said, if he comes to Beijing next time, we can let them meet. In the evening, when Shen Wanrong came to deliver vegetables to the Tong family, he jokingly mentioned this to Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu was startled. Are you saying that I look like the mother of grandfather Wei's comrade? Shen Wanrong smiled and nodded. That's right. Actually, the first time I saw you, I felt that you were very familiar, but I couldn't remember at that time. It wasn't until this afternoon that Zhu Zhu's grandfather told me about it that I remembered who you looked like. Tong Xuelu pretended to ask casually, there's such a strange thing. What's the surname of grandfather Wei's comrade? Shen Wanrong said, his surname is Xiao. It's a pity that he never married or had any children. Otherwise, I would really suspect that you are his granddaughter. Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. Previously, she suspected that the original owner's father, Tong Dajuan, was not Xie Jinhua's son. After all, Xie Jinhua was too ugly. Her two sons were also ugly. In addition, Xie Jinhua treated Tong Dajuan, Tong Jiaming, and other grandchildren very coldly and mercilessly. Later, when she asked Tong Jiaming said that Tong Dajuan looked like their grandfather. Even in modern times, there were cases where parents didn't love their children. Before she transmigrated, she often saw cases of parents abusing their children on the internet. They abused their children to the point of amputation, forced their children to eat cat feces, and so on. At that time, she had already dispelled her suspicions. However, now that Shen Wanrong said this, her suspicions rose again. Of course, she didn't suspect that Tong Dajuan was the son of Comrade Xiao. After all, he never married and had no children. She just realized that she had missed an important person, Tong Dajuan's aunt. Tong Dajuan's aunt, who was the original owner's grandaunt, died of illness at the age of 22. It wasn't strange that she died of illness. The strange thing was that she wasn't married when she died of illness, 30 years ago. At the end of the 1930s, it was very rare for a 22-year-old girl to be unmarried. The original owner's grandfather was very handsome. It could be inferred that this grandaunt wasn't bad-looking and wouldn't be unmarried. Then the question was, why wasn't she married at such an old age? Was it because of her poor health? Tong Jiaming might not have an answer to this question. It seemed that if she had the time, she would have to personally make a trip back to her hometown in Beihai and ask the villagers. Perhaps she would have an answer. Shen Wanrong was still talking. Old Xiao is now in the northwest. According to Zhuzhu's grandfather, he may be transferred back to Beijing next year. If there is a chance, let him see you. Even he will be shocked. Tong Xuelu smiled and agreed. Shen Wanrong looked at the sky outside. He stood up and said, "It's getting late. I should go back. Zhuzhu's brother is coming home in 2 days. I have to prepare something delicious for him." The big brother ugly mentioned by Wei Zhuzhu was coming back. Tong Xuelu expressed his interest. She wanted to see just how ugly the other party was to make Zhuzhu, her younger sister, dislike her so much. After Shen Wanrong left, Tong Xuelu began to prepare the meal. The laughter of the puppy and Tong Mianmian could be heard from the courtyard. She looked out the window and smiled. When Rugi's vacation was over, he had to return to the military base immediately. The military base allowed him to take a break because they wanted him to rest more. They didn't want him to run around and tire himself out again. Jiang Huarong's case had not been decided yet. Jiang Danhong could not return to the Jiang family at the moment. After much consideration, they decided to let her stay at Piao Jinni's house. There were only 2 men in the Wen family. It was inconvenient for Jiang Danhong to stay there as a woman. When Rugi did not want her to stay with Tong Xuelu. He was afraid that the Jiang family would harm her and bring trouble and danger to Tong Xuelu. Piao Jinni's house was the most suitable. His mother and sister were there. If Jiang Danhong stayed there as a distant relative, it would not attract attention. After arranging Jiang Danhong's place, when Rugi returned to the military base. As soon as he arrived at the military base, he bumped into Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was shocked when he saw Wen Rugi's appearance. "Hey, didn't you go home to rest? Why do you look even more haggard than before?" Wen Rugi said in a hoarse voice, "I went home to do something." He did not intend to say what it was. Zhou Yan looked at him sympathetically. "Look at how tired you are. Even your voice is hoarse. You should take it easy. Don't think that just because you are young, you can ignore your health." When Rugi felt that Zhou Yan was particularly long-winded today. He was almost as long-winded as Uncle Zong. The 2 of them walked to the dormitory building. From afar, they saw a woman standing in front of Wen Rugi's dormitory. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. He elbowed Wen Rugi and said, "Do you see that? That's Chief Jiao's daughter. She came every day to ask if you were back while you were away." Wen Rugi's expression was indifferent. He did not say a word. Zhou Yan did not let him off. He said with a flirtatious expression, "You have good luck with women. I think Chief Jiao's daughter has taken a liking to you." Wen Rugi frowned and stopped him. "Don't talk nonsense. You will ruin Comrade Jiao's reputation." Zhou Yan grinned. "Don't worry. I'm just saying it in front of you. I didn't say a word in front of anyone else. But I'm serious. Although the Jiao family's status is not as high as your Wen family, Chief Jiao is the leader of the military base. Everyone knows what he has achieved. Now that the situation is getting clearer, if you are interested, I think this is a good choice." Jiao Bakan's in-laws had been rehabilitated, and the control over him was getting looser. But no one could erase the contributions Jiao Bakan had made over the years, no matter what his status was. In 1964, the missile was successfully launched. In 1964, the first atomic bomb was successfully launched. In 1967, the first hydrogen bomb was successfully tested. In 1970, the first man-made satellite was successfully launched. All of these achievements were attributed to Chief Jiao Bakan's sweat and wisdom. No matter which one of these achievements was presented, it would attract the attention of the entire world. Now that the situation was getting clearer, Chief Jiao Bakan's status would only get higher. In this way, although the Jiao family could not compare to the Wen family, it would not be too bad. Wen Rugi frowned even more. "Don't say such things in the future." Zhou Yan saw that Wen Rugi was really angry. He scratched his head and said, okay. I won't say it, I won't say it. I see that you are not young anymore. I'm worried that you will be single for the rest of your life." Wen Rugi did not respond to him again. Soon, the 2 of them walked to the dormitory. Jia Yunshi also saw Wen Rugi. Her head was lowered, but now her eyes lit up. Comrade Wen, Comrade Zhou, you are back. Wenrugi and Zhou Yan both nodded and greeted her. Wenrugi said, Comrade Jiao, are you here to look for me? What's the matter? Jiao Yunshi heard his voice and frowned. Comrade Wen, why do you sound so serious? Wait here. I will go back and get Fatty Big C for you. She did not wait for Wenrugi to say no. She turned and ran away. Zhou Yan winked. Fatty Big C, that is good stuff. Wenrugi looked at him coldly. If you want it, you can have it later. Zhou Yan quickly waved his hands. I didn't say that. Besides, she didn't prepare it for me. He was about to enter the dormitory when Wenrugi stopped him. Wenrugi felt that it would be inappropriate for a man and a woman to be seen when Jiao Yunshi came over. With Zhou Yan around, no one would say anything if they saw them. Zhou Yan also wanted to watch the show, so naturally, he stayed behind happily. Jiao Yunshi ran back after a while. Her cheeks were slightly pink from running. Comrade Wen, this is Fatty Big C. Take it. Wenrugi did not take it. Thank you, Comrade Jiao, but I can't accept this. You can take it back. Jiao Yunshi's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She smiled and said, my parents prepared this for you as a thank you gift for picking us up. Take it. Otherwise, I'll definitely be scolded by them if I take it back. Wenrugi heard that it was prepared by the teacher and his wife, so he accepted it. Thank you. Please help me tell the teacher and his wife. Jiao Yunshi saw him accept it and was relieved. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. If it weren't for you taking care of my grandfather, we probably wouldn't have been able to come back. By the way, you only need to soak 2 Fatty Big C for about 15 minutes in hot water. If you think it's tasteless, you can add some rock sugar. In fact, if you add chrysanthemum, the effect will be better. Wenrugi thanked her again. Jiao Yunshi saw that his attitude was still indifferent and his face was tired. She didn't want to stay any longer, so she said that she had to go back to work and left. After she left, Zhou Yan still wanted to say something, but Wenrugi didn't give him a chance to speak. He turned and went back to his room. Jiao Yunshi returned to the dormitory and bumped into her mother, Zhong Shulan. Zhong Shulan saw her happy face and couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened? Why are you so happy? Jiao Yunshi immediately stopped smiling. I'm not happy. Zhong Shulan asked, where did you go just now? Why did you come back and then go out again? Comrade Wen is back. Didn't you ask me to send the Fatty Big C to him? I heard that his voice hasn't recovered yet, so I came back to give it to him. Zhong Shulan stared at her daughter's face and nodded. That's right. If he hasn't recovered in a few days, you can send some more to him. Jiao Yunshi was a little embarrassed by her mother's gaze and found an excuse. I went to the cafeteria to get food. Jiao Yunshi went out with a bowl and met her father, Jiao Bakan, at the door. Before Jiao Bakan could call her, she ran away like the wind. Jiao Bakan returned to the house and asked curiously, Yunshi, did you go to get food? Why did you run so fast? Zhong Shulan poured him a glass of warm water and handed it over. She went to get food. She must be shy. Jiao Bakan heard this and was even more confused. Shy? What is she shy about? Zhong Shulan smiled, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes stretched out at the same time. Your student, Ru Gui, is back. She sent the Fatty Big C over and has been happy since she came back. Jiao Bakan was silent. Zhong Shulan saw this and sighed. Don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. If Ru Gui isn't interested in Yunshi, I definitely won't force her. But we don't know now, do we? There's an opportunity in front of us. We have to give it a try, don't you think? Jiao Bakan was silent for a while before saying, let's talk about this later. If it had been another student, perhaps he would have spoken. But Wenrugi couldn't. Wenrugi hadn't married or had a partner at his age. In addition to his dedication to science, the more important reason was his family. His parents had caused him great harm and made him insecure about marriage. He was 10,000 times unwilling to force him, even if it was just to open his mouth. Zhong Shulan listened to her husband and pursed her lips. She didn't speak again. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became heavy. People in this era were very poor. Even if they were workers and were paid, most people would never step into a state-run restaurant. But ever since Tang Xuelu became the head chef, the restaurant's business improved day by day. When it was time to eat, there were many more people fighting for seats. Tan Xiaoyan had been shouting at these people for the past 2 days. Her voice was hoarse from shouting at these people. At noon, there was a female comrade from the coal yard who had eaten lunch and didn't leave the restaurant. When Tang Xuelu came out, she immediately rushed over and said, "Hello, head chef." Tang Xuelu sized her up and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who are you?" Wang Yanjun said, "Hello, head chef. I'm a worker from the clothing factory nearby. I've eaten here a few times. Your braised pork is very delicious." Tang Xuelu said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment." Wang Yanjun suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Head chef, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient for you to come out with me?" It was broad daylight now, so Tang Xuelu wasn't afraid that she would harm him. So, he walked out of the restaurant with her. When they were outside, Wang Yanjun told him her purpose. "My grandma's 70th birthday is coming soon. She really wants to eat the braised pork in her memory, but she said that the braised pork made by my mom and sister-in-law didn't taste right. I brought a piece of braised pork back that day. She said that it was very similar to the one she had when she was young. So, I was wondering could you help me make a pot of braised pork? As long as you help me, I'll do anything you want." As for why she didn't buy it directly from the restaurant, it was because the restaurant didn't provide braised pork on her grandma's birthday. Secondly, there was a limit to the amount of braised pork that each person could buy. Moreover, if she dared to buy all the braised pork, she might be reported for being a capitalist. She had no choice but to look for the head chef of the restaurant. Tang Xuelu thought for a while and said, "You said that you work in a clothing factory?" Wang Yanjun was very smart. When she heard this, she quickly nodded. "Yes, I work in a clothing factory. Our factory often has those incomplete pieces of cloth and clothes." "Look at you," she didn't finish her sentence, but the two of them understood. Although incomplete items had flaws, it didn't affect their usability. However, the price would be much cheaper, and they didn't need a ticket. She had money now, but she didn't have enough tickets. The clothes of the Tong Jiaming siblings had been washed until they were white. She had to buy a set of clothes for each of them. As for herself, she didn't bring winter clothes when she left the Tong family's house. She definitely couldn't go back to get them now. If she didn't hurry up and make a few sets of fit clothes, she would definitely freeze to death this winter. Now that the other party brought this up, it solved her problem. It was really like someone passing a pillow to her when she wanted to doze off. She didn't expect that temporarily replacing the head chef would have such benefits. It felt so good. Tang Xuelu said, "My surname is Tong." "Comrade, how should I address you?" Wang Yanjun's eyes lit up. "My name is Wang Yanjun. I'm 20 years old this year. I work in Hanyang clothing factory." Tang Xuelu, she was too honest when she introduced herself like this. "I just happen to want to buy some cotton and winter clothes. Do you have any?" Wang Yanjun nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. "Yes, yes. The weather is getting cold. We started making autumn and winter clothes 2 months ago. How many do you want?" Tang Xuelu didn't stand on ceremony. "I want 3 sets of clothes for myself. 1 set for autumn and 2 sets for winter. 1 set for boys in their teens and 2 sets for girls around 5 years old. Do you have any?" Wang Yanjun was shocked by her generosity. "I do have some, but you're asking for a lot. Are you sure you want so many?" Tang Xuelu nodded. "My winter clothes were stolen. If I don't buy them, I won't be able to survive this winter." Wang Yanjun heard this and helped to scold the thief. "Okay, let's arrange a time to meet up." Tang Xuelu thought for a while and said, "You can bring the red braised pork to the restaurant in advance. I'll prepare it for you and you can come and get it. As for the clothes, you can come and find me after work." If they separated like this, even if they were discovered, it could be said that they were relatives giving each other gifts and not making a deal. Wang Yanjun thought that this was a good idea. She praised her and returned to the factory with a smile. When she returned to the restaurant, Meng Qingqing asked, "Why did that person look for you?" When Meng Qingqing said this, Tan Xiaoyan and Lu Dongcheng both looked over and pricked up their ears. Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes in her heart and said, "Her sister and I used to work in the textile factory. She recognized me just now and told me some things about her sister." Meng Qingqing said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. 2 days later, Wang Yanjun came to the restaurant to look for Tang Xuelu and told her to meet up after work the next day. Tang Xuelu was very happy when she heard this. When it was time to get off work the next day, the state-run restaurant closed on time. After Tang Xuelu left the restaurant, she waved goodbye to Meng Qingqing and walked in the opposite direction from home. When they arrived at a hidden alley, Tang Xuelu let out 2 cuckoo sounds. Soon, another cuckoo sound came from the other side of the corner. The two of them looked like they were in an underground gang. It was very funny. Then, Wang Yanjun's figure appeared from the other side of the corner. She was holding a hemp bag that looked very heavy. "Comrade Tong, everything is inside." Tong Zolv took out a cotton-padded jacket to take a look. She pinched the cloth on it. It was very thick and looked very warm. She was very satisfied. "How much is the total?" Wang Yanjun said, $45.57. "You don't have to give me the change. Take it as a thank you gift for helping me make the braised pork." Tang Xuelu didn't take advantage of her and gave her $40.60. Actually, she was the one who took advantage of so many sets of clothes. There was no point in being greedy. Wang Yanjun saw that she had taken too much and hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. I'll give you the change." Tang Xuelu waved her hand. "It's okay. Hurry up and leave. It won't be good if someone comes later." Wang Yanjun thought about it and didn't take out more money. In fact, she was already trying to minimize the amount. "Okay then. Oh right, I'll bring the pork to the restaurant the day after tomorrow." Tang Xuelu nodded and urged her to leave again. Wang Yanjun was also afraid that someone would see her and turn to leave. When she ran out of sight, Tang Xuelu said, "You two, hurry up and come over." The two brothers, Tang Jiaming and Tang Jessen, ran over from the other side of the alley. Tang Jessen was so excited that his face turned red. "Sis, are there really clothes inside?" Tang Xuelu nodded. "Yes. Don't look at them now." Jiaming, put 2 sets of clothes into your bag. Jessen, 2 sets. She took the remaining 3 sets herself. This way, she wouldn't be too obvious. The 3 of them put the clothes into the bags they brought and hurriedly left the alley. When they reached home, Tang Jiaming went to the Wei family's house to pick up Tang Mianmian. Then, everyone unpacked the clothes together. Tang Xuelu had told the 2 brothers that he had 3 sets of clothes. The 2 of them didn't have any objections. After all, Tang Xuelu didn't bring any clothes over. Tang Jinjin was half a head shorter than Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu couldn't fit into her clothes. Moreover, she could earn money by herself. It was reasonable for her to buy 2 more sets. As for Tang Mianmian's 2 sets, the 2 of them didn't have any objections. Although Tang Jessen often teased Tang Mianmian, he still doted on his little sister. Tang Jessen took out his cotton-padded clothes. His smile almost reached his ears. "I'll try it on now." He put on the cotton-padded clothes and asked everyone smugly, "How is it? Does it look good?" No one paid attention to him because they were all looking at their new clothes. Tang Mianmian twisted her little hands and said with a red face, "Sister, Mianmian also wants to wear clothes." Tang Mianmian looked at her with her big grape-like eyes. There was longing in her eyes. She seemed to think that she was a little smug, so she blushed shyly. She was really adorable. Tang Xuelu kissed her on the cheek and picked up a set of clothes for her to wear. The clothes were slightly bigger, but the child would grow taller, so he bought a bigger one for her to wear later. Tang Mianmian put on the new clothes. Her big eyes sparkled. "Sister, does Mianmian look good?" Haha, she was really a smug little girl. Tang Xuelu pinched her little face and said with certainty, "Yes, our Mianmian looks good in anything." Tang Mianmian heard this and her big eyes turned into crescents. The puppy heard the commotion and crawled over to join in the fun. Tong Mianmian was afraid that the puppy would pee on her new clothes, so she called for the puppy to take the new clothes away. The room was very lively. Tong Jiaming looked at his younger brother and sister who were playing around. He turned around and looked at Tong Xuelu. A feeling that he had never felt before welled up in his heart. When his parents passed away, he felt that the sky was falling. Although he kept telling his younger brother and sister that they would be fine, he was actually as worried as they were. He was terrified. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to raise his younger brother and sister in the future. He was even more afraid that his grandmother and uncle would take him back to their hometown. Just when he was at his most helpless, Tong Xuelu appeared. He thought that she came back just like he did and that he was using her. He needed her to fight against his grandmother. She needed a place to live and a job. He thought that there was only a cold cooperative relationship between them. However, ever since she came back, they were able to eat meat often and didn't have to give most of their salary to their hometown like before. They lived in a good house, had a bicycle, and now wore new clothes. All these changes happened after she came back. Tong Jiaming pursed his lips. He wanted to call out the word sis like Tong Jessen, but after moving his lips twice, the word sis didn't leave his mouth. Tong Jessen was as excited as he was when he got the bicycle. He didn't fall asleep until after midnight and almost couldn't get up the next day. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't too cold yet. Otherwise, he would definitely wear the new clothes to school and make his classmates envious. The two of them pushed the bicycle to school again. That's right, they pushed, not rode. Although Tong Jiaming had learned how to ride a bicycle, he couldn't carry people. He didn't want to ride the bicycle to school, but Tong Jessen loved to show off. He felt that it was a waste to leave the bicycle at home. Even if they couldn't ride it, they had to push it to school to let their classmates know that they had a bicycle at home. Of course, their classmates envied Tong Jessen. A few of them even became Tong Jessen's followers just to touch the bicycle. That morning, the two of them pushed the bicycle to the school gate and bumped into Jiang Ming. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Enemies meet on a narrow road. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Tong Jessen looked at Jiang Ming and deliberately said loudly, "Second brother, let me ride the bicycle when we get home today. I'll practice a little more today and I'll definitely learn." Tong Jiaming knew that his brother was deliberately showing off in front of Jiang Ming, so he cooperated and nodded, "Okay." Tong Jessen's smile became even brighter. He shook his head and shook his butt proudly. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and stared at Tong Jessen with hatred. It was this coward sister who caused his aunt to be criticized. She caused their whole family to be laughed at. She even caused him to be scolded by his parents. It was all this coward's fault. The more Jiang Ming thought about it, the angrier he got. He lowered his head like a cow and rushed towards Tong Jessen. Tong Jiaming was on guard against Jiang Ming. When he saw him rushing towards him, he quickly pulled his brother back. Jiang Ming missed his brother and couldn't stop himself. He fell to the ground. Tong Jessen finally reacted. His face was red with anger. He ran forward and kicked him. "Jiang Ming, you shameless bastard. You actually wanted to hit me?" Jiang Ming's palm was bruised from the fall. He gasped in pain. When he heard Tong Jessen's words, he raised his head and scolded back, "You're the shameless one. Your sister is even more shameless. Your whole family is shameless." Tong Jessen was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He went forward and kicked him again, "You're the shameless one. Your aunt cheated on you. Your whole family is trash." When the surrounding students heard this, they all looked at Jiang Ming. "So he's the nephew of the teacher who cheated on you?" "Yes, that's him. My mom told me not to play with him. It's so embarrassing to have cheated on you." "My mom said the same thing. She even said that if I dared to play with him, she would break my legs." When Jiang Ming heard everyone's words, his face turned red. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He got up and wanted to pounce on Tong Jessen again. However, he was kicked away by Tong Jiaming. He took 2 steps back and fell heavily on the ground. Tong Jessen was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Your aunt cheated on you. Your grandfather took bribes and embezzled from the country. He has been arrested. Your whole family is bad." Jiang Ming was stunned. His grandfather was arrested? How could that be? His mom clearly said that his grandfather went out of the province for an inspection and would only be back in a month. When he came back to his senses, he clenched his teeth and scolded, "Tom Jessen, you coward. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tell the teacher." Tom Jessen shook his butt. "Go ahead. If you have the ability, go ahead. Even if your grandfather is arrested, he might even be shot." Shot. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding students sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so frightened that they retreated one after another, staying far away from Jiang Ming. Tong Jiaming pulled Tong Jessen's sleeve and disagreed, "Stop talking. Class is about to start." Tong Jessen made a face at Jiang Ming, turned around, and ran away. The other students also ran away and the sports field quieted down. Only Jiang Ming was left sitting on the ground. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He cried and ran home to ask the adults. However, the house was in a mess and no one cared about him. When he saw that the adults were ignoring him, he felt very uncomfortable. Hence, he lay on the ground and made a scene. Because of Jiang Huarong's incident, everyone in the Jiang family was fired. Everyone was already angry. They were worried and scared. After comforting Jiang Ming, he continued to make a scene. Jiang Ming's father was angry and slapped him in the face. Jiang Ming's father was angry. When he slapped him, Jiang Ming's face was slapped to the side and his nose bled. Jiang Ming was spoiled since he was young. No one had ever touched him. This slap stunned him. When he came back to his senses, he was so angry that his face was red. He didn't care about wiping the blood from his nose. Instead, he headbutted his father's stomach. Jiang Ming's father was not prepared. His stomach was hit and he gasped in pain. Originally, he still felt a little guilty for hitting his son. Now, his anger came up again with a bang. He raised his foot and kicked him. Jiang Ming was sent flying. His head hit the wall behind him. Blood spurted out from the back of his head. Jiang Ming blinked twice and fainted. The Jiang family was in a mess. Because there were many forces watching Jiang Huarong's incident. Plus, there was irrefutable evidence. The Jiang family couldn't do anything. They also tried to beg their usual friends and relatives. However, those who were usually very close to them were now avoiding them. They also tried to find Jiang Danhong and persuade her to withdraw the report against Jiang Huarong. However, they couldn't even see Jiang Danhong. After a few days, the verdict was finally out. Jiang Huarong was convicted of killing the children of martyrs, abusing power for personal gain, corruption, and embezzlement of state property. He was sentenced to death by shooting. Some of the Jiang family were involved. Some of them were guilty of covering up. Their sentences ranged from 1 to 5 years. They were all sent to the farm for rehabilitation. Jiang Ming was not sent to the farm because he was young and didn't participate in the crime. However, his family was sent away. He couldn't survive alone. He was sent to his relative's house. However, none of his relatives wanted to adopt a hot potato like him. However, they couldn't not adopt him. They could only discuss how to raise him for a period of time. Therefore, Jiang Ming took turns living with his relatives. He couldn't go to school anymore. His relatives didn't welcome him. In short, it was as miserable as it could be. After when Rugi heard the verdict, he asked for leave from the base and ran back to the city. He first went to visit Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong had been following Jiang Huarong's case. When she found out that Jiang Huarong was shot, the rest of the Jiang family was sent to the farm for rehabilitation. She was so emotional that tears streamed down her face. The Jiang family had been avenged. Next was the Hongxin production team captain and his son. She wouldn't let go of anyone who harmed her, when Rugi knew that she was determined to report her husband's family. He nodded. "Since you've decided, we'll help you." Jiang Danhong said gratefully, "Thank you, Comrade Wen. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to redress my brother's grievances." Piao Jenny? What about him? What about him? He only thanked Wen Rugi. He had also put in effort, but Jiang Danhong ignored him as if she didn't see his longing gaze. It wasn't that Jiang Danhong didn't know how to be grateful, but Piao Jenny had been trying to persuade her to give up on reporting her husband's family. If it wasn't for the fact that she was indebted to him, she would have punched him in the face. He hadn't experienced her pain. What right did he have to persuade her to be forgiving? She had already given him enough face by not hitting him. He actually wanted her to thank him? What a joke. As the daughter of a martyr, Jiang Danhong's house was ordered to be returned to her. Part of her parents' dowry could also be returned to her, but Jiang Danhong refused. She wanted to hand it all over to the country. Apart from that, she could also choose to work at one of the Jiang family's employers. After some consideration, Jiang Danhong chose to teach at a school. She had been a teacher in the production team before, and that was the only thing she knew. After the Jiang family was sent to the farm, Jiang Danhong directly moved out of Piao Jinni's house and returned to the Jiang family home. However, she didn't plan to stay in the Jiang family home. Once she returned, she went to the housing office to register her house and planned to sell it. She then went to live in the school dormitory. Jiang Danhong's matter was finally settled. As for reporting her husband's family, it was actually easier than reporting Jiang Huarong. Someone else was following up on this matter, so there was no need to use Wenrugi. After bidding her goodbye, Wenrugi made a trip home. Upon seeing his return, old Mr. Wen immediately frowned. Why did you take leave again? You took more leave than you did in the past 7 or 8 years. Although old Mr. Wen was very happy to see his grandson, he was of the older generation and took his work seriously. Naturally, he disapproved of his grandson taking leave so many times recently. When Wenrugi pursed his lips and said, "Since the matter is settled, I won't take leave in the future." Old Mr. Wen humphed and said, "You've settled the Jiang family's matter. What about yourself?" Stunned, Wenrugi asked, "What do I have to do?" Old Mr. Wen expected better from him. "You didn't report Jiang Huarong for the sake of the children of martyrs. You did it for the sake of the young lady. You put in so much effort, don't you want to let her know?" Wenrugi was speechless. Old Mr. Wen knew what he was thinking. He was so angry that his beard trembled. "You really don't plan to tell her?" Wenrugi answered, "Yes. Yes, my foot." Old Mr. Wen almost cursed. "At this rate, when will you be able to woo the young lady?" Wenrugi lowered his eyelashes and said with a deep gaze, "Grandpa, I'm just helping her to fight for justice." Old Mr. Wen was fuming. "Fight for justice, my foot. You obviously like the young lady. If you don't like her, why do you take leave every day?" Wenrugi's eyelashes quivered and he looked at old Mr. Wen in a daze. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Old Mr. Wen looked at him and felt a headache coming on. "Don't tell me you don't know that you like her?" Wenrugi's face was still very calm, but his heart was surging with emotions. Did he really like Comrade Tong? Was this what it meant to like her? Wenrugi still looked like he had been struck by lightning when he came out of the military family compound. He wanted to go back to the base directly. However, when he walked out of the door, his feet subconsciously headed towards the south of the city. In order to help Wang Yanjun make braised pork, Tong Xuelu had prepared the dishes at the restaurant in advance and took leave to come back to cook. She was nimble and handed the braised pork to him. Seeing that it was still early, she boiled a pot of hot water to bathe Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu had not bathed since he came back and his body smelled. Halfway through the bath, there was a sudden knock on the door. Her hands were full of foam and she could not walk away. Wei Zhuzhu and Tong Mianmian volunteered to open the door for her. She put soap on Tong Xuelu and said to herself, "Little guy, are you comfortable?" Tong Xuelu squinted his eyes and barked fiercely. Tong Xuelu was so adorable that her heart trembled. She suddenly remembered that she had not given him a name. "Oh yes, I haven't given you a name yet. What do you want to be called? Wang Kai? Lai Fu?" Thinking of these tacky names, Tong Zolv couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, she glanced at the black fur on Tong Xuelu's forehead and her heart skipped a beat. "Why don't I call you Xiao Gui?" Tong Xuelu seemed to be very dissatisfied with the name and barked twice. Woof woof, Tong Xuelu persuaded it. "Let me tell you, I know someone called Wenrugi. He's very good looking. If you have the same name as him, you might grow up to be a handsome dog." After saying that, she suddenly felt that something was not right. She raised her head and met Wenrugi's dark eyes. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Tong Xuelu wanted to cry. Why did she have to encounter such awkward situations every time? However, as long as she didn't feel awkward, the cute little puppy would feel awkward. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "Comrade Wen, why are you here?" When Rugi met her misty eyes and his heart raced. She said that he was good-looking, good-looking, good-looking. Look, did this mean that in her heart, he was different from others? Tang Xuelu saw that he was looking straight at her. She felt terrible in her heart. Could he be angry? "Comrade Wen, I was just joking. I didn't mean your name when I said Gue. I meant Gue as in Gue." As soon as she said that, Tang Xuelu wanted to slap herself. What was she saying? The more she explained, the more ridiculous it became. She coughed and said, "I was wrong again. I meant Gue as in Gue. I want to name this puppy Xiao Gue. What do you think?" When Rugi. Actually, he didn't hear what she said after that. When he heard her say that he was good-looking, his heart raced and he couldn't hear any other sound. However, after hearing her explanation, he realized that she wanted to name the puppy Xiao Gue. Even the puppy wanted to be named after him. Could he assume that she had feelings for him too? Thinking of this, his face turned red. His ears and neck instantly turned red. Thump, 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 when Rugi was suddenly glad that there was some distance between them. Otherwise, she would definitely hear his heartbeat. Tang Xuelu was stunned when she saw his face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Was he really angry? He wasn't usually such a petty person. However, it was her fault for associating him with the puppy. Tang Xuelu thought about it and decided to make up for it. Xiao Gue isn't a very nice name. Comrade Wen, you are very knowledgeable. Why don't you give it a name? When Rugi came back to his senses and suddenly had an idea. Why don't we call it Xiao Lu? She had named it after him, so it was only right for him to name it after her. Tang Xuelu. There was really no need for that. Tang Xuelu felt that he had gotten to know Wen Rugi all over again today. He did not expect him to be such a black-bellied person under his gentle appearance. Wei Zhuzhu, who was standing aside, was mesmerized by Wen Rugi's beauty. At this moment, she suddenly came back to her senses and said crisply, "Sister Zulf said it's called Little Turtle, and this handsome brother said it's called Little Green. Why don't we call it Green Turtle?" Tang Xuelu, Green Tortoise, what kind of crazy idea was that? No, no, hurry up and stuff your thoughts back. When Rugi's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky, making Tang Xuelu panic. Tang Xuelu hurriedly said, "Why don't we call them mooncakes?" The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming, and she wanted to eat mooncakes. When Rugi felt a little regretful. Actually, he felt that Green Return was not bad. However, since she did not like it, he would listen to her. When Tang Mianmian heard about mooncakes, she swallowed her saliva and clapped her hands. She said in a childish voice, "Mooncakes are delicious." Wei Zhuzhu also wanted to eat mooncakes, so he nodded in agreement. Then let's call them mooncakes. When they grow up, we can slaughter them and make them into dog meat mooncakes. When Rugi, Tang Xuelu, little Wei Zhuzhu, if you continue to say such shocking things, you won't have any friends. The awkwardness was over. Tang Xuelu hurriedly washed the mooncakes and wiped them dry with a dry cloth. Then, he let Wei Zhuzhu and Tang Mianmian carry it to the sun to prevent it from catching a cold. After the mooncakes were washed clean, Wei Zhuzhu felt that their appearance had improved by leaps and bounds. He immediately abandoned Wen Rugi and carried the mooncakes to the sun. Tang Mianmian kicked her short legs and followed behind him. The two little girls began to whisper to each other. Tang Xuelu tidied up her things and asked again, "Comrade Wen, why did you come back to Beijing today? Is the base on vacation?" When Rugi walked over to help her tidy up. He shook his head and said, "No, the Jiang family's verdict came out today, so I asked for leave to come over." Tang Xuelu was stunned. The Jiang family? The Jiang family you're talking about isn't the same as the Jiang family I'm talking about, right? When Rugi nodded. It's the same family, Jiang Huarong. Tang Xuelu was even more confused. Did he offend you, Comrade Wen? When Rugi's ink-black eyes stared at her. He thought about what the old man said and a surge of impulse surged in his heart. The surrounding air suddenly heated up. It was as if there was a factor that made people blush and their hearts race. Tong Xuelu was a little confused by his stare. The next moment, she heard him say, "He didn't offend me, but he offended you." Dong. Tong Xuelu's heart felt like it had been lightly knocked by something. "Comrade Wen, you weren't the one who helped to report the Jiang family, were you?" The rays of the setting sun were like orange juice that had been kicked over, dyeing the entire sky red. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Wenrugi's face. His face seemed to be starting to redden again. Yes. Then, he explained how he took a car to Behe province to look for Jiang Danhong, and how he, the old man, and the Piao Jiani worked together to report Jiang Huarong and drag him down from his position. His words were objective and calm. He didn't try to claim credit for himself at all. However, Tong Xuelu didn't need him to say anything. She could feel how dangerous and difficult it was. He had gone to Behe province after leaving her house. At that time, he had just returned from a business trip. His face was full of fatigue, and his voice was hoarse. However, he had traveled thousands of miles to Behe province for her. Tong Xuelu felt as if someone had stuffed her mouth full of jujubes. It was sour and sweet. "Thank you, Comrade Wen." Previously, when Mother Xiao told her about the Jiang family, she thought that Jiang Huarong had offended someone. She even rejoiced in her heart. She didn't expect that it wasn't God who had eyes. From the beginning to the end, it was someone who had pushed for it. The person who had pushed for it was none other than Wenrugi. "You're welcome." Her misty almond-shaped eyes sparkled with gratitude. Wenrugi's heart raced again when she looked at him like this. Tong Xuelu glanced at the tip of his red ears. She restrained her expression and said, "Comrade Wen, are you so kind to everyone?" Wenrugi was stunned. Then, he stuttered, "No, I'm only this kind to you." As soon as he said that, Wenrugi realized that he seemed to have said something rash. "I didn't mean it that way." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Then what do you mean, Comrade Wen? Do you usually help other female comrades like this?" Wenrugi shook his head repeatedly. "No, I don't help other female comrades." He never did. Tong Xuelu saw that he was as nervous as a primary school student facing a teacher. She couldn't help but laugh. "Comrade Wen, don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you." "I'm very happy to hear you say that." The setting sun fell on her face and dyed her cheeks red. Wenrugi stared at her face. He couldn't move his eyes away. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and an unfamiliar male voice. "Zhu, are you in there?" Before Tong Xuelu could react, Wei Zhu shouted from the other end, "My ugly brother is here to see me." After saying that, she left Tong Mianmian behind and ran to open the door. Tong Xuelu's curiosity was piqued. The ambiguous atmosphere from before was swept away. After a while, Wei Zhu walked in with a tall boy. The boy was about 17 or 18 years old. He was tall and had good facial features. He wasn't ugly at all, but his skin was a little dark. When he saw Tong Xuelu, he paused for a moment. Then, a shy expression appeared on his face. "Hello, you must be Comrade Tong, right? I'm Wei Zhu's older brother. My name is Wei Ran." Tong Xuelu smiled and replied, "Hello, my name is Tong Xuelu. I often hear Grandma Shen and Zhu talk about you." Wei Zhu interrupted, "Sister Zulv, don't you think my older brother is ugly? I always thought that my grandma picked him up." Everyone was speechless. Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. Wei Ran's face turned even redder. He lowered his head and glared at his sister. "Don't talk nonsense. We're siblings from the same father and mother. If I'm ugly, you're ugly too." Wei Zhu's eyes widened. He seemed to be shocked by this realization. "Nonsense. I don't look like you. I'm just like Sister Zulv. We're both great beauties." Tong Xuelu found it very interesting to watch the siblings bicker with each other. On the side, Wenrugi's brows furrowed imperceptibly, and his heart almost stopped beating. Wei Ran's face turned even redder when he saw Tong Xuelu smile. He handed over the bag and vegetables in his hand and said, "My grandma asked me to send this over." Tong Xuelu took the bag and looked at it. There was a white dress in the bag. The dress had been made 2 days ago. However, the waistline was a little inappropriate. Shen Wanrong insisted on making it perfect, so he brought it over now. Tong Xuelu said gratefully, "Go back and say thank you to your grandma for me." Wei Ran didn't dare to look at her face. He nodded and took Wei Zhuzhu home. Wen Rugi secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wei Ran leave. Tong Xuelu looked at the sky and said, "Comrade Wen, why don't we have dinner here tonight?" Wen Rugi paused for a moment and nodded. "Okay. Sorry to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all." After this period of practice, Tong Jessen could barely ride the bicycle. However, his legs weren't long enough, so he could only ride on the horizontal bar. The two brothers each pedaled part of the way back. When they returned to the alley, it was Tong Jemming's turn to ride again. Tong Jemming suddenly wanted to see if he could carry someone. He turned around and said to Tong Jessen, "Get on. I'll give you a ride." Tong Jessen stared at him. "Can you do it?" Men couldn't be told that they couldn't do it. The same went for boys. Tong Jemming was agitated for a moment, and his desire to win was suddenly aroused. "Come up quickly." Tong Jessen saw that his second brother was so confident. He jumped on the back seat and shouted, "Okay." With another person on the back, the bicycle became even heavier. Tong Jemming almost couldn't hold the bicycle. He used all his strength and his face turned red. Then, he started to ride unsteadily. Tong Jessen saw that his second brother could really carry someone. He couldn't help but jump for joy. "Second brother, you can carry someone. That's great. Let's go to school later." Before he could finish his sentence, the front of the bicycle suddenly tilted. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Tong Jemming and the bicycle fell to the ground. The two brothers took a deep breath. Tong Jemming got up. He ignored his bleeding knee and turned around to ask his brother if he was all right. However, before he could say anything, he heard Tong Jessen say with a pained expression, "The bicycle is broken. Second brother, it's all your fault. Don't force yourself if you don't know how to carry someone." Tong Jemming was speechless. In his eyes, his brother wasn't worth as much as the bicycle. The truth was that cruel. In Tong Jessen's eyes, the bicycle was his most precious treasure. He didn't even care about his own wound. When he lifted the bicycle, he realized that the front of the bicycle was tilted. His heart ached even more. When the two of them returned home, Tong Xuelu quickly found out that their bicycles were broken. However, she didn't say anything. Boys had rough skin and thick flesh. It wasn't a big deal to fall. The Wei family sent a few taros over. She planned to make Hakka fermented tofu, minced garlic vegetables, and a carrot taro. She used a spoon to dig a hole in the middle of the tofu. Then, she stuffed the minced meat into the hole and fried it in the pan. After frying until both sides were golden brown, she added a little water and various condiments. Then, she simmered it over low heat until the sauce was absorbed. When Rugi was helping to peel the taros, but his eyes fell on her from time to time. Her movements were swift and her expression was very focused, just like when he was doing an experiment. When he realized that the two of them had this in common, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Tong Xuelu noticed his gaze. He turned around and smiled. "Comrade Wen, be careful. Don't cut your hand." When Rugi came back to his senses, the tips of his ears were slightly red. "Yes, that was an accident. I'm actually quite good at cooking." He still remembered what she said. However, when he said it out loud, he felt a little guilty. Compared to her, his cooking skills were really not good enough. Tong Xuelu didn't know that one sentence would make him think so much. He smiled. "Is that so? If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to try Comrade Wen's cooking skills." When Rugi's heart skipped a beat. He nodded heavily. "There will be a chance." After Tong Xuelu finished cooking the Hakka fermented tofu, she began to make the garlic stir-fried vegetables. After the vegetables were ready, she washed the pan and prepared to make carrot taro. When Rugi had already cut the taro into small pieces, Tong Xuelu poured the oil into the taro. Making carrot taro required a lot of oil and sugar. If it were any other time, she definitely wouldn't make it. However, she owed Wenrugi too much. At the moment, she couldn't do it. The only thing she could do was to make delicious food for him. After the oil heated up, she put the taro into the pan and fried it until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After the taro was fried, she boiled the sugar. After the sugar bubbled, she poured the fried taro into the pan and stir-fried it evenly. Then, she could put it on a plate. The kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Wenrugi wasn't hungry at first, but now his appetite was aroused. He couldn't help but swallow a few times. Tong Xuelu picked up a piece of carrot taro and turned to Wenrugi. "Comrade Wen, why don't you try it and see if it's sweet enough?" Wenrugi looked at the chopsticks that she handed over. His heart skipped a beat, and then it started beating like thunder again. This time, because the two of them were standing closer, Tong Xuelu could hear his heartbeat. The smile in her eyes deepened. "Comrade Wen?" Tong Xuelu shouted while holding back her laughter. Wenrugi came back to his senses, and his ears turned red. "I'll take it. Myself." Tong Xuelu wasn't surprised by his answer. If he dared to eat with her hand, he wouldn't be the Wenrugi who blushed so easily. She handed over the chopsticks. "Here." When Wenrugi took the chopsticks, his fingers accidentally brushed against hers. His hand trembled, and the chopsticks almost fell to the ground. Tong Xuelu glanced at his red ears and decided not to tease him anymore. Seeing Tong Xuelu turn around, Wenrugi finally felt that he could breathe again. The carrot taro was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The taro was soft and fragrant, and the skin was crisp and sweet. With a bite, the sweetness went from the mouth to the heart. Tong Xuelu turned around with the vegetables in her hands and asked, "Comrade Wen, how does it taste?" "Wenrugi, it's delicious." Tong Xuelu smiled. "As long as you like it." Thump. 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 What answered Tong Xuelu was Wenrugi's thunderous heartbeat. Tong Xuelu asked Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen to bring the dishes over. Then, he prepared to send a portion of the carrot taro to the Wei family next door. Wenrugi remembered how Wei Ran smiled at Tong Xuelu until his face turned red. He clenched his chopsticks tightly. "Comrade Tong, are you going to send something over to the next door?" Tong Xuelu nodded. Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered. "It's getting dark. Why don't you send your two younger brothers over?" His two younger brothers? Weren't they afraid of the dark? Tong Xuelu didn't care who sent the taro over. Since he said so, he would let Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen do it. Tong Jemming didn't mind, but Tong Jessen muttered in his heart. Going back and forth like this was delaying his meal. He quickly ran over to the Wei family's house and then came back to eat. The tofu brewed by the Hakkas was tender and fragrant. The pork was fragrant and chewy with shiitake mushrooms. It tasted delicious. Tong Jessen poured the tofu soup into the rice and wolfed it down. Tong Mianmian and Wenrugi loved the carrot taro the most. Tong Xuelu used his chopsticks to poke a piece of taro for her. Tong Mianmian held her chopsticks and ate with her mouth full. She looked like a little squirrel and was extremely cute. After dinner, the two brothers went to wash the dishes. Tong Xuelu took out the carrot taro and the dried chrysanthemums he made last time and asked Wenrugi to bring them back. When they were at the door, Tong Xuelu looked at him and asked, "Comrade Wen, do you know what day it is next Saturday?" Wenrugi shook his head. "I don't know." Next Sunday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. He really didn't know what day it was the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tong Xuelu said, "It's my birthday. I plan to invite Comrade Wen, Comrade Park, and Jiang Danhong to my house for dinner. Would you be willing to do me the honor?" She admired Jiang Danhong's tenacity and perseverance. If it were her, she might not have done as well. Now that she was alone in Beijing and had to face the gossip, she really wanted to do something for this pitiful woman. She also felt that Jiang Danhong was a very wise person. Although Jiang Huarong was guilty, in the eyes of many people, she placed righteousness before family. Especially since the Jiang family raised her from a young age, there were always some saints who thought she was heartless and selfish. If it was just reporting Jiang Huarong, it would be fine. Next, she would have to report her father-in-law and husband. Once the news spread, the pressure she would face would be terrifying. She had probably guessed this as well, so she handed over the dowry to the country and only chose the most ordinary job. It was impossible for one person to take all the benefits. By handing over the dowry, she could not only prevent others from coveting it, but also leave a good impression in the hearts of the leaders. If she needed help in the future, there would be people who would help her because of her character. When Rugi said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your birthday. I will definitely come." He then paused for a moment. "But I don't know if Comrade Jiang will come." Tong Xuelu waved his hand. "It's okay. You can ask her if she wants to come. If she doesn't want to, then don't force her." When Rugi nodded and lowered his eyelashes slightly. "Comrade Tong, do you have any special gifts for your birthday?" Tong Xuelu was about to speak when Tong Mianmian interrupted with a childish voice. "Sister wants a military coat." When Rugi reacted quickly this time. He nodded and said, "Okay." Tong Xuelu hurriedly said, "Comrade Wen, please don't trouble yourself. You don't have to buy anything. Just come over." The military coat was something she said casually when she brought the clothes over that day. She didn't expect Tong Mianmian to remember it. When Rugi glanced at her. "It's no trouble." After when Rugi left, Tong Xuelu closed the wooden door tightly. She turned around and saw Tong Mianmian hanging her head with an aggrieved look. She walked over and rubbed her head. "What's wrong with Mianmian? Why do you look so listless?" Tong Mianmian raised her head and blinked her big eyes. She asked carefully, "Sister, did Mianmian say something wrong?" Tong Xuelu squatted down and kissed her fair and tender little face. "Mianmian didn't say anything wrong. Sister doesn't blame you." She didn't know if it was because of her parents' early death, but she felt that the three Tong siblings were more sensitive than other children. Upon hearing this, Tong Mianmian's big eyes lit up. She hugged her sister's face and kissed her back. When Rugi returned to the compound of the military family. When old Mr. Wen saw him, he asked curiously, "Why are you still in the city? I thought you went back to the military base." Before Wen Rugi could respond, he saw the bag in Wen Rugi's hand. Old Mr. Wen raised his brows and asked, "What's that in your hand? Why do I smell a nice fragrance?" Wen Rugi said, "It's a carrot taro made by a friend. A friend equals tender grass." Old Mr. Wen was very sensitive to the word friend. Whenever he heard friend, he would think of tender grass. Tender grass made it, right? "Quick, let me have a taste." When Rugi knew that he couldn't keep it and took out the carrot taro. Old Mr. Wen asked, "What's in that bag?" "Dried chrysanthemum." Upon hearing that it was dried chrysanthemum, old Mr. Wen lost interest. When Rugi took the dried chrysanthemum and was about to go upstairs when he heard old Mr. Wen say, "Did you make it clear to the tender grass today?" When Rugi did not say a word. Seeing his reaction, old Mr. Wen understood everything. "You rascal, you ate and took. You owe the tender grass so many favors. Don't you feel embarrassed to not repay her with your body?" When Rugi was about to go upstairs when he stopped and almost kicked the stairs. After when Rugi went upstairs, Uncle Zong stir-fried the carrot taro again and got ready to eat. Old Mr. Wen said with concern, "Little Zong, the doctor said that you have high blood sugar. You'll be fine after eating one piece." Uncle Zong was speechless. "Commander, you're the one with high blood sugar." After taking a shower, when Rugi lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, not feeling sleepy at all. Old Mr. Wen's words kept echoing in his mind. "You like tender grass." The word like rolled across his heart. Tong Xuelu's smiling face immediately appeared in his mind, and his heart began to beat wildly. The next day, he returned to the base. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Yan came over. "Why did you take leave again?" When Rugi said, "Something happened at home." Zhou Yan walked in and saw the dried chrysanthemum on the table. Just in time. "My throat has been a little uncomfortable for the past 2 days. Give me some of your dried chrysanthemum." As he spoke, he wanted to take it, but before he could touch it, the dried chrysanthemum was quickly taken away by Wen Rugi and locked in the cabinet. Zhou Yan said, "Rugue, I've realized that you've been very strange recently. Not only are you taking leave all day, but you've also become so stingy. Isn't it just some dried chrysanthemum?" Why did he have to lock it in the cabinet? When Rugi took out Fatty Big C from an unlocked cabinet and pushed it over. "Fatty Big C is more effective. take it. Zhou Yan had fatty big C, so he didn't care about the dried chrysanthemum anymore. After telling him about the matter, he took fatty big C and was about to leave. When Rugi stopped him. Zhou Yan, how are you so sure that you like your partner? Zhou Yan looked shocked. Rugue, why are you asking this? Do you have a partner? When Rugi blinked. No, I have a friend. He doesn't know if he likes a girl, so I'm asking you on his behalf. Zhou Yan grinned. Then you've asked the right person. Speaking of which, why is your friend so slow? How can he not know if he likes someone? Liking someone means that you want to see them all the time, think about them all the time, and see them smile. You'll be happier than anyone else. If they're in trouble, you'll be especially anxious and want to help them solve everything. When Rugi's hand, which was holding the enamel jar, trembled, and the water almost spilled out. Although he still looked indifferent, his heart was in turmoil. Everything Zhou Yan said was right. In that case, he really liked Comrade Tong. Zhou Yan saw that he was in a daze and snapped his fingers in front of him. Why are you in a daze? Is there anything you don't understand? When Rugi came back to his senses, and the tips of his ears were slightly red. How did you and your partner confirm your relationship? Zhou Yan's smile almost reached his ears. Isn't it simple? Just say it. Girls are always shy. As men, we have to be brave and direct. Zhou Yan passionately became a love counselor until he was sure that when Rugi didn't have any other questions. Then he took fatty big C and left. As soon as he walked into the office, he bumped into Jiao Bakan, who was walking over. Jiao Bakan's eyes fell on the fatty big C in his hand, and his pupils shrank. Zhou Yan called out, Director Jiao. Seeing him staring at the fatty big C in his hand, he explained, Director Jiao gave this fatty big C to Ru Guo. My throat just happened to be a little uncomfortable, so I asked him for some. Jiao Bakan came back to his senses. Fatty big C is good for the throat. After that, he patted Zhou Yan on the shoulder and turned to leave. These days, his wife had been talking about his daughter and Wenrugi from time to time. He thought for a long time before deciding to come over and test the waters today. But when he saw the fatty big C in Zhou Yan's hand, he felt that there was no need to ask again. The next day, Tong Xuelu went to register for the master's certificate exam. The exam was held at the beginning of the month. It was only the middle of the month, so there was still more than half a month until the beginning of the next month. She told Lu Dongcheng about the registration. Lu Dongcheng told her to practice hard and that she must get the master's certificate. Although there were no indicators for how much the state-run restaurant earned, the group of leaders who came to eat last time mentioned it to others when they went back. Then, the news spread. During the meeting, Lu Dongcheng was singled out for praise. He was also rewarded with 2 enamel jars, which made him very excited. He had been the manager of the state-run restaurant for 5 or 6 years, but he had never been praised. The leaders didn't even remember him, but now, he was praised in front of hundreds of people. Who knew how many people envied him? He thought about it for a day and decided to give one of the enamel jars to Tong Xuelu to encourage her to cook well in the future. When he walked to the kitchen door, he heard voices coming from inside. Meng Qingqing said, Zolv, do you have a girlfriend? Tong Xuelu shook his head. No, what about you? Meng Qingqing blushed slightly. I don't have one either. What kind of person do you like to be your girlfriend? Tong Xuelu thought for a while and said, someone who is capable, responsible, and good-looking. Meng Qingqing's eyes lit up. You are thinking the same thing as me. I also want to find someone with a square face, who is capable and responsible. Tong Xuelu, I didn't say that I liked a square face. Lu Dongcheng, who was standing at the kitchen door, trembled. Capable. As the manager of the state-run restaurant, many people envied him. Responsible. He had always been a responsible man. Even now, he often gave money to his elder sister. A square face, he had never seen anyone with a face more square and square than his. Lu Dongcheng pulled his hair and thought to himself. Could it be that both Tong Xuelu and Meng Qingqing had taken a liking to him? Tong Xuelu and Meng Qingqing were both good girls. Tong Xuelu was pretty, good at cooking, and good at cooking. Meng Qingqing was not as pretty, but her parents were alive and she had 2 older brothers at home. Unlike Tang Xuelu, who had lost both his parents and 3 younger siblings to raise, Lu Dongcheng was conflicted when he thought of this. Which one should he choose? Sometimes, being too outstanding was a burden. Tang Xuelu then noticed that Lu Dongcheng's gaze fell on her and Meng Qingqing from time to time. Sometimes he nodded, and sometimes he frowned. He was like a perverted psychopath. Fortunately, he did not continue to harass them. Otherwise, she would have punched him in the face. Time flew by. Soon, it was the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival the next day, the state-run restaurant was closed after noon and would only reopen on Monday. As employees of the state-run restaurant, each of them was given a kilogram of pork, some vegetables, and 2 kilograms of fuqiang flour. The benefits were very good. After work, she went to the supply and demand cooperative with her neighbor, Grandma Shen, to buy things. Because it was the festival, the supply and demand cooperative was packed with people. As soon as the mooncakes were taken out, they were all snatched up. They could not compete with those people, and neither of them managed to buy any. This made Tang Xuelu realize again how scarce resources were in this era. If it was in the future, there would be so many mooncakes that they would not be able to finish them. There would be no shortage of mooncakes. Other things were also very popular. In the end, Tang Xuelu only managed to get 2 kilograms of pig intestines. This was left behind because no one was willing to use salt or seasoning to wash it. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get it. Shen Wanrong was not interested in pig intestines. In the end, she only bought some vegetables. However, she was not worried because she had extra vegetables at home. She also had a lot of food at home. Even if there was no food, Wei Guizhi would find a way to get it. With limited ingredients, Tang Xuelu thought about it and decided to make dumplings, braised pig intestines, and cold douya. The sky gradually darkened. When Rugi finally arrived. In addition to Piao Jiani, there was also a woman in her 30s. Tang Xuelu was worried that Jiang Danhong would not accept her invitation. When she saw her, she immediately went up to her and said, "You must be Comrade Jiang, right?" Jiang Danhong stared into Tang Xuelu's eyes. After making sure that there was no contempt or ridicule in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Hello, Comrade Tang. I'm Jiang Danhong." When she received Wenrugi's invitation, she was very shocked. She put justice before family and sent her uncle to be executed. She also sentenced the Jiang family and sent them to the farm to be reformed. Many people said that they sympathized with her. However, not many people were willing to be close to her, especially when they found out that she was going to report her father-in-law and husband. Everyone looked at her strangely. She did not care what others thought of her. No one could stop her from doing what she wanted to do. She was prepared to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival alone, just like she had done for the past 10 years. Unexpectedly, when Rugi came to invite her, saying that a female comrade wanted to invite her to her birthday party, she was shocked and worried that he wanted to see her make a fool of herself. However, she trusted Wenrugi's character and decided to come. Tang Xuelu smiled sincerely and said, "I'm so happy that you can come. Come in quickly." A group of people filed in. Piao Jiani smelled the aroma as soon as he walked in. "Comrade Tang, what delicious food did you make today? Did he have a dog's nose?" He could smell it from so far away. Tang Xuelu complained in her heart, dumplings, braised pig intestines, and cold yellow douya. Piao Jiani frowned and said, "Pig intestines? That stuff stinks. Your fragrance smells very good." Tang Xuelu said, "The pig intestines don't smell anymore after you wash them. The dumpling fillings are ready. Go wash your hands and make the dumplings together." The fun of making dumplings was that everyone had to do it together, especially during the Lunar New Year. Everyone would sit around the table and make dumplings together, chatting and laughing. It was a very lively atmosphere. Tang Xuelu led the group to the living room and introduced them to Tang Jiaming and the others. Then, she went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Since she could not buy mooncakes, she planned to make some for others. As soon as Tang Xuelu entered the kitchen, Wenrugi followed him in with a big bag in his hand. Tang Xuelu raised her head when she heard footsteps behind her. "Comrade Wen, why aren't you making dumplings with them?" "I'm here to help you." Wenrugi walked in and handed her the bag. "This is your birthday present." "Happy birthday." Tong Xiaolu opened the bag and saw a military green coat inside. It was not easy to get a military coat. It was even harder than buying a true good coat. Even if he had connections, she couldn't pretend that she didn't know anything because of his sincerity. The light above her head shone on her face, making her look even fairer and more delicate. Tong Xiaolu tilted her head and said, "Thank you, Comrade Wen. But there's something I don't quite understand." Wenrugi looked at her with his dark eyes and asked, "What is it?" Tong Xiaolu asked, "Comrade Wen, why are you so nice to me?" The autumn wind was cool, and the leaves outside rustled. The faint scent of osmanthus drifted in, covering the night with an ambiguous atmosphere. The kitchen was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Her voice was very clear. "You, don't tell me you like me?" After Tong Xiaolu said this, she stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. The temperature in the kitchen started to rise. It was already autumn, but now it was inexplicably hot. Wenrugi's face, ears, and neck turned red. He looked at Tong Xiaolu, and his heart raced. It almost jumped out of his throat uncontrollably. Didn't Zhou Yan say that girls were shy? Why didn't he see any shyness on her face? He had deliberately followed her to the kitchen to find an opportunity to clarify their relationship. Who would have thought that before he could say anything, she would directly ask him if he liked her? He was caught off guard, although things were out of his expectations and messed up his plans. Since he had already confirmed his feelings for her, he would definitely not deny it, nor would he play hard to get it this time. Wenrugi took a deep breath and stared at her with his black eyes. He said word by word, "Yes, I like you, Comrade Tong. Yes, I like you, Comrade Tong." His voice was low and clear. In this kind of night, it was powerful and resonant. It was also like a feather gently scratching the tip of her heart, making her heart itch. Tong Xiaolu looked at him. He stood under the incandescent light, and the light illuminated his facial features. He had long and thick eyelashes, a straight nose, and his black eyes stared at her without blinking. Before she transmigrated, she had heard many confessions from men. She had heard even more direct and passionate confessions. Compared to them, Wenrugi's words were simple and plain, but it was the most romantic confession she had ever heard. It was also the one that moved her the most. At first, she flirted with him out of habit, but also because he was too outstanding. Later, he treated her better and better. She saw it all. If she said that she did not feel anything at all, she would definitely be lying. "Comrade Wen, Comrade Tong," their voices sounded at the same time. Wenrugi felt his whole body tense under her stare. His heart was beating so fast that he almost could not bear it. He was about to ask her if she was willing to be his girlfriend, but he did not expect her to speak. Wenrugi took a deep breath again and said politely, "Comrade Tong, you go first." Tong Xiaolu tilted her head and looked at him with a smile in her eyes. "Comrade Wen, let's get to know each other without acting like a hooligan, shall we?" "Without acting like a hooligan, then wouldn't it be to get married?" Bang! All the blood in his body rushed to his face, and Wenrugi's face was as red as blood. "Comrade Tong, you're willing to be my girlfriend, right?" Tong Shuielvi nodded, but then shook her head. "For the time being, we can't be considered as a real couple. Before we become a couple, Comrade Wen must first pursue me." "Comrade Wen, Wenrugi, Comrade Wen, Comrade Xiaolu Wen, Comrade they Tong's feelings is Tong Xiaolu. Moreover, she didn't know much about Wenru Hui, let alone his family. This would give him a chance to pursue her, and at the same time, let her know more about this person. Wenrugi nodded heavily. "I'm willing." Tong Xiaolu's Tong reminded her of the promise she made at the wedding, and she could not help but laugh. Wenrugi's face turned even redder. He did not know why she was laughing, but he knew that she looked beautiful when she laughed. She was more beautiful than flowers, gentler than the morning sun, and more brilliant than the sun. He could not take his eyes off her. The autumn night was long, and the sound of unknown insects could be vaguely heard from outside, accompanied by the sound of the wind. It made the night seem even warmer. A small insect flew over and landed on Wenrugi's hair. Tong Xiaolu moved closer to him and tiptoed slightly. Wenrugi held his breath. The fragrance of grass from her body assaulted his nose, and her hair brushed past his chin, making him itchy. He wanted to scratch it, but he was afraid of scaring her. For a moment, his whole body was as stiff as a statue. Tang Xuelu raised her head and swept away the insect on his hair. She looked up slightly and smiled. "There's a bug on your head, but I've helped you sweep it away." When Rugi's body tensed up, and he said stiffly, "Thank you." Tang Xuelu looked at his nervous face and could not help but want to tease him. However, there was still time, so she should take it easy. After that, she took 2 steps back and put some distance between them. "Comrade Wen, let's make mooncakes together." So it was just to sweep away mosquitoes, when Rugi felt an indescribable sense of loss. He pursed his lips and said, "Okay." After that, he added, "I'll go outside to wash my hands." His palms were sweaty, and it would be embarrassing if she saw it. There was water in the house, so why would he need to go outside to wash his hands? Tang Xuelv looked at his fleeing figure, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. Because of the limited ingredients, Tang Xuelu only made the Soviet-style fresh meat mooncakes and red bean paste mooncakes. She prepared a portion for Wen Rugi and the others, as well as for the neighboring Wei family and the Tang family. After making the mooncakes, Wen Rugi followed Tang Xuelu's instructions and put the plate of mooncakes on a small fire to roast them. The sausages in the big pot were ready, and the kitchen was filled with the aroma of braised meat. Tang Xuelu was scooping up the braised pig intestines when Jiang Danhong walked in with 2 plates of raw dumplings. "Comrade Tang, the dumplings are ready. Where do you want to cook them?" Tang Xuelu did not stand on ceremony with her. "We'll use this pot. However, this pot has just been used to braised pig intestines, so it needs to be cleaned. Sometimes, if you were too polite to someone, it would make them feel uncomfortable." Sure enough, seeing that Tang Xuelu did not treat her as an outsider, Jiang Danhong's serious face relaxed a lot. She put the raw dumplings on the stove and took the big pot out to wash them. Soon, the dumplings were ready, and the douya salad was ready. They could finally eat. Piao Jiani grinned and said, "Comrade Tang, happy birthday." His gift was a big red thermos with yellow and white peony flowers printed on it. It looked ugly, festive, and very old, but it was very practical. Their house just happened to lack a thermos. Winter was coming, and it was very inconvenient to not have a thermos. Jiang Danhong also took out something to congratulate her. "Zolv, happy birthday." Just now, the 2 of them had become familiar with each other in the kitchen and had agreed to call each other by their names. She gave him a Hero brand pen, which was a very expensive gift in this era. "Thank you, Sister Danhong." Tang Xuelu did not expect her to give him such an expensive gift, and he felt a little apologetic. However, he did not say that he would not accept it. For someone like Jiang Danhong, who had a strong self-esteem, if he did not accept it at this time, it would make her think too much. Sure enough, seeing that Tang Xuelu accepted the gift, Jiang Danhong's mouth twitched, and he finally smiled. Piao Jiani looked at Jiang Danhong, and then at Tang Xuelu. He clicked his tongue and said, "When did the 2 of you become so close?" Jiang Danhong had never treated him well, so she pretended not to hear him. Tang Xuelu noticed that something was wrong between the 2 of them. He was curious and said, "Women have more to talk about than men. What's so strange about that?" Piao Jiani clicked his tongue again. "I see. That's good. Why don't you persuade Comrade Jiang to give up on reporting her father-in-law and husband?" As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the living room turned cold. Jiang Danhong's face darkened, and her eyes were spitting fire. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, she would have slapped him. Tang Xuelu did not expect Piao Jiani to be such a jerk. His face darkened as he said, "Why should I persuade her? If you haven't experienced her pain, don't persuade her to be kind. You haven't experienced her pain, so what right do you have to persuade her to be kind and magnanimous?" Piao Jiani looked embarrassed and explained, "No, you're just a jerk." Tang Xuelu interrupted him rudely. "If one day you were raped by a man who had an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child, and his wife begged you to let him go, would you let him go?" Piao Jiani, Wen Rugi, Jiang Danhong, Tang Jiaming's face turned red. Tang Jiaming and Tang Mianmian looked confused. Tang Mianmian tilted her head and asked in a childish voice, "Sister, what's a back door?" What happens if it explodes? Piao Jianni, Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing when he heard Tong Jianni's question. A back door is a door in the back. If it explodes, it can't be used anymore. Tong Mianmian thought for a moment and seemed to understand. She turned to Piao Jianni and said, Uncle Piao, you have to keep an eye on the back door. Piao Jianni. Tong Xuelu could not help but laugh. Jiang Danhong's expression softened when she heard the innocent child's words. Piao Jianni's face turned the color of pig liver. He finally realized that he had said something inappropriate. He scratched his head and said, Okay, I won't say it again. Comrade Jiang, I'm sorry. I apologize. As he spoke, he stood up and saluted Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong still did not look at him kindly. Piao Jianni looked embarrassed. He turned to Tong Mianmian and said, Little kid, you call that brother Wen, but you call me Uncle Piao. Are you mistaken? I'm younger than that brother by half a year. Tong Xuelu pretended to be shocked. You're younger than Comrade Wen? Piao Jianni, why? Can't you tell? I think my face is still quite tender. Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. I really can't tell. If you didn't say it, I would have thought that you were 35 years old. Actually, it was not that exaggerated. However, Wen Rugi's face was very young. He did look a few years younger than Tong Xuelu. Piao Jianni was deeply affected. He did not want to speak anymore. He turned his anger into appetite. The pig intestine was not like the ones they used to eat. It was soft and fragrant, fatty but not greasy. The more they chewed, the more fragrant it became. It was very popular with everyone. After the meal, everyone cleaned up the table. Tong Xuelu carried the basin out of the hall. Jiang Danhong followed behind him. Thank you for speaking up for me just now. Tong Xuelu smiled. I wasn't speaking up for you. I was speaking the truth. Regarding this matter, only you have the right to say the word forgive. No one else has the right to do so. Haruki Murakami once said, if there is a strong wall and an egg that breaks when it hits the wall, I will always side with the egg. Yes, no matter how right the wall is or how wrong the egg is, I will still side with the egg. Whether it is right or wrong is not for others to decide. Forgiveness is also not something that can be decided by moving my lips. Jiang Danhong's experience was already hard enough. How could an insignificant person persuade her to be magnanimous? When Jiang Danhong heard her words, the corners of her mouth were tightly pressed into a line. Her eyes were slightly red. Other than Wen Rugi, Tong Xuelu was the first person to show kindness to her. After the meal, Tong Mianmian was a little sleepy. Tong Xuelu carried her to the room to sleep. Tong Mianmian fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Tong Jiaming brought Tong Jessen to the study to do his homework. Seeing that it was still early, Tong Xuelu suggested playing a game. She took a glass bottle from the kitchen and said to everyone, this game is called Truth or Dare. The rules are very simple. The first person to spin the bottle will lose. The person who spins the bottle must answer a question from the spinner and cannot lie. If the spinner refuses to answer, the person who spins the bottle can hit the spinner's palm. As she spoke, she took out a wooden board. The wooden board was not thick, but it was more painful to hit the spinner's palm. Piao Jianni had never played a game like this before. She smiled and nodded repeatedly with a face full of excitement. Wen Rugi and Jiang Danhong did not have any objections. Thus, the game began. Tong Xuelu spun the bottle first. The bottle spun once and finally stopped in front of Piao Jianni. Piao Jianni was stunned for a moment. She said excitedly, Comrade Tong, ask away. I am ready. Tong Xuelu's lips curved into a sly smile. Comrade Piao, if a man took advantage of you, would you forgive him? Piao Jianni was speechless. F***ck, what kind of question was that? Wen Rugi and Jiang Danhong were both stunned for a moment. Then, they both understood. Tong Xuelu wanted to mess with Piao Jianni. Piao Jianni was not stupid. He gritted his teeth and said, go ahead. I refuse to answer your question. Tong Xuelu picked up the wooden board and hit Piao Jianni's palm hard. Piao Jianni felt a sharp pain in his palm. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman was too ruthless, he had only said a few words. How could she be so ruthless? Next, it was Jiang Danhong's turn. Unfortunately, the bottle stopped in front of Piao Jianni. Jiang Danhong asked, Comrade Piao, if a man took advantage of you, would you forgive him? It was the same question as Tong Xuelu. Piao Jianni's mouth twitched violently. Was she doing it on purpose or was she doing it on purpose? In the end, Piao Jianni refused to answer. Jiang Danhong picked up the wooden board and hit Piao Jianni's hand hard. Jiang Danhong had done farm work in the countryside for more than 10 years. He was much stronger than Tong Xuelu. Piao Jianni's palm immediately became red and swollen. He began to regret playing this game. Next, it was Wenrugi's turn. He spun the bottle gently, and the bottle spun once before finally stopping in front of Tong Zolve. Tong Xuelu blinked at him and asked, Comrade Wen, what question do you want to ask me? Wenrugi looked into her eyes. His heart was itching again, but he could not scratch it. Comrade Tong, what is your favorite food? Before Tong Xuelu could speak, Piao Jianni protested, isn't this question too simple? Change it, change it. His protest was in vain. Tong Xuelu said, pork ribs. I like pork ribs cooked in all kinds of ways. Wenrugi silently memorized the answer. The air was filled with pink bubbles that no one else could see. Finally, it was Piao Jianni's turn. Piao Jianni licked his lips and glanced at Tong Xuelu and Jiang Danhong. He was ready to show off his skills. He turned the bottle forcefully. It spun wildly and finally stopped in front of Tong Xuelu. Piao Jianni chuckled and said, Comrade Tong, didn't we agree that I could ask you any question? Tong Xuelu nodded and said, yes. Piao Jianni laughed again and said, Comrade Tong, do you like Wenrugi's type? The living room was silent for a few seconds after he finished speaking. Piao Jianni thought that Tong Xuelu would be embarrassed to answer and that he would be able to take his revenge. Unexpectedly, Tong Xuelu was not embarrassed at all. She nodded and said, of course. Comrade Wen is good-looking, kind, and knowledgeable. He's completely different from you, Comrade Piao, who likes to talk nonsense and looks anxious. I believe that anyone who isn't blind will like such an outstanding person. Piao Jianni was speechless. Damn it. Was he here to be abused today? Why did he have to be dragged into this? How was he old? Anyone who wasn't blind would like Wenrugi. Was it blind to like him? Wenrugi's face turned red again. When no one noticed, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Jiang Danhong did not notice the pink bubbles between Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi. She thought about Tong Xuelu's words and confirmed it in her heart. She felt that Wenrugi was 100 times, no, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than Piao Jianni. Perhaps it was a coincidence or Piao Jianni's bad luck, but the bottle turned on him 6 out of 10 times. After one night, both of his palms were swollen. He was very unlucky. It was getting late, and the few of them prepared to leave. Tong Xuelu hurriedly packed the mooncakes he made for them to bring back. Piao Jianni soon realized that something was wrong. Wenrugi and Jiang Danhong each had 4 mooncakes, while he only had 2. Piao Jianni stuck his tongue against his back molars and said with a pained expression, Comrade Tong, why do I only have 2 mooncakes? Are you deliberately taking revenge on me? Tong Xuelu nodded without hiding anything and said, that's right. It's because you said the wrong thing before. People like you who don't respect women don't deserve to eat mooncakes. If it weren't for the fact that you've given me a thermos, I wouldn't have given you these too. Piao Jianni, alright, he deserved it. He would never say such things again. Jiang Danhong looked at Tong Xuelu gratefully and felt warm inside. It was as if she was walking alone at night and someone had suddenly stuffed a hot water bottle into her arms. Wenrugi stood at the side and looked at Tong Xuelu without saying anything, but his eyes flashed with pride. She was so kind that she deserved all the good things in the world. When he walked out of the door, Wenrugi's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes and said, Comrade Wen, please wait a moment. I forgot to return something to you. Wenrugi was stunned for a moment. He coughed and said, Jianni, please send Comrade Jiang back. It's getting late. You don't have to wait for me. Jiang Danhong lived in a different direction from Wenrugi, so she didn't say anything. Okay. Piao Jianni looked at Wenrugi and vaguely felt that there was something wrong between the two of them. However, he didn't dare to say anything else because he had said something wrong earlier. After Piao Jianni and Jiang Danhong left, Wenrugi turned to Tong Xuelu and said, "Comrade Tong, happy birthday." Tong Xuelu looked up at him and said, "You said it just now." Wenrugi blushed slightly and said, "I'll say it again." He wanted to make up for what he hadn't said before. "Tong Xuelu, when will Comrade Wen have a holiday next time?" "I don't have one." Tong Xuelu blinked and said, "So, Comrade Wen doesn't have time to meet me? That's a pity. I wanted to wear the indeed good dress for Comrade Wen to see, but it seems like I won't have the chance." Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered, and his heart beat like thunder. "I can apply for leave." Tong Xuelu tilted her head and said innocently, "Is that okay?" Wenrugi quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'll take care of the matters at the base in advance before applying for leave." If he said that he wanted to find a girlfriend, the dean might give him half a month of leave. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "That's great. Let's meet again next Sunday?" Thump, 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 Wenrugi's heart beat faster and his face was burning. He said, "Okay, let's meet again next Sunday." Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh when she saw how serious he was. "Comrade Wen, please wait a moment." After saying that, she ran inside and took out 4 more mooncakes. "Take these back and give them to your grandfather and Uncle Zong." Wenrugi's eyes lit up. He was worried that he would only be able to eat 1 mooncake. Now, he could hide the mooncakes and eat them slowly. After Wenrugi left, Tong Xuelu closed the door and went back inside. When she walked into the living room, she saw the 3 Tong Jemming siblings standing by the table. When they saw her enter, they said in unison, "Sister, happy birthday." The 3 of them took out their presents. Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen bought a mirror together. Tong Mianmian bought 19 pieces of candy, which she had saved for a long time. Tong Xuelu looked at them and felt warm in her heart. "Thank you. I like the presents." Hearing this, the 3 of them smiled happily. Tong Mianmian ran over with her short legs. She hugged Tong Xuelu's face and kissed her a few times. Mianmian loves sister the most. Tong Mianmian's big, watery eyes sparkled, and there were wrinkles on her fair and tender face from just waking up. Sister also loves Mianmian the most. Tong Jemming stood at the side and looked at them. He thought to himself, so it's not that hard to call them sister. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tong Xuelu wanted to go to the Tong family to give the presents, but it started to rain before the sun rose. The rain got heavier and heavier, and she couldn't go out at all. She had no choice but to give up. She held an umbrella and gave the mooncakes to the Wei family next door. The Wei family gave her a fish. Because of the rain, the Mid-Autumn Festival didn't feel festive. Many people couldn't go out to admire the moon. At this moment, old Mr. Wen was sitting on the sofa and eating a fresh meat mooncake. He sighed and said, "Why is it raining all of a sudden?" After receiving the mooncake from Miss Tenchao, he originally wanted to ask Wenrugi to give her something good as a return gift. However, the rain was too heavy, so he had to give up. Uncle Zong especially liked red bean paste mooncakes. It can't be helped that it's raining. However, Miss Tenchao's culinary skills are amazing. The commander said that he wanted to take her in as his god-granddaughter. I think it's a good idea. If the commander took her in as his god-granddaughter, he would be in for a treat in the future. Old Mr. Wen glanced at Wenrugi. If someone doesn't live up to expectations, I'll have no choice but to take her in as my god-granddaughter. Wenrugi took a bite of the mooncake and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was going to go on a date with his girlfriend next week. Who do you think doesn't live up to expectations? The Mid-Autumn Festival passed in the blink of an eye. Tong Jinjin's mother dreamt that Tong Jinjin was suffering on the farm. When she woke up the next day, she was very upset. She kept thinking about the dream when she went to work, so she found some time to call the farm. Tong Jinjin had told her mother that she was willing to stay on the farm, but she did not mean it. Who would want to stay in a broken place like the farm? Not only was she exhausted every day, but she also did not have enough to eat and sleep. What was worse was that she had to be lectured from time to time. She originally thought that even if her parents did not send her back, they would at least try to improve her situation. She did not want to be left with nothing, she was so angry, therefore, when she received the call, her tone was not good at all. Why are you calling at this time? I still have to do farm work. When Tang Jinjin's mother heard that she was going to do farm work, she felt even worse. Jinjin, how have you been recently? Are you in good health? Do you have enough to eat? She originally wanted to ask someone to bring some food to the farm before the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the Women's Federation organized an activity before the festival. She was so busy that she did not have time to think about it until the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Jinjin rolled her eyes. How can a place like the farm be good? There's no food left. Tang Jinjin's mother quickly said, I'll send you some food later. What do you want to eat? When Tang Jinjin heard this, she finally felt a little better. Mom, I don't have any money on hand. Can you ask someone to bring some money over? Tang Jinjin's mother quickly agreed. Then she lowered her voice and told her a piece of good news. She said that the situation was getting more and more stable, and they might be able to get her out earlier. Tang Jinjin was not surprised at all. She knew better than anyone that the situation would become more and more stable. But damn it, she still had to work on the farm for 9 more months. She could not bear it anymore. Tang Jinjin's mother did not know what she was thinking and kept nagging. Tang Jinjin was not in the mood to listen to her nagging and interrupted her. Have you visited my brother and sister? Mrs. Tang tightened her grip on the phone and replied half a beat later, yes, they have already forgiven you. When Tang Jinjin heard the news, a smile finally appeared on his face. Mom, when you are free, please visit them on my behalf. My adoptive parents are gone, and they are quite pitiful. Mother Tang agreed and hung up the phone. She couldn't help but pout. She wasn't going to see those kids, the main reason was that she did not want to see Tang Xuelu. All these years, she had raised an ingrate. It was fine if she didn't come to the Tang family's house usually, but she didn't even come to the Mid-Autumn Festival yesterday. What a heartless thing, Tang Xuelu sneezed in the kitchen. She wondered if Wenrugi was thinking about her. It was inconvenient in this era. There were no telephones or cell phones, and the distance between them was not so far that they had to write letters to contact each other. Therefore, he could only think this way. Just then, Guo Weiping walked in. Tang Xuelu said to him, Xiao Gua, from today onwards, you will learn how to cook from me. Guo Weiping was so shocked that his eyes were wide open. When he came back to his senses, he waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can't. I haven't even learned how to cut vegetables. Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes. You can learn how to cut vegetables slowly. I will teach you a few simple stir-frying techniques. It will be very easy. The techniques taught by Master Meng took 10 years to sharpen a needle. It was too slow. She was the only master chef in the restaurant now, and it was not convenient for her to ask for leave. If she didn't train Guo Weiping well, how could she skip work to date? Some people wished they could steal their master's skills and learn them as soon as possible. However, Guo Weiping didn't want to learn even if he was given the chance. Tang Xuelu spent a lot of time persuading him before he finally convinced him. It was very fascinating. Although Guo Weiping was not very talented, he was very diligent in learning. Once he decided to learn, he would give 100% of his effort. Tang Xuelu thought highly of him. What was more rare was that he was simple-minded and was a very pure person. At noon, a group of uninvited guests came to the restaurant. Tang Xuelu happened to know this group of uninvited guests. As soon as they came in, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were young, beautiful, tall, and dressed in military green uniforms. When they came, they even rode 5 or 6 bicycles. The effect was as eye-catching as a group of fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful women suddenly driving several Maseratis in modern times. Fang Jingyuan walked at the front. When he saw Tan Xiaoyan, he waved at her and said, Waitress, is there someone called Tang Xuelu here? Tan Xiaoyan looked at Fang Jingyuan with her swollen eyes. Her eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Why are you looking for Tang Xuelu? What's your relationship with her? Fang Jingyuan looked at her and said, I am friends with her. Where is she? It's already lunchtime. Why haven't I seen her yet? If it were other people, Tan Xiaoyan would definitely scold them. However, in front of a group of fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful women, she unconsciously lowered her momentum. She pointed at the kitchen and said, "She is not working as a waitress now. She is temporarily replacing the chef in the kitchen." Chef? When she said this, Fang Jingyuan was shocked on the spot. Is the Tong Xuelu you are talking about the same person as me? Tong Xuelu can cook, how is this possible? Ever since she was young, she didn't even know how to pick up the soy sauce bottle in the Tong family, let alone cook. Tan Xiaoyan said impatiently, "If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourself. If you want to eat, sit down. Don't stand at the door and block others." Tong Xuelu, who came out of the kitchen, heard this and thought that Tan Xiaoyan was too awesome. She dared to scold anyone. Fang Jingyuan frowned and was about to retort when he saw Tong Xuelu come out. Her eyes widened. She pointed at Tong Xuelu and said in surprise, "Don't tell me you are really a chef?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes, but it's only temporary." Fang Jingyuan was not interested in the temporary. She was more concerned about the cooking. "Can you cook?" "No, is the food you cook edible?" "If the food she cooks is inedible, then is the food you cook edible?" Before Tong Xuelu could speak, Tan Xiaoyan, who was beside him, retorted. Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. She remembered a sentence she read on the internet before she transmigrated. It said that people like Tan Xiaoyan should be let out to annoy others instead of keeping them at home to annoy others. Usually, she would feel annoyed when Tan Xiaoyan scolded her. Now that she saw her scolding Fang Jingyuan, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Fang Jingyuan choked. If it weren't for the bad influence, she would have definitely scolded this waitress. The other members of the art troupe came in and sat down. Fang Jingyuan walked over to Tong Xuelu and said, "I did what you asked me to do last time. Those people helped you with the publicity. They said that they want you to design their hairstyles for them. You can't go back on your word." Tong Xuelu said, "Don't worry, a gentleman never goes back on his word. But it's lunchtime now. I have to wait until the lunch break." Fang Jingyuan expressed her understanding and then returned to the previous topic. "Do you really know how to cook? When did you learn to cook?" Tong Xuelu sighed and said with a sad expression, "Children from poor families learn to take care of the family early. You know my family's situation. My brother and sister are still young. If I don't learn how to cook, who will?" Fang Jingyuan was speechless. Her tone was helpless and weak. It sounded extremely pitiful. Hearing this made people feel uncomfortable. She and Tong Xuelu had known each other since they were young. Even when they fell and got beaten up, she had never seen Tong Xuelu like this. Fang Jingyuan was a little uncomfortable. "Then why did you leave the Tong family?" "I'm talking about the Tong family over there. Auntie Tong and Uncle Tong love you so much. Even if you didn't leave, they wouldn't chase you away. You don't know how it feels to live under someone else's roof." Tong Xuelu lowered her voice again. It was very soft and seemed to be choking with sobs. Fang Jingyuan's mood became even more complicated when she heard this. She suddenly remembered that when her brother got into trouble, she asked her for help and didn't ask the Tong family for help. What was even stranger was that after the Tong family found out, they didn't seem to care. They didn't help her spread the news. Could this be the reason why she left the Tong family in the first place? Fang Jingyuan couldn't help but feel guilty when she thought about how she mocked her at that time. "You." Fang Jingyuan felt guilty and was suddenly at a loss for words. "What dishes are there today? Give us a portion of everything." Tong Xuelu nodded and went back to the kitchen. Today's dishes were farmer's stir-fried pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and kelp egg drop soup. Tong Xuelu asked Guo Weiping to watch and learn from her while she quickly made the 3 dishes. Fang Jingyuan was already prepared to eat pig's food. Unexpectedly, before the dishes were served, waves of fragrant aroma wafted out of the window. The people outside immediately swallowed their saliva. "It smells so good. I've never smelled anything so fragrant. Is Tong Xuelu really cooking inside? Why can't I believe it?" "Me too. I've known Tong Xuelu for so long, but I've never heard of her cooking." Fang Jingyuan said she didn't know how to cook in the past, but she learned it when she came back. Later, don't bring up the past again. She didn't want to agitate her. Everyone instantly understood Fang Jingyuan's words. When they thought about Tang Xuelu's current family situation, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. They repeatedly promised that they wouldn't bring it up later. The grudges between them and Tang Xuelu were also written off. After a while, the dishes were served. When they saw the shiny and tender stir-fried pork with chili, the red and yellow tomato scrambled eggs, and the kelp egg drop soup, they all swallowed their saliva. It smelled so good. Just now, when the aroma wafted out of the kitchen, they felt that it was especially fragrant. Now that the dishes were in front of them, they felt that the aroma was even more overbearing and alluring. They couldn't care less about anything else. They picked up their chopsticks and ate heartily. The stir-fried pork with chili was spicy and salty. The meat was tender, smooth, and fragrant. It went very well with the rice. The tomato scrambled eggs were sour, sweet, and fresh. It was smooth and delicious. It also went very well with the rice. The kelp egg drop soup was light and light. It was just enough to relieve the thirst and spiciness caused by the stir-fried pork with chili. It was so delicious. They didn't expect that not only did Tang Xuelu know how to cook, but she could also cook so well. It was really beyond their expectations. When all the dishes were finished, the group of people looked at Tang Xuelu with not only gentle expressions, but also with admiration. Especially Fang Jingyuan. In the past, she hated Tang Xuelu very much. She did everything she could to prevent her from marrying her brother. But now, she felt a little regretful. If she had known that Tang Xuelu could cook so well, she wouldn't have stopped her. If Tang Xuelu had married her brother, wouldn't she have been able to eat such delicious food every day? However, although she regretted it, she knew that in Tang Xuelu's heart, she now regarded her brother as a piece of sh*t. How could her big brother be so disappointing? When lunchtime passed, Tang Xuelu walked out of the kitchen. Actually, being a chef wasn't very busy. There were other people who could wash the vegetables and dishes. She just had to cook a few dishes. The best part was that she could secretly hide some meat. Recently, their family had meat to eat every day. Tang Mianmian's face was chubby and very easy to pinch. Zolv, the dishes you cook are so delicious. Yeah, how did you learn to cook? How did you manage to cook such delicious food in such a short time? Tang Xuelu's lips curled up slightly. Maybe it's because I'm born smart. Everyone, as expected, she was still the old Tang Xuelu. She was so arrogant, everyone immediately felt a lot more cordial. One after another, they voiced out their requests. In fact, they were not very satisfied with their hairstyles and wanted to become prettier. Tang Xuelv made adjustments to each of them according to their facial shapes. Of course, she wouldn't accompany them to the hairdresser this time. After all, she didn't have that much time. However, everyone expressed that they could understand. After the hairstyles were settled, the group of people had to go back to work in the art troupe. Fang Jingyuan walked at the back. She looked at Tang Xuelu and stammered, if I have time in the future, can I go to your house to look for you? Tang Xuelv saw through her motive at a glance, to freeload food and drink. However, she didn't hate Fang Jingyuan. Moreover, it was indeed thanks to Fang Jingyuan and the Fang family that she was able to solve the school problem. She nodded and said, sure, you can go if you have time. Fang Jingyuan's eyes lit up. Then it's settled. After the group of people left, Tang Xuelu turned around and was about to return to the kitchen. However, she was shocked when she saw Tan Xiaoyan's square face. Why are you standing behind me all of a sudden? Don't you know that you can scare someone to death? Tan Xiaoyan raised her chin and said, help me design a hairstyle too. Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes. With your looks, it's useless no matter what hairstyle you have. She was ugly anyway. If she spoke nicely, she might give her some pointers if she was in a good mood. However, who was she trying to show her kindness to? Tan Xiaoyan looked at Tang Xuelu's back and was so angry that smoke almost came out of her. At this moment, there was another person who was staring at Tang Xuelu's back. This person was Lu Dongchang. Recently, he had been very distressed. He was hesitant between the two women. He didn't know which one of them he should accept. If he accepted Tang Xuelu, he couldn't bear to give up Meng Qingqing's family background. Moreover, Meng Qingqing had a gentle personality and was more suitable to be a wife. If he chose Meng Qingqing, he couldn't calm down. After all, Tong Xuelu was too beautiful. It would make him look good if he brought her out. He compared the two of them and was very distressed. However, now, he finally made up his mind. Although Tong Xuelu had a younger brother and sister, which was her biggest weakness, she also had adoptive parents who were officials. Moreover, she knew so many people with powerful family backgrounds. For example, those people from the arts department who came just now, which one of them didn't come from an official family? If he married Tong Xuelu, all these resources would belong to him. Thinking of this, he scratched his head and walked into the kitchen. He wanted to ask Tong Xuelu out for a movie. However, just as he walked into the kitchen, he saw Tong Xuelu pick up a broom and sweep something on the floor. Like a golf ball, the thing on the floor flew up and hit Lu Dongcheng's face. That was fine, but the problem was that the thing was furry and could move. The thing seemed to be greatly frightened. It scratched Lu Dongcheng's face a few times with its claws, then fell to the floor and ran away quickly. Compared to the rat, Lu Dongcheng was more frightened. Just as he walked over, he saw a mouse fly across the sky and hit him in the face. That was a rat. It was 2F** king disgusting. Before he could react, the rat scratched his face a few times. Lu Dongcheng gasped and was so angry that he almost died on the spot. This was very awkward. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Tong Xuelu looked at Lu Dongcheng's face and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Manager Lu. I didn't see you coming in. I'm really sorry." Fortunately, his face didn't bleed, so he shouldn't be infected. Otherwise, there might not be any vaccines in this era. Lu Dongcheng looked at her face and suppressed his anger. He brushed his hair and said, "It's okay. You said you didn't do it on purpose. I won't be angry with you." He turned around and walked out. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to hold back his anger. Tong Xuelu was confused. Strange. When did Lu Dongcheng become so forgiving? Tan Xiaoyan, who was in the lobby, saw this scene and felt that something was wrong. She glared at Tong Xuelu. When Wenrugi returned to the base this time, anyone who wasn't blind could tell that he was in a good mood. Speaking of which, he was still as indifferent as before. However, now that he was walking with the wind, his eyes were shining at all times, making people feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. Zhou Yan asked him several times if he had encountered any problems. Wenrugi naturally wouldn't say that they hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. Zhong Shulan had taken a liking to Wenrugi ever since she came back from the cowshed. She wanted him to be her son-in-law. She had hinted to her husband many times. He had promised her that he was willing to test Wenrugi. But for some reason, he changed his mind after going out. This made her very depressed. For the sake of her daughter's marriage, she decided to do it herself. Of course, she was too embarrassed to ask Wenrugi directly. After thinking about it, she decided to start with Wenrugi's friend, Zhou Yan. In the base, Zhou Yan and Wenrugi had the best relationship. If she could get Zhou Yan to put in a good word for her daughter in front of Wenrugi and persuade Wenrugi, it would be much better than her taking the initiative. The more she thought about it, the better she thought it was. So in the following days, when she knew that Zhou Yan's throat wasn't good, she sent him fatty to Hai. She made delicious food at home. In addition to sending it to Wenrugi, she also sent a portion to Zhou Yan. Even that day, when she saw Zhou Yan's clothes torn, she personally helped him mend them. After spending some time together, she became familiar with Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan even said several times that he wanted her to be his godmother. Seeing this, she quickly tactfully talked about her daughter's old age and didn't have a boyfriend. She also hinted that it would be good if his character was like Wenrugi's. Zhou Yan was very tactful and said that he would definitely put in a good word for her. After another 2 days, Zhong Shulan felt that the time was right, so she took the initiative to look for Wenrugi. She went to look for Wenrugi under the excuse of delivering food. After chatting for a while, she said with red eyes, "I feel sorry for Yuncher the most in my life. If it weren't for my family, she wouldn't have followed us to the cowshed at such a young age. She hasn't had a good day in the past 10 years. Wenrugi said, "Don't be sad, Ma. Now that you have reunited with teacher, your life will get better day by day." Zhong Shulan wiped her tears and nodded. You're right, my life will get better day by day. It's just that Yuncher is old, but she still doesn't have a boyfriend. Rugue, you, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Wenrugi. Wenrugi would never do such a rude thing as interrupting others, but this time he had to do so. He looked at Zhong Shulan seriously. Ma'am, I understand your worries and your sincere motherly love for your daughter, but Zhou Yan already has a girlfriend. No matter how satisfied you are with Zhou Yan, you can't do this. Do you want Zhou Yan to dump his girlfriend and be with Comrade Jiao? If he really did that, would he still be a person you can entrust your life to? Besides, it's not good for Comrade Jiao if this matter is spread out. Ma'am, don't mention this again in the future. Zhong Shulan was stunned. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What the hell was he talking about? When did she say that she liked Zhou Yan as her son-in-law? Seeing how stunned she was, Wenrugi softened his tone. I won't tell teacher about this. Don't mention it again. As for Comrade Jiao's matter, I'll ask my grandfather to help keep an eye out for suitable men. A bolt from the blue. She was struck by lightning. She was speechless. Even if he misunderstood that she liked Zhou Yan as her son-in-law, she didn't feel so upset. But now, he actually said that he wanted his grandfather to introduce Yuncher to someone. How could she not understand what he meant? Zhong Shulan's face turned pale as she stared at him blankly. Wenrugi frowned. Teacher's wife, are you okay? Zhong Shulan snapped back to her senses and shook her head stiffly. I'm fine. It's getting late. I have to go back and cook. Seeing how upset she looked, Wenrugi sent her to the door worriedly and watched her disappear around the corner of the corridor. It seemed that teacher's wife was really worried about Comrade Jiao's marriage. Wenrugi thought for a moment, then locked the door and went out. He first called Old Master Wen and told him about Comrade Jiao's matter, asking him to keep an eye out for suitable men. Old Master Wen naturally agreed, but he also mocked him for having the time to worry about others when he didn't even have a partner himself. Wenrugi was also used to Old Master Wen's teasing. After hanging up the phone, he went to the director's office and told him the same thing. Seeing that he came personally, the director naturally guessed that he didn't have any romantic feelings for Jiao Yuncher, so he didn't oppose the two of them and agreed. On the other hand, Zhong Shulan walked outside with a dazed expression and only woke up when the cold wind blew. The moment she woke up, she couldn't help but feel sad. She originally thought highly of Wenrugi and her daughter Yuncher, but she didn't expect that Wenrugi didn't have any romantic feelings for her daughter. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't say anything. Previously, she asked Zhou Yan to put in a good word for her in front of Wenrugi. The last time she asked Zhou Yan also said that it was no problem. She thought that Wenrugi didn't have any intention of rejecting her, so she came over. Who would have thought that he would almost lose face? The more she thought of it, the more ashamed she felt, and at the same time she felt sorry for her daughter. Zhong Shulan didn't want her husband and daughter to see her like this, so she stayed outside for a long time before going back. In fact, Zhou Yan was also responsible for this matter. After Zhong Shulan asked him for help, he agreed readily. Later, he did mention it in front of Wenrugi once. However, he always spoke in a teasing tone, so Wenrugi didn't take it seriously at all, and immediately stopped him when he opened his mouth. Later, when the laboratory got busy, he forgot about it and never mentioned it in front of Wenrugi again. Later, when Zhong Shulan asked him, he felt that he had tried his best. It was just that Wenrugi did not agree. Later, he thought that since Wenrugi was not interested, he would just pay attention to other male comrades. Thus, the misunderstanding was born. Mother Zhao's fruit tree was finally delivered on the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. When Tang Xuelu saw that she had delivered it personally, she felt a little apologetic, so she took out the remaining mooncakes and wanted her to take them back. However, when Mother Xiao saw her take out the mooncakes, she thought that she was trying to please her, so she immediately acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She immediately told her not to be wishful thinking, and then walked away without acknowledging her family. Tang Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. During this period of time, Tang Xuelu was not in the mood to study because of the school and the Jiang family, so her revision for junior high and high school was delayed. Now that the matter was resolved, she took out her textbook again. After dinner, the siblings went to the study to do their homework and read. Tang Mianmian also came over. He leaned on the table, his chubby little hand holding a pencil and writing many ones in a crooked manner. "Sister, didn't you already graduate? Why do you still need to read?" Every time Tang Jessen did his homework, he looked as if he had hemorrhoids on his butt. Tang Xuelu raised her head and glanced at his homework. It was empty just now, and now it was still empty. "You can't read after graduation? Also, have you finished your homework?" Tang Jessen scratched his head. "I'm still a little short." Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes in her heart. She put down her pen and said, looking at the time, "You should be having your midterm exams soon, right? How were your results? Take out your exam papers and let me see them." When Tang Jeming heard this, he calmly took out his exam papers from his bag. However, Tang Jessen's expression changed. He searched his bag for a while and said, "My exam papers are missing. I don't know when I lost them." Tang Xuelu raised her beautiful eyebrows. "Did you really lose them, or did you not find them clearly? You better look for them again. If I find them later, don't even think about eating meat for the next month." Tang Jessen was so scared that his whole body trembled. "I didn't find them clearly. I'll look for them again. I'll look for them again." Tang Xuelu pursed her lips. "Little guy, you still dare to play tricks in front of me." Tang Jessen felt his back break out in cold sweat as she stared at him. In the end, he stuttered as he took out his exam papers from his bag. "Good heavens, if I didn't see it clearly, I wouldn't have known that it was an exam paper." The exam paper was crumpled into a ball. When it was spread out, it looked like pickled vegetables. It was completely unreadable. Tang Jessen's eyes darted around. His scalp was numb as he passed the exam paper to her. When Tang Xuelu saw it, she almost laughed out of anger. Chinese, 6 points, mathematics, 3 points. In total, it didn't even add up to 10 points. Tang Xuelu raised her head and looked at him. "How did you get these grades? Even if you closed your eyes, you wouldn't be able to get these grades." Tang Jessen scratched his head and scratched his nose. He stammered, "I'm not sure either. I know those questions, but they don't know me. It's quite troublesome." "What's so difficult about it?" "Tang Xuelu, don't you usually listen in class?" Tang Jessen responded quickly this time. "Yes, I'm serious." Tang Xuelu didn't even believe in punctuation. "Since you're paying attention, then take out your textbook and let me have a look." Tang Jessen's eyes darted around again. He looked at the ceiling and the floor, but he didn't dare to look at Tang Xuelu. In the end, he dragged his feet and took out his textbook to have a look. The textbook was densely filled, but it wasn't notes. Instead, it was filled with drawings. There were scenes of Ma Mei being criticized by others, and Jian Ming being kicked to the ground by him. The paintings were vivid and lifelike, but there was nothing related to learning. Tang Xuelu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Tang Jessen was going to be a fashion designer in the future. He had shown amazing drawing skills since he was young, but his grades were too embarrassing. She glanced at Tang Jessen and pursed her lips without saying a word. Tang Jessen suddenly felt a wave of pressure. This feeling was even more nerve-wracking than being scolded by the teachers in school. He uneasily scratched his butt. Tang Mianmian immediately shouted, "Brother San, don't scratch my butt. Sister said that you can't do this in front of others." Tang Jessen, he was scratching his butt, not digging his butt. There was a difference of one word, but the meaning was very different. Tang Xuelu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She felt that Tang Mianmian had been playing with Wei Zhuzhu recently, and he seemed to be making more and more shocking statements. She turned her head to look at Tang Jeming's test paper. Her furrowed eyebrows finally relaxed. He was indeed a future business genius. He was smart. He scored 100 points in both Chinese and mathematics. She then looked at the textbook. His handwriting was neat and clear. It was very comfortable to look at. Tang Xuelu returned their test papers and paused for a moment before saying, "From tomorrow onwards, our family will undergo a reform." Tang Jessen's heart thumped. "What reform?" Tang Xuelu, From tomorrow onwards, I will be responsible for distributing food for your meals in the morning and in the evening. I will distribute food based on your behavior. If you don't pay attention to hygiene, I will deduct a piece of meat. If you don't do housework well, I will also deduct a piece of meat. If you fail your exams, I will deduct a piece of meat for a month. Tong Jessen, these rules were all directed at him. From the looks of it, he would never be able to eat meat in the future. Tong Jessen was so agitated that his face turned red. Sister, this is unfair. With my grades, doesn't that mean I won't be able to eat meat in the future? Tong Xuelu looked askance at him. That depends on whether you want to eat meat or not. If you want to eat meat, then think of a way to improve your grades. I am a person who separates public from private interests. If your grades improve, I will reward you later. Of course, if your grades continue to be like this, you won't be able to eat meat in the future. Tong Jessen was about to cry. He felt that he would never be able to eat meat in the future. In order to reward Tong Jeming, Tong Xuelu gave him the fountain pen that Jiang Danhong had given him. After all, she already had the fountain pen that Wen Rugi had given her. She could not use two of them, so it would be a waste to keep them. Tong Jeming was usually calm and collected no matter what happened. However, when he saw the fountain pen, his eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, sister. Tong Jessen looked at his second brother with envy in his eyes. Everyone had different lives. In order to make Tong Jessen take this matter seriously, he wanted to let them know that he was not joking around. After finishing his homework, Tong Xuelu brewed a cup of malted milk powder for himself, Tong Mianmian, and Tong Jeming. Tong Jessen did not have any. Tong Jessen's eyes widened. Sister, didn't you say that you were only going to eat meat? Why didn't you give me malted milk powder? He was anxious. Tong Xuelu said, I forgot to say. Eating meat is one thing, but if you don't do it well, your snacks and desserts will also be deducted. What he meant was that he could eat until he was full, but he would not be able to eat well. Tong Jessen wanted to cry but had no tears. He turned his head and looked at Tong Jeming. Second brother, can you share some with me? Tong Jeming thought for a while and shook his head. No. If you want to drink it, you have to do well in your grades. From tomorrow onwards, I will tutor you. Tong Jessen, sob. How am I going to live in the future? **** After teaching for a few days, Guo Weiping could already make a few dishes. Although the taste was not as good as her cooking, it was still good. Guo Weiping was so excited that his eyes turned red when he tasted the dishes he made. After dinner, Tong Xuelu took out her book and was about to continue reading when she saw Lu Dongcheng walking towards her. Lu Dongcheng pulled his hair and said, Comrade Tong, can you come out for a while? I have something to say to you. As soon as he said that, everyone in the hall looked over. Especially Tan Xiaoyan. Her eyes were as bright as searchlights as she stared at Tong Xuelu and Lu Dongcheng without blinking. Tong Xuelu looked up and looked at him strangely. Can't we talk here? Lu Dongcheng shook his head. It's not convenient. Anyway, can you come out for a while? Tong Xuelu felt that he was acting strangely. However, it was daytime and they were going out. She thought for a while and stood up to follow him. The two of them stopped about 3 to 4 meters away from the restaurant. The weather was getting colder by the day. Even though it was noon, the wind outside was still very strong and painful. Tong Xuelu said, Manager Lu, why are you looking for me? The wind was so strong that she was not interested in standing outside and looking at his square face. Lu Dongcheng's hair was blown up by the wind. He quickly pulled it back and said, Comrade Tong, I already know your feelings for me. After careful consideration, I have decided to accept your love for me. The air was silent for a few seconds. Tong Xuelu looked at him as if he was an idiot. Manager Lu, did you misunderstand something? Even if she was blind, she would not fall for a second-hand man like him, not to mention that his appearance did not meet her standards of beauty from head to toe. He also had 2 sons who were crazy about his sister. She heard that he would give half of his monthly salary to his sister and pay for her children's school fees. It was his business how he wanted to spend his money. However, she was neither blind nor stupid. Why would she choose a man like him? Lu Dongcheng flicked his hair and said, Comrade Tong, I understand that you are shy. Don't deny it. I know everything. Bashful your sister, Yang Li was right. Men looked so ordinary, but they could be so confident. Tang Xuelu was disgusted. Manager Lu, I am sure that you have misunderstood. I don't have any feelings for you. Not at all. Lu Dongcheng obviously did not believe her. Comrade Tong, don't deny it. I heard what you said to Comrade Meng in the kitchen last time. Both of you love me at the same time. I was very hesitant before. After all, Comrade Tong has a big family burden. On the other hand, Comrade Meng has no family burden and has 2 brothers. But in the end, I still chose you, Comrade Tong. After Lu Dongcheng finished speaking, he looked at her with an expression that said, I like you and want you to kneel down and thank me. Tang Xuelu almost vomited. She was wondering why he would suddenly say such things. It turned out that he had overheard their conversation that day. But where did he get the confidence to think that they were talking about him that day? Moreover, it was her and Meng Qingqing who liked him at the same time. Tang Xuelu was disgusted and laughed. Manager Lu, I will say it for the last time. I don't like you. If I want to find a partner, I will definitely not find someone like you. My partner must be 1.8 meters tall and not bald. Most importantly, he must not be married and have children. Manager Lu, you don't meet my criteria in any way. So please don't say such things in the future. Otherwise, I will report you to the Public Security Bureau immediately. Lu Dongcheng, a second-hand man who was 1.65 meters tall and had Mediterranean hair and 2 children, stared at Tang Xuelu with his eyes wide open and his face flushed red. Seeing this, Tang Xuelu turned around and was about to leave. However, she did not expect Lu Dongcheng to grab her wrist. Tang Xuelu turned around and looked at him coldly. Manager Lu, are you trying to act like a hooligan in public? Lu Dongcheng's hand seemed to have been scalded and immediately let go. He took a deep breath and said, Comrade Tong, I have misunderstood you before. However, I think that your conditions are not bad. Let's date. Tang Xuelu really wanted to pry open his brain and see what kind of weird structure he had. She had already said it so clearly. Why did he still think that she would date him? Manager Lu, were my words not straightforward enough just now? Alright, to avoid future trouble, I can only be more straightforward. I, Tang Xuelu, do not like you, Lu Dongcheng. Manager Lu, do you understand? After she finished speaking, she ignored Lu Dongcheng who was staring at her and continued, if Manager Lu still doesn't understand, I will go to the Public Security Bureau now. Lu Dongcheng was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at her and scolded, you don't know what's good for you. Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes and turned around to leave. Lu Dongcheng was so angry that he almost died on the spot. Tang Xuelu returned to the restaurant. As soon as she walked to the entrance, she saw Tan Xiaoyan leaning against the window and looking out. Tan Xiaoyan saw her enter and immediately chased after her. What did my brother-in-law say to you? Tang Xuelu looked at her, you want to know? Why don't you ask your brother-in-law directly? Tan Xiaoyan stared at Tang Xuelu so hard that her eyes bulged like a frog. *TCH, after Lu Chengdong came back, his face had been gloomy. Whenever he saw someone who did something wrong, he would immediately scold that person badly. Perhaps he felt ashamed, or perhaps he was afraid that Tang Xuelu would report him, but he did not come to find trouble with Tang Xuelu. However, he definitely did not have a good expression on his face. Time passed quickly, and another week had passed. Tomorrow was Sunday. When Rugi could not help but feel excited. At noon that day, Zhou Yan came to find him to eat at the state-run restaurant together with another male researcher, Huang Qiming. When they were almost done eating, Zhou Yan suddenly sighed and said, my girlfriend seems to be angry with me. I called her a few days ago. I don't know why, but she suddenly ignored me. When Rugi looked at him and did not say anything. Zhou Yan's words were not mainly for Wenrugi to hear. After all, he did not have a girlfriend. What could he know? Huang Qiming was different. He had been dating his girlfriend for 2 years. The two of them had a very good relationship and were about to get married at the end of the year. The main reason he said this was to ask Huang Qiming for help. He hoped that he could give him some advice. Huang Qiming ate the last mouthful of rice, wiped his mouth and said, what did you say to your girlfriend? Zhou Yan thought for a moment and said, her birthday is coming up. She asked me if I could go over because I have an unfinished experiment. I told her that I wasn't sure. She seemed to be angry. He was puzzled because this was not the first time something like this had happened. In the past, he was not free. She did not say anything, right? Why was she angry this time? Huang Qimin heard this and shook his head. How can this be the same as usual? She was not angry usually because she was considerate of you. But now that her birthday is coming up and you have not done anything, how can she not be angry? Zhou Yan thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. You're right. Should I ask the director for leave tomorrow to celebrate her birthday? As researchers, they did not have a fixed holiday. It was all decided according to the progress of the experiment. He was not sure if he had time before, but in the past 2 days, there had been great progress in the experiment. It should not be a big problem for him to take a day off. Huang Qimin looked at him with a teachable child expression. That's right. When you go over tomorrow, you have to prepare a gift. Also, remember to say something to make her happy. Hearing the last sentence, Zhou Yan frowned again. Brother, I still need you to teach me. What kind of nice things do girls like to hear? Zhou Yan was usually very talkative in front of others, but when it came to his girlfriend, he became mute. Huang Qimin looked like a love counselor. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Wen Rugi sitting opposite him in a daze. Ru Guo, if you feel that listening to this is boring, you can go back first. After all, Wen Rugi did not have a girlfriend. It was useless to listen to this. Zhou Yan said, it's okay. It's good to listen more. If you have a girlfriend in the future, it will be useful. Wen Rugi's long and slender eyelashes trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. Huang Qimin felt that this made sense, so he continued, if you want to make your girlfriend happy, you have to say something that they like to hear. For example, when your girlfriend wears new clothes, you have to praise her for her clothes and her looks better. Zhou Yan nodded again and again, remembering this in his heart. Wen Rugi's face was indifferent, as if he was not listening to them. Huang Qimin continued, but these praises are very common. If you can praise her, others can also praise her. Then there's nothing new about it. Zhou Yan looked like a good student. Then what is new? Huang Qimin raised his eyebrows and patted his face. Do you understand? Zhou Yan, face? Huang Qimin nodded. Yes, face. My girlfriend's face is very big. Do you think she will be happy if I say anything at this time? Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. Is it very nice? Huang Qimin looked like he expected better from him. I already said it's too common. You have to say, your face is very big. Zhou Yan, Wen Rugi. Zhou Yan looked at him with an indescribable expression. Brother, you're not tricking me, right? That's too unkind of you. Huang Qimin was very angry. In order to prove that he was not tricking him and to protect his position as the military advisor of his love, he decided to use his actions to slap them in the face, so the 3 of them returned to the base, and Huang Qimin called his girlfriend. Huang Qimin's girlfriend, why are you calling at this time? Huang Qimin said, we haven't seen each other for half a month. I really want to see your face as big as a basin. Zhou Yan, Wen Rugi. Unexpectedly, a giggle came from the other end of the phone. Can't we see each other tomorrow? I'll make your favorite braised pork. After hanging up the phone, Huang Qimin looked at the 2 of them with an expression that said, I'm not lying to you. Then he said, when a woman has a big face, it means that her family is well off and can afford to eat meat. Also, wasn't there a saying before that a big face is a symbol of good fortune? So you have to praise your partner for having a big face. This way, they'll definitely be happy. Zhou Yan didn't believe it before, but after seeing this scene with his own eyes, he was convinced without a doubt. He put his arm around Huang Qimin's shoulder and said gratefully, brother, thank you. I'll tell my girlfriend that tomorrow. After the 3 of them parted, Wen Rugi returned to his office. He took out a notebook from the locked drawer, opened it, and saw that there were words written on it. 1. She said that a man who can cook is not ordinary. 2. She likes to eat pork ribs, so she wants to learn how to cook pork ribs. Wen Rugi took out a pen and continued to write. 3. She wore new clothes, so praise her for looking good. 4. Praise her for having a big face. After he finished writing, he locked the notebook again in the drawer. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Wenrugi and Zhou Yan both left the base on the same day. When old Mr. Wen saw him coming back, he was already used to it. He only reminded him that if Ting Chao made something delicious, he must send it back to him. The next day was Sunday. Wenrugi woke up early in the morning. He washed his hair and took a shower, changed into new clothes, and went out. Tang Xuelu could only take half a day off. Originally, Lu Dongchang didn't even allow her to take half a day off. Later, he gave in because she threatened not to replace the head chef. If it was in the past, her threat would definitely be useless. Lu Dongchang would probably be overjoyed. However, it was different now. She had shown her face in front of those leaders. Lu Dongchang was worried that if more leaders came, the dishes would not be delicious, so he could only choose to give in. Tang Xuelu finished cooking a meat dish before leaving the restaurant. Guo Weiping could now cook a lot of dishes, so it was not a big problem for her to leave. She had just arrived home, changed her clothes, and washed her face when Wenrugi came to visit. Tang Xuelu went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw Wenrugi standing at the door. After a week of not seeing him, his face was not as haggard as before. He looked refreshed. When he saw Tang Xuelu, Wenrugi's ink-black eyes lit up. She was wearing a white long-sleeved dress. The waist design made her waist look even slimmer and her legs look even longer. Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the things that Huang Qiming taught him appeared in his mind. He pursed his lips and said, "Your clothes are really nice." Oh wow. He actually knows how to praise people, very good, very good. She didn't stay too long. Tang Xuelu affirmed in her heart. Her red lips curled up as she said, "Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that." Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect it to work. He thought of the sentence, "Your face is really big." Just as he was about to say it, his eyes met her face. Then, it became, "Your face is really small." After saying that, he was stunned. He said the wrong thing, unexpectedly. Before he could make up for it, Tang Xuelu's smile became even brighter. "When did you become so good at talking? Come in quickly. I made some sugar water." Wenrugi followed her in. He was very confused. She was happy to say that her face was big, and she was happy to say that her face was small. Then, should she say that her face was big or small in the future? It was Zhou Yan's girlfriend's birthday today. He got up early in the morning to dress up and then brought gifts and snacks to her house. Her family immediately smiled when they saw him. "Zhou Yan, come in quickly. Xiaoyun is in the house." Zhou Yan quickly handed over the snacks and acted like a filial son-in-law. His girlfriend, Wang Xiaoyun, heard the noise and came out of the house. Because it was her birthday today, she also wore a new set of clothes. Her hair was braided, revealing her bright forehead and making her face look bigger than usual. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up when he saw her. He took the gift and said, "Xiaoyun, you look so good in this set of clothes." Wang Xiaoyun blushed and looked at him coquettishly. "There are so many people here. Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Yan saw his girlfriend's shy look and knew that she was happy. He felt that the method Huang Qiming taught him was indeed useful. Seeing that the rest of the Wang family had come over, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "Xiaoyun, your face is really big. It's as big as a wash basin." Everyone, the air was quiet for a few seconds. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned red. She lifted her leg and kicked his calf. "Zhou Yan, go to hell." Seeing his girlfriend run back into the house, Zhou Yan held his calf and gasped. He felt confused and wronged. He praised her face for being big. Why was she still unhappy? Rock sugar, red date, and tremella syrup had the effect of nourishing yin and moisturizing dryness. It was most suitable to drink in autumn. When Wenrugi drank the sweet tremella syrup and felt the sweetness in his mouth reach his heart. As for bringing food for old Master Tong, he didn't even think about it. After drinking the syrup, they pushed the bicycle out. As soon as the wooden door closed, Tong Jessen immediately ran out of the study. He glanced at the door and quickly ran back. "Erge, do you think Sis is dating Rugue?" Tong Jemming stared at his book and didn't say anything. Tong Jessen saw that he didn't say anything, so he scratched his head. "I think it's very likely." When the teachers and school date, they have to go out together. Tong Jiaming finally said, hurry up and do the questions. Also, don't talk nonsense when you're outside. Although Tong Jiaming was only 2 years older than Tong Jessen, he was like a little adult. Tong Jessen was really a child, and a naughty one at that. Even Tong Mianmian was more sensible than him. Tong Jessen's face fell when he heard that he had to continue doing the questions. Tong Xuelu closed the wooden door and turned his head to ask, where are we going? When Rugi quickly took out a stack of tickets and 2 movie tickets from his pocket, these are the movie tickets. If you want to watch a movie, we'll watch a movie. If you want to go to the department store, I've also prepared the tickets. You can buy anything you want. He would pay for the tickets and the money. Oh wow. He was actually so well prepared. She really underestimated him. She thought that he would reply, I don't know. It's up to you. Obviously, he had done his homework before coming. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, then let's go watch a movie. She hadn't been to a movie theater since she came to this era. As for the department store, she didn't want to go. He had already bought a lot of things for her, so she naturally didn't want him to buy things for her. When Rugi's eyes swept over the charming red mole at the corner of her eye, his heart skipped a beat. Okay. When Rugi got on his bicycle and rode to the cinema, Tong Xuelu sat on the back of the bicycle, feeling very strange. In the past, she didn't feel anything when she sat in a sports car. Now that she was sitting behind a bicycle, she actually felt a little sweet. Was it a change in mentality, or was it because of people? It should be the latter. In modern times, if there was someone as handsome as Wenrugi, she would be happy even if he drove her on an electric scooter. However, at this time, owning a bicycle was already considered a rich person. They arrived at the cinema. The cinemas of today could not be compared to the cinemas of later generations. The small, dusty 2-story building was very inconspicuous. Above the cinema, there was a line of words that read, Unite for a Greater Victory. There was also a banner that read, the modern revolutionary film, Sparkling Red Star, screened in Beijing. They were going to watch Sparkling Red Star today. Right now, all kinds of cultures were still being suppressed. It would only be the year after next year when economic and cultural aspects would begin to flourish. Therefore, movies nowadays were all war movies, such as Tunnel War, Mine War, Strike Against the Invaders, and so on. There was a small shop selling things outside the cinema. Wenrugi was very considerate. He went over and bought a bag of boiled peanuts and a bunch of snacks. There was pear skin, sour plum powder, and hawthorn slices. These were all very famous snacks in this era. As he spoke, he took out a military water bottle from the bag he brought and said, I brought some water. You don't have to worry about being thirsty. At this moment, Tong Xuelu truly felt his feelings. A man could be as pure as a piece of white paper and could not understand anything. However, whether or not he put in effort had nothing to do with being pure. If a man cared about you, no matter how pure he was, he would put in effort to treat everything related to you. Things like I'm too busy, my memory is bad, and I don't think you need it were all lies. In the end, he just didn't care about you that much. The autumn sun shone on him and dyed his hair and eyelashes golden. His entire person seemed to blend into the sunlight, making people's hearts beat faster. When Rugi was stared at by her and thought that she was bothered by the military water bottle. He hurriedly explained, I've already washed the water bottle. You don't have to worry. How silly. He actually thought that she was bothered by it. Tong Xuelu curved her red lips and winked at him. I know. However, it doesn't matter if you didn't wash it. It's fine as long as you're the one using it. Boom, a loud sound was heard when Rugi's face turned red. His heart could not help but beat wildly. She did not mind using the same water bottle as him. Using the same water bottle was something that only people who were very close to each other would do. Tong Xuelu was not surprised to see his ears turn red again. The smile in her eyes deepened. The ticket inspector looked at them and said impatiently, Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, don't block the way. Just like the waiters at the state-run restaurant and the bus conductor, as long as they were paid by the state, they were very arrogant. Tong Xuelu did not mind. She and Wenrugi handed their tickets to the ticket inspector and entered the theater. The theater was not big. Moreover, the chairs were all made of wood. They were narrow and hard. It was very uncomfortable to sit in. However, in this era, watching a movie was already a very high-end and luxurious thing. After all, a movie ticket cost 20 cents. Many people could not bear to spend that much money. The movie started very quickly. As soon as the movie started, Tong Xuelu remembered that there was a very famous character in the movie, Hu Han-san. She inexplicably thought of the internet phrase, "I, Hu Han-san, am back." She could not help but smile. When Rugi sat up straight and looked at the screen. He was very serious and did not look sideways. Tong Xuelu watched the movie for a while. Then, she turned her head to look at Wenrugi. His nose bridge was tall and straight. His side profile was flawless. He looked much better than in the movie. Although Wenrugi was staring at the movie, he was not actually paying attention to anything. His heart was beating like thunder. Thump, 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 he suspected that the two of them were sitting so close that she could hear his heartbeat. She kept looking at him. Shouldn't he do something? He had heard from Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin that one had to buy food when watching a movie. However, in the theater, shouldn't they be watching the movie seriously? When Tong Xuelu saw that he was watching the movie so seriously, she thought to herself that people in this era were indeed simple. In the future, if two people who had just fallen in love went to watch a movie, the man would definitely do everything possible to grab the woman's hand. Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes and reached for the bag in her hand. When she took the candy, her fingers lightly and quickly brushed across his palm. When Rugi's body suddenly stiffened. Was Tong Xuelu being careless? Or was she being a hooligan? If she was being a hooligan, he did not mind at all. In fact, he secretly hoped that she would do more hooligans. When he realized what he was thinking, when Rugi cursed her in his heart. Tong Xuelu did not know that she was being equated with a female hooligan. After she took the candy, she did not do anything else. After all, people were still very simple. It would not be good for them if they were seen by others. When Rugi saw that she did not do anything else, he did not know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. He did not pay attention to the movie at all. When they left the theater, it was already noon. The two of them went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. Of course, this was not the same state-run restaurant that she worked at. These days, all state-run restaurants had the same name. After lunch, when Rugi drove her to a nearby park. The two of them were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Along the way, many people were envious of them. When they arrived at the park, the two of them sat down on a bench. Before sitting down, when Rugi took out a handkerchief and placed it on the bench. He was very considerate. Beijing in autumn was really beautiful. The blue sky looked like it had just been washed. The ginkgo trees were golden yellow and the maple leaves were red. The sun shone warmly on the body, making people feel like taking a nap or relaxing under the sun. Tong Xuelu suddenly remembered a question that she had wanted to ask for a long time. By the way, why is the chicken you gave me called Little Six? When Rugi heard the old man's heart-wrenching scolding in his mind. That's the sixth chicken we raised at home. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. Didn't you say last time that you bought the chicken from a friend? When Rugi, I'm dead meat, I'm exposed. Will she think that I'm full of lies? When Rugi's expression changed. Then, he told her the truth. Tong Xuelu laughed until her mouth was sore. So you stole your grandfather's chicken from me? When Rugi nodded stiffly. Tong Xuelu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Your grandfather didn't beat you to death? When Rugi shook his head again. Grandfather likes the food you cook. He said it's delicious. Now, he's raising little 7 and little 8. When they're big enough, he wants you to stew them. Tong Xuelu, ha 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 ha, your grandfather is so cute. When the breeze blew, he could smell the fragrance coming from her body. It smelled like grass and trees, but also like some kind of flower fragrance. It was faintly discernible. Every time he smelled it, his heart would beat faster. When Rugi looked at her smiling face. His chest felt like it was stuffed with something. Tong Xuelu finally stopped laughing. She suddenly remembered that she had made him a chai box. Oh right, did you like the chai box I made for you last time? When Rugi nodded. Yes, it was delicious. Tong Xuelu tilted her head and looked at him. Eating this on the train, aren't you worried that your mouth will have a strong taste? Wenrugi froze for a moment. It's fine. I just need to rinse my mouth. Tong Xuelu laughed again. Actually, she didn't make the chai box on purpose last time. The ingredients were really limited. She only thought of this problem after he left. Now that she thought about it, it was really a lucky hit. After eating it, she should be able to resist those crazy bees and butterflies, right? Tong Xuelu tilted her head. Comrade Wen, since we're going to be dating, shouldn't you tell me who's in your family? Wenrugi pursed his lips. My family only has my grandfather and me. There's also an orderly, Uncle Zong. Tong Xuelu was stunned. What did he mean, she didn't have parents? Was he the same? Wenrugi paused for a moment before continuing. My father passed away when I was 5 years old. My mother divorced my father a long time ago and remarried. The air was silent for a few seconds. Tong Xuelu, I'm sorry. I didn't know your family was like this. She really didn't know his family's situation was so serious. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have brought it up. Even if she wanted to ask, she would have at least waited until they were more familiar with each other. Wenrugi smiled slightly. You don't have to apologize. This is the truth. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. In order to ease the atmosphere, Tong Xuelu suggested that the two of them push their bicycles around the park. Wenrugi naturally agreed. After strolling around the park for about 2 hours, they went back. Wenrugi had to take the bus back to the military base in the afternoon, so he couldn't stay in the city for too long. When Wenrugi and Tong Xuelu passed by an alley, Zhou Yan, who was coming out of his girlfriend's house, happened to look up and see them. He was completely stunned. Was he seeing things? He seemed to have seen Wenrugi just now. He must be seeing things. Where did Wenrugi's girlfriend come from? Sob, sob, sob. Would he also be single like Wenrugi? After he said that his girlfriend's face was as big as a basin, his girlfriend didn't look him in the eye. Huang Qimin, that bastard. He was going to go back and get even with him, when Wenrugi sent Tong Xuelu to the door. Tong Xuelu looked at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Comrade Wen, you can go back. I'll watch you leave. Wenrugi was very stubborn this time. You go in first. Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes and smiled. Comrade Wen, I realized that you've been peeking at me all day. Wenrugi's heart thumped. He almost stopped breathing. His face and ears reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm sorry, Comrade Tong. I didn't mean to be a hooligan. He really couldn't control himself. His eyes couldn't help but drift to her body. Tong Xuelu looked at his pink ears and suddenly felt that she was the one who was being a hooligan. And she wanted to continue being a hooligan. Tong Xuelu blinked and smiled. Comrade Wen, if you want to look at me next time, remember to look at me openly. Wenrugi looked at her in disbelief. His throat moved. Can I? Sob, what kind of innocent cutie was this? Tong Xuelv threw a wink at him and said, you can do whatever you want. Then she turned around and went in. She even closed the door, leaving Wenrugi standing at the door for a long time. Do whatever I want, then next time, could he secretly hold her hand? Tong Xuelu didn't know that Wenrugi had been struggling at the door for a long time just to hold her hand. The next day, she went to work at the restaurant as usual. She was the first to arrive at the restaurant, followed by Tan Xiaoyan and Meng Qingqing. Tan Xiaoyan saw that she still looked at her with disdain, as if she owed her 250 yuan. Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered with her. Meng Qingqing was a little timid, but after they got to know each other, she became very talkative. Especially when she smiled, 2 small canine teeth were exposed on her face. She was very cute. Usually, she liked to hang around Tong Xuelu and often looked at her with the eyes of a fangirl. However, after she came today, she kept her head down, like a frosted eggplant, listless. Tong Xuelu noticed that something was wrong with her. She asked her in a low voice, Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Meng Qingqing looked up at her and opened her mouth. In the end, she shook her head. I'm fine. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows slightly. Meng Qingqing's eyes were bloodshot, and her eyelids were a little swollen. She didn't look fine at all. However, it seemed that she didn't want to talk about it. She thought about it and didn't continue to ask. At noon, Fang Jingyuan rode her bicycle over for lunch again. Ever since she found out that Tang Xuelu's cooking was delicious, she came over from time to time to eat. However, she came over today with a piece of news. Tang Xuelu's mother had appendicitis and was admitted to the hospital yesterday. Tang Xuelu didn't know about it. Now that she knew, she definitely had to go and visit her. After lunchtime, she told Lu Dongcheng that she was going to leave. Then, she ran to the supply and demand cooperative to buy 2 packets of snacks. She then took a taxi to the hospital to visit Tang Xuelu's mother. When she arrived at the door of the ward, she heard voices coming from inside before she even entered. "I'm telling you, she's not our biological daughter. My daughter was kidnapped before. When she was found, the police found the wrong person. We helped raise someone else's child for more than 10 years. Do you know what happened to that child after she was brought back? What happened? She didn't even visit us once. My heart is really cold. Io, didn't you raise an ingrate? Even if you're not her biological parents, you raised her for more than 10 years. No wonder you're so disappointed. Sigh, let's not talk about her. My heart hurts whenever I talk about her. It's like there's a stone pressing down on it. You have to be more open-minded. It's not worth it for an ingrate. By the way, where's your biological daughter? My daughter went to the countryside to be an educated youth. She said that she wanted to respond to the country's call, so she went to the countryside to be an educated youth without telling us. Io, although your biological daughter didn't grow up by your side, she's still so outstanding. As for that ingrate, no matter how good her conditions were, she still grew up crooked. This is just like the old saying, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Mice are born to dig holes, and mud can't help a wall. Tang Xuelu stood at the door and sneered in her heart. There were 3 reasons why she did not visit the Tang family after she returned to the Tang family. First of all, she was too busy to stop. Ever since she returned to the Tang family, she had been fighting with the old folks, changing jobs, looking for a house, helping Su Xiuying report her husband, and then the school incident. It was only recently that she had time to take a breather. Secondly, she deliberately distanced herself from the Tang family. At first, she wanted to maintain a good relationship with the Tang family. However, Tang Jinjin beat up Tang Mianmian the last time she went back. Although Tang Jinjin was sent to the farm, they could not get along as long as Tang Jinjin was there. If she kept in contact with the Tang family, it would only irritate Tang Jinjin and make her hate her more. She was not worried that she would target her. She was worried that she would go crazy and attack the 3 siblings, especially Tang Mianmian. She was too young and had no ability to protect herself. Therefore, she chose to distance herself. Lastly, blood was thicker than water. Last time, when Tang Jinjin's mother saw her being beaten up by Tang Jinjin, she did not care if she was injured. Instead, she asked her not to call the police. It was the same in the book. Tang Jinjin's mother always said that she loved her biological daughter as much as her adopted daughter. However, when Tang Jinjin framed the original Tang Jinjin and forced her to marry her ex-husband, the Tang family did not save the original Tang Jinjin. When the original Tang Jinjin was beaten to death by the ex-husband, Tang Jinjin's parents did not seek justice for the original Tang Jinjin. Therefore, after Tang Jinjin was sent to the farm, she did not contact the Tang family much. However, that did not mean that she did not do anything. Last time, when she asked Fang Jingyuan to bring money back to Chen Yueling, she bought some snacks and asked her to bring them to the Tang family. During mid-autumn, she was supposed to go back, but it was raining. The next day, Fang Jingyuan came to the restaurant. She asked her to bring mooncakes and raw dumplings to the Tang family again. This time, when she heard that Tang Jinjin's mother was hospitalized, she immediately came over. She was in the wrong for not going back often, but she did not expect Tang Jinjin's mother to make her sound so terrible. A nurse walked over and looked at her strangely. "Are you here to visit the patient? Why are you standing at the door and not going in?" Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "I was about to go in." Mother Tong, who was inside, was stunned when she heard the commotion outside. Her expression immediately turned ugly. Tong Shuilv pushed the door open and walked in. The eyes of the auntie who was talking to Mother Tong fell on her and asked loudly, "Daughter, who are you looking for?" "Hello, auntie. I'm here to see my mother." Tong Shuilu smiled obediently. She then turned to look at Mother Tong and called out, "Mother." Tong Jinjin's mother's mother to visit Jinjin's mother. Jinjin, Tong Shuilv didn't seem to notice Mother Tong's embarrassment and put the snacks on the counter next to her. Tong Jinjin's mother for Jinjin's Mother Tong took the porcelain jar and sighed twice. She didn't dare to look her in the eye. Jinjin to Tong Jinjin's mother to Tong Jinjin's for Tong Io, he's so handsome. Big sister, you're so lucky. My daughter is beautiful and considerate. When she heard that you were sick, she immediately came back from the countryside to visit you. She is really a child with a conscience. Mother Tong's face was so stiff that it couldn't get any stiffer. She didn't know whether to answer or not to answer. Depressing. After the auntie finished speaking, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Daughter, you only found out today. How did you come over so quickly? Could it be that you went to the countryside not far away? Mother Tong was afraid that Tong Shuilu would spill the beans and that Tong Jinjin had been locked up on the farm. She hurriedly said, yes, the place where she was an educated youth was not far from the capital. The auntie replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. Her eyes flashed with a meaningful light. Just now, when she heard her mother praise her daughter to the heavens, she thought that her daughter had run off to some poor farm to be an educated youth. So it turned out that her daughter was just nearby. The production teams near the capital were not only located in convenient locations, but they were also well off. One had to have connections to be an educated youth in those places. Moreover, most of the people who went there were trying to avoid being sent to remote places to be educated youths. So what did she mean by responding to the country's call? Stop blowing your own trumpet. Mother Tong understood the meaning in the auntie's eyes but couldn't explain it. She could only swallow her grievances. She felt so depressed. Tong Shuilu's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. Mom, how are you feeling? What did the doctor say? Mother Tong frowned. The doctor prescribed some medicine. It doesn't hurt as much today. Tong Shuilu, then it's conservative treatment. Are you preparing for surgery? Mother Tong heard the word surgery and immediately frowned. What surgery? It's not like I'm seriously ill. Also, I don't feel any pain now. I can be discharged tomorrow. From Mother Tong's point of view, surgery was a very unlucky thing. Her body had been cut open by a knife. How could it be a good thing? Thinking of this, she became even more irritated. The best way to treat appendicitis was to have surgery. Although conservative treatment could alleviate the symptoms, it could turn into chronic appendicitis in the future. It would be more troublesome. Tong Shuilu thought for a while and decided to tell Mother Tong about this possibility. However, Mother Tong just heard the beginning and impatiently interrupted her. What do you know? You're not a doctor. Don't say anything. Do you want me to perform surgery? Fine, you're stupid. You have the final say. Tong Shuilu stopped talking. She had already reminded her mother. It was her business if she didn't want to listen. Auntie was watching the mother and daughter interact with each other. The more she watched, the stranger she felt. Just a moment ago, she couldn't wait to praise her daughter. Now that she was here, why was she pulling a long face? Mother Tong felt her auntie's burning gaze and felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. I'm fine. You don't have to stay here with me. You can go back. Tong Shuilu saw this and stood up. Okay. Mom, have a good rest. I'll come and see you when I'm free. She never did things like sticking her warm face to a cold butt. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Kai Chunlan walked in. Kai Chunlan saw Tong Shuilu and immediately shouted, "Why are you here?" Tong Shuilu said, "I'm here to see Mom." Kai Chunlan pursed her lips. You're not here to see her. You're only here to see her. Could it be that one of your brothers is in trouble and you want us to help you? Before Tong Shualu could say anything, the auntie couldn't stand it anymore. How can a sister-in-law treat her sister-in-law like this? Sister, are you just going to watch your daughter be bullied by her own daughter-in-law? If her daughter-in-law dared to bully her daughter like this, she would definitely give her a big slap. Mother Tong opened her mouth and said dryly, Chunlan, don't talk nonsense. Kai Chunlan saw Mother Tong's attitude and became even more arrogant. Mom, why are you still protecting her? She's not even a member of the Tong family. We've already suffered a lot by raising her all these years. How can she still be so shameless? The auntie's eyes widened. What? What? Isn't she your sister-in-law? Kai Chunlan didn't wait for Mother Tong to stop her. What bullshit sister-in-law? She has nothing to do with the Tong family. The Public Security Bureau made a mistake back then. Now, the two families have already figured it out. The auntie turned her head and looked at Mother Tong. Her gaze became more and more meaningful. Mother Tong had just praised her biological daughter to the heavens and trampled her foster daughter to the ground. She really thought that her foster daughter was terrible. Now, looking at this family's attitude, TSK, they really dared to distort right and wrong. Mother Tong's face turned red and white. She felt as if her heart was being crushed by a rock. She wanted to stuff Kai Chunlan's mouth with her shoe. Tong Shualu almost burst out laughing. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Kai Chunlan slapped Mother Tong's face loudly. At this moment, Chen Yueling, the auntie, also came in. Zulv, you're here? Tong Shualu nodded. Yes, I heard that Mom was hospitalized, so I came to see her. Chen Yueling remembered that when her two younger brothers were expelled from school, the Fong family helped them. On the other hand, the Tong family pretended not to know anything. She suddenly felt embarrassed. Oh right, you gave me an extra 20 yuan last time. I didn't have time to give it to you, but I can give it to you now. Actually, it wasn't that they didn't have time, but that their mother-in-law didn't let them go. Tong Shualu hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay. I borrowed money from my family when I left. Use the extra money to buy fruits for Mom. I still have to go back to work, so I'll leave first. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the ward. Kai Chunlan's voice came from inside. Auntie, why didn't I hear you mention that Zulf gave you an extra 20 yuan? If you didn't see her today, you wouldn't have kept it a secret, right? Chunlan, what are you talking about, you two idiots, shut up. Mother Tong was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She felt that she had never been so humiliated in her life. The auntie on the side curled her lips and turned around. She decided not to talk to this family anymore. Tong Shualu walked out of the hospital. The sun was shining brightly outside, and it warmed his body. She didn't use any tricks to embarrass Mother Tong. It wasn't because she had scruples, nor was it because she was a bun. It was because she didn't think it was necessary. Mother Tong raised the original owner of this body. If she won, others would think that she was being unreasonable. Moreover, not just anyone could be her target. For example, Lu Dongchang. She never targeted trash. In the future, she would alienate the Tong family even more. As long as Tong Xinjin didn't harass them, everyone could live their own lives. After returning to the restaurant, Tong Shualu noticed that Meng Qingqing's eyes were even more swollen. She seemed to have cried. Qingqing, did something happen to you? Meng Qingqing's eyes were red. Her eyelashes couldn't stop blinking, and the corners of her mouth were tightly pressed into a line. Master Meng wasn't in the restaurant now. Tong Shualu felt that he had an obligation to take care of Meng Qingqing for him. Thus, he took her hand and walked to a corner. Qingqing, if you're willing to trust me, you can tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll help you. Meng Qingqing bit her lower lip and frowned. Zulv, at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the door. Tong Shualu looked up and saw Lu Dongchang striding in. When Meng Qingqing saw Lu Dongchang, she trembled like a frightened little animal. I forgot to clean the alley this morning. I'll go clean it now. She then left in a hurry with her head lowered. Tong Zulv looked at her back view, deep in thought. After that, she paid special attention to Meng Qingqing and Lu Dongchang. She noticed that Meng Qingqing had been avoiding Lu Chongdong and would jump in fright when she saw him. Lu Dongchang's eyes would fall on Meng Qingqing from time to time. His gaze was like that of a predator sizing up his prey. When he saw that Meng Qingqing was afraid of him, he would reveal a wretched smile. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but think of the worst. Lu Dongchang avoided her. Would he turn around and look for Meng Qingqing? She dared to refute Lu Dongchang directly, but Meng Qingqing was too timid to do such a thing. Tong Xuelu's face darkened when she thought of this. When it was time to get off work, Tong Xuelu wanted to accompany Meng Qingqing back home. She didn't expect her cousin to come and pick her up. With her cousin around, she naturally didn't need to accompany him. When she reached home, she heard a shrill scream as soon as she entered the house. It sounded like Little Six's voice. She closed the door and hurried over. Then, she saw Tong Jessen and Tong Mianmian bathing Little Six. Little Six was shivering from the cold. Chicken feathers stuck to his body, making him look especially pitiful. Tong Xuelu was speechless. "What are you doing?" Tong Mianmian saw her and immediately ran over with her short legs. "Sister, we're bathing Little Six." Tong Xuelu didn't hug her like she usually did. She said sternly, "I know you're bathing Little Six, but why are you doing this? You'll make Little Six sick." Chickens couldn't bathe. They used sand to clean themselves. The sun had already set. There was no sun, and there were no hairdryers these days. Little Six might fall sick after this. Tong Mianmian was stunned. Her big, watery eyes flickered, and tears gathered in an instant. Tong Jessen was also stunned. His eyes darted around. He obviously realized that he had caused trouble again. Tong Xuelu walked over and touched the water. When she felt that the water was warm, she was slightly relieved. Then, she hurriedly went into the house to find some tattered clothes to wipe Little Six's feathers. Then, she made a nest for him in the kitchen. There was a stove in the kitchen, so the temperature was higher. Little Six seemed to be frightened. He didn't eat or drink. Tong Xuelu was worried that he would catch a cold and fall sick. Tong Jessen and Tong Mianmian knew that they had done something wrong. The two siblings took the initiative to stand at the door as punishment. Soon, Tong Jiaming also came out to stand with them. He said that he was responsible for not stopping them. Tong Xuelu made them stand at the door for 2 hours before letting them in. Tong Mianmian blinked her watery eyes and pursed her lips. "Sister, Mianmian knows that she was wrong. Mianmian won't dare to do it again." Tong Jessen scratched the floor with his feet. "Sister, I know that I was wrong too. I won't do it again." Tong Jiaming, "I was wrong too. I didn't stop them in time." Tong Xuelu pointed at the ginger water on the table. "Drink a bowl each. Otherwise, you'll have to spend money if you catch a cold tomorrow." The three of them quickly drank the ginger water obediently. Then, they stood in a row and waited for a reprimand. Tong Xuelu glanced at each of their faces. "It's a good thing that you know you're wrong. However, you have to accept punishment for your mistakes. Tong Jiaming and Tong Mianmian will be deducted 3 days of malted milk powder. Tong Jessen will have to clean the chicken coop for a month. If Little Six freezes to death, I'll deduct 3 months of your pocket money." Every month, she would give each of them 50 cents as pocket money. It was up to them whether they wanted to save the money or buy candy. It was up to them to decide. Hearing this, Tong Jessen looked as if his parents had died. He became listless. Big drops of tears fell from Tong Mianmian's eyes. Her nose was red and she looked very pitiful. However, Tong Xuelu didn't coax her. She would spoil her when she needed to and criticize her when she needed to. She didn't want to raise a naughty child. Tong Jessen's mother was supposed to be discharged the next day. However, she was suddenly in pain that night. She didn't know if it was because she was angry or because her appendicitis was serious. Medication was useless. In the end, they arranged for an operation. After the anesthesia wore off, the incision began to hurt intensely. Tong Jessen's mother was lying on the bed. Her face was pale. "It was supposed to be fine. It's all Zulf's fault. That jinx." Tong Jessen's mother wasn't afraid to say this anymore. The auntie next to her bed had moved to another ward. Tong Jessen's father poured her a cup of warm water. When he heard this, he frowned. How is it related to Zulf? Don't think too much. Tong Jessen's mother was in so much pain that she took a deep breath. How is it not related to her? If she didn't deliberately come over to anger me, I wouldn't have become like this. Tong Jessen's father looked at her in confusion. How did you become like this? Although Zulf isn't our biological daughter, we raised her for so many years. Didn't you say before that you wanted to continue being his biological daughter? Tong Jessen's mother leaned against the pillow. She lowered her eyes and didn't say anything. She didn't know when she had started to change. In the beginning, she did want to have both daughters and dote on them equally. However, they were like fire and water. Whenever they got together, they would quarrel. In the beginning, Tong Xuelu was aggressive. Every time, Tong Xinjin was forced to hide and cry secretly. Tong Jessen's mother felt very uncomfortable. Her biological daughter hadn't had a good day since she was young. Now that she was back, she was being bullied by her adopted daughter. What kind of logic was this? It was probably from that time that she started to be dissatisfied with Tong Xuelu. Later, when Tong Xuelu left home, she felt reluctant to let him go. When Tong Xinjin was sent to the farm for rehabilitation, her dissatisfaction with Tong Xuelu reignited. Especially when she saw her daughter's skinny appearance, her dissatisfaction reached its peak. If Tong Xuelu hadn't insisted on calling the police and if she had been willing to put in a good word for Tong Xinjin wouldn't have been sent to the farm. Now, Tong Xinjin was at the farm, and she was eating and drinking in the state-run restaurant. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Moreover, after Tong Xinjin was sent to the farm, her family was greatly affected. Many people secretly mocked her for raising someone else's child while her own daughter was a bad person. She could have been regarded as a progressive this year, but because of this incident, her reputation was ruined. Furthermore, Tong Xuelu changed jobs and moved. Not only did she not mention it to them, but she also never came to the house. All these reasons combined together caused her to become like this. When Tong Jessen's father saw that she didn't say anything, he more or less guessed the knot in her heart. Don't say such things again. If you don't like her, then don't interact with her anymore. In fact, there was no way for the two families to continue contacting each other. Tong Xinjin's knot in her heart towards Tong Xuelu was so deep. When she returned, if she saw that they were treating Tong Xuelu well, she was afraid that she would be upset. Therefore, for the sake of their biological daughter, they had to distance themselves from Tong Xuelu. Tong Jessen's mother was silent for a while before she replied, "All right, I won't mention it again." She didn't have to mention it again, but the mother-daughter relationship was definitely gone. After when Rugi returned to the military base, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in high spirits after his trip back. On the other hand, Zhou Yan looked like a frosted eggplant. He hung his head dejectedly, as if he brought a shadow with him wherever he went. That afternoon, Huang Qimin came to find Zhou Yan and Wenrugi for lunch. When he saw Zhou Yan's expression, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why do you look like a dog? Didn't you go to celebrate your girlfriend's birthday on Sunday?" Zhou Yan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Huang Qimin, I didn't go to look for you, but you still have the face to look for me. If it weren't for you, my girlfriend wouldn't have ignored me. You scammer." Huang Qimin was baffled by his scolding. "What do you mean by that? Didn't you follow what I taught you that day?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan became even angrier. "It's because I followed what you said. My girlfriend kicked you and me, and it's still swollen now." As he spoke, Zhou Yan pulled up his pants. Sure enough, there was a large bruise on his calf. It was a shocking sight. At the side, Wenrugi's eyelashes trembled, and he said in his heart, "Fortunately." That day, he originally wanted to say that her face was big, but when he looked at Tong Xuelu's face, he subconsciously said the wrong thing. That was because her face was too small. It was smaller than his palm. How could he say that her face was as big as a basin? Upon seeing this, Huang Qimin was also shocked. "That's impossible. Every time I say that to my girlfriend, she's very happy. Why can't you say it? You must have said something wrong. Repeat what you said that day." Zhou Yan snorted. "Xiaoyun, your face is really big. It's bigger than a basin. Wenrugi, Huang Qimin. Huang Qimin came back to his senses and coughed. I knew you were wrong. You should have said that her face was as big as a basin. Why did you use such an unsightly reference? Zhou Yan blinked and looked confused. What's the difference? Doesn't face as big as a basin mean that her face is as big as a basin? Huang Qimin scratched his head and said, it means that, but you can't say it like that. If you say it like that, it feels like you're scolding her. I said it like that to praise her for being lucky. Zhou Yan was unconvinced. Then what did you say to your girlfriend? Tell me everything you know. Huang Qimin thought for a moment and said, I think she said, Nan Nan, I think the phrase face as big as a basin was created for you. Your face is as big as a golden basin. With such a big face, you must be the luckiest girl in the world. Wenrugi, Zhou Yan gritted her teeth in anger. You're still saying that you're not tricking me? Why don't you tell me that it's a golden basin? Huang Qimin looked innocent. How would I know that you'd think of a basin? It's my fault for not saying it properly. How about this, I'll teach you how to coax your girlfriend to make up for it. Zhou Yan looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure you won't trick me this time? Huang Qimin put his hand on her shoulder and said, what kind of person do you think I am? There are so many bachelors in our base. Why would I trick you? Zhou Yan snorted. That's true. You have to teach me well this time. I don't want to be single like Rugue. Wenrugi, why did she have to mention him when they were talking, right now? He was someone with a girlfriend, thinking of Tong Zulv, his eyes flashed with a touch of warmth. The three of them went to eat together. After the meal, Huang Qimin taught him the secret of love again. Your girlfriend is angry with you now. If you call her, she won't pick up, right? Zhou Yan nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, that's right. When I was at her house that day, she didn't even talk to me. Huang Qimin had an I knew it look on his face. But it's not good to not explain this misunderstanding. In that case, you should write a letter to her. Zhou Yan scratched his head. Is that necessary? We're in the same city. It's weird to write a letter. The key was that his handwriting wasn't good. Huang Qimin looked at him with disappointment. It's because it's not necessary that you'll be surprised when you receive a letter. An unexpected surprise means that she won't expect it. Think about it. If she suddenly received a letter from you at work, how could she not be surprised? Zhou Yan thought it made sense. If he suddenly received a letter from his girlfriend, he would also be surprised. Huang Qimin saw that he had been convinced and continued, so, after you get off work today, go back and write a letter to her. Explain it to her and tell her how you feel. Girls are easily soft-hearted. If she receives your letter, she'll definitely forgive you. And the letter can be kept. In the future, when you're old, this letter will be the best souvenir to reminisce about the past. Zhou Yan was convinced. It was simply too well said. Too well said. Why didn't he think of such a good idea? He thought of having many children and grandchildren in the future. He and his girlfriend would be reading letters together when their hair was white. He suddenly felt very warm. He decided that after work, he would write a letter to his girlfriend. It would be a souvenir of their love. Wenrugi's expression was still indifferent. No one saw his hand under the table gently knock on the chair. The three of them separated and Wenrugi returned to his office. He took the notebook out of the drawer, crossed out the word big and replaced it with the word small on it with the word small. Then he added another line to the top, 5. Write to her. Letters are the best souvenirs. After work that day, Wenrugi and Zhou Yan both wrote letters together. Zhou Yan bit the end of his pen. His hair was scratched into a chicken's nest. He was a typical science guy. Mathematics and physics were all under his command. But asking him to recite poems and write essays was simply asking for his life. Writing letters was the same. After thinking about it, he decided to keep it simple and not too fancy. Xiaoyun, I didn't know how to speak that day. I actually wanted to praise you for having a face as beautiful as a golden basin and a great fortune. But you also know that I'm not good with words, so I said the wrong thing. Please forgive me. In the middle, he added bits and pieces of the two of them since they met. In the end, he wrote a summary, Xiaoyun, I really know that I was wrong. Please don't give up on me, okay? After he finished writing, he was about to check it again when Wenrugi's figure appeared at the door of the office. Wenrugi pursed his lips, I'm going to the post office to send something. Do you want me to help you send the letter? Zhou Yan quickly nodded, someone handed me a pillow when I wanted to doze off. I was just looking for someone to help me send the letter. He had to work overtime tonight to do an experiment. Writing the letter was already taking time out of his busy schedule. He quickly put the letter in an envelope. When he handed it to Wenrugi, he saw the letter in his hand and asked curiously, Are you going to the post office to send a letter? Wenrugi's eyelashes trembled slightly, Yes, I'm sending it to a friend. Zhou Yan didn't ask any more questions. He was a single person, so he wasn't curious about who he was sending it to. Wenrugi took the letter to the post office and sent it out. After a day, Tong Xuelu and Wang Xiaoyun both received the letter. Wang Xiaoyun received the letter. Just as Huang Qimin had said, she was surprised and happy. Her coworker saw it and teased her, Xiaoyun, your boyfriend sent you a letter? Wang Xiaoyun blushed and nodded shyly, I didn't expect him to send a letter. We're in the same city. If there's anything he wants to say, he can just say it face to face. Why send a letter? What a waste of money. That person said, Aya, it means that he has you in his heart. How romantic. Another person also teased, you should say that it's romantic. You're all laughing at me. I'm ignoring you. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned even redder. She stomped her feet and ran away. When she reached a place where no one was around, she opened the letter with bright eyes. The first part of the letter was written very well. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned even redder when she saw it. She even scolded, your handwriting is like a dog's crawl. But when she saw the last sentence, her face suddenly changed. She saw that it wrote, Xiaoyun, I really know that I was wrong. Please don't fart me, okay? Wang Xiaoyun was so angry that her face turned red and white. Zhou Yan, that bastard, when did she fart in front of him? She would never do such an indecent thing. What kind of person did he think she was? Bastard, go die. Wenrugi's letter was sent to Tong Xuelu's house, not the state-run hotel. Therefore, Tong Xuelu received the letter after work. She was surprised to see that the letter was from Wenrugi. She didn't expect him to write a letter, she had thought of this last night. Before she transmigrated, technology was very advanced. Everyone used cell phones to contact each other, and very few people had the patience to write letters. Since she transmigrated to this era, she definitely wanted to experience the things of this era. Tong Xuelu opened the envelope. There was only one letter inside. Comrade Tong, our words are just like our faces. I was very happy to meet you on Sunday. The tremella syrup tasted very good. Comrade Tong's cooking skills are as good as always. After I returned to the base, I stayed in the laboratory other than sleeping. The weather is getting colder. Comrade Tong, you have to take care of your body at all times. Your military coat is still a bit thick. I have extra cloth coupons here. Comrade Tong, you can use them to make clothes of moderate thickness. I don't know if Comrade Tong will find it strange to write a letter from the same city. I'm very nervous. Please write a letter to let me know. After Tong Xuelu read the letter, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It was as if someone had stuffed a piece of candy in her mouth. The candy melted, and the sweetness spread from her mouth to her heart. Wenrugi really surprised her again and again. The letter was simple, without any ambiguous feelings, but it also expressed his concern for her. She looked at the cloth coupons. There were actually 10 of them. Many families only received 1 cloth coupons a month, but he sent her 10 at once. Wenrugi was really too good to her. 10 cloth coupons were nothing in the future, but it was rare in this era. What was even rarer was his sincerity. When she thought about it, her heart burned. The key was that this person wasn't as dumb as she thought. He left a question at the end of the letter, so she had no choice but to reply. After she replied, he wrote another letter. This way, the two of them were in contact. Wow, he was so cunning and cute. Tong Xuelu didn't reply immediately. Wenrugi sent her 10 cloth coupons. She had to think about what to send him. Making clothes and shoes wasn't practical because she didn't know how to make them. She was best at cooking. She thought about it and decided to go to the supply and demand cooperative to buy some ingredients tomorrow. Then, she would make some snacks and send them to him. Tong Shualu folded the letter and put it away. When he turned around, he saw Tong Mianmian sitting on the bed reading a picture book. He didn't know if she understood or not, but her big eyes were staring at the book, and her 2 little feet were spinning in circles. That pair of little feet were white and tender. Moreover, they were so soft that it made one's heart tremble. She pounced over and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Xiao Tuanzi seemed to be startled. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open like a frightened deer. He was extremely cute. Tong Shualu couldn't help but hug her and kiss her twice. When she realized that she had transmigrated to the 70s, she felt that she was being cheated. She was living a prosperous life in the modern world. Why did she transmigrate to a cannon fodder? Now, she suddenly felt that wearing a book wasn't a bad idea. There was a little cutie like Tong Mianmian and a big cutie like Wenrugi. That's great. The next day, Meng Qingqing still had a sullen look on her face when she went to work. Tong Shualu didn't ask her again, because she wouldn't tell him even if he did. She focused her attention on Lu Dongchang. Lu Dongchang seemed to know that she was observing him, and he deliberately gave her a very proud smile. That look made Tong Shualu feel disgusted. She felt that something was going to happen. At noon, Fang Jingyuan came to the restaurant for lunch again. After lunch, she couldn't help but complain, "You don't get to rest every day. I can't even go to your house to look for you." Tong Shualu cast a sidelong glance at her. "You just want to go to my place to eat delicious food, right?" Fang Jingyuan's face turned slightly red. "I won't go empty-handed. If I go, I will definitely bring my own ingredients." Tong Shualu felt that although Fang Jingyuan's words weren't very nice, she wasn't a bad person. She was a good friend. She thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to make some snacks today, peanut crisps and chili sauce. If you want, I can make one for you. You can come and get it tomorrow." Fang Jingyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Zolv, you're so nice. I want it, I want it." As she spoke, she quickly took out the food stamps and money from her pocket and stuffed them into her hands. Tong Shualu originally wanted to give them to her, but Fang Jingyuan didn't want to take advantage of her, so she threw the money on the table and ran away. After work, Meng Qingqing's cousin came to pick her up. After she left, Tong Shualu went to the supply and demanded cooperative to buy peanuts, flour, and white sugar. When she got home, she put the peanuts into a pot and fried them. After they were cooked, she rolled them with a rolling pin. Then, she added oil, egg, and flour and mixed them together to form a dough. Then, she cut the dough and pressed it into a round shape. She brushed a layer of egg on the surface and took it to the Wei family next door to bake it. The Wei family had built a barbecue stove in their courtyard, so it was very convenient to bake dried biscuits. She planned to find some free time to build one in her courtyard. While she was baking peanut crisps, she went back to make chili sauce. The red pepper was planted by the Wei family next door, and the reward was to give them a bottle when it was ready. Before she went out today, she washed the red pepper and put it in the courtyard to dry. At this time, it was completely dried. The chili sauce wasn't difficult to make. She just chopped the red pepper, added garlic, ginger, sugar, salt, and sesame oil and poured it into the pot to heat it up. She made a total of 6 bottles of chili sauce. The Wei family had 2 bottles, Wenrugi had 2 bottles, Fang Jingyuan had 1 bottle, and she kept 1 bottle for herself. The chili sauce was spicy and refreshing. Whether it was cooking or mixing noodles, as long as she added a little chili sauce, it would become very delicious. That night, she made noodles for everyone to eat. The Wei family was full of praise for the peanut crisps and chili sauce. At the Fang family's residence in the headquarters, Fang Jingyuan's mouth had been spoiled by Tong Shualu. Now, she felt that the food at home was very tasteless. Mother Fang looked at her lazy appearance and said worriedly, "Jingyuan, why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?" Fang Jingyuan shook her head. "No, I just feel that the food is not delicious." "Mom, don't be in a hurry to scold me. If you've eaten Zolf's food like me, you'll also say that it's not delicious." Zulf's food is really delicious. She said that she would make me peanut crisps and chili sauce tomorrow. She's so nice. Mother Fong found it strange. When did you two become so nice? In the past, the two of you used to fight like black-eyed chickens every day. Fong Jingyuan, sigh, I used to be young and ignorant. Now I feel that she's a very nice person, especially the food she cooks is really delicious. If I were a man, I would definitely marry her. Mother Fong, when Fong Wenyuan heard this, he raised his eyes and glanced at Fong Jingyuan. Suddenly, Tong Shualu's face appeared in his mind. He suddenly felt a little irritated. Previously, when Tong Shualu did not come looking for him, he thought that she was playing hard to get. But now, she had left the Tong family for 3 months, and she did not come looking for him even once. Could it be that she really did not like him anymore? But how was that possible? She liked to follow him around since she was young. She liked him for so many years. How could she give up just like that? Fong Wenyuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Tong Shualu really did like him, it was just that she had changed her method. She had changed her method of pleasing his family in a roundabout way. When he thought of this, Fong Wenyuan's mood suddenly improved. After 2 days of listlessness, Xiaolu finally got up to drink water and eat rice. Tong Shualu heaved a sigh of relief. This chicken was given to her by Wenrugi. She did not want it to die so easily. The time for the chef certification was suddenly brought forward. After she cooked lunch at noon, she set off for the certification. Before she went for the certification, she went to the post office to mail the items and the letter. As soon as she stepped into the post office, she heard a woman shouting into the phone, "Zhou Yan, go to hell. I want to break up with you." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone, paid 10 cents, and ran away crying. Tong Shualu looked at her back and felt that she had heard the name Zhou Yan somewhere before, but she could not remember where at the moment. However, time was tight, so she did not think too much about it. After she sent the items out, she hurried to the certification site. The certification site was a large kitchen. There were 3 judges. If the 3 judges unanimously passed the certification, the chef would receive the certification of the chef. Those who took the exam had to pay a registration fee of 50 cents. The ingredients could be bought from the large kitchen. The exam topic was to cook a meat dish and a vegetable dish. There were 30 people who came to take the exam. Except for Tong Shualu, all of them were men, and they were all men above the age of 30. When the group of men saw Tong Shualu, their eyes showed disdain. In this day and age, anyone can take the exam. Maybe she has a lot of money? What do you mean by a lot of money? To put it bluntly, she doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can she cook at such a young age? Moreover, she's a woman. That's right. My husband's cooking is simply inedible. Tong Shualu's face was indifferent. He did not even look at them. When the crowd saw that Tong Shualu did not say anything, they laughed even more unscrupulously. The words "look down on women" were carved on their faces. Tong Shualu was in 20th place. The 19 men who went in before him went in with their heads held high, but came out with their heads down. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel nervous. The people who finished the exam did not leave. They waited outside and wanted to see who would be the first to receive the certification of the chef today. Soon, it was Tong Shualu's turn. One of the judges asked, "What dish will you be cooking today?" Tong Shualu said, "For the meat dish, I will be stir-fried pork with chili. For the vegetable dish, I will be making sour and spicy shredded potatoes." When the 3 judges heard this, they shook their heads. They felt that these 2 dishes were too ordinary. It would be difficult to make them look good. The group of men outside also grinned. They felt that women were indeed unable to enter the kitchen. She actually made stir-fried pork with chili and potatoes. How could it taste good? One had to know that the dishes they chose were either red braised pork or steamed fish. Tong Shualu ignored the ridicule around her and began to cook after saying that. Soon, the crowd realized that something was wrong. Everyone thought that Tong Shualu was too young to even hold a kitchen knife properly. Who would have thought that she would be able to pick up a kitchen knife so quickly? Her movements were very swift. Without pausing for a moment, she shredded the potatoes. None of the men outside were able to move so quickly. Look at the way she cuts the vegetables. She seems to have some skills. That's right. I didn't choose to make shredded potatoes. I didn't cut the shredded potatoes fast enough and evenly enough. Just because the vegetables are cut well, it doesn't mean that the final product will taste good. Otherwise, why isn't there a female chef in Beijing's state-run restaurants? Tang Xuelu was so focused on cooking that she didn't pay attention to the voices around her. When she threw the scallions, ginger, and garlic into the oil pan, a domineering aroma instantly filled the air. The three judges were stunned. The men outside were also stunned. It smells so good. This smell is too alluring. I feel like I'm hungry. The two dishes were ready very quickly. The entire kitchen was filled with a rich aroma. The three judges picked up their chopsticks and hurriedly took a bite. Delicious, so delicious, the stir-fried pork with chili was spicy and refreshing. The pork was tender and chewy. The sour and spicy shredded potatoes were sour and spicy. They went well with the rice. If it weren't for the examinees behind them, they would have already eaten a bowl of rice. They took a few bites with their chopsticks before reluctantly putting them down. Then, without any discussion, they unanimously gave Tang Xuelu 10 points. 10 points was the highest score. None of the examinees who took the exam before her got 10 points, let alone 3. The examinee who took the exam before her got 7 points, but that person was given 4 points by one of the judges, so he didn't pass. The judges stamped the chef's certificate and passed it to Tang Xuelu. Comrade Tang, your cooking is delicious. I'll go to your restaurant for a meal later. Me too. Especially that sour and spicy shredded potatoes. It's simply too delicious. You can't snatch it from me later. I love that stir-fried pork with chili. It's rare to see pork that is so tender and smooth. When the men outside saw this scene, their eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, everyone's faces were burning. It was a slap in the face. None of the men got a certificate, but this girl, who they looked down on, got one. Moreover, her score was overwhelmingly higher than theirs. Thinking about what they said just now, they suddenly felt their faces hurt even more. After Tang Xuelu thanked the judges, she calmly walked out with the chef's certificate. As she walked past the men, she said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "What can men do? They can't give birth, and now they can't even cook. To put it bluntly, they are useless." The men's faces alternated between red and white. Although they didn't know what the latter part of her sentence meant, they knew that this woman was mocking them. 19 of them went in, but none of them got a chef's certificate. It was indeed embarrassing. They wouldn't dare to look down on women in the future. After coming out of the examination venue, Tang Xuelu prepared to return to the restaurant. Actually, it was fine if she didn't go back, but she was a little worried about Meng Qingqing. At this moment, a man and a woman walked in front of her. The man was holding a child in his arms. The child was lying on the man's shoulder. The child's body was covered tightly by a large shirt, and only a tuft of hair on the child's head could be seen. They seemed to be in a hurry. The two of them lowered their heads and kept rushing forward. Coincidentally, they bumped into Tang Xuelu, who was coming out of the examination venue. Tang Xuelu lowered her head and was thinking about something, so she didn't see them. When they bumped into each other, she almost fell to the ground. The man hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, my dear daughter. I was in a hurry and didn't see you. Are you okay?" The woman beside him also hurriedly apologized. Both of them had heavy accents. Tang Xuelu was about to say that she was fine when the man was bumped into. From Tang Xuelu's angle, she could see the child's arm. The child's arm was white and tender, and it was a sharp contrast to the couple's skin color. The man looked to be in his 40s. He was tall, had crab eyes, thick eyebrows, and dark skin. The woman was in her 30s. She was short, with triangular eyes, high cheekbones, thin lips, and dark skin. The two of them looked like traditional farmers. Their clothes were dusty and they looked very honest. When the woman saw that Tang Xuelu was staring at the child, she hurriedly pressed down her shirt. She even took a step forward to block Tang Xuelu's line of sight. "This is my youngest son. He caught a cold and had a fever for the past 2 days. We brought him to Beijing to see a doctor, and now we're rushing home. My dear daughter, if you're fine, we'll take our leave. Without waiting for Tong Xuelu's reply, she was about to leave. Tong Xuelu rushed out to block their way. You can't leave. The man did not expect her to suddenly block their way. He said pitifully, my dear daughter, please don't make things difficult for us country folk. The woman wiped her eyes with her hand. My dear daughter, please do us a favor. We bought train tickets. If you continue like this, we won't be able to catch up. When the passers-by saw how pitiful the couple was, they all pointed at Tong Xuelu and tried to persuade her. My dear daughter, you're not injured. Why don't you let them go? That's right. Look at how anxious the couple is. Hurry up and let them take the train. Oh, are you pretending to be pitiful? Who doesn't know how to do that? Tong Xuelu frowned and her eyes turned red. It's not that I'm unreasonable. They stole my money. The man glared at her with his crab eyes. T. When did we steal your money? In this day and age, stealing money was a very serious matter. If the people around them believed that they had stolen money, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave today. That was why the man suddenly showed a fierce look. He was anxious. Tong Xuelu took a step back and pretended to be frightened. I've never seen someone so fierce after stealing money. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. If you don't return the money today, I waited for a while, but she didn't say anything threatening. However, because of this, Tong Xuelu appeared more delicate in everyone's eyes. Although she said fierce words, she didn't pose any threat at all. People sympathized with the weak. Just now, the passers-by thought that the couple was pitiful. Moreover, they repeatedly told Tong Xuelu not to bully the villagers, so everyone pitied them. However, now that Tong Xuelu pretended to be pitiful, everyone was like a fence-sitter. Suddenly, they felt that Tong Xuelu was pitiful. Did the two of you steal money from other people? If you did, hurry up and take it out. That's right. If this matter goes to the Public Security Bureau, you won't be able to leave. The man was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Everyone, you have to believe us. We're the most honest villagers. We've never done anything bad in our lives. I just accidentally bumped into her. I'm still carrying my child. Both my hands are busy. How could I steal? The woman continued to wipe her tears. That's right. Big brother, big sister, you have to believe us. We really didn't do anything bad. If our child wasn't so sick, why would we come to Beijing? They didn't expect to meet a couple who were good at acting. How interesting. Just when everyone's sympathy was about to tilt, they saw Tong Xuelvi's tears fall with a schwa sound. Her tears were like golden beans. She cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Other than sympathizing with the weak, people would also unconditionally favor the good-looking people. Compared to the couple, Tong Xuelu was really too good-looking. Her skin was fair and tender, and her facial features were handsome. When the golden beans fell, everyone's heart softened. This girl looks like a good girl. If you didn't steal her money, why would she accuse you for no reason? That's right. Why didn't she accuse me? Why did she accuse you? Isn't that right? Look at the couple's ferocious faces. One look and you can tell that they're not good people. When the couple heard this, they were so angry that they almost died on the spot. Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. The victim was guilty. So it felt so good to deal with the bad guys from a different perspective. Seeing that the situation was not right, the couple could only beg for mercy again. Eldest daughter, we really didn't steal your money. Did you lose your money somewhere? How about this, how much money did you lose? We'll gather some for you. What do you think? When the woman heard what the man said, she quickly nodded. Yes. We won't argue with you. Just take it that we're unlucky. We still have a few children at home. My mother-in-law broke her leg a while ago. We have to rush back today. Oh, you're retreating in order to advance. However, Tong Xuelu would not give them a chance to do so. She shook her head. That won't do. If you stole it, you stole it. If you didn't steal it, you didn't steal it. If you didn't steal it, why should I take your money? Since you keep saying that you didn't steal the money, we'll go to the Public Security Bureau. If you're innocent, the Public Security Bureau will definitely give you justice. At that time, I'll apologize to you." The man's expression changed. "No, we have to catch the train. If we're late, we won't make it." The woman glared at Tang Xuelu with her triangular eyes. "Eldest daughter, just because you're from Beijing, you can insult us country bumpkins like this? We've already agreed to admit that we're in the wrong. Why are you still making things difficult for us?" Tang Xuelu insisted that they had to go to the Public Security Bureau. Some people started to think that Tang Xuelu was a little too much. The couple was in such a miserable state. They even agreed to pay the money, but she was still so aggressive. If they missed the train, they definitely wouldn't be able to go back today. Tang Xuelu ignored the passers-by. She rolled her eyes and said, "My relative has a jeep. If you miss the train, I can get him to drive you back." When she said this, the crowd was in an uproar. In this day and age, there were very few people who owned cars. Moreover, they owned a military jeep. This lady's background was not to be underestimated. The couple's expressions became even more unsightly. They looked at each other, and in the next moment, they turned around and ran away. The passers-by who were standing behind them were knocked into and fell to the ground. Tang Xuelu cursed in her heart and shouted, "Catch them! They're thieves!" At this moment, a group of men walked out of the examination area. When they heard Tang Xuelu's words, they paused for a moment and immediately chased after them. The couple was carrying a child, but they ran very fast. If Tang Xuelu were to chase after them alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. However, the group of men who came to take the examination were different. They were all men in their prime. After a while, someone caught the woman who was lagging behind. When the man who was running in front saw that the woman was caught, he didn't even blink and continued to run forward. Seeing that he was about to be caught, the man's eyes hardened and he suddenly threw the child behind him. Tang Xuelu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If she had only suspected that they were human traffickers earlier, she was now 100% sure of it. The few men who chased after them were also shocked by this scene. However, they were quite a distance away from the man. A few of them used all their strength to rush forward, but they still couldn't catch the child. The little boy fell heavily on the ground. There was a hole in the back of his head. Blood flowed out and instantly dyed the ground red. Everyone was stunned. Tang Xuelu quickly ran over and took out a clean handkerchief from her military bag. She covered the back of the boy's head with it. Then, she raised her head and shouted at the passers-by, "Who has a car or a bicycle? Quickly send me to the nearest hospital." As soon as she finished speaking, a judge rode over on a bicycle. "Quickly get on the bicycle. I'll take you there." Tang Xuelu didn't hesitate. She carried the little boy and jumped onto the back seat. "I'm sitting properly. Hurry up." She ignored the couple. Since this had happened, the people present would definitely not let them go. When the judge heard this, he stomped his foot and the bicycle flew out like a firecracker. Tang Xuelu carried the little boy. Her hands and clothes were quickly dyed red with blood. She lowered her head and looked at the child in her arms. She was surprised to find that the child was very good-looking. His little face was fair and smooth, his nose bridge was high, and his eyebrows were delicate and pretty. However, the little boy didn't wake up even though the back of his head was injured. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was very pale because of the blood loss. Fortunately, the hospital wasn't far. They arrived in about 10 minutes. Once they arrived at the hospital, Tang Xuelu rushed in with the little boy. "Doctor, nurse, someone come quickly. The back of the child's head is injured." Soon, a nurse ran over. When she saw the blood on Tang Xuelu and the little boy, she became nervous. After a flurry of activity, the little boy was sent to the emergency room. While the little boy was in the emergency room, Tang Xuelu went over to the judge and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. This child must have encountered a human trafficker. Someone at the examination site should have reported this to the Public Security Bureau. I'll have to trouble you to go over and tell them about the child's situation." Mr. Wang didn't expect it to be a human trafficker. He nodded repeatedly. Okay. I'll go over now." After Mr. Wang left, Tong Xuelu thought about the little boy's situation again and quickly explained it to the nurse. The little boy didn't wake up when he was knocked down. After he fell on the ground, he still didn't wake up. She suspected that he had been drugged with sleeping pills or drugs. When the nurse heard this, she quickly went in to inform the doctor. Half an hour later, the doctor came out and told Tong Xuelu that the wound on the back of the little boy's head had been stitched up. The bleeding had stopped, but the little boy had a slight concussion and had yet to wake up. Tong Xuelu went in to take a look at the little boy. She saw the little boy lying on the bed with his eyes still closed. He looked very small and pitiful. Since the police hadn't arrived yet and the little boy hadn't woken up, she naturally couldn't leave. She followed the nurse to pay the bill and came back to look after the little boy. Half an hour later, Mr. Wang brought the police over. The police took Tong Xuelu's statement at the hospital. Officer Zhang asked, "Comrade Tong, did that couple steal your money? How much money did they steal?" Tong Xuelu shook his head. "They didn't steal my money. They bumped into me and I saw the little boy's exposed arm. I felt that something was wrong, so I stopped them." Officer Zhang raised his eyebrows. "Why did you feel that something was wrong? Also, weren't you afraid that you might have made a mistake?" Tong Xuelu said, "The couple's skin was very dark and they didn't look good. If they were really from the countryside, the child's skin wouldn't be very fair. Of course, this was just my guess at that time. I could have made a mistake, but I would rather make a mistake than let a human trafficker go." The present was different from the future. The children in the countryside today weren't so happy. They had to help their families with housework and farm work at a young age. Even if they were too young to help, they wouldn't hide at home. They would run around the countryside, pick wild vegetables in the mountains, and catch fish in the rivers. In short, it was impossible for them to be so fair and tender. Even if she made a mistake, she was willing to apologize to the couple. Officer Zhang looked at her with admiration. "You are very cautious. The couple has admitted that they bought the child from someone else and were going to sell him in another province. There was actually a upstream." It seemed like this was an industrial chain. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. "Do you know the child's identity?" Officer Zhang shook his head. "We have already interrogated the couple. They said they didn't know. Currently, no one from the Public Security Bureau has come to report that the child is missing." Tong Xuelu felt that something was wrong. The child was so fair and tender and good-looking. It was obvious that he wasn't from an ordinary family. Now that the child was missing, why didn't his family report it to the Public Security Bureau? The little boy woke up as soon as the statement was done. His long and dense eyelashes fluttered a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Tong Xuelu had thought that the little boy was very beautiful. Now that he opened his eyes, she whistled in her heart. He actually had almond-shaped eyes. If the little boy's appearance was an 8 out of 10, this pair of almond-shaped eyes immediately added 2 out of 10 points to him. He was so beautiful at such a young age. When he grew up, he would definitely be charming. She was about to ask the little boy if he knew his family's names. However, before she could open her mouth, she saw the little boy staring at her. He blinked his eyes and shouted, "Mom." Tong Xuelu staggered and almost fell down. "Little boy, look carefully. I am only 18 years old. I can't give birth to a son as big as you." Tong Xuelu felt offended. Officer Zhang looked at the little boy and then looked at Tong Xuelu. He lowered his head and asked the little boy, "Is she your mom?" "Hey, Officer Zhang, are you out of your mind?" Tong Xuelu almost couldn't help but scold him. Fortunately, the little boy looked at Tong Xuelu's face again and finally shook his head gently. "She is not my mom." He had seen wrongly just now. However, the sister in front of him was as beautiful as his mother. Officer Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. The child must be too young and mistook her for someone else. Tong Xuelu gratefully took the opportunity to educate him. "You have to call me sister. I am only 10 years older than you. I can't give birth to a son as big as you. Do you understand?" The little boy's eyelashes were long and dense, like 2 small black fans. When he heard Tong Xuelu's words, he blinked his eyes and said in a small and tender voice, "Yes, sister." Tong Xuelu nodded with satisfaction. This child is teachable. Officer Zhang then asked the little boy a few more questions. Perhaps it was because he was too young, or perhaps it was because of his concussion that his brain was slow. Anyway, after asking for a long time, the little boy didn't know anything except that his family's surname was Gu. This was a little tricky. Officer Zhang thought for a while and decided to bring the little boy back to the Public Security Bureau and let the female comrades there take care of him. However, as soon as he picked up the little boy started crying. "I don't want to go back with you. I want to be with that sister." The little boy cried very hard. Because he was too emotional, he even vomited all over Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang's face turned green. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Tong Xuelu to bring the child back. Of course, the Public Security Bureau wouldn't ask her to pay for the child's medical expenses and food stamps. The Public Security Bureau would subsidize her. The little boy was saved by Tong Xuelu. She couldn't bear to see anything happen to him. After thinking about it, she had no choice but to agree. The little boy finally calmed down when Tong Xuelu held him in her arms. He rested his small head on Tong Xuelu's shoulder and was extremely obedient. Officer Zhang gritted his teeth in anger when he saw him like this. He had vomit all over his body. He had to go back to take a shower and change his clothes. Tong Xuelu went to take the exam and brought the child back. The military base was also in a state of chaos. When Zhou Yan received a call from his girlfriend, he was originally very happy. He thought that the letter he wrote had worked. It was so effective that his girlfriend called him personally. When he walked over to answer the call, he walked like the wind. If he had a tail behind him, it would have been raised high. Unexpectedly, he picked up the phone and called out, "Xiao Yun." There was a lioness's roar on the other end. "Zhou Yan, go to hell. I want to break up with you." It was a bolt from the blue. He was struck by lightning. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Zhou Yan was scared out of his wits. However, before he could ask, the phone was hung up. Hearing the beeping sound of the phone, Zhou Yan was stunned. His girlfriend wanted to break up with him. Zhou Yan came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and ran to find Huang Qimin to settle the score. Of course, with everyone around, Zhou Yan didn't hit Huang Qimin in the end. Soon, the entire military base knew that Zhou Yan had broken up with his girlfriend. Because of the experiment, Zhou Yan couldn't ask for leave to go back. That night, Zhou Yan couldn't sleep. At the same time, Wen Rugi also couldn't sleep. Zhou Yan tossed and turned on the bed like a pancake. Sometimes, he wondered when he could ask for leave and go back. For a while, he was thinking about how to kill Huang Qimin silently. Sometimes, he felt that he was too miserable. He finally found a girlfriend, but Huang Qimin ruined it. From today onwards, he would be single, just like Wen Rugi. The white moonlight shone in through the window and covered the floor. The room was very quiet. Wen Rugi was lying in bed, but he was not sleepy at all. Zhou Yan wrote a letter to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend wanted to break up with him. He also wrote a letter to Comrade Tong and asked her to be sure to reply and let me know. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was not written well. How could he ask her to be sure to reply? It would make it seem like he was forcing her. What if she got angry? What if she no longer cared about him in the future? The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. The next day, Zhou Yan opened the door with a pair of panda eyes. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Wen Rugi with the same pair of panda eyes. He was shocked. "Rugue, what's wrong with your eyes?" "I can't sleep because I'm worried about my girlfriend." "You don't have a girlfriend. Did you stay up all night too?" Wen Rugi did not say anything. He locked the door and left. Zhou Yan closed the door and hurriedly chased after him. "Rugue, I finally understand now. Some people are good to you on the surface, but in fact, they have evil intentions. I suffered a big loss this time. You have to learn from my lesson in the future." Wen Rugi still did not say anything, but he silently crossed out Huang Qimin in his heart. The two of them went to the cafeteria. "Zhou Yan, Rugue, you don't have to buy anything. I've already bought breakfast for you." Huang Qimin was waiting for them in the cafeteria early in the morning. He even bought breakfast in advance. Zhou Yan saw Huang Qimin and his eyes turned red. Huang Qimin, you still have the face to look for me. When Rugi, Huang Qimin, when the surrounding people heard this, they immediately laughed out loud. Gooden was Huang Qimin's nickname. Although people who were familiar with him knew that, under normal circumstances, no one would mention such an unpleasant name. Huang Qimin's face turned red. Zhou Yan, calm down. Let's talk things over. Zhou Yan, what else do we have to say? You're the one who caused me to be single. There are already so many bachelors in our base, and now there's one more. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Huang Qimin, then do you want to listen to me or not? Do you still want to eat the breakfast you bought? Zhou Yan snorted. I want breakfast, but from now on, don't mention your bullshit love theories to me. I won't believe a word of it. Huang Qimin was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Sit down and tell me about the letter you wrote. Last time, he didn't make it clear, but this time, he made it very clear. In order to prove that his method worked, he specially called his girlfriend yesterday and asked her to help him ask the girls in the factory if they would be happy to receive a letter from their girlfriend. His girlfriend gave him a positive answer. Everyone said that they would be very happy and surprised, so his method was definitely correct. He felt that the problem should be with Zhou Yan. In any case, he wasn't going to take the blame. In fact, Zhou Yan was also very confused, but he couldn't find anyone to talk to. After thinking about it, he still told him about the letter he wrote. After hearing this, Huang Qimin was even more confused. That shouldn't be the case. There's nothing wrong with the letter you wrote. Why would your girlfriend be so angry that she broke up with you? Zhou Yan took a bite of his bun. You're asking me? Who should I ask? On the side, when Rugi felt like there was a stone sinking in his heart, but it couldn't sink to the bottom. He also felt that there was nothing wrong with Zhou Yan's letter, but his girlfriend wanted to break up with him. What if Comrade Tong was also angry with him because of this? He couldn't eat the bun in his hand. For a moment, the atmosphere between the three of them was very gloomy. The people passing by deliberately made a detour. At this moment, a male comrade from the base came over with a package in his hand. Rugue, the postman just came over. It just so happened that there was a package for you, so I helped you take it. Package? When Rugi was stunned. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited and expectant. Could it be that Comrade Tong sent it to him? He took the package and saw the name Tong Jiaming written on the sender. 100 flowers bloomed in his heart. It's her, it's her, it's her, it's really from Comrade Tong. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin looked at Wenrugi. Then, they saw that his face suddenly glowed like a withered tree in spring. The two of them couldn't help but be curious. Rugue, who sent you something? Rugue couldn't help but tighten his grip on the package. Family, I'm full. I'll go back to the office first. After saying that, he didn't wait for the two of them to react and left with the package. Huang Qimin felt that something was very wrong. Do you think Rugue is dating? Zhou Yan shook his head like a rattledrum. Impossible. How could he have a girlfriend? I originally had a girlfriend, but now you've ruined it. Huang Qimin still couldn't understand. However, he felt that Wang Xiaoyun's family didn't call Zhou Yan to ask, which meant that the situation wasn't very serious. At the very least, it meant that Wang Xiaoyun probably didn't tell her family. In other words, the breakup was probably just a sentence said in anger. It wasn't real. In fact, Zhou Yan also thought of this, which was why he didn't rashly call Xiaoyun's two brothers. Now, he could only wait until the holidays to find out what had happened. When Rugi returned to the office and carefully opened the package with trembling fingers. As soon as he opened it, a fragrant smell rushed into his nose. He took it out and saw that it was a packet of peanut crisps and 2 bottles of chili sauce. There was also a letter on the top. He couldn't wait to open the envelope. Comrade Wen, words are like a face-to-face. I'm very happy to receive your letter. Also, thank you for the cloth ticket you sent me. However, don't send these things over in the future. You can keep them for yourself. A few days ago, the 2 brats Jessen and Mian gave Xiaolu a bath. Xiaolu shivered from the cold. Fortunately, Xiaolu was strong enough to endure it. I think it should be renamed Jessen. Some time ago, I went to sign up for the master certification. I didn't expect the certification to be brought forward to tomorrow. However, I'm confident that I'll definitely get the certification tomorrow. I made some snacks for you, peanut crisps and 2 bottles of chili sauce. I don't know if they're to your liking. When Rugi read the letter over and over again, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground with a thud. She wasn't angry at him. She even made delicious food for him. He read the letter again before carefully folding it and putting it back into the envelope. Then, he locked it in the cupboard. He unwrapped a piece of peanut crisps and put it into his mouth. His mouth was filled with the fragrance of peanuts. It was sweet but not greasy. It was delicious. When Tong Xuelu returned home with a child, everyone was shocked. Tong Jessen's eyes widened. He looked at the child in her arms and asked, "Sister, who is this child?" Tong Xuelu, it's a long story. She briefly explained what had happened today. Then, she told the siblings that the child would be staying with the Tong family from today onwards. Tong Jemming and Tong Jessen were stunned again. Tong Jessen, in particular, had a huge reaction. "Sister, if his family doesn't come looking for us, are we going to raise him forever?" Tong Xuelu shook her head. They won't. His family would definitely come looking for them. Even if they didn't, the Public Security Bureau wouldn't let the child stay with her forever. Tong Jessen was finally relieved when he heard this. Their family was already poor enough. If there was another child, it would be like having another person fighting for meat. Moreover, it was a little kid. It was very troublesome just thinking about it. Tong Jemming sized up the little boy and didn't say a word. Tong Mianmian looked at the little boy for a long time before he kicked his short legs and walked over. He asked in a childish voice, "Sister, are you not going to dote on Mianmian anymore?" Oh, Tong Mianmian was jealous. Tong Xuelu put the little boy down and pinched his cheeks. Of course not. Sister likes Mianmian the most. Little Joe got lost with his parents and his head was hit by bad people. Little Joe is very pitiful. You have to get along well with him in the future. Can you do that? She had asked the little boy on the way back. He had said that his name was Little Joe. This was obviously a nickname. Tong Mianmian's big eyes filled with tears when she heard this. She walked over and held Little Joe's hand. Don't be afraid, brother. Sister will take care of you in the future. Pfft, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Mianmian, Little Joe is taller than you. You should call him brother. Tong Mianmian's big watery eyes sparkled. But Mianmian doesn't want to be a little sister. Mianmian wants to be a big sister. She then tilted her head and asked Little Joe, "Little Joe, are you willing to be my little brother?" Little Joe looked at Tong Mianmian and pursed his lips. "I'm willing, sister." Tong Mianmian's big eyes lit up. She walked over and hugged Little Joe. "Good boy, do you want to eat candy?" Little Joe swallowed his saliva and nodded obediently. Yes. Tong Mianmian held his little hand again. Let's go. Sister will take you to get some candy. The 2 little dumplings held hands and kicked their short legs as they walked back to their room. On the way back, the 2 of them chattered in a language that only the 2 of them could understand. Oh, the 2 of them were innocent. This scene was too beautiful to look at. Tong Jessen heard that Tong Mianmian had candy and quickly followed them. The few children played around and soon accepted Little Joe's existence. At night, the Wei family next door also found out that she had taken in a child. Shenwanrong was very soft-hearted. After hearing about Little Joe, her eyes turned red. In the future, this child and Mianmian will stay with me. You can go to work without worry. Tong Xuelu said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandma Shen. I didn't think it through. I shouldn't have brought the child back. Now, I have to trouble you again." Shenwanrong waved her hand. What are you talking about? You did the right thing. The child suffered so much. Anyone can't bear to see it. The worst are those human traffickers. Fortunately, you were careful and caught them. Otherwise, who knows where this child would have been sold to? Tong Xuelu said, "We already caught 2 human traffickers. The Public Security Bureau is following the clues. I don't think it will take long to find the child's family." Shen Wanrong nodded. I don't know what's going on with the family. Why didn't they report the missing child to the Public Security Bureau? Tong Xuelu didn't understand either. Wei Zhuzhu saw that the Tong family had such a beautiful younger brother. She was so happy that she couldn't wait to move in with the Tong family. According to her, if she could move in with the Tong family, she would definitely become as beautiful as the Tong family. Beautiful people should live with beautiful people. Of course, she didn't get her wish in the end. Shen Wanrong waited for her to fall asleep and quietly carried her home. The Gu family. No one in the living room spoke. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. Gu Ilan stared blankly at the floor. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red and swollen. Lai Muqing walked over and sat beside her. She held her hand and comforted her. Ilan, you must hold on. Little Joe's whereabouts are unknown. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. You can't fall down again. Otherwise, how can Uncle and Auntie take it? When Gu Ilan heard her words, she felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles. Tears gushed out again. It's all my fault. I didn't take care of little Joe. Her husband and father-in-law had recently been rehabilitated. When she received the news, she was overjoyed. Therefore, she left her son in the care of Miss Fong, who was cooking at home, and personally ran to the train station to buy a ticket. When she came back with the ticket, her son was gone. Miss Fong said that little Joe ran out while she was cooking. When she found out and chased after him, he was already gone. Only a letter was left at the door. The letter told them not to report the case. Otherwise, they would kill little Joe. She was instantly scared out of her wits. Her legs went soft on the spot. When her mother came back from work and heard the news, she immediately fainted. The family was in chaos. Now, her mother was still in the hospital. Big brother and second brother went outside to ask around, but they didn't find any news. Who kidnapped little Joe? What was their motive? They didn't know anything. Moreover, they didn't dare to report the case. It was as if there was a sword hanging over her head, as if it would fall at any time. This feeling was too torturous. When Lai Muqing saw her crying, she took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Ilan, don't cry. If your aunt sees you so sad, she will definitely be sad too. Also, what are you going to tell your brother-in-law? When Gu Ilan heard this, her tears flowed even more fiercely. I don't know. I don't dare to tell him at all. It's all my fault. Sob, sob, sob. Lai Muqing paused and said, then, are you going to personally pick up your brother-in-law and your father-in-law's family and bring them back to Beijing? Gu Ilan shook his head. How can I be in the mood to go now? Moreover, with my body in this state, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave Beijing. Lai Muqing thought for a moment and said, how about I go pick them up for you? Gu Ilan's eyes lit up. She held her hand and said, cousin, thank you. I'll be relieved if you go. Lai Muqing patted her hand. Aunt and uncle have always treated me like their own daughter. In my heart, you are my sister. You don't have to be so polite with me. Gu Ilan looked at her gratefully and felt very gratified. The next day, Tong Xuelu brought Tong Mianmian and little Jiao to the Wei family. Although little Jiao didn't talk much, she was gentle and well-behaved. She got along very well with Tong Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu. Because it was too troublesome for the Wei family, she specially woke up early in the morning and made green bean cakes and red bean cakes for the children to eat. After she handed the children over to Shen Wanrong, she went to work. However, she received a piece of news that shocked her whole family. Meng Qingqing and Lu Dongcheng are dating. When Tong Xuelu arrived at the restaurant, she saw Tan Xiaoyan pointing at Meng Qingqing and scolding her from afar. I knew you weren't a good person the moment I saw you. I didn't expect that I was right. You're a shameless B*TCH who only knows how to seduce men. Why aren't you saying anything? If you have the guts to do it, why don't you have the guts to admit it? Bah, shameless vixen. Tan Xiaoyan's hand almost poked Meng Qingqing's face. Strangely, Meng Qingqing lowered her head and looked like she was about to cry, but she didn't refute her. Tong Xuelu walked over and looked at the two of them indifferently. What happened? Tan Xiaoyan snorted. This has nothing to do with you. You'd better not interfere. Meng Qingqing looked up at her with tears in her eyes and shook her head gently. Tang Xuelu wasn't a saint. She always believed that the heavens would help those who help themselves. She felt that Meng Qingqing was a good girl, but she didn't say anything when she asked her a few times. Therefore, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask this time. However, she wanted to see what was going on between the two of them. Therefore, she didn't walk away. Instead, she stood aside and watched the show. Seeing that Meng Qingqing didn't dare to complain, Tan Xiaoyan became even more arrogant. "Vixen, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you don't say anything. Tell me, how did you seduce my brother-in-law?" Meng Qingqing pursed her lips and explained in a small voice, "I didn't," Tan Xiaoyan said. "Bah, if you didn't seduce my brother-in-law, he wouldn't have fallen for someone as ordinary as you." Tang Xuelu, who was at the side, raised her eyebrows, her face full of question marks. Did she hear wrongly just now? Meng Qingqing and Lu Dongchang? Tan Xiaoyan continued to scold her. "Let me tell you, don't think that you can marry into the Lu family just because you seduced my brother-in-law. My two nephews will never accept you. I advise you to give up on this idea." Meng Qingqing lowered her head and looked at the floor. She did not refute or deny it. Tang Xuelu felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her, leaving her charred on the outside and tender on the inside. She stared at Meng Qingqing with widened eyes. She was with Lu Dongchang? How was this possible? Lu Dongchang was such a wretched man. Even if she was the only man left in the world, she would not consider him. Lu Dongchang's personal ability was not bad, but he was married and had 2 children. Moreover, he was a maniac who supported his elder sister. Whoever married him would have an elder sister pressing down on them and becoming their mother-in-law. Most importantly, there was a problem with this person's character. He was so narcissistic that it was nauseating. He had just confessed to her a few days ago, and now he was dating Meng Qingqing. If there was any element of true love in it, she would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. Tang Xuelu looked at Meng Qingqing and couldn't help but ask, "Qingqing, is what she said true? You're dating Manager Lu?" Meng Qingqing raised her head and looked at her. She pinched the corner of her shirt with both hands, causing it to become unrecognizable. Her expression was awkward and troubled. Tan Xiaoyan did not wait for her to speak and scolded, "Of course it's true. My brother-in-law even went to visit her parents yesterday. She's indeed a vixen. She's really something." Seeing that Meng Qingqing did not deny it, Tang Xuelu was even more speechless than if she had swallowed a fly. Even if Meng Qingqing was a naive and sweet girl who was deceived by Lu Dongchang, Master Meng had a conflict with Lu Dongchang. Even though the two of them were not like fire and water, based on Master Meng's personality, he would not agree to it. So, what was going on? Tang Xuelu had thousands of questions in her heart. However, before she could speak, Lu Dongchang came over. Lu Dongchang walked over and glanced at them. Finally, his gaze landed on Tan Xiaoyan. "Were you bullying Qingqing just now?" Lu Dongchang's expression was a little fierce. Tan Xiaoyan was so scared that she took a step back and stammered, I didn't. I just told her to treat Jiayang and Jiejia well in the future." Lu Dongchang obviously did not believe her words. He turned to look at Meng Qingqing and asked, "Qingqing, is that true?" Meng Qingqing raised her head and glanced at him quickly before nodding. Lu Dongchang subconsciously reached out to rub her head. Meng Qingqing instinctively wanted to dodge, but when she saw Lu Dongchang's face darken, she forcibly stopped herself from taking a step back. Lu Dongchang's hand patted her head twice and said in the tone of a pet, "If anyone bullies you, feel free to tell me. I'm your boyfriend now." Meng Qingqing's face flushed red. It was as if blood would flow out with a poke. Only then did Lu Dongchang go to open the door with satisfaction. Before he walked in, he deliberately glanced at Tang Xuelu with a smug look on his face. Tang Xuelu almost vomited. It was as if she had eaten half an apple and half a worm had popped out of it. It made her want to throw up everything she had eaten in the morning. However, she did not intend to care and directly followed him in. It was not until Lu Dongchang went to buy ingredients that Meng Qingqing slipped into the kitchen and said to Guo Weiping, "Xiao Gua, can you go out for a while?" Guo Weiping was stunned for a moment. He nodded and then ran out to sit in the hall. Originally, Tan Xiaoyan wanted to eavesdrop at the door. Now that Guo Weiping had come out, she could not go over. She could not help but glare at him hatefully. Guo Weiping looked innocent. Meng Qingqing pinched the corner of her clothes with both hands and stammered, "Zolve, are you disappointed in me?" Only then did Tang Xuelu turn to look at her. "I'm not disappointed because this is a major event in your life. The only person you have to be responsible for is yourself. I only want to ask one thing. Are you with Lu Dongcheng willingly?" Meng Qingqing's eyes reddened again. She stammered for a long time before she told him what had happened in the past few days. It turned out that a few days ago, when she was on her way home from work, a big dog ran out of nowhere. The big dog seemed to have gone crazy and chased after her relentlessly. She had been bitten by a dog when she was young and was very afraid of dogs. She was so scared that tears came out on the spot. She cried as she ran. When the dog was about to catch up, she saw a river in front of her and jumped into it without thinking. After jumping into the river, she realized that she did not know how to swim. She choked a few times in the water and struggled to surface to call for help. Then, she saw a figure jump into the river and swim to her side to save her. At that time, she was scared out of her wits. When the man came close, she hugged his body tightly. The man's hand reached under her armpits and hugged her chest. If it had been any other time, she would have definitely realized that something was wrong. But at that time, she was scared by the dog and then she was scared by drowning. Her mind was blank. How could she think that something was wrong? When she reached the shore, she saw that the person who saved her was Lu Dongcheng, but it was too late. Many people saw Lu Dongcheng hugging her and pressing her body tightly against Lu Dongcheng's. Her innocence was gone. Other than marrying Lu Dongcheng, there was no other way for her. At that time, Lu Dongcheng took off his clothes for her to wear and even escorted her home. Many people saw it along the way. Even if she did not want to, she had no choice. Tang Xuelu's brows were almost knotted when he heard the story. She felt that it was too coincidental. Why would a dog suddenly appear out of nowhere? Meng Qingqing had just jumped into the river when Lu Dongcheng happened to appear. Many coincidences in this world were man-made. She suspected that it was all Lu Dongcheng's trick, but she had no evidence. Secondly, she wanted to complain about the futile idea of marrying someone who had been hugged. It was too disgusting, Tang Xuelu said, "Qingqing, the Qing dynasty has already fallen. It's a new era now. Although Lu Dongcheng saved you, you should just thank him. There's no need to repay him with your body." Meng Qingqing shook her head. She bit her lips so hard that they turned white. "My grandfather is very conservative. He won't allow me to not marry. He said that if I don't marry Lu Dongcheng, he won't recognize me as his granddaughter." Tang Xuelu was disgusted again. "What about your parents? Why did they say that there's also Master Meng? Did he agree?" Meng Qingqing said, "My parents listened to my grandfather. My uncle didn't agree at first, but he was beaten up by my grandfather. He said that if he dared to oppose, he would be kicked out of the Meng family. Also, Lu Dongcheng personally went to my house and said that he could help my brother get a permanent job. Now, my grandfather and my parents think that he's very good." Tang Xuelu was speechless. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What about you? Do you want to marry Lu Dongcheng?" Meng Qingqing bit her lips and frowned. "I don't know." Tang Xuelu thought for a moment and said, "Let me ask you this. Are you willing to be the stepmother of 2 children? You're only 19 years old now. I heard that Lu Dongcheng's oldest daughter is 10 years old this year. Are you willing to have a 10-year-old girl call you mommy?" Meng Qingqing seemed to be shocked. Her eyes widened. Tang Xuelu continued, "Also, the 2 children are already so old. They must have their own ideas. They may not accept you. Also, the 2 children's parents will definitely not accept you easily. Tan Xiaoyan was the best example this morning. Are you mentally prepared?" Meng Qingqing's face turned even paler. Tang Xuelu added for the 3rd time. "Lu Dongcheng has an older sister because she raised him single-handedly. I heard that he gives half of his monthly salary to his older sister. After you marry him, you will definitely have children. You have to have at least 2 children. Do you think that Lu Dongcheng can afford to raise so many people with his meager salary? Also, this older sister was equivalent to half a mother-in-law. No, she was even worse than a mother-in-law. A mother-in-law would at least help take care of the children and do the housework. Lu Dongchang's older sister would definitely not. She would only take the money and then criticize her younger sister-in-law. Meng Qingqing's face looked as if it had been slapped. Her mouth was wide open as she gasped for air. Tong Xuelu finally concluded. Think about it carefully. If you still want to marry Lu Dongchang after knowing all this, then I'll give you my blessings. She felt that Lu Dongchang was disgusting, especially for a girl like Meng Qingqing. There was no need for her to marry a divorced man. However, she was not Meng Qingqing's family. If Meng Qingqing wanted to marry herself and her family agreed to it, why should she be the bad guy? If she had the time to be nosy, she might as well date Big Cutie Wen. Meng Qingqing stood in the kitchen for a long time with a pale face. She only walked out absent-mindedly when Lu Dongchang was about to return from shopping. Tan Xiaoyan saw her coming out and immediately ran up to her. What were you talking about inside? Were you talking bad about me? Meng Qingqing looked at her and nodded absent-mindedly. Tan Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red with anger. I knew it, you be *tch, Tan Xiaoyan. Shut up. If you dare to bully Qingqing again, you don't have to come to work anymore. Tan Xiaoyan had just scolded her when Lu Dongchang appeared at the door with a black face. Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Brother-in-law, she was the one who said bad things about me first. However, she did not finish her sentence this time. Lu Dongchang frowned and stared at her. I told you not to call me brother-in-law at work. How could you forget? Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she was about to cry. However, Lu Dongchang ignored her and walked directly to Meng Qingqing. He said affectionately, Qingqing, don't worry. I'm here. I won't let anyone bully you. Tong Xuelu, who was in the kitchen, was suddenly fed a mouthful of greasy dog food. She almost vomited the food she had eaten last night. Tong Xuelu was fed greasy dog food the whole day. She did not eat dinner at the canteen and went home. She could not eat when she looked at Lu Dongchang's face. When she returned home and saw Tong Mianmian and little Jiu's faces, her eyes immediately felt comfortable. Sister, you're back. Tong Mianmian saw her and immediately ran over with her short legs. Sister, you're back. Little Jiu was like a recorder and followed closely behind. The two little dumplings each hugged one of her legs and looked at her with watery eyes. They were like two little puppies and looked extremely cute. Tong Xuelu squatted down and kissed each of them on the face. Tong Mianmian was already used to it. Little Jiu was kissed and covered her face shyly. She was so cute. Then, the third little puppy came to join in the fun. The mooncake barked and jumped over. Compared to when it first arrived, it was much bigger now. Tong Xuelu had observed him. She felt that Mooncake's inflated development was probably a big puppy. Mooncake rushed over and lay on Tong Xuelu's legs to act cute. However, Tong Mianmian accidentally stepped on him. The mooncake let out a shriek. Tong Xuelu quickly squatted down to check. The little guy felt wronged. He looked at her with watery eyes and whimpered. She thought that since Tong Mianmian was so small, it shouldn't be a big problem if she accidentally stepped on him. Who knew that Mooncake was crippled? Yes, he was crippled. He walked with a limp and whimpered from time to time. He looked even more pitiful. Tong Xuelu didn't think that it would be so serious. There was no pet hospital now. If Mooncake hurt his bones, she didn't know where to take him. Tong Mianmian knew that she had done something wrong again. She was so upset that she ate half a bowl of dinner and kept hugging Mooncake and apologizing. In order to appease Mooncake, Tong Xuelu specially made some snacks that puppies could eat. Mooncake suddenly became the focus of everyone's protection. When it was time to sleep at night, Mooncake ran into the house. It looked like he wanted to sleep in the house. Tong Xuelu usually didn't let him into the bedroom. She liked animals, but she was afraid of dog fur everywhere. However, Mooncake was injured now. Seeing how pitiful he was, she felt that it wasn't impossible to let him stay in the house for a night. Just as she was about to bring his kennel in, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She stared at Mooncake, who was spinning around under the bed. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. Mooncake, you were limping on your left leg just now. Why is it your right leg now? She felt that when she said this, Mooncake paused for a moment and then stopped spinning. Mooncake whimpered and lay on the ground. He looked at her as if he knew that he had been caught pretending to be limping. Tong Shualu was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Where did this dramatic dog come from? Zhong Shulan had been depressed since Wenrugi tactfully rejected her last time. It wasn't that she had to make Wenrugi her son-in-law, but she didn't know how to tell her daughter. Just like now, her daughter was making chili sauce. With a sweet smile on her face, she said that she wanted to make a bottle for Wenrugi. She wanted to say no several times, but she couldn't say it. She hadn't seen her daughter smile so happily in a long time. Her daughter had followed them to the cowshed since she was 10 years old. All these years, she didn't have enough to eat or sleep and did the dirtiest work. She felt extremely guilty for her daughter. If she could, she was willing to give her the best in the world. After Xianxia finished making the chili sauce, she said with a smile, "Mom, I'll send the chili sauce to the director and the rest now." Zhong Shulan knew that giving it to the director was just a side trip. Giving it to Wenrugi was the most important thing. However, she still couldn't tell her not to go. Watching her daughter walk out of the house, she fell onto the sofa, not knowing what to do. Xianxia first went to deliver the chili sauce to the director and a few liters before going to Wenrugi's place. When she arrived at Wenrugi's dormitory, the door was open, but he wasn't there. She shouted at the door twice, but no one answered. She walked in and wanted to leave after putting down the chili sauce. However, when she walked to the table, she saw a book on it. The book was open, and there was a portrait of a woman on it. The portrait was lifelike. Although she had never seen the woman in the painting, she could imagine how beautiful she was in real life. She looked at the book and felt as if her heart had been pinched by something. It hurt a little, and she felt a little helpless. At this moment, she heard footsteps behind her. "Comrade Jiao, why are you here?" Xiaoyuncher's body trembled when she heard the voice behind her. She turned around and said with a stiff smile, "I made some chili sauce at home. My mother asked me to send a bottle to you and Comrade Zhou. I'm sorry, I can only give you one bottle because there isn't enough." Actually, it was only for Wenrugi, but she didn't dare to say that now. Wenrugi said, "Thank you, Comrade Jiao." As he spoke, he strode in and closed the notebook. There was silence for a few seconds. Xiaoyuncher was embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come in. But don't worry, Comrade Wen, I won't say anything." Wenrugi turned around and said calmly, "Thank you." Xiaoyuncher felt that she couldn't stay any longer. Her face turned red. "I still have something to do. I'll leave first." She rushed out without waiting for Wenrugi's reply. She didn't stop until she was far away. Xiaoyuncher looked back in the direction of the dormitory. The corridor was empty and there was no one. Her eyes were dry, as if she had been punched by someone. The soreness made her want to cry. So he already had someone in his heart, and it was such a beautiful woman. Although she didn't see her in person, she could imagine how compatible they were. She bit her lips hard and her throat was dry. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds were very thick. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening explosion in the air. Xiaoyuncher was shocked. She suddenly twisted her foot and fell to the ground. She felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She struggled a few times but couldn't stand up. Suddenly, she felt wronged. She hugged her legs and cried silently. The first time she saw Wenrugi, there was a green bamboo forest behind him, which set off his outstanding charm. On the way back, he took care of her family and was very attentive and considerate. His uniqueness was a fatal temptation to her. Of course, she knew that the two families were not compatible, but she still had extravagant hopes. But that extravagant hope was shattered. She felt that she was ridiculous. The bean-sized raindrops fell on her body. It was cold and painful, but she didn't feel anything. At this moment, a shout came from not far away, "Yuncher, where are you?" Xiaoyuncher raised her head. Her tears mixed with her tears. She couldn't tell which were tears and which were rainwater. "Mom, I'm here." Zhong Shulan ran over with an umbrella. When she saw her daughter sitting on the ground, her expression changed. "Yuncher, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting here?" Xianxia said, "Mom, I fell and twisted my ankle." When Zhong Shulan heard that she had only sprained her ankle, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Why are you so careless?" Xianxia held her mother's hand and stood up. "Mom, why did you come out?" Zhong Shulan's heart ached. "I saw that you had been out for so long and it was raining. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to come back, so I came out to look for you. Fortunately, I came out. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how long you would have to stay in the rain." Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "Mommy treats me the best." Zhong Shulan sensed that something was wrong with her. "If you go," but before she could finish, Xianxia interrupted her. "Mom, I'm a little cold. Let's walk faster." When Zhong Shulan heard that her daughter was cold, she was worried that she would catch a cold. She didn't ask any more questions and quickened her pace while supporting her daughter. When they got home, Xianxia took a hot shower, but she still had a high fever that night. After Xianxia left, Wenrugi gave the chili sauce to Zhou Yan next door. After all, he already had 2 bottles of love chili sauce. He would give this bottle to Zhou Yan. Ever since Zhou Yan was broken up with, he couldn't sleep every day. He didn't shave his beard and looked haggard and sloppy. When he saw Wenrugi give him the entire bottle of chili sauce, he was touched. Time reveals a person's heart. Only now do I know that Rugue treats me the best. Boo-hoo, Rugue, I'm single like you now. Wenrugi took his hand off his shoulder. Take your time crying. I have to go back and tidy up my things. Zhou Yan was speechless. What kind of brother is this? Shouldn't he accompany me and listen to me complain? Wenrugi completely ignored the dumbfounded Zhou Yan and returned to the dormitory. He had a prospective girlfriend now and he had to write a letter back to her. How could he have time to listen to Zhou Yan complain? Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside. He thought of Xianxia, but it took less than 2 minutes to get back to the teacher's house. She had been gone for more than 10 minutes, so she should be home. Thinking of this, Wenrugi didn't think about anything else. He took out a pen and paper and began to write a letter. Comrade Tong, words are like a face-to-face. I'm very happy to receive your reply. I don't need cloth coupons at the base, so please don't feel burdened. The last time we met, you said that we should get to know each other. I remember that I don't seem to have introduced myself to you. Here, I'll introduce myself to you. I'm 25 years old this year, and my zodiac sign is Dog. I'm 182 meters tall, and I'm now a national second-class researcher. My monthly salary plus subsidies is 278.50 yuan. I don't have any brothers or sisters in my family, but I have a few cousins. Comrade Tong, is there anything else you want to know? Please write back and let me know. I'll tell you everything I know. After he finished writing on the draft and confirmed that there were no mistakes, Wenrugi began to write on a formal letter. After he finished writing, he checked it 3 times before putting it in an envelope and sealing it. Unfortunately, it was raining outside. Otherwise, he could go to the post office to send the letter. Comrade Tong would be able to see his reply sooner. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. He took out a piece of peanut crisp from the cabinet and took a bite. It was fragrant and rich, and his mood immediately improved. Zhou Yan, who was next door, opened the chili and wanted to put it into the noodles. However, he was absent-minded and put the chili into the cup. After eating a few mouthfuls of noodles, he picked up the enamel jar and drank a mouthful. Then, he let out a painful cry. It's so spicy, ***, because of the rain, there were fewer people coming to the state-run restaurant for dinner at night. Seeing that there weren't many people coming for dinner, the restaurant closed early. It was still drizzling outside, but Tong Xuelu braved the rain and went back home. She didn't talk to Meng Qingqing much the whole day. Meng Qingqing looked hesitant, but she ignored her. As soon as she got home, she heard a commotion in the courtyard. Hey, Xiaolu, calm down. Stop pecking me. I'm making a shed for you. Otherwise, you'll get wet by the rain. Ha ha ha. Xiaolu, if you continue to be like this, I won't be polite anymore. I'll kill you and eat your meat and soup later. Ha ha ha. These days, animals were all clever. Xiaolu pecked Tong Jessen all over the floor. Tong Xuelu walked in and saw the scene. He almost burst out laughing. Tong Jessen was shocked when he saw Tong Xuelu. Sister, why are you back? I was joking just now. I won't kill Xiaolu. Tong Xuelu nodded. I know. Without my permission, you wouldn't dare to do this even if you had 10 guts. Hurry up and go in. Be careful not to get caught in the rain and catch a cold. Tong Jessen heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid of this sister now. She wouldn't give him meat for no reason. This was worse than taking his life. After entering the house, Tong Xuelu saw 3 puppies limping over before she could sit down. Mooncake was in front, while Tong Mianmian and Little Jiu were behind him. 1 puppy and 2 puppies were limping. Good heavens, Mooncake ran over and laid on the back of her leg. He whimpered for comfort and petting. Tong Mianmian ran over and hugged her leg. He looked at her with his big watery eyes. Sister, Mianmian's leg hurts. I want a kiss from you. Little Jiu was a little reserved. However, he looked at Tong Xuelu with longing eyes and nodded vigorously. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a house full of drama queens, she gave each of the 3 puppies a kiss. Only then did they stop limping. The autumn rain was followed by the cold. The next day, the weather was much colder. Suddenly, it felt like winter. After Tong Xuelu woke up, he helped Tong Mianmian and Little Jiu change into thick clothes. Since he didn't have any clothes for Little Jiu, he could only give him Tong Mianmian's clothes. Little Jiu was already good-looking. When he put on a girl's clothes, he instantly looked like a little girl. When Tong Jessen saw Little Jiu wearing a cotton-padded jacket, he laughed so hard that he fell over. Ha 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 ha, Little Jiu, you're a girl now. Little Jiu's face turned red. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Tong Xuelu glared at Tong Jessen. Tong Jessen was shocked. He almost choked on his own saliva. He quickly shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Because it was raining today, Tong Jessen suggested that they stop pushing bicycles to school. Tong Xuelu heard their conversation and was shocked. Push bicycles? Don't you usually ride bicycles to school? You push bicycles to school? Tong Jessen's face turned red. He nodded and said, yes, I don't know how to carry people. Tong Xuelu was puzzled. If you don't know how to carry people, then why do you push bicycles to school every day? Don't you feel tired? Tong Jessen said proudly, that's nothing. You don't know how many people envy us for having bicycles. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Tong Jessen's face turned even redder. He seemed to have realized that he was being too vain. On the way to work, Tong Xuelu deliberately went to the Public Security Bureau to ask about Little Jiu. Officer Zhang said that the 2 human traffickers provided very little useful information. They only knew that the man who contacted them was called Dao Ba. The man had a very long scar on his face and was around 35 years old. They had already asked someone to draw a picture of him and were looking for him everywhere. As long as they found this person, they should be able to find out Little Jiu's identity. It had been so many days, but Little Jiu's family still hadn't reported her. This situation was too strange. Even if she had met her stepmother or stepfather, they should have reported her a long time ago. Moreover, Little Jiu was so good-looking and didn't look like she had been abused. Tong Xuelu was very puzzled. She thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. When she returned to the restaurant, Lu Dongcheng suddenly rushed towards her. He frowned and asked, what did you say to Qingqing? Tong Xuelu frowned and looked at him coldly. I don't understand what you mean. Lu Dongcheng stared at her. You still want to deny it? You talked to Qingqing for a long time in the kitchen yesterday. You must have said something to her. Otherwise, why would she hang herself? Hang herself? Tong Xuelu was shocked. How is Qingqing now? Is she okay? Lu Dongcheng's eyes were spitting fire as if he wanted to tear her apart. Don't worry, Qingqing won't die. But what did you say to her that day? You must have said something, right? Otherwise, why would she want to break up with me? Damn it. He had been together for less than 3 days and he was already broken up with. Moreover, she was willing to hang herself in order to break up with him. This was a great humiliation. Hearing that Meng Qingqing was fine, Tang Xuelu heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard the last sentence, her heart was shocked once again. She thought that Meng Qingqing would choose to follow her family's arrangements and date Lu Dongchang. Then, she would marry him and have children with him. She didn't expect her to have the courage to resist. Meng Qingqing had hanged herself. Her family probably didn't want her to break up with him, so she chose such an extreme method. But now, it seemed that this method wasn't completely useless. At least the Meng family had compromised and agreed to let her break up with Lu Dongchang. Not bad at all. She had really underestimated Meng Qingqing. Seeing that she could still laugh at this time, Lu Dongchang was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to explode. Tong, do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows. Manager Lu, what do you mean? Do you want to kill me or find someone to beat me up? After saying that, she turned to Guo Weiping and Tan Xiaoyan. Both of you are eyewitnesses. I'm currently being threatened by Lu Dongchang. If something happened to me that day, it's very likely that Lu Dongchang did something to me. When the time comes, please tell the truth to the police. Guo Weiping and Tan Xiaoyan were stunned when they heard that Meng Qingqing had committed suicide. Now that they heard Tang Xuelu's words, they didn't know whether to respond or not. Lu Dongchang realized that he had been too impulsive. He took a deep breath and said, Comrade Tong, don't talk nonsense. I never said that I was going to do anything to you. I'm very angry that you ruined my relationship with Comrade Meng. I hope you can apologize to me for this. Tang Xuelu sneered. Manager Lu, what evidence do you have to prove that I ruined your relationship? If you don't, then please don't talk nonsense and apologize to me. Lu Dongchang glared at her fiercely. Because there were more and more people on the street, passers-by saw them and looked over curiously. Lu Dongchang snorted and turned to open the door. Because Meng Qingqing was missing, Tan Xiaoyan was the only waitress in the restaurant. If it were any other day, she would definitely complain and scold him. But today, she was as quiet as a chicken. Tang Xuelu ignored Lu Dongchang and went home as usual after work. She didn't go to the Meng family to visit Meng Qingqing. After all, she didn't intend to intervene in this matter from the beginning. She reminded Meng Qingqing because she didn't want her to jump into the fire pit. The next day, Meng Qingqing still didn't come to work. The person who came to work was Meng Qingqing's mother, Aunt Lin. When Aunt Lin saw Tang Xuelu, she seemed to want to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Tang Xuelu didn't see any resentment on her face and felt a little relieved. If it were a bad family, they might resent her for saying those words to Meng Qingqing and causing them to miss a good son-in-law. Lu Dongchang and Meng Qingqing's relationship lasted for 2 days and died on the 3rd day. Because of Meng Qingqing's suicide, the Meng family didn't dare to force her anymore. They bought a lot of expensive things to give to Lu Dongchang to thank him for saving Meng Qingqing. But they didn't care about the relationship. Lu Dongchang was so angry that his gaze towards Tang Xuelu became colder by the day. Tang Xuelu guarded against him and asked the 2 brothers, Tang Jiaming and Tang Jessen, to come to the restaurant to pick him up after work. Although they were both children, at least they had someone to accompany them. Lu Dongchang probably wouldn't dare to do anything to him. It was peaceful for a few days. At noon, Fang Jingyuan, who hadn't seen him for a while, came to the restaurant for lunch. Fang Jingyuan ordered a meat dish and a vegetarian dish. It was very extravagant. After a hearty meal, Fang Jingyuan rubbed her stomach and sighed. I finally understand what it means by if you're not a mountain, you're not a cloud. Other than the food you cook, the food I eat is tasteless. Tang Xuelu rolled his eyes. That's not how poetry is used. Fang Jingyuan didn't care. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, My brother has been forced by my mother to go on blind dates, but my brother doesn't like the other party. Tang Xuelu, what's so strange about that? It's either the man who doesn't like the woman, or the woman who doesn't like the man. Moreover, although Fang Wenyuan was a bit of AB'TCH, his physical appearance was very good. He did have the right to choose. Fang Jingyuan said mysteriously, the strange thing is that my brother said that the woman wasn't as pretty as you. Do you understand? My brother compared you to someone else. Tang Xuelu, Fang Jingyuan continued, do you think my brother regrets it? In the past, you liked him, but he didn't care. Now that you treat him like sh*t, he realized how good you are. Don't you think that he's a bit cheap? Tong Xuelu, Comrade Fong Jingyuan, is it really okay for you to say that about your brother? Fong Jingyuan lowered his voice again. By the way, why did you like my brother? Tong Xuelu sighed and said, I just made a mistake that all women in the world would make. Fong Jingyuan, ? Tong Xuelu shrugged, it depends on the face. Fong Jingyuan, after thinking about it, Fong Jingyuan nodded. A man's face was still very important. If he wasn't good-looking, it would be difficult to eat. Then, she took out the snacks she brought. This is a thank you gift for making snacks for me last time. Tong Xuelu was about to say no, but before he could say anything, the man at the next table suddenly vomited and fell to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. There was a scream in the restaurant. The man on the ground was twitching all over. He clutched his stomach and shouted, Someone, the food in the restaurant is poisonous. My stomach hurts. Hearing this, the restaurant became even more chaotic. Some people didn't have stomachaches, but when they were mentioned, they felt like they had stomachaches too. Tong Xuelu was also shocked, but she quickly calmed down. She turned to Fong Jingyuan and said, Jingyuan, go to the Public Security Bureau to report this and ask the police to come over. Fong Jingyuan was so scared that her face turned pale. She only recovered after being pushed by Tong Xuelu. She nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, I'll go now. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Lu Dongcheng as soon as she turned around. You're not allowed to leave. You're the master's friend. You can't leave before the police arrive. Tong Xuelu was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Manager Lu, what do you mean? Are you trying to say that this person's poisoning has something to do with me? Lu Dongcheng looked at her with a fake smile. Comrade Tong, I didn't say anything. Besides, how do you know that he's poisoned and not sick? Tong Xuelu wanted to take off her shoes and slap him in the face. Are you crazy or deaf? This comrade just shouted that he was poisoned. I'm just following what he said. Lu Dongcheng's face was red with anger. Tong Xuelu didn't give him a chance to speak. She continued, Manager Lu, if you want to quarrel with someone, you can talk about it later. The most important thing now is to send him to the hospital. If he dies, everyone in the restaurant will be responsible. Lu Dongcheng looked at her with hatred and asked the two guests to report to the Public Security Bureau and call an ambulance from the hospital. The other guests were all left in the restaurant because they had to be witnesses. Fong Jingyuan held Tong Xuelu's hand and said, What's going on? How did he get poisoned? Tong Xuelu shook her head. I don't know. We can only wait for the police to come. Fong Jingyuan glanced at Lu Dongcheng and said in a low voice, Why do I feel that the bald manager seems to have something against you? Tong Xuelu, you're right. Her intuition told her that today's scene was directed at her. Soon, the police arrived. There were 3 police officers, 2 men and 1 woman. The female police officer was the one who handled Su Xiuying's domestic violence case last time. When she saw Tong Xuelu, she seemed to be stunned for a moment. However, in such an occasion, she naturally wouldn't come over to greet him. The ambulance from the hospital followed closely behind. One of the male police officers and the medical staff escorted the patient to the hospital, while the other 2 stayed behind to record the statement. Because they still didn't know if the patient was poisoned or sick, the 2 police officers only did a basic understanding. They asked about the time of the incident, whether anything had happened before the incident, and how to deal with it after the incident. After the basic statements were made, the guests of the restaurant were free to leave. Although many people wanted to stay and watch the show, they had to leave reluctantly because they had to go back to work. Fong Jingyuan went out to make a phone call and soon came back. Although she didn't say anything, Tong Xuelu knew that she stayed because of him. After about an hour, another police officer came back from the hospital and brought a piece of news. The hospital has confirmed that the patient was poisoned by organophosphorus, which is pesticide poisoning. Because the amount of poisoning was relatively small, the patient is now fine. The patient said that he didn't eat anything before coming to the restaurant. He vomited because he ate the restaurant's braised pork. Pesticide poisoning. Hearing this answer, Tong Xuelu didn't feel strange at all. Instead, he felt that this was the case. Because nothing in the restaurant was touched, the braised pork that the patient, Chao Dagong, had eaten was still on the table. The police officer took the braised pork back to the Public Security Bureau for a test. The few people in the restaurant were left in the restaurant to wait for the results. Because of this incident, the restaurant also stopped operating. After 2 or 3 hours, the test results finally came. There were indeed pesticides in the braised pork. As a result, the relevant personnel of the restaurant became suspects. The male police officer immediately interrogated the people in the restaurant in more detail. Do any of you know Comrade Chao Dagong or have any conflicts with him before? The few people in the restaurant shook their heads and said that they didn't know Chao Dagong. They didn't have any conflicts with him. When Lu Dongchang answered this question, Tong Xuelu's gaze fell on his face. The latter's face was calm, as if it really had nothing to do with him. The male police officer asked, "Who bought the ingredients?" Lu Dongchang said, "It was me. I'm the manager of the restaurant. I bought all the ingredients myself, but I dare to swear to God that I didn't do anything illegal. Moreover, the ingredients have to be cleaned. Even if there are pesticides on them, the pesticides will be washed off." Tong Xuelu almost laughed. Although this sentence didn't mention her, anyone with a brain would understand that only 3 people could touch the ingredients: Lu Dongchang, Guo Weiping, and her. Guo Weiping was only responsible for cleaning. Similarly, after cleaning, the pesticides would no longer exist. In other words, the only person who could add pesticides to the food was her. Who was the one who washed the vegetables and cooked the food? Guo Weiping's face was as white as a sheet of paper. "I was responsible for washing the vegetables, but I didn't poison them." As he spoke, he was so scared that tears flowed down his face. Tong Xuelu said calmly, "I temporarily replaced the position of the chef of the restaurant. I made the red braised pork, but I have no grudges with that person. There's no need for me to poison them. Moreover, there's a very strange thing. Many people ate the red braised pork, but why was Comrade Chao the only one who wasn't poisoned?" Lu Dongchang wanted to push the blame to her, but she wouldn't let them have their way. She wanted to stir up this pot of soup. If she couldn't have it easy, then no one could have it easy. The male police officer was stunned for a moment, then he praised, "What you said is very reasonable. This is indeed a suspicious point." Hearing this, Lu Dongchang frowned slightly and coughed softly. The next moment, Tan Xiaoyan jumped out. "Comrade, I have something to report." "Speak." Tan Xiaoyan glanced at Tong Xuelu and said, "Tong Xuelu had a conflict with Manager Lu in the past few days. She secretly ruined the relationship between Manager Lu and his girlfriend, causing them to break up. I suspect that her love for Manager Lu turned into hatred, so she deliberately poisoned the food of the guests to frame Manager Lu and make him lose his position as the manager." TSK, if it weren't for the wrong occasion, Tong Xuelu would have applauded Tan Xiaoyan. As soon as she said this, she immediately gave her a motive for the crime. However, Tan Xiaoyan was usually so stupid. She didn't think that she would be able to make such a clear statement. The male police officer looked at Tong Xuelu. "Do you have anything to say about what this female comrade said?" Tong Xuelu said, "I did persuade Comrade Meng to reconsider her relationship with Manager Lu. Manager Lu is divorced and has 2 children. His oldest child is only 9 years younger than Comrade Meng. With Comrade Meng's qualifications, she doesn't need to be a stepmother. However, I didn't persuade her to break up. Later, Comrade Meng thought it through and chose to break up. Comrade Meng's mother, Auntie Lin, can testify to this. More importantly, I want to report Tan Xiaoyan for slandering my reputation. I don't have any romantic feelings for Manager Lu." Auntie Lin nodded. "My daughter did want to break up on her own. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Tong Xuelu looked at Auntie Lin gratefully. Lu Dongchang said, "Comrade Tong, although Comrade Tong said that she didn't persuade her, my partner did break up with me because of what she said. We were supposed to get married at the end of the year. I even went to visit her parents a few days ago. Before this, Comrade Tong even confessed to me, but I rejected her. I felt that she was too coquettish and didn't look like a woman from a good family. I need a good wife and mother to take care of my 2 children, so I rejected her." "Didn't look like a woman from a good family?" Tong Shualu was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Comrade Tong, he's slandering me. I'm young and pretty, and I already have a partner. My partner is a researcher at a research base. His good friend is the captain of your police investigation team, Piao Jenny. My partner's grandfather was once the commander of the Air Force. If I have such an outstanding partner, why would I fall for a divorced man? When he said this, everyone present was shocked, even Feng Jingyuan was shocked. She originally wanted to ask him when he had a girlfriend, but fortunately, she managed to hold back her words. Tan Xiaoyan was the first to jump out. T. When did you have a partner? You clearly said that you didn't have a partner before. Tong Shualu said, I didn't have one before, but didn't I ask for leave last week? That day, I went to watch a movie with my partner. Besides, how could I lie about something like this? If I dared to lie, Captain Piao would have arrested me. When the police officers heard this, they agreed with him. When Lu Dongchang and Tan Xiaoyan saw this, they were both jealous and worried. Because each of them had their own version of the story, they were all suspected, so they were all taken back to the police station for temporary detention. When Feng Jingyuan saw that she was about to be taken away, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't be afraid. I'll go back and ask my parents to think of a way. Tong Shualu shook his head. You don't have to trouble your parents with this, but I have something to ask of you. What is it? Tell me. Help me tell my neighbor, Grandma Shen Wanrong, that I might not be able to go back tonight. Ask her to help take care of my younger siblings. Feng Jingyuan nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll do it right now. Tong Shualu looked at her gratefully and said, Thank you. People say that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Fortunately, she had a group of trustworthy and lovely people around her. After Tong Shualu was taken away, Feng Jingyuan hurriedly rode his bicycle to the Wei family's house. When Shen Wanrong found out that Tong Shualu was detained by the police, his heart thumped. Thank you, Mississippi, don't worry, I'll take care of your children. After Feng Jingyuan left, Shen Wanrong hurriedly went in to tell his lover, Wei Guozhi, about this matter. Wei Guozhi thought for a moment and went out. When Tong Shualu and the others arrived at the police station, they were all locked up in a cell. The men and women were separated. However, the two cells faced each other, so Tong Shualu could still see Lu Dongcheng's disgusting face. After the group was locked up in the cell, no one came over for a long time. Tan Xiaoyan sized up Tong Shualu with a pair of swollen eyes and sneered. Didn't you say that your partner's good friend is the captain of the reconnaissance team? Why didn't he come to visit you? Tong Shualu glanced at her coldly and closed his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to her. Tan Xiaoyan saw this and became even more smug. You really know how to brag. You said that my partner is a researcher, that my partner's friend is a captain, and that my partner's grandfather is a commander. Ha ha ha, my whole family is laughing to death. Even the loafers in my hometown don't dare to brag like this. Lu Dongcheng was jealous and worried when he saw Tong Shualu speak with such conviction. Now that he saw that she didn't dare to refute a single word, he believed that she was just bragging. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He knew it. How could a woman like Tong Shualu, with her looks and family background, be in a relationship with her? She really knew how to flatter herself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cell. The cell door was pushed open with a creak. A man with broad shoulders and long legs walked in hurriedly, followed by two police officers. Everyone's gaze turned to the man. Especially Tan Xiaoyan. When she saw the man's face, pink bubbles immediately appeared in her eyes. The man stopped in front of the cell door. A police officer immediately ran over. Comrade Wen, please wait for a moment. I'll open the door now. Comrade Wen, Tong Shualu, who had her eyes closed all this time, blinked when she heard this. She opened her eyes. At this moment, the door opened and Wen Rugi strode in with his long legs. Tong Shualu met his ink-black eyes. Shock flashed across her face for a moment before her red lips curled up. You're here. Wen Rugi looked at her. Yes, I'm here. Everyone, a male police officer said, Comrade Tong, you can leave now. Tan Xiaoyan widened her eyes and shouted, why can she leave? If she can leave, can we leave too? When the others heard this, they all looked at the male police officer. The male police officer laughed. If you can find a second-level researcher and a team leader to vouch for you and pay a 200 yuan deposit, you can leave at any time. Tan Xiaoyan, everyone. Tong Xuelu stood up and followed Wenrugi out of the cell. Tan Xiaoyan watched Tong Xuelu walk out of the cell. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. Tong Xuelu, come back here. Lu Changdong, who was in the opposite cell, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Tong Xuelu's back. So she really had a boyfriend with such a strong background. Was it wrong of him to deal with her? As he thought about this, he felt like an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't sit still. When she walked out of the cell, she saw Piao Jiani waiting at the door. When he saw her, he grinned and said, "Comrade Tong, you really surprise me every time." Since he had vouched for her, Tong Xuelu decided not to argue with him. "Thank you for this time. By the way, can I trouble you to take care of Aunt Lin and Wu Weiping?" The two of them were innocently implicated, but it was impossible for them to vouch for both of them. However, it shouldn't be a problem for Piao Jiani to take care of them. Piao Jiani didn't think it would be a problem either, so he nodded in agreement. When they walked out of the police station, they saw a military green jeep parked there. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "Your car?" Wenrugi shook his head. "No, I borrowed it from the military base." As he spoke, he quickened his pace and helped her open the door to the passenger seat. After Tong Xuelu got into the car, she realized that the Jeep 212 didn't have a seatbelt. She felt a little disappointed. Otherwise, she could have asked Wenrugi to help her put it on. Wenrugi got into the car from the other side. As soon as he closed the door, he heard Tong Xuelu say, "Thank you, Ru Gui." It was like a spring breeze brushing past his face or a feather tickling his heart. When he heard her say Ru Gui, Wenrugi was stunned. Then, his ears slowly turned red. Tong Xuelu noticed his red ears and couldn't help but laugh. This man was too innocent. His ears turned red just from calling her a name. If she called him Big Cutie or Big Baby, how red would his face turn? She was looking forward to it. Wenrugi came back to his senses and coughed. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Since she was his prospective girlfriend, how could he not come over when something happened to her? Tong Xuelu felt a warm current flowing through her heart. "Will it affect your work if you take time off like this?" Wenrugi shook his head. "No, I know what I'm doing." He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Tong Xuelu didn't let him drive her to the supply and demand cooperative and grocery store to buy things before going home. When she got home, she hurriedly went to inform the Wei family. Shen Wanrong was shocked when she saw her return. When she knew that her friend had vouched for her, her eyes fell on the jeep in front of the house next door. "It's good that you're back." Juju's grandfather went out to think of a solution. "He hasn't come back yet." Tong Xuelu thanked her sincerely. "Thank you, Grandma Shen. Fortunately, you guys are here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease." Shen Wanrong waved her hand. "Don't mention it. Mian Mian and Xiaojiu are sleeping inside. Why don't you let them sleep here?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Okay, I still have some things to discuss when I go back. I'll pick them up later." She said goodbye to Shen Wanrong and went back to her house. When Shen Wanrong closed the door, she deliberately looked at Wenrugi again. Tong Xuelu went in and cooked a bowl of noodles for herself and Wenrugi respectively. Before she finished eating, Piao Jiani came over. Piao Jiani wasn't hungry at first, but when she smelled the noodles, she suddenly felt hungry. Tong Xuelu cooked another bowl of noodles for her. After she finished eating, the three of them started to talk about the case. Tong Xuelu said, "I actually have a suspect in this case. It's the manager of the restaurant, Lu Dongchang. He confessed to me before." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud bang. Tong Xuelu turned her head and saw that Wenrugi's chopsticks had been broken by him. Tong Xuelu, Piao Jiani, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ru Gui, don't be so agitated. Piao Jiani came back to his senses and laughed like a dog. Wenrugi's face turned red. I accidentally used a little too much strength. Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing too. How was that a little too much? he broke the chopsticks in half. She held back her laughter and continued, "At that time, I rejected him without hesitation. He must have been angry from the embarrassment. Then, he went out with a waitress in the restaurant. I still have my suspicions." She then told them about her suspicions that Lu Dongcheng had deliberately set up Meng Qingqing. "It's too much of a coincidence. I think that the dog has a lot to do with him. Later, I persuaded the girl named Meng Qingqing to think about it carefully. After that, Meng Qingqing resisted by hanging herself. Then, the two of them broke up. Lu Dongcheng probably resented me even more because of this. That's why he tried to deal with me. I still think that today's situation was set up by him." Piao Jiani looked at her with admiration. "I really couldn't tell. Your analytical skills are even better than my colleagues. Are you interested in working in our bureau?" Before Tong Xuelu could answer, when Rugi interrupted, "Do you think that the patient colluded with Lu Dongcheng?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "That's right. The key to solving the case is Chao Dagong. There were no surveillance cameras in this era. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so complicated. If Chao Dagong insisted that he had been poisoned in the restaurant, she would be implicated even if there was no evidence to prove that she was the one who had poisoned him. She would definitely lose her job." When Rugi looked at her with his dark eyes. "Leave the rest to me. I'll get him to explain it personally." Tong Xuelu met his burning gaze and her heart skipped a beat. "I believe you." Piao Jiani, who was still eating noodles at the side, was speechless. "Hey, I'm still here. Can't you show some respect?" Fang Jingyuan didn't go back to work. When she returned home, she wanted to ask her parents for help. However, she remembered that her parents seemed to have a lot of troubles at work recently. Therefore, she turned to her older brother, Fang Wenyuan, for help. Fang Wenyuan was stunned when he heard that Tong Xuelu had been detained by the Public Security Bureau. He instinctively wanted to agree. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If he hurriedly went to ask for help as soon as he heard that something had happened to Tong Xuelu, would everyone think that he cared about Tong Xuelu very much? If Tong Xuelu found out later, would she be very proud? Thinking of this, Fang Wenyuan changed his okay to, "Let's wait for 2 more days. If there's still no progress in 2 days, I'll ask my friends to help." Fang Jingyuan didn't expect him to say this after thinking for a long time. She stood up with a thud and pointed at Fang Wenyuan as she scolded, "Look at you. No wonder Tong Zulf treats you like dog shit. Serves you right. For being unable to find a wife for the rest of your life." Fang Wenyuan was speechless. When Rugi and Piao Jiani had dinner at Tong Xuelu's place before leaving, they didn't do anything for the next few days. The Public Security Bureau didn't seem to have made any progress either. However, Tan Xiaoyan and Lu Dongcheng couldn't take it anymore. The prison cell was cold and damp. They couldn't eat enough and sleep well every day. It was simply too torturous. Moreover, it was already autumn. At night, the prison cell was as cold as an icehouse. The blankets on their bodies were useless. Every night, they would be so cold that their teeth would chatter. Compared to the two of them, Aunt Lin and Guo Weiping's situation was much better. They ate better than the two of them. The blankets they were given were newer and thicker than theirs. It was too unfair. Tan Xiaoyan initially wanted to snatch Aunt Lin's blankets. However, she didn't dare to do so after being reprimanded by the Public Security Bureau. Tan Xiaoyan became more and more irritated by the day. Lu Dongcheng became more and more silent. He couldn't help but start to regret it. If he had known that things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have used this method. He really went for wool and came home shorn. After another 2 days, Chao Dagong was finally willing to leave the hospital. Previously, he used the excuse of being poisoned to stay in the hospital. He ate and drank well every day and was very comfortable. In the end, when the Public Security Bureau saw that he had completely recovered, they ordered him to leave the hospital. Only then did he finish the discharge procedures while cursing. As soon as he left the hospital, he couldn't help but run to his lover's house that night. However, less than 10 minutes after he left the house, someone put a sack over his head. Then, someone kicked him in the stomach. He fell heavily to the ground and gasped in pain. A man grabbed his clothes and punched him in the face again and again. Soon, he tasted blood in his mouth. "Help, help. Ah. Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore. A strange voice sounded above him. Did you collude with Lu Dongcheng to get poisoned? Chao Dagong was stunned. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. In the next moment, his fist smashed into his face with a bang bang bang. His nose was bleeding. His nose seemed to have been smashed. He was in so much pain that he cried. I'll talk, I'll talk. In order not to be beaten again, he quickly confessed everything he knew. The voice sounded again. Go to the Public Security Bureau tomorrow and report Lu Dongcheng. Don't play tricks. If I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. Chao Dagong really wanted to act shamelessly, but he was scared when he heard this. He was in the open while the other party was in the dark. It was useless even if he went to report Lu Dongcheng. Also, even if you don't care about yourself, you have to care about your family. You'd better go to the Public Security Bureau obediently and turn yourself in. Otherwise, I'll go, I'll go. Hearing this, the man finally let go of him. They walked out of the alley a long distance away. Piao Jianni looked at Wenrugi and clicked his tongue. Rugue, I didn't expect you to have such a wild side. Wenrugi was stunned. Then, he remembered the dream he had previously. Could it be that he was really a wild person? The next day, Chao Daji turned himself in at the Public Security Bureau with a swollen face. He admitted to the Public Security Bureau that he and Lu Dongcheng were in cahoots. Lu Dongcheng promised him that as long as he sent Tong Xuelu to jail, not only would he give his lover a position as a waitress in the state-run hotel, but he would also give him another 200 yuan. His lover said that as long as she could work as a waitress in the state-run hotel, she would marry him and bear his children. He was so poor that he didn't even have the money to marry a wife. Now, as long as he ate some pesticide, not only would he be able to earn a wife, but he would also get 200 yuan. How could he not be willing to do such a no-cost deal? Therefore, on the day of the incident, he carried a potato soaked in pesticide with him. When he arrived at the hotel, he put the potato into the braised pork while no one was paying attention. After the pesticide on the potato soaked the braised pork, he ate the potato. Then, he vomited non-stop. Other than this, he also confessed that he and Lu Dongcheng were the ones who had chased Meng Qingqing with dogs and forced her to jump into the river. After doing that, Lu Dongcheng gave him 20 yuan. There was no need to reopen the case. Then, the Public Security Bureau found the pesticide and the 200 yuan that Lu Dongcheng gave to Chao Daji at his lover's house. Then, Guo Weiping and Aunt Lin were released, while Lu Dongcheng was fired from his position as the manager of the state-run hotel. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison and sent to the farm for rehabilitation. As accomplices, Tan Xiaoyan and Chao Daji were sentenced to 2 and 7 years respectively. They were also sent to the farm for rehabilitation. Everyone clapped and cheered for Lu Dongcheng and his gang's fate. Tong Xuelu also felt relieved. However, when she found out that Chao Daji turned himself in because he was beaten up by Wenrugi, she was shocked. Wenrugi, who always blushed, was actually such a boyfriend, it was hard to imagine. On the day of Lu Dongcheng's sentencing, she cooked a table of delicious dishes to thank everyone. When she was cooking in the kitchen, Wenrugi came over to help as usual. Tong Xuelu took the opportunity to ask him, I heard that you were the one who beat Chao Dagong black and blue. Wenrugi paused in the middle of peeling the taro. I just punched him a few times. Who knew that his skin would be so tough that it would bruise so quickly? What he meant was that he was not wild, nor was he violent. Everything was because Chao Dagong was too useless. Tong Shui almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her eyes were filled with smiles as she softly called out, Rugue. Wenrugi's body trembled, and he felt his heart itch again. Yes, what's wrong? As he spoke, he put the taro into the basin and turned to look at her. Tong Xuelu tilted his head and looked at him. Last time, I said that we should get to know each other without acting like hooligans. Do you still remember? Wenrugi met her misty eyes, and his heart started to beat faster. I remember. Tong Xuelu said, I also said that if you passed my test, we would be a couple. The autumn sun shone through the window, making her face look even fairer and more delicate. Her eyes were as moving as autumn water. Wenrugi's throat moved up and down. Yes, you said that. Tang Xuelu's red lips curved, and her dimples appeared. Wenrugi, I'm officially informing you now that you have passed my test. So from today onwards, you are my partner. Bang, 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 Wenrugi's dark eyes were on her face, and his heart was beating so fast that it almost exceeded his capacity. Are you serious? What an idiot. Even at this time, he still asked if it was true. Tang Xuelu's eyes turned slyly, and she suddenly leaned towards him. Wenrugi's body froze, and he didn't dare to move. She tiptoed, and her lips touched his cheek lightly, and then she quickly moved away. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The gentle touch on his cheek made Wenrugi's face, ears, and neck turn red. A current flowed through his body from the places she touched. He stared at her blankly, and his eyes didn't blink. She kissed him. She kissed him. Wenrugi felt that his heart was about to break. Tang Xuelu looked at him, and the smile on her face deepened. Comrade Wenrugi, you have been stamped by me just now. From now on, you are mine. Wenrugi's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Okay. From today onwards, I am yours. Rugi's footsteps were light all the way until he left the Tang residence. He had a cold and expressionless face, and he was silent all the way. Piao Jiani looked at him a few times, thinking that he and Tang Xuelu had quarreled. What he didn't know was that Wenrugi was actually shy. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Lai Muqing took the train for 3 days and 3 nights to reach the Great Northwest. She looked much more haggard. However, when she thought that she would be able to see Su Yueshan soon, she suddenly felt as happy as if she had eaten iced watermelon in summer. Her parents had died when she was young, and she had been raised by her aunt and uncle. Everyone said that she was lucky to have met such a good aunt. Only she knew how terrible it was to live under someone else's roof. Every time there was new clothes, she didn't dare to choose first. She had to let her cousin choose first. It was the same when there was good food. She didn't even dare to pass her cousin in exams, for fear that she would be unhappy. Her aunt and uncle had always treated her like their own daughter, but in their eyes, they still loved their own daughter the most. Being good to her was just a matter of convenience. Moreover, being good to her could also show their love to outsiders. So from this point of view, she actually didn't owe them anything. She originally thought that she would be able to completely leave the Gu family when she grew up. Who knew that less than a year after she married her husband, he suddenly fell ill and died. Her mother-in-law and father-in-law said that she had caused her husband's death. After her husband's death, she was chased out of the house. She could only return to the Gu family again. Her husband had died, but her cousin's husband, Su Yueshan, doted on her cousin. Her cousin's father-in-law and mother-in-law even doted on her as if she was their own daughter. They were both human beings, so why did she always get all the benefits? She often thought that Su Yueshan was tall, handsome, gentle, and considerate. How good would it be if he was her husband? Later, her cousin's husband's family was labeled as villains and sent to the farm for reform. In order to protect her cousin, her husband divorced her and changed their surname together with their child. Seeing her cousin in such a miserable state, she finally felt a little better. She didn't want her cousin's family to be rehabilitated. Once they came back, the position of the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee would be returned to the Su family. Su Yueshan would definitely remarry her cousin. She couldn't let them remarry no matter what. Thinking of this, Lai Muqing's eyes were as if they had been dipped in poison. She didn't have time to rest. She waited for 2 hours for the bus to go to the production team. Then, the bumpy journey to the production team made her vomit until she was dizzy. When she felt a little better, she tidied up her appearance and hurried to the production team. After walking for an hour, she arrived at the production team. She thought that she would be able to see her sweetheart immediately, but she was told that Su Yueshan had already left. Not only had Su Yueshan left, but also the Su family had all left. She had clearly called the production team before she came. Why didn't they wait for her? They had all left. Then why did she have to work so hard all the way here? Lai Muqing's vision turned black. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Lai Muqing was lonely. Su Yueshan had already returned to Beijing. Although he had left Beijing, he had asked his friends and relatives to pay attention to the Gu family. Therefore, he received the news a few days after his son disappeared. Because he had been rehabilitated, he could have left the production team long ago. However, his wife had said that she would come to pick him up, so he didn't leave. Now that his son was missing, he immediately left. As soon as he returned to Beijing, he rushed to the Gu family without saying a word. The Gu family was shocked when they saw him. Gu Ilan widened his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Yushin, why are you back so soon? Su Yueshin hadn't seen his wife for a few years. Naturally, he missed her very much. But at this time, he was suppressing his anger. If I didn't come back, you didn't plan to go to the Public Security Bureau to report the case? His son had been missing for 10 days, but they hadn't reported it yet. Eldest brother Gu said, "Brother-in-law, calm down. It's not that we don't want to report the case. We don't dare. They said that if we reported the case, they would cut off little Joe's fingers." Second brother Gu said, "Yes, brother-in-law. We did this because we were afraid that something would happen to little Joe." Su Yueshin took a deep breath and said, "So you didn't report the case and little Joe came back? It's been 10 days. Are you all just sitting at home and waiting for death?" He had known that his father-in-law's family was soft, but he didn't expect them to be so useless. Su Yueshin didn't want to pursue the matter at this time. He asked them to tell him the whole story from beginning to end. The Gu brothers had always been a little afraid of their brother-in-law. Seeing his dark face, they didn't dare to say no. After Su Yueshin heard this, he wanted to slap them a few times. To be able to take her away quietly and leave a letter in the Gu family a few days later, do you think the other party could do it without a spy? Spy, the 3 Gu siblings were stunned. Gu Ilan's eyes were filled with tears. "Yushin, what are you talking about? How could there be outsiders in this house? How could they do anything to little Joe?" At this time, Miss Fong, who was cooking at home, came back. When she saw Su Yueshin, her face changed. The next moment, Su Yueshin grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" Su Yueshin didn't interrogate her or give her a chance to explain. He asked his brother-in-law to find a rope and tied her up. Then, he personally went to her room to search and soon found a few letters. The handwriting was exactly the same as the previous letters the Gu family had received. The Gu family was shocked. Su Yueshin couldn't be bothered to look at their stupid faces. He pulled Miss Fong to the police station to report the case. Although Lu Dongcheng was sentenced, because of the incident at the state-run hotel and because there was no new manager, the hotel was temporarily closed. It was rare to have a holiday, so Tong Xuelu took out all the blankets at home to dry. He turned over the vegetable garden once more. The weather was getting colder. When it got colder, many vegetables couldn't be planted. Taking advantage of the good weather, she asked the Wei family to help her get some bricks and planned to build an oven in the courtyard. Of course, she didn't know how to build it. Unfortunately, when Rugi couldn't take too long off and went back to the military base this morning. Recently, he had been running back and forth between the military base and the city, so he was very tired. Naturally, she didn't want to ask him to take time off to come back for an oven. In the end, it was Wei Guoji next door who helped. After building the oven, Tong Xuelu planned to make some biscuits and meat jerky and send them to Wenrugi. She was shocked when she remembered the letter Wenrugi sent her last time. It said that his salary was 278.50 yuan. Normal workers only earned 30 to 40 yuan. She didn't expect his salary to be so high. She really had a good eye. She picked a big baby at first glance. When she thought about her big baby, the erotic dream she had last time suddenly popped up in her mind. She couldn't help but blush. She seemed to be a bit of an old pervert. Why was her brain always thinking about such indecent things? Tong Xuelu shook her head to get rid of the childish thoughts in her mind. When Tong Mianmian and Xiao Jiu saw this, they also shook their heads. The two of them seemed to be addicted to shaking their heads. They looked at each other and giggled. Their laughter filled the entire courtyard. It was really a simple and beautiful scene. In the military base dormitory, Huang Qiming ate a steamed bun and said thoughtfully, "Don't you think that Ru Gui has been acting a bit strange recently?" Zhou Yan's experiment was different from Wenrugi's. He still couldn't get a leave of absence. Therefore, he was still in the process of being broken up. His face was full of stubble. It's a bit strange. It started a long time ago. He didn't say anything when I asked him. Huang Qimin analyzed with the tone of a love counselor. Not only has Rugue been taking a lot of leave of absence recently, but he also often sends letters. From time to time, there will be packages delivered to him. More importantly, he walks with the wind and is full of energy. He looks exactly like how I looked when I was dating. Zhou Yan laughed. Don't give me that. How can Rugue have a girlfriend? Huang Qimin, why can't he have one? Rugue's qualifications are there. Many girls want to marry him. Zhou Yan had a "you don't understand" expression. Of course I know that those girls want to marry Rugue. The problem is that Rugue can't remember their faces. Therefore, it's impossible for Rugue to have a girlfriend. The two of them started quarreling as they talked. Huang Qimin said, I think Rugue must have a girlfriend. If he doesn't, I'll bark like a dog and walk around the base. Zhou Yan's interest was piqued. Alright, then I'll bet that Rugue doesn't have a girlfriend. If he does, I'll do a handstand and take a dump. I'll go back and drink the water I used to wash my feet. Just as he finished speaking, when Rugue appeared at the door. I have a girlfriend. Huang Qimin, Zhou Yan. End of chapter 63. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.